Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 422, Emlyn and Danitz. At the same time, in a brightly lit villa in the West Borough of Backlund, Emlyn obediently followed Cosme down the staircase into the basement. Passing through several concealed doors, they entered a spacious, grey hall. At the very center stood a heavy coffin wrought of black iron, its surface etched with numerous symbolic sigils and arcane markings. After Cosme gave his report, a deep, aged voice slowly echoed from within the coffin. "Emlyn White, do you know why I have summoned you?" Emlyn shook his head blankly. "I don't know, Lord Nibs." He froze for a moment as a thought struck him. Could it be another operation similar to the Great Smog incident? Before that disaster, Lord Nibs had summoned him with a warning that Backlund was about to face a calamity. Emlyn had been ordered to return and prepare, specifically, to develop a medicine targeting respiratory diseases ahead of time, in order to save the city. As a result, during that event, vampires could be seen all over the city. By a rough count, at least 1,000 innocents stricken by illness were saved by the medicine developed by Emlyn and his father. The mere memory filled Emlyn with irrepressible pride. "I have just received another revelation from the ancestor," the old, resonant voice continued from the coffin. "The ancestor told me that the apocalypse is near, and we must prepare for it. In the ancestor's revelation, you, Emlyn White, were among several key figures. That is also why, during the previous incident, the crucial task of developing the special medicine was entrusted to you." A thrill of excitement coursed through Emlyn's heart. "I, Emlyn White, am actually considered by the ancestor to be one of the keys for our race to survive the apocalypse. What impeccable judgment. Emlyn White, I now have a task for you. Please, go ahead." Emlyn thought himself almost too modest. Despite what he had just heard, he still felt no trace of arrogance before Lord Nibs. Recently, a mysterious organization has appeared in Backlund, marked by the symbol of the tarot cards. "I need you to find this organization and join it." Ah. Emlyn was startled. Suddenly, he recalled an article he had read in the newspaper. A wealthy magnate in Backlund had been murdered, his entire fortune looted, and at the scene, only 2 tarot cards had been left behind. The reason he remembered was not because of the murder or the tarot cards, but because that magnate had kept a large number of young women imprisoned in his dungeon, intending to sell them. At the time, Emlyn had thought to himself that it was such a waste. If he had so many young women, well, he would never have to sneak into hospitals to steal blood again. After a few seconds of hesitation, Emlyn said, "Lord Nibs, I'd be glad to do this, but I'm not exactly sure where to start." The black iron coffin was silent for a moment, before a low, vibrating hum emerged. "Simply begin. I believe the ancestor will give you guidance at the appropriate time." This, very well. Still full of confusion, Emlyn returned to Harvest Church. No sooner had he stepped inside than he saw a blonde-haired man speaking to Father Utravsky. The priest noticed him immediately. "He's back." The blonde-haired man turned his head at once, smiled, and waved cheerfully. "Long time no see, Emlyn." Emlyn's anger flared up in an instant. "Danitz, you've got the gall to come back." Danitz chuckled sheepishly. "I know you're furious, but hear me out. I came back this time just to return all your treasures. If you're still not satisfied, I'll stand right here and let you hit me, punish me, anything you want, as long as you..." Emlyn froze, and suddenly Father Utravsky's words from before flashed through his mind, how Danitz had once secretly come back to watch him. Secretly, watched me. His skin erupted in goosebumps. He stumbled back in alarm. "Shut up." Danitz sighed helplessly. I don't want to hear anything." Emlyn clapped his hands over his ears and bolted out of the church. "What the hell?" Danitz was dumbfounded. After a moment's hesitation, he decided to give chase. Emlyn, listen to me. I need your help, it's a matter of life and death." "Shut up. Get lost." Father Utravsky, cradling the thick tome of scripture in his hands, watched the two of them disappear into the distance. A faint smile softened his stern features. "Ah, youth. What a fine thing." Byam, midday. 5 children were making their way along the street where the wealthy lived, shouting as they walked. "Rat catchers. Professional rat catching. If your household has long been plagued by rodent damage, if your grain stores are threatened by rats, if your courtyard walls are always being gnawed through, come find us. Professional rat catching, no catch, no charge. Only 1 penny per rat." Isabella kept calling out, while Bilt held up a wooden sign on which a few crooked words in loan were scrawled. "Professional rat catching, 1 penny each." That morning, after witnessing Lilith's truly exceptional rat-catching skills, Isabella had a sudden flash of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. She had long heard that many of Byam's wealthy residents were troubled by rampant rat infestations. The yearly losses they suffered from rodents amounted to a hefty sum. Surely, they would gladly pay a small fee to hire a professional rat-catching squad. This way, they could not only catch rats but also make money, 2 birds with 1 stone. Elisa, who was shy by nature, wet her dry lips and murmured softly, "Isabella, we've been walking around here for a long time." Bilt lowered the sign, shaking his sore fingers. "I told you, no one's going to believe a bunch of kids like us." "Shut up." Isabella huffed. "Papa once told me, the hardest part of doing business is getting the very first deal. As long as we complete the first job perfectly and build a reputation, everything will be easier after that. But, when will we even get the first job? Be patient. Papa also said patience is the first step to success. If you're impatient, you'll never get anything done." With that, she began calling out again, "Catching rats. Professional rat catching." Just then, Lilith suddenly spoke up. "Edward once said that if there's no opportunity, you create one. If there's no demand, you create the demand." The other 4 children looked at her. "What do you mean?" "Watch me." Lilith ran off, sprinting from one end of the street to the other before running back again. She looked smug. "Done." "What did you do?" "Done with what?" Crossing her arms, Lilith imitated Edward's tone. "Let the bullets fly for a while." A few minutes later, the first scream rang out. "Ah! A rat." The street instantly burst into chaos, accompanied by the sounds of clattering and crashing from inside the houses. Moments later, several wealthy ladies and young misses came fleeing from the rows of adjoining houses, some wielding brooms, others brandishing mops, some with hair in wild disarray, some weeping uncontrollably. The sight left the 4 children stunned. Isabella swallowed hard, staring straight at Lilith. "Lilith, what exactly did you do?" "Nothing," Lilith replied innocently, shaking her head. "Just used made the rats come out of their holes and run wild in those houses, chewing everything they could." "Ah." Elisa's eyes went wide. You can control rats." The little boy, Tim, seemed to think of something. "Could it be, your—" Isabella clamped a hand over his mouth and spoke solemnly to Lilith. "Lilith, you must never use that ability again." "Why not?" "I once read in a book, if people found out, they'd burn you alive." Lilith scratched her head. "All right, so, what do we do now?" Isabella glanced at the chaos up and down the street, hesitated for a long moment, and finally said, "We go back." Before she could finish, a wealthy lady draped in a bed sheet strode over. "Hey, you little ones, can you really catch rats?" At that, Lilith immediately straightened her back. "Yes. No rat can escape Miss Lilith's claws of doom." "Lilith, don't describe your own hands as claws of doom." The lady pointed toward her house and shrieked, "Then hurry. Get rid of every last one of those cursed things in my house. Now. If you miss even one, you'll regret it." All eyes turned to Isabella, who sighed. "Lilith, sorry to trouble you." An hour later. From one end of the street to the other, the rat-catching squad captured 33 rats, over half of which were actually conjured by Lilith's create-demand transfiguration. The rest were genuine, innocent rats that had simply been resting in their burrows, planning to come out after nightfall. In addition, the team earned 7 soli and 11 pence, far exceeding Isabella's expectations. 6 of those soli were tips casually given by the wealthy ladies. As they left the street, Isabella's eyes were practically shaped like coins, counting the money over and over. The other 4 children, Lilith included, were equally thrilled. Especially Lilith. Edward had only told her a couple of days ago to find a way to make money, and now she'd done it. 7 soli in 1 hour, over 24 hours, that would be. She counted on her fingers, her blue eyes sparkling. 168 soli. And in a month, so much money. With that, she thought happily, next time at the tarot gathering, I'll be able to buy my own materials. Isabella cleared her throat. "I declare that today, we're having a feast. Hooray!" She pulled out 2 soli and stuffed the rest into Lilith's pocket. This money was earned thanks to Lilith, so it's all hers. You guys don't mind, right? Nope. These 2 soli are our wages for helping her, 6 pence each. Isabella's bookkeeping was crystal clear. Come on, let's eat. Like a victorious general, Isabella led the 4 small troops toward a working-class restaurant. They had just turned a corner when they came across a couple walking hand-in-hand with a little girl, their faces alight with joy. The 2 groups passed each other without paying much attention. "Ah!" Lilith suddenly turned her head. "That felt like I've seen them somewhere before." Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 423, Chapter 423, With You Here. Pritz Harbor, at Dorian Gray's residence. Dorian sat on the sofa with a complicated expression, holding the letter of last words that Lawrence had left behind. On the coffee table before him lay a strange notebook and a diamond-like beyonder characteristic. Furzwall sat opposite him, visibly ill at ease. Zio, Audrey, and Priscilla hadn't come along. Too embarrassing. They had hired help, made plans, set up an ambush, and after all that, they had ended up beating up the very person they were after and hauling him in. It was downright unbearable to think about. "I'm sorry, Mr. Gray." Furz bowed once again in apology. Dorian said nothing as he opened Lawrence's letter. It briefly mentioned the regrets accumulated over the years, mainly that he had never found a way to lift the Abraham family's curse, and then spoke mostly of a fine young woman he had met, Furzwall. It said she had first become acquainted with his younger sister Elisa, learning some basic mysticism from her. After Elisa's death, this child had never forgotten their bond and often went to pay her respects at the grave. Perhaps out of affection extended to those associated with the one he cherished, Lawrence had formed a very good impression of Furz. Thus, he entrusted her, after his death, to deliver these items to Dorian, hoping that once Dorian had examined her and found no issues, he could guide her into the mysticism world and help her become a beyonder. Lawrence knew Dorian had once suffered a disciple's betrayal, so he repeatedly affirmed that Furz's character was not in doubt. What needed assessing was only whether she was suited to become a beyonder. Closing the letter, Dorian found himself momentarily at a loss for words. It was obvious there was no need for any assessment. She wasn't merely suitable, she was very suitable. Not only had she already been a Sequence 8 trickmaster at a young age, she also knew several other beyonders. On top of that, she had orchestrated an ambush, given him a solid thrashing, and captured him alive. Paradoxically, Furz's actions temporarily dispelled Dorian's suspicions of her. Because she suspected he might be harmful to Dorian, she had spent money to hire help to subdue him. From that angle, she truly did seem to possess the good character Lawrence had described. Sigh, Lawrence, you originally wanted her to become my disciple, but now. Dorian shook his head. It's lunchtime. Let's go have a meal and talk as we eat. All right. Your friends, have them come along as well. Deep in the jungle on Esham Island, inside the Resistance's underground base. For nearly an entire afternoon, Edward explained basic scientific knowledge to the more than 300 members present. Most understood only in bits and pieces, but a few sharp ones could draw inferences and make connections. Whether it's gunpowder, shells, bullets, firearms, or the lone Navy's ironclads, their invention doesn't depart from these fundamental scientific principles. Of course, if you want to reach Lone's level, mastering just the basics is far from enough, so I'll leave behind a complete set of textbooks. If any of you are interested, or gifted, you can take them to study and research in depth. The Sea God's Church and the Resistance can't rely only on crude, primitive methods to oppose colonization and invasion. If you do, you'll never amount to anything, and you'll never succeed. Although teaching the Rorsted natives was to aid in digesting a potion, Edward genuinely hoped they would gain the power to resist injustice. A member of the Resistance raised his hand. Messenger, even if we can manufacture our own firearms and artillery, we're still powerless against Lone's beyonders, aren't we? Edward smiled. Oh. Because you can't manufacture them now, you won't have to face beyonders. As I said, you eat a meal one bite at a time. Learning this knowledge doesn't conflict with becoming a beyonder. All right, that's it for today's lesson, dismissed. A few minutes later, the soldiers dispersed, leaving Scarface standing respectfully to the side. Thank you, Messenger. Scarface bowed, hesitated a few seconds, and then asked, Messenger, do you know what happened on Tiana Island 2 days ago? The Archbishop on Tiana Island colluded with the Numinous Episcopate and betrayed the Sea God. He was executed by the Sea God personally. That was also why all the Sea God statues across the Rorsted archipelago shattered at the time. Scarface flared with anger. How dare they? But the Sea God took the opportunity to be reborn, gaining power far beyond before, and understood the prior problems between the Sea God's Church and the Resistance. That's why there was last night's lecture, and my arrival. Scarface knelt devoutly. Praise the Sea God. Praise the Sea God, Edward responded, and then teleported away. When he reappeared, he was back at the dilapidated house where Lilith and her 4 new friends lived. Likely exhausted from the day, the 5 little ones had squeezed into 2 beds pushed together and were sleeping soundly. Phoenix flitted out from somewhere. She had a pretty good day today. Thanks for your hard work. It cast a deliberately casual glance at the resurrection stone ring on Edward's finger. Don't rush. It'll be yours sooner or later, but for now, I may still need it. Phoenix blurted, I wasn't rushing. I just happened to look. The way it said one thing and meant another was, in its own way, rather cute. Compared to when it had only ever been sharp-tongued and prickly, Phoenix had clearly changed a lot. Whether that change was good or bad, though, was hard to say. Watching it, Edward suddenly asked, "Phoenix, have you remembered anything you forgot from the past?" It paused, then shook its head. "No. Wait, I don't seem to have a past. There's nothing to forget, and nothing to remember." "Really? Really?" Her eyes were clear and guileless, as if she truly had nothing to hide. "Thank you." Edward's figure vanished. Phoenix hovered in place for a moment, then winged off into the darkness. Taking advantage of the night, Edward returned to the deserted island, reclaimed the sea god's scepter from Mr. Fool, then assumed his obscure guise to teach a new batch of sea god's church believers and resistance members, while continuing ideological instruction for the leadership. Compared to yesterday, this second round of remote lessons markedly improved his potion digestion. At this rate, before he returned to the Harry Potter world, he would likely finish digesting the Wandering Mentor potion, meaning it was time to prepare for promotion to Sequence 4. What he still lacked was the Beyonder characteristic of an Undying. For the former matter, he only needed to wait for Alger to take him to the primitive island. For the latter, if nothing turned up, he would have to head into the spirit world and seize one himself. Just then, Edward's spirituality stirred, a prayer was coming through the sea god's scepter. Unlike the unconscious praise from the Rorstad archipelago natives, this one clearly sought direct communication. He extended his spirituality and touched that star. A bald man in a wheelchair came into view, Kalat, one of the Resistance's senior members who had received Edward's ideological schooling. "Great God, the Naturism sect, who previously cooperated with us, approached us again today and asked for help. Should we refuse? Your humble, devout followers await your will." Edward was taken aback. The Naturism sect? Wasn't that the church in the original story, the one controlled by the Mother Tree of Desire, that tried to use that admiral's mistress to have a child with Klein? And they had even cooperated with the Sea God's church. Perhaps not so surprising, both were fringe cults struggling under the Church of Storm suppression. In fact, the Naturism sect was so feeble that they didn't even qualify to be noticed by the Church of the Storm. What did they want the Sea God's church to help with? Could it be related to that mistress from the original? Either way, anything entangled with outer gods was bound to be trouble. Best to use this opportunity to wipe them out. He issued his oracle to the bald Kareth, "My messenger will take full charge. Obey his orders. As you command, great God." Edward then sacrificed the sea god's scepter back, resumed his human form, yawned, and stepped into the tent. "Sleep, sleep. Wah." The moment he entered, Lilith leapt out, flailing her claws and shouting. Edward had to admit, this time, she truly startled him. Lilith beamed with pride. "Hee, Miss Lilith scared you, didn't she? Lilith, why did you come back?" "I couldn't sleep there. I want to come back and sleep with Edward. And your little friends. I'll go back in the morning." She gazed up at him expectantly. "Edward, you didn't see me for a whole day and night. Did you miss Miss Lilith?" "I did." Edward gently pinched her cheek. "Missed you to death." "Really? Really?" Hee, I knew it. So I came back to keep you company. Lilith is so sweet and thoughtful." "Yup. Super thoughtful." Lilith puffed up proudly. "So next time I go back, Miss Lilith is going to buy low TS and lots of gifts to bring along." "Oh. For whom?" "Audrey, Susie, and Priscilla, Bernadette, Klein." She counted them off on her fingers. Hee, I can't wait to see Priscilla's face when she sees what I look like now. She'll definitely be shocked." Edward couldn't help recalling how, at the Tarot Club a few days ago, Priscilla had paid special attention to Lilith. He had no idea how those two little gremlins would stir things up when they met. "But aren't you forgetting someone?" "Who?" Edward pointed to himself. "You remembered to buy gifts for everyone else, why not for me?" "Humph." Lilith tipped up her chin. "Miss Lilith staying by Edward's side is the best gift." "Ha ha ha ha." Edward laughed and ruffled her hair. "You're not wrong. You messed up my hair. When I was a kitty, you'd always muss up my fur and I had to lick it for ages. Now you're messing up my hair again." "All right, then I won't ruffle it anymore." "That won't do either." The little one muttered, "You can do it gently, just don't mess it up." A few minutes later, the light in the tent went out. Father and daughter lay side by side, heads touching. "Edward, I want to help Isabella and the others." Edward smiled. As expected of a child, after a single day together, her feelings had deepened so quickly. "Sure. Whatever you want to do, I'll support you. But..." She turned toward him, eyes gleaming in the dark. "Miss Lilith doesn't know how to help. Should I give them a sum of money?" Edward considered. "That is the simplest and most direct way. In this world, money solves 99% of problems. Of course, you could also find out what they truly need and help in a more targeted way." The little one burrowed closer. How do I figure that out? That's up to you. You can ask them directly, or you can keep living with them and see with your own eyes. Either way works. She bit her finger, sinking into thought. Edward patted her head. I've got some dull tasks the next few days, so Lilith can keep staying with them for now and learn to observe with her own eyes. How about that? Okay. Something suddenly occurred to her. Oh, Edward, how's your potion digestion going? The process is boring, but the results are decent. I should finish completely in a few days. Great, then will we head back to Backlund? Most likely. Can we bring Isabella and the others with us? We can, if they're willing. Lilith said with confidence, they'll definitely be willing. Isabella always says that when her father comes back, he'll take us to Backlund. Everyone really looks forward to it. Edward, thank you. Why the sudden thanks? Because, if not for you, Miss Lilith would be just like Isabella and the others, wandering everywhere, hungry and cold. That wouldn't happen. Why not? Because, Miss Lilith is the smartest cat in the world. Even without me, she'd still be amazing. Lilith blinked and whispered, not true. With Edward around, Miss Lilith was the smartest cat of all. Note, 395 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 424, The Naturism Sex Designs. At first light, Lilith had Phoenix take her back. After confirming that everyone was still fast asleep, Lilith lifted the transfiguration on herself, restored the pillow she had turned into her double, then yawned and padded back into the bedroom as if she had only just returned from the privy. Isabella, who had been hugging Lilith in her sleep, startled awake when her arms suddenly felt empty. She blinked her drowsy eyes, saw Lilith climbing back onto the bed, and promptly closed them again, drifting off once more. Lilith, however, lay there with her round eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling in a daze. What is it that Isabella and the others truly want? Blue Mountain Island was the largest island in the Worsted Archipelago, vast in area and rich in forests and mineral resources. Taken on its own, the island's name might strike some as unfamiliar, but mention the city of generosity, Byam, and everyone knew it. Byam sat right on Blue Mountain Island. Its reputation as the city of generosity, however, had been built upon Lone's bloody exploitation of the locals. From the city's earliest days, each large-scale project had been accompanied by the deaths of many natives, treacherous working conditions, grueling hours, treatment akin to slavery, and meager wages left countless bodies buried beneath roadbeds and railroad sleepers. Hundreds of years had passed, and Lone's oppression of the Worsted natives had only grown worse. That was the fundamental reason the resistance could never be fully crushed. Deep within Blue Mountain Island's jungle, in a concealed cave, the bald resistance member Kalat sat in his wheelchair, staring at the repaired idol of Kelvetua, muttering to himself from time to time and occasionally calling in soldiers from outside to ask whether the deity's messenger had arrived. A little after 9, a man in a dark trench coat and gentleman's hat appeared, an ornate scepter in hand. He held a coconut and sipped its juice through a straw, strolling through the jungle with the ease of a man out for a walk. News of his arrival was relayed to the cave at once. Kalat hastily had his subordinates push his wheelchair out to greet him. When Edward saw him being jolted at high speed over ruts and hollows, nearly thrown from the chair, he was momentarily stunned. To an outsider, it might have looked like a wheelchair race. Lord Messenger. Kalat pitched forward to perform a 5-point prostration before Edward, but halfway through the motion his body was set back into the chair. Edward had lifted and steadied him with an invisible hand. These meaningless formalities, cut them where you can in future. Edward had originally considered, as Klein had in the original story, drafting new canons for the Sea God's Church, but he truly lacked the expertise for that sort of thing. Better to leave it to Klein later. Understood. They proceeded into the cave together. Along the way, Kalat kept sneaking glances at this suddenly appearing messenger. His skin was darker, like a native of the Worsted Archipelago, yet his manner and gaze were no different from those lone gentlemen. So, was he of mixed blood? Why would the sea god choose a mixed blood as his messenger? Edward noticed the doubt but did not explain. The moment he stepped into the cave and saw the sea serpent idol, he said in a tone of command, "From this moment on, all bases of the resistance and the Sea God's Church are to abolish idols." Kalat froze. Why? The sea god has been reborn. He now stands on equal footing with the 7 gods. Have you seen any church of the 7 that maintains a divine statue? A hot flush rose in everyone's chest. They were unable to contain their excitement. So the great deity had truly become that powerful. But then, how are we to pray to the sea god in the future? Edward drove the scepter into the ground. Use this scepter as the model and design a sigil. Henceforth, as with the churches of the 7, you will pray through the sea god's insignia. I understand, Lord Messenger. Thus, a matter touching hundreds of thousands of believers, the question of divine images, was settled in just a few words. This world really did run like a ramshackle troop. All right, on to business, about the Naturism sect. Kalat's expression grew solemn. Lord Messenger, have you heard of the Naturism sect before? I have a general idea. Kalat explained, in recent years, that sect has been very active in Oravi. Their creed is to forego clothing, return to nature, and indulge one's instincts, believing that in such a state humanity attains spiritual liberation. They worship an evil god known as the Mother Tree. Their leader is a Beyonder, but not a particularly powerful one. Edward cut in, why were you cooperating with them? Because, there is a greater power behind the Naturism sect, apparently a church from the southern continent. For years, the Resistance and the Sea Gods Church have tried to establish contact with other forces and churches to oppose those lone bastards. At this point, he snuck a glance at Edward. One of them was the Numinous Episcopate. Edward's expression did not change. And the other was the Naturism sect, more precisely, the force behind them. Yes. Kalat nodded. Even calling it cooperation is generous. We merely provided them some cover, didn't obstruct their proselytizing, and occasionally offered conveniences, nothing more. Although the lone people seized our land and wealth, they ultimately couldn't separate themselves from us entirely. The Sea God's followers are scattered through every corner of the Rorstad archipelago. Some of the sharper ones have even blended into noble households as butlers. What do they want you to do this time? Help them place a woman inside the governor's mansion. Edward paused, surprised. The governor's mansion, can you even get a hand in there? Kalat gave a bitter smile. In truth, the governor's mansion periodically recruits maids and servants. We quietly propped up a slaver who can slip certain people in. So the Naturism sect plans to use you to smuggle a woman into the governor's mansion as a maid. What do they intend to do? They only said it was a divine decree. And the compensation? You can't be doing this for free. Of course not, Kalat replied at once. But since we haven't agreed yet, we haven't discussed that. If you do agree, when and where are you meeting? They arrived 2 days ago in the nearby city of Mostar. They're waiting there for our reply. Edward took up the scepter and turned for the exit. Take me to them. From the resistance base to Mostar would have taken at least a whole morning on foot. Fortunately, Edward had passed through the city on his way here, one teleportation was enough to arrive in an instant. Only the bald Kalat and the man pushing his wheelchair went with him from the Resistance's side, though there were certainly Resistance members already in Mostar. How did your legs end up like this? Edward asked casually as they walked the streets of the small city. I was hit in the spine in a previous battle with the lone military. It caused paralysis. Why did you join the Resistance? To take revenge on the lone. Edward shook his head. No, I'm asking why you joined in the first place. Kalat blinked, then answered in a daze, as if remembering, I think it was to have enough to eat. What about the others? The younger ones, mostly to fill their stomachs. The older ones, many have grudges against the lone, or they've simply had enough of the oppression and abuse. If one day the lone are driven out, or even if they remain, but you succeed in founding a nation that can stand against lone, how do you plan to govern? Kalat murmured, by then, I'll probably be long dead. The corner of Edward's eye twitched. I'm asking a serious question. Don't get melodramatic. I never thought about it. Then hurry up and absorb the knowledge the Sea God has passed on to you. Everything you haven't thought about is in there. I understand. As they spoke, they arrived at a 2-story house. Kalat's subordinate went ahead to knock. After a moment, the door slid open to reveal a man in his 30s with a narrow, gaunt face, a brown full beard, and sinister bluish tattoos snaking up his neck. The moment he saw Kalat, the man gave a shadowy smile. Welcome, Lord Kalat. His gaze shifted to Edward. And this is? He is our Resistance's new commander. Kalat paused, then snorted, displeased, Flight Ken, are you planning to keep us standing on the doorstep? The other man hurriedly stepped back to let them in. My apologies. Please, come inside. It was a typical lone-style townhouse, yet the Rorstad-flavored decorations hanging everywhere suggested the resident either had a fondness for native aesthetics, or was a native himself. Flight Ken handed each of the 3 a bottle of beer, reclined on the sofa, and smiled. Lord Kalat, have you given it thought? Can you do this for us? I won't hide it from you, this order comes from my mentor, Saint Zatwin of the Rose School of Thought. If you see it through, you'll gain the friendship of a demigod. Edward asked, aside from that, what benefit does the Resistance get? Would the death of Byam's governor, Admiral Amirius, count as a sizable benefit for your Resistance? Kalat stared, aghast. You want someone planted in the governor's mansion to assassinate Amirius? He's a demigod as well. You can't expect us to smuggle a demigod into the governor's mansion, can you? No. There are many ways to kill. Under the protection of the Great Mother Tree, Amirius is doomed this time, provided you first get our person into the mansion. Edward raised an eyebrow slightly. Could the person the Naturism sect had arranged be that very mistress from the original account, inserted as a maid, winning Amirius's attention, slowly rising to mistress, and then? No, that arrangement by the Mother Tree of Desire had been aimed at Klein impersonating Amirius. The one she truly wished to corrupt and bear a child for was Klein. But Klein should still have been in Bansi right now, he couldn't reach by him so soon. Besides, his current identity was Gehrman Sparrow. Given Amirius's attitude toward Gehrman, how would it ever play out like in the original, with Gehrman impersonating him? And the timing didn't line up either. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 425, The Governor's Invitation. With that in mind, Edward asked, the person you want us to place in the governor's mansion, bring her out. A gleam lit Flight Ken's eyes. You've agreed. As he spoke, he looked toward the bald Kalat. Kalat answered with certainty, he will take full charge of this matter. Flight Ken hurried to his feet. Good. Come with me. She isn't here? Of course not. For safety, we settled her somewhere else. Led by Flight Ken, they turned and twisted through side streets until they reached the outskirts of Mostar, where the buildings dwindled to rows of low bungalows. There were few pedestrians, they walked a long time without seeing many people. Most residents in this district worked for loan factories, selling their labor from dawn to dusk to earn a pittance. Who had leisure to stroll the streets. Flight Ken pointed to a small house a few dozen meters ahead. Right there. He was just about to go forward when Kalat's brows knit. Wait, I smell blood. What? Flight Ken's face changed. He broke into a run, kicked the door in, and froze on the threshold. How can this be? He abruptly turned his back and retched. Inside was chaos, the floor strewn with shattered, crimson flesh and scattered viscera, unknown fluids spattered across the floor, walls, and ceiling. Edward flicked a gold coin and, after confirming no immediate danger, stepped closer. He had to admit, even he felt his stomach lurch at the gore. Why does the scene look so? He remembered, when he had lectured the pirates on knowledge of outer gods, some had exploded outright under pollution. It looked very much like this. So, had those in the house been polluted by the Mother Tree of Desire and ended up like this? The woman you mentioned, was she here? Edward seized Flight Ken's head with an invisible hand and forced him to look inside. The man's whole body shook. I can't tell. There too, Irk. Find me something she used. The bedroom, that one's hers. Her things are inside. Edward blinked into the bedroom. It wasn't as blood-soaked as the sitting room, but the same nauseating slime coated many surfaces. He went to the bedhead and, with an invisible hand, lifted a fallen strand of brown hair. This woman is already dead. The coin's number side came up, no. He flashed back to Kalat's side and said under his breath, from now on, put people on Flight Ken. If there's any unusual movement, report to me at once. Understood, Lord Messenger. Edward then teleported back into the house and, using the strand of hair, performed a dream divination, this woman's current location. He closed his eyes and leaned back. His vision turned hazy and unreal. A brown-haired woman with indistinct features walked to a pier and boarded a passenger steamer. The scene shattered and shifted. The brown-haired woman stood on the steamer's deck, expressionless, gazing toward the distance. There, a vast island loomed. The scene broke and shifted again. The steamer made port. The woman descended the gangway with the crowd. Once more the vision fractured, then the dream world flushed blood-red. A colossal tree of flesh and blood loomed into view. Edward tore free of the dream at once and forced himself awake, his eyes turning grave. That just now, was that the Mother Tree of Desire? Had she sensed his approach in advance and prompted the woman to slaughter the others here and flee? And the place she fled to, Byam. He immediately teleported back to Kalat. In a moment, get me a clear description of the woman's appearance. Then mobilize our people in Byam and hunt her down with everything you have. Kalat nodded at once. Yes. Edward suddenly drew his wand and asked, Kalat, how long has it been since you stood up? I've forgotten. 7 or 8 years, perhaps. Do you want to stand again? Kalat's heart lurched. Yes. Of course. Then let's grant that. A flash of light skimmed past Kalat's eyes. He had just begun to wonder when Edward said mildly, try it. What? He blinked, dazed for a moment, then dug his fingers into his thigh and pinched hard. Pain. He could feel pain. These legs that had been insensate for years, had sensation again. I'm really recovering. I won't have to sit in a wheelchair anymore. Kalat's heart pounded. He clenched his jaw and tried with all his might to stand, but he had barely risen before dropping back into the chair. Even so, the soldier behind him pushing the chair stared, stupefied. Your legs have gone unused for years, Edward said. The muscles have atrophied. If you want to stand again, you'll have to rebuild them yourself, slowly. Thank you, Lord Messenger. Thank you, thank you. Thank the sea god. Edward continued, remember this, the reborn sea god is a true deity. He may display his majesty and might, and he does not begrudge showing tenderness and mercy. Thunder and sweet rain alike are divine grace. So the tasks he entrusts to you, you must carry them out with everything you have. Understand? Time to make the believers study in earnest and help me digest. HPxLOTM planted both hands, then dropped to his knees without hesitation. Praise the great deity, our thanks to the great sea god. In the city of generosity, Byam. Although they had made a tidy sum yesterday, Isabella knew they couldn't just sit around and burn through it. The rat-catching squad hit the streets early once more. Before they left, she reminded Lilith again and again not to use her superpower. If someone hired them to catch rats, they would go. If no one did, that was fine too. But if I don't use my abilities, Miss Lilith can only catch rats at night. Why? Because rats only come out of their holes at night. Lilith left one thing unsaid, she would also need Edward to change her back into a cat. In human form, without beyond her abilities, there was simply no way she could catch rats. Isabella halted mid-step. Then we drum up business during the day and work at night. All right. When the time came, she would quietly use magic and beyond her powers, just make sure no one saw. A well-dressed blonde man approached. You lot catch rats. Isabella immediately stepped forward to shield the others, eyeing him warily. We do. The blonde man turned on his heel. Come with me. He took a few steps and noticed the kids hadn't followed. He glanced back, coolly. Well. Who even are you? Isabella huffed. Why should we just go because you say so? How do we know you're not some trafficker? The blonde man ground his boot against the street, making a rasping sound. I'm the secretary to Byam's governor, Admiral Amirius. If you don't believe me, ask anyone around here. The governor? Suspicion flickered in Isabella's eyes. Would a figure that important really come to a bunch of kids to catch rats? In truth, Lurin felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he preferred to hire children, it was that there wasn't a single professional rat catcher to be found in Byam. Last night, Admiral Amirius's mistress had been resting in her bedroom when a rat burrowed into the bedding and bit a bloody streak along her thigh. Her terrified scream had been so loud that the governor's mansion staff nearly thought pirates were attacking again. By morning, the matter had fallen into Secretary Lurin's lap. He searched all over Byam and never heard of any professional rat catchers, until half an hour ago, when a society lady mentioned this group of children. Now he produced a gold coin and tossed it lightly to Isabella. An advance. If you really can catch the rats, I can pay you £10 more. £10. Isabella swallowed. She had thought yesterday 7 solely was already a fortune. She hadn't expected someone to offer £10 today, no, 11 in total. That was a sum she could scarcely imagine. With that much, they could live comfortably for a long time. She looked to Lilith and found the girl staring straight at the coin, clearly stunned by the size of the offer. But Isabella didn't let the number muddle her head. We can only catch them at night. At night. But yesterday you, Lurin arched a brow. No matter. As long as you catch them. Is that all right, Lilith? Lilith nodded repeatedly. It is. So this little girl is the core of the group. Or is she the one who actually catches rats? The thought had barely formed when Lurin mocked himself, they're just kids, what's there to analyze? Even so, a sliver of suspicion remained, the children had appeared yesterday, and that very night the young lady was bitten by a rat. It was a bit too coincidental. Could someone have arranged this on purpose? But what could a few children even do once they're inside the governor's mansion? Either way, if it truly was a coincidence, whether they caught rats or not, he had done everything he could. And if someone really was up to something, he would use this to draw in the net and catch them all. The weather on the Berserk Sea was always fickle. One moment the skies were clear, the next, clouds massed, gales heaved up mountainous waves, and ships sailing within were on the verge of capsizing at any time. Alger stood on the deck of the Blue Avenger, his feet as if glued to the boards. No matter how the wind and waves raged, he remained steady as a mountain. He spread his arms, continuously employing the extraordinary abilities gained after advancing to Sequence 6, Wind-Blessed, helping the ghost ship resist the onslaught of the storm, and, in the process, quickly adapting to and mastering the changes brought by his promotion. After a little more than 10 minutes, a heavy wave slammed the hull. The clouds over the sea scattered all at once, and within mere seconds the wind and waves subsided. The crew of the Blue Avenger wore the weak smiles of survivors and collapsed where they stood, too spent even to speak. Alger gazed in silence at the calmed sea. A scene of the Sea King taking action flashed across his mind. His fingers on the rail tightened unconsciously. Not enough. This level of strength is still far from enough. He turned back into the captain's cabin and prayed devoutly to Mr. Fool. The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the grey fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I humbly ask Mr. Fool to pass on a message to Mr. Tower. I am ready here and can proceed to that primitive island at any time. A few minutes later. A silhouette sketched itself rapidly into being. Edward stepped out of the spirit world with a smile. We meet again, Mr. Hangman. Note, 540 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 426, Chapter 426, a shoddy arrangement. Unlike last time, when Mr. Tower had needed a mystical item to traverse such a distance, this time he arrived before Alger with a single teleport. One had to admit, the apprentice pathway was enviable in this regard. Alger's gaze dropped to the ornate scepter in Mr. Tower's hand, and his heart skipped. That's the sealed artifact equivalent to the Sailor Pathway Sequence 3, the one under Mr. Fool's safekeeping. Oh, right. The artifact belonged to Mr. Tower to begin with, he had merely asked Mr. Fool to hold onto it. Mr. Hangman, you seem very interested in this scepter. Edward asked. Alger didn't bother to hide it. Of course. I walk the Sailor Pathway. He paused. Mr. Tower, have you used the scepter to channel the formulas for the Sailor Pathway? No. Edward shook his head. That sea god didn't advance to Sequence 3 by ingesting potions through normal means, so he doesn't possess the relevant formulas. Then. Alger hesitated a moment. If one day I wanted to purchase this scepter from you, what price would it take? Edward smiled. That, I can't say. But I think it's very likely it could only be traded item for item, something of roughly equal value. Something of roughly equal value. Another Sequence 3 sealed artifact. Alger drew a slow breath. That was far beyond him. I understand. He produced a chart and tapped a point. This is the sea area where the primitive island lies. And this, he took out a slip covered in sigils, is its approximate spirit world coordinate. That's enough. Edward offered his hand. Let's go. A flicker of excitement stirred in Alger's chest. It had been years since he and Kalangos first discovered that primitive island, and in all that time he had only reached its outermost fringes a handful of times. Today, I might finally see the island in full. The instant he grasped Edward's wrist, the colors before his eyes deepened and sharpened, hues separated and layered upon one another. Innumerable near-invisible silhouettes streamed backward, streaking through the spirit world. About half a minute later, the world steadied again. They stood at the edge of a colossal island, with mist pooling in midair, lending the primitive land a faint, sinister mystery. This is it, Alger said, sweeping his gaze around. Edward immediately scanned the surroundings, ready for that Russian priest to spring from the air at any moment. But he did not appear. Watching from the shadows. Edward didn't dwell on it. He had come for an Undying's Beyonder characteristic and the Tyrant card. As long as he secured those two things, he didn't care what tricks that priest intended to play. Alger pointed ahead. We'll follow this track into the Black Forest. Keep going straight and we'll reach that ancient ruin of indeterminate age. Along the way we'll encounter all manner of Beyonder creatures, some are even bird-like beings that appear only in myth. He glanced at Edward and continued, anything we hunt on the way, whoever lands the killing blow keeps the corresponding materials. If we come across materials I need, I hope Mr. Tower can give me priority purchase. He did not propose rules for joint kills, he knew all too well the gap between their strengths. There would be virtually no situation that required cooperation to bring something down. Alger sighed inwardly. If he weren't in such a rush to grow stronger, and if he didn't owe Mr. Tower so much money, he would have preferred to wait until he was stronger before exploring this island. That way, he wouldn't be so passive. Still, coming early wasn't without benefit. If he could harvest enough mystical materials this time, they would greatly aid his future promotions. Our primary goal this trip is the ruin. Whatever we pick up en route is incidental. Once we finish the exploration, it's best we leave immediately, no detours to other regions, no alternate routes. After that, come whenever you like and go wherever you like, that will be your business. Let's move. They stepped shoulder to shoulder into the Black Forest, gloomy and dim even at midday. The trees were abnormally thick and towering, their canopies dense, like walking into a land of giants. From the depths came intermittent rustles and, at times, great commotions. The Beyonder creatures here didn't bother to hide their presence, even at a distance, one could sense that many possessed demigod-level power. Don't worry overmuch, Alger said softly. The Beyonder creatures here are fiercely territorial. Unless they're hunting, they won't cross into another domain. And if I want to hunt them? Edward asked. Hunt, those demigod creatures? Alger's heart gave a thump. As expected of Mr. Tower, he aims straight for the demigods. He already knew of those exploits, but still, he's only sequence 5. Heh. I'm joking, Edward said with a smile. You don't sound like you're joking at all. Before long, the trees thinned out, and those that remained grew peculiarly strange, as if their trunks were covered in scales. The two immediately heightened their vigilance and moved through the uncanny grove. They soon noticed rotting corpses strewn across the ground: human, baboon, goat, tiger. Were these the zombies controlled by the feathered serpent? But why were they all motionless? In the original account, didn't these dead things show hostility to Klein and the others? They passed through the area without incident. The feathered serpent they had expected did not appear, which left Edward puzzled. Why isn't this playing out like the original? Don't tell me that Russian priest is deliberately keeping me from getting the undying's beyonder characteristic. If so, why even let me set foot on the island? Through the dense canopy, Edward saw shafts of sunlight slanting into the forest. The air rippled, scattering the beams into a visible haze, the Tyndall effect, and he suddenly understood. Could it be due to the time of day? In the original, Klein and company came at night, but it's daytime now. Perhaps the beyonder creatures active on this island vary by hour. If so, the feathered serpent likely hides by day and hunts by night. Then we can't keep pushing forward. If we reach that priest's chapel, he might appear, just like in the original, startle Alger and me into retreat, then shroud the island. After that, getting an undying's characteristic will become a headache. Edward came to such a sudden halt that Alger startled, bracing himself. What is it, Mr. Tower? Nothing. Edward flicked a coin. My spiritual intuition says we'd best wait here until nightfall before proceeding. Ah. Alger blinked, then, after a brief moment of doubt, chose without hesitation to trust him. All right, then we. He broke off as a tense, guttural barking rolled toward them. Edward arched a brow. Looks like someone objects to us loitering. 10 seconds later, 6 or 7 black baboons came leaping through the branches with nimble ease. Their fur curled naturally, dark crystalline plates jutted from their brows, the growths rising without pattern into strange coronets. The instant he saw them, Alger had the impulse to lower his head, as if he dared not meet their gaze. The masters of this forest, my lords. Edward had already raised the sea god's scepter. A heartbeat later, silver-white lightning crashed down and engulfed the baboons. They shrieked, scattering, trying to twist space to deflect the bolts, but they were only mid-sequences, sequence 5 and sequence 6 at best. Boom, boom, boom. With a chain of detonations, 6 black baboons hit the ground charred from head to toe. All but the leader, a sequence 5, were killed outright. Chit chit chit. The survivor bared its fangs and let out a piercing cry. At once, the air around Edward seemed to clamp tight, squeezing as if to crush him. Magnify. Edward flickered forward, appearing before the black baboon. He twisted away its urge to flee and attack, and snapped out a deep green curse, Avada Kedavra. Puff. The baboon's pupils dilated, it toppled backwards without a sound, dead. Just like that. Alger stared dumbly at the bodies. He did not credit the feat to the scepter. During the skirmish it had merely cleared the small fry. The sequence 5 baboon had been felled by Mr. Tower with a single strike. A few minutes later, a faint glow seeped from the shattered black crystals within the sequence 5 baboon's corpse. The motes gathered, coalescing into a clenched, translucent, pitch-black fist. The others likewise condensed into dark crystals. Edward picked up one sequence 6 beyonder characteristic and tossed it to Alger. Finders keepers. I'll take the rest. Thank you. Alger did not stand on ceremony. He slipped the characteristic into a prepared iron box. Hey, big brother-in-law's main materials for sequence 6 and sequence 5 are set. The leftovers will make for excellent wines. Edward pocketed the remaining characteristics, then used transfiguration to conjure 2 chairs. Sit. We'll wait for dark. At that moment, thin veils of mist welled up from every direction. The entire black forest plunged abruptly into pitch darkness, as if day had turned to night in an instant. Creak, creak, creak. Eerie, wooden groans rose all around. Out of the fog lurched the zombies, the very bodies they had seen lying motionless, faces bloodless, pelts withered, flesh ulcerated. Then a giant serpent, thick as a man's embrace, bored up from the ground. Its massive scales were a sickly green-black, its eyes flaring like open flame. Greasy white feathers, smeared pale yellow, sprouted from the seams between scales, and a pair of thick wings spread from its back. Half climbing, half flying, the monster raised its body, coiled around a towering trunk, and flicked a pitch-black tongue, staring down at the two of them. Alger had barely touched his chair before springing up again. A cold seeped into his bones, an indescribable gloom stole upon him, thread by thread. Edward frowned. This is far too deliberate, and far too crude. Why would that Russian priest resort to such a low-grade setup? Just to drive me to that chapel. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 427, Chapter 427, Phoenix, you said you couldn't fight. Mr. Tower. Alger felt his teeth chattering, not from fear, but from a body's uncontrollable reflex. What do we do? At a thought from Edward, Phoenix swept out of the spirit world. Almost instantly, the feathered serpent reacted as if it had seen a natural enemy. Its massive body coiled in tight rings, fixing a deadly stare on that black and crimson silhouette. Phoenix, can you handle that demigod-level feathered serpent? Phoenix spat out the death ring. I can. With that, it streaked forward like an afterimage. The demigod feathered serpent gaped wide, bearing rows of razor teeth, and struck. Phoenix slipped past the bite with ease. In the blink of an eye, its body expanded dramatically, and with one claw, it slammed down on the serpent's head, knocking it from the tree to the ground with a thunderous crash. The feathered serpent thrashed madly, yet, mysteriously, its colossal body could not muster strength enough to wrench free of Phoenix's claws. Rip. Bright red blood gushed like a stream as Phoenix tore the massive head clean off. Yet the serpent did not die, it continued to writhe in the dirt. Stab. Phoenix's long, needle-sharp beak punched into the serpent's skull. A few seconds later, the flame burning within those pupils winked out. The whole thing had taken less than a minute. At that moment, Edward only wanted to say one thing, Phoenix, you said you can't fight. Alger had long since gone slack-jawed. A demigod-level beyonder creature, dead, just like that. Even more casually than that baboon from before. And that bird, which had dispatched a demigod with ridiculous ease, what sequence was it? What was its relationship to Mr. Tower? This is my messenger. If you need me in the future, you can reach me through it, Edward said as he accepted the undying's beyonder characteristic Phoenix had brought back. Messenger? Alger suddenly found the word strange. What respectable person's messenger could kill a demigod in seconds? Sometime during the exchange the mist had dispersed. The forest, plunged into pitch-black darkness a moment ago, brightened once more under sunlight, as if that night had merely been a thick cloud passing before the sun. All right, shall we keep going? Edward stowed the characteristic. Weren't we waiting for nightfall? Didn't we just experience a night? Alger glanced at the feathered serpent's corpse and suddenly seemed to understand something. A thought rose in his heart, Mr. Tower likely wasn't here for the first time. It felt more like he had come with a very specific purpose. But, that didn't make sense. If that were the case, why would he need me to provide the coordinates? Mr. Fool. Realization struck Alger. If Mr. Tower had come at Mr. Fool's behest, everything fit. Which meant it wasn't Mr. Tower's objective, but Mr. Fool's. In other words, this island held something that could draw the attention of a deity. Was it the ruin of that chapel ahead? They moved on unimpeded. Whatever creatures had been circling had scattered at the commotion of the fight, Phoenix followed at a measured distance. Most of the time, beyonder creatures had a keener instinct for danger than human beyonders. Soon, a field of ruins appeared in front of them. Only the main structure of the building remained, leaving no way to know what it had originally looked like. From the remnants one could at least infer thick walls, grand scale, and narrow windows. It had once borne a tower and a bell tower, with a plain exterior and archaic form. This primitive island was something I discovered with Kalangos, Alger said then. But I was weaker than he was at the time, so I didn't go as deep as he did into this ruin. From the scraps he let slip afterwards, I'm convinced something extremely precious is hidden here. He shot Edward a glance. But that's only my conjecture. Edward, of course, knew what lay within. For most people, the most valuable things were the third epic frescoes hidden under layers of age. For Alger and Edward, however, the prize was the Tyrant card, though what Alger needed were the formulas recorded on it, while Edward wanted the card itself. Together they passed through the broken doorway into a deep hall. Many of the classical stone pillars supporting it had collapsed or snapped in half. Ahead lay darkness, plunging straight down into the depths. On the wall by the entrance was a mural of the ancient sun god, cradling the first blasphemy slate, surrounded by worshippers and angels. At this point in time, the City of Silver had not yet delved deeply into the temple, and the Tarot Club members' knowledge of the ancient sun god was essentially nil. Thus Alger had no particular frame of reference for the murals. He said, when I first came here, I saw these paintings. They seemed to tell stories of ancient deities and angels, but I later found nothing about them in the church's records. Naturally, Leodora would never have left any record of betraying and devouring his own master. Let's keep moving. They stepped forward toward the stairway leading underground. The light around them began to dim. Mr. Tower, do you recognize who's depicted on these murals? Alger asked. Edward didn't answer him. Instead, he looked to Phoenix, who had followed them in. Phoenix, do you recognize him? Phoenix stared a few moments at the image of the ancient sun god, then shook its head. I do not. Edward didn't press. Do you remember the kings of angels I mentioned before? You said the kings of angels served beside the ancient sun god, leaders of all angels, the 8 beings closest to the divine throne. The one in the very center is the ancient sun god, Edward said. The ancient sun god? Mr. Tower, who exactly was this deity? Alger asked, surprised. You only mentioned him in passing last time. As I said, he was the Lord who created everything, the omniscient and omnipotent God, the Savior who ended the age when this world was ruled by deranged mythical beings. Without him, humanity might still be under the yoke of those creatures today, reduced to their food and slaves. It was the first time Alger had heard such an account. Until now, his understanding had been that the Creator awoke from chaos, shattered the darkness, transformed into all things, his body became the earth and stars, his eyes the sun and the crimson moon. And that the 7 churches taught that the 7 orthodox deities were formed from the Creator's body, that they rescued humanity from the mad world and brought peace. But according to Mr. Tower, the 7's proclamations were a lie. If so, what roles had the 7 actually played? They soon reached the bottom of the steps and came before an arched doorway. Alger could no longer hold back. Mr. Tower, during the era of the ancient sun god, what were the 7 orthodox deities doing? Edward thought a moment, then offered a deliberately vague reply. Some among the 7 were kings of angels who served the ancient sun god, others were subsidiary gods. Alger's heart gave a violent jolt. The 7, high above all today, had once been angels, or subsidiary gods, serving another. If this got out, he would be executed as a blasphemer on the spot. Careful. There should be something ahead that can petrify you, Edward warned, pointing at the doorway. On either side stood 2 statues, ashen gray from head to toe, one wore a barrel-shaped suit of full plate, the other a jacket with a more modern cut. Both faces were twisted in pain, eyes bulging, as if glaring at something that had appeared before them. These had been travelers turned to stone by the 6-winged gargoyle lurking here. No wonder Kalangos fled from below in such a sorry state the first time. Beyond the threshold, darkness swallowed everything. As usual, Edward transfigured a ring of lanterns to float at their flanks, then lined up a dozen more in a row to spear through the dark and illuminate the passage ahead. The ability didn't flaunt overwhelming power, but it still made Alger click his tongue in marvel. The arts Mr. Tower commanded were truly uncanny. They pressed on. Statues of various species appeared one after another, yet they encountered no gargoyle like the one in the original story, not even at the far end of the corridor. Come to think of it, we weren't attacked on the way in either. That gargoyle was frightened off by the commotion earlier, Alger muttered, raising his guard as his gaze skimmed the murals on both walls, records of the ancient sun god's salvation, exalting his greatness and sanctity. Edward then used door opening to take Alger through the ash-white gate at the end of the passage into a burial hall lined with coffins. Moisture seeped from the high stone, leaving the chamber damp. The interior split to left and right, each side holding 12 ashen, dusky sarcophagi. At the center lay an empty circular space. On the corresponding floor was what seemed to be a finely wrought, intricate design, depicting the 3 angels devouring the ancient sun god, and the birth of the true creator as the black infant. The instant Alger saw it, his body trembled. This painting, the one being eaten, is the ancient sun god, Edward said with a sigh. And those doing the devouring are 3 of the kings of angels who served him. He had long known this episode from the original account, but seeing the mural with his own eyes still sent a chill through Edward. One could imagine that the scene as it truly unfolded had been even more gruesome and despairing than the mural suggested. Alger went still, then looked back at the wall again, his face paling. The kings of angels who had served the ancient sun god had devoured him? Wait. His pupils tightened as Mr. Tower's earlier words flashed through his mind. If some among the present 7 had once been kings of angels or subsidiary gods who served the ancient sun god, did that mean that among them were those who had participated in the ancient sun god's devouring? He did not pursue the thought further. Yet a sudden understanding bloomed in his heart, so this was why Mr. Fool had sent Mr. Tower to this primitive island. What role had Mr. Fool played in that banquet of betrayal? Mr. Fool, don't look at me. Back then I was hanging like a slab of bacon to dry. Note, 650 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 428, Chapter 428, Adam is going to die. Compared to the shock and panic roiling in Alger's heart, Edward's gaze burned as it fell upon the stone coffins. If he remembered correctly, the corpse in one of those coffins had the tyrant card hidden on it. He wasted no time. His exploit swept out, whirling like a cyclone straight at the 24 dusky stone sarcophagi flanking the hall. With a sharp crackling, those sarcophagi that had endured the erosion of ages crumbled to gravel beneath, revealing the remains within. Most contained only incomplete skeletons. Only 3, though badly decayed and showing bare white bone, still retained the overall shape of corpses. As the coffins shattered, the 3 previously silent corpses stirred. They rose in twisted forms, one covered head to toe in eyes, one whose flesh had turned into a mass of tentacles, and one wound about with countless brown vines. In life, these three zombies had been beyonders of the sailor, bard, and reader pathways. In death, they had become zombies that still possessed a portion of their former pathways, and as zombies, they were naturally suppressed and controlled by the death pathway. Alger had only just drawn his weapon when Mr. Tower's messenger streaked out again, pinning the three zombies in place before they could act. Edward crooked a finger. Accio card of blasphemy. Nothing happened. Right, Roselle had left special tricks on the cards of blasphemy. Edward flashed forward to the zombie in the pirate hat and unleashed distortion plus exploit once more, shredding the tattered brown jacket into scraps. With a glance, he saw a plain card thrust into the region of its heart. On the face of the card stood a man with both hands raised, a triple crown upon his head. Worshippers prostrated at his feet, and behind him surged lightning, dark clouds, gales, and crashing waves. In the upper left of the papally robed portrait of Roselle, brilliant starlight condensed into a line of text. Sequence 0, Tyrant. An invisible hand plucked the card free at once. At the same time Edward flickered backwards, fiend fire roared forth, and, as if fire had met hot oil, instantly engulfed the three zombies. Under the dual effects of distortion and amplification, they were swiftly burned to ash. What is that? Alger managed only a few words before his gaze froze, greedy flames flaring within. Having seen two cards of blasphemy at Mr. Fool's, he immediately realized this one was the Tyrant card. Which meant it recorded all the formulas of the Sailor pathway. Got it. Edward was elated as well. Before coming, he had worried this Tyrant card was something Adam had set aside specifically for Klein, and that his greatest harvest this trip would be only the Undying's Beyonder characteristic. Unexpectedly, everything proceeded exactly as in the original work, nothing had changed. Next, wasn't Adam supposed to sigh according to the script and scare them away? Ah. Just as the thought formed, a deep, indescribably ancient sigh echoed from the depths of the church. Alger felt his whole body go cold. Boundless terror welled up from the bottom of his heart. He wanted to speak, but his movements and expressions suddenly froze. In the next second, everything around them began to distort. Edward felt a momentary daze. All around, pitch-black stone pillars thrust upward, supporting a vast and majestic cathedral. On every pillar, every arch, every span of the domes, bones of myriad races were inlaid, densely packed, encircling a colossal cross. Before the cross stood a priest in a plain white robe, a thick, pale golden beard covering the lower half of his face. He gazed at Edward with perfect calm. This was Adam's corpse cathedral. Edward was not surprised that Adam had chosen to meet him directly. Of the three beings tied to the door pathway's uniqueness, he had already met Mr. Door and the true creator, only Adam remained. Perhaps today he could learn the entire truth from him. The two regarded each other for a moment. Then, before the cross, Adam spoke in a gentle voice. I'm going to die. Edward's breath hitched. He had imagined meeting Adam since the very first day he arrived in the mystical world. After everything he had experienced and all the secrets he had learned, he had even rehearsed what Adam might say to him. Yet he had never expected Adam's first words to be, I'm going to die. Are you joking? Edward forced the question out of a dry throat. Adam's expression remained flat, his eyes as still as dead water. He repeated, I'm going to die. A torrent of questions flashed through Edward's mind in an instant, tangling his thoughts into a chaotic knot that finally condensed into a single sentence. Why? Because only by my death can this world be saved. Impossible. If that were true, why didn't you die in the original work? When you say die, do you mean death as I understand it, or some death in the mysticism sense? There's no difference. Adam said, after I die, there will no longer be an Adam in this world. He continued, voice calm yet suffocating, that is why, before I die, I will do everything I can for those of you who will remain alive, arrange everything, in what I believe is the best way. Edward's heart jolted. By arrange, you mean? Exactly what you're thinking. Edward's mind lurched to the string of events since they had set sail, the Admiral Hell who barged in out of nowhere, that chance encounter with the men in the Black Windbreaker, through whom he learned of the Sea God churches and the Numinous Episcopate's conspiracy, Danet's streak of good luck, acquiring the Sea God's scepter. No wonder everything lately had felt so strange, at times inexplicably placid, at times abruptly frantic. And besides those? How many more things had he arranged? How many other people and events, beyond me, were part of his arrangements? What are you trying to accomplish by arranging all this? Adam said, I don't know. I am merely acting according to my premonitions, making a few arrangements before death, striving for a better outcome. What outcome? To avert the apocalypse. Edward said grimly, by apocalypse, you mean that ring of outer gods encircling the earth, don't you? To fight the outer gods, shouldn't you assimilate your spheroid and advance into a pillar to gain greater power? Why, then, would you die? Though most people's impression of Adam was poor, hating to be arranged by him, hating his, this is a necessary sacrifice, one had to admit, he truly wished to save the world. As the saying went, when the world was in tatters, Adam stitched and patched everything. Facing Edward's pressing questions, Adam said, "That is precisely why I will die." Edward's heart gave a thump. A thought struck him, and he exclaimed in shock, "By die, you don't mean you're going to merge with the true creator, do you?" He fell silent. In the original work, Adam and the true creator merged as well, but that happened after Adam advanced to sequence 0. And the merged them was led by Adam, the one who died was the true creator. Right now, Adam had not yet advanced to sequence 0. Why would he merge with the true creator? Wait. Edward's mind suddenly whirled. He realized something he had previously overlooked. The true creator had a dual personality. One rational, one mad. Edward had always assumed that this was some mutation caused by his own presence as a transmigrator. But, was it really? Thinking back to his past exchanges with the true creator, their attitude toward the other self was intriguing. What if that dual personality referred, respectively, to the true creator and Adam? They had not fully merged, and so existed as two personalities. That was why the true creator had two diametrically opposed attitudes toward me. With that thought, a new question arose: if Adam and the true creator had already merged at that time, then who was the Adam standing before me now? I am his virtual personality, his avatar, and at the same time, I am also Adam who retains the entirety of the main body's consciousness. When I die, it will mean Adam has truly died. It will also mean you have already completed the fusion. Edward murmured. Adam continued, "To tell the truth, I do not know what kind of existence the fused him will be, what designs he will have, what state he will be in. Everything is unknown. All I can do is, following Adam's habits, make the final arrangements. The rest will depend on you." After finally steadying the turmoil in his chest, Edward hurriedly asked, "Was it really you who placed the door pathway's uniqueness inside me? Why? What role do I play in your plan?" "No." Adam looked at Edward and, for the first time, showed a hint of a smile. That was merely an accident. It was the same answer the true creator had given. The one originally meant to accommodate Dor was not you, but another person. However, he suddenly vanished. When Dor reappeared, it was already inside you. We do not know what happened in between. That is also why we had to merge suddenly. Edward furrowed his brow. Can you be more specific? Who is that other person? As he asked, he paused, a figure rising in his mind. Could it be the senior transmigrator who left the diary? An outsider. The source of the apocalypse. The one who set everything in motion. The savior. Was that a divine epithet? Adam said, "I know nothing more. I do not possess that portion of memory." Again. Edward closed his eyes and pondered for a long while before asking, "Since Adam will die, what about that so-called tide of the era? After you merge, will you still need to borrow that ritual to advance once more?" No. He will only need to assimilate sequence 1 beyond her characteristics and the uniqueness to obtain the corresponding authorities. However, that era's tide is something others still need. The Evernight Goddess. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 429, The Blessing of Fate. Then, regarding my future, do you have any other advice? Adam looked at him and said, "You need the favor of fate." Fate. Did he mean the fate pathway? Edward pressed, "When? Where? Because of what?" "Soon." Before Edward could press further, Adam took out a small silver-white cross, gently tossed it into the air, and it landed squarely in Edward's hand. "What is this?" "A parting gift. Don't tell me it's a grade 0 sealed artifact." "It's not." Adam shook his head. "With it, you are a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Whenever the Order convenes, you can use it to project your spirit into this corpse cathedral. This was your original request." Edward was speechless. "You're dead, so what's the use of giving me this? Will the Twilight Hermit Order still exist?" "It can exist. But didn't you have someone tell me before that I had to rescue Mr. Dor to join the Twilight Hermit Order?" Edward suddenly froze mid-sentence, a thought flashing in his mind. "Right, then the second blasphemy slate, can you lend it to me now?" "It's not with me." Adam said, "As for rescuing Mr. Dor, that was an order Amon gave when he was parasiticing me." Amon? How could he possibly? Edward blurted out the question before realizing, this Adam was only a virtual personality, a split avatar. If Amon's main body came personally, parasiticing him really wouldn't be difficult. So it's Amon who wants to rescue Mr. Door. Right, Amon's advancement ritual was to hijack someone else's apotheosis and take their place. He had probably long set his sights on Mr. Door. That way, not only could he complete his ritual and ascend to Sequence 0, but he could also conveniently seize the Door pathway's authority, bringing him a step closer to becoming Lord of the Mysteries. Does Amon not know that Mr. Door's uniqueness is missing? He doesn't. Edward couldn't help but chuckle. Then one day, after all his painstaking schemes, when he finally releases Mr. Door, he's in for quite a surprise. Adam said flatly, "I'd also very much like to witness that scene." Whether he meant it or not was unclear, but in the original story, during Amon's conflict with Klein, Adam leaned slightly toward Amon, though since Amon was too unreliable, Adam had no reason to prop him up forcefully. After all, the Lord of the Mysteries was meant to bear the burden of resisting the apocalypse. And who knew, when facing the outer gods, maybe Amon would just pat his backside and vanish. All right, I've told you all I know. It's time to say goodbye. Edward suddenly fixed his gaze on him. Adam, are you really dead? Yes. As the final word left his lips, everything around Edward blurred and receded rapidly. The massive, sinister yet sacred corpse cathedral collapsed in a roar, shattering into a storm of white bones. Edward found himself back in the underground burial hall, Adam's last sigh still echoing in his ears. He grabbed Alger's wrist, and their figures faded together into nothingness, leaving the burial hall in silence. Adam remained before the mural depicting the devouring of the ancient sun god, his body twisting as if short-circuited, until with another sigh, he completely dissipated. Only the small cross fell to the ground, producing a crisp jingle that echoed long in the vast burial hall. So he really did disappear. Floating in the air, Edward looked toward where the primitive island had been, then once more teleported back to the captain's cabin of the Blue Avenger. Alger finally shook off the fear from that sigh. That sigh just now. You can think of it as belonging to a god. A god. So there really had been a god on that primitive island. Curiosity urged him to ask more, but reason kept it in check. He took a deep breath and glanced at the tyrant card in Edward's hand. Mr. Tower, is that card, the card of blasphemy for the sailor pathway? That's right. Edward gently brushed his fingers across the tarot card, feeling the subtle feedback confirming that he could use Bookworm to obtain its mystical abilities. Then could I? Alger hesitated. He had known before coming to explore the primitive island that he would be little more than a tag-along, but he hadn't expected to be this redundant. To obtain this card, I, of course, have Mr. Hangman to thank for bringing me here. Edward smiled slightly. I can provide you with the formulas for Sequence 5 Ocean Songster and Sequence 4 Cataclysmic Interror. Alger's heart leapt, though his face showed a wry smile. Mr. Tower, I'd originally planned to use this primitive island as repayment for my debt to you, but now it seems, I owe you even more. Ha 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 ha, then you'd better work hard. Once you advance to demigod, paying back this little favor shouldn't be too hard. He loosened his shoulders with a grin. By then, Tower, you'll probably already be an angel. I'll borrow your good words. Alger didn't say anything more. He simply extended his hand toward Edward. Thank you. Edward stepped back and made a little two-finger wave. See you, oh, right, once you're back, try not to dwell on the contents of that mural. You know why. His figure blurred and vanished. Alger stared at the spot where he disappeared, murmuring, just what did Mr. Tower talk about with the god on that island? Yes, he had guessed that Edward had somehow managed to converse with that god. But what exactly had they talked about? If the mural on that island recorded the birth, salvation, and eventual division of the ancient sun god, then could the god there be connected to one of the figures in that mural? Just then, a black creature flickering with lightning leapt out of the spirit world, dropped a letter, and vanished. This is the bishop's messenger. Alger opened the letter. There was just one line of words, return to the Cathedral of Waves immediately. He walked out of the captain's cabin and shouted, hard to port, set course for Byam. After leaving the Blue Avenger, Edward directly teleported back to St. Samuel Cathedral in Backlund, heading straight for the same prayer room where he had prayed to the goddess before. Something as big as Adam's death, of course he had to report it to the goddess at once. Maybe he could even get more intel from her. Edward took out all sorts of offerings pleasing to a deity, essential oils, floral waters, candles, and softly intoned. I pray for the power of the night. I pray for the power of secrecy. I pray for the goddess's favor. I have just encountered Adam on a primitive island. He claimed he was about to die, and in his final moments, made a series of arrangements that could only be called hasty. I do not know if the goddess is already aware of this. I ask for your guidance. Night Vanilla, plant of the crimson moon, carry my prayer to the goddess. Moonflower, blossom of the crimson moon, carry my prayer to the goddess. When the prayer ended, Edward stood silently, waiting for the goddess's reply. After about half a minute, a gentle breeze stirred. Candle flames wavered, the room's light grew dim and shifting. Dust in the air rolled, forming a line of text on the floor. I am aware. Edward waited for more, but nothing else came. So, you're aware, and then? After Adam and the true creator merge, what do they intend to do? Can't you give me even a hint? He waited a bit longer. Suddenly, Edward froze. Could it be that the goddess herself didn't know? For so long, the Evernight goddess's master schemer image in the original story had been burned into his mind, and Edward had unconsciously assumed she must know and control everything. But in truth, yes, she was ruthless, deep, and calculating, but her authorities did not include omniscience or omnipotence. There was no reason she could know everything. Ah. After a long moment, Edward sighed and tidied the room. Adam's death had completely caught him off guard. But at the moment, the only thing he could really do was quickly digest his potion and advance to demigod. Oh, right. Edward pulled out the tyrant card. Let's grab a couple of abilities first. Above the gray fog. Klein stared at the two items before him, his mind buzzing. Wait a second, Edward. You took away the sea god scepter, so why did you return with an extra card of blasphemy? What is this, buy one get one free? Don't tell me the sea god scepter spawned it or something. Right, Edward must have just gone to explore the primitive island the hangman talked about. So this card of blasphemy was obtained there. In that case, the island might be a lot more unusual than I thought. I just don't know what happened there, should I ask? No matter how curious I am, the fool shouldn't be the one to bring it up. I'll just wait for the next tarot meeting and ask as the world. Klein held the tyrant card, which was painted with Roselle in full papal regalia, and infused it with spirituality, triggering its contents. The card of blasphemy immediately became three-dimensional, like a palm-sized book. As the pages turned, every one of them had a depiction of Emperor Roselle, sometimes as a sailor, sometimes wearing a captain's hat and holding a sextant, sometimes standing before a vast ocean, belting out a song. Klein's mouth twitched. Roselle really knew how to have fun, he really wanted to see the witch card now. A gender-bent Emperor Roselle would definitely be quite the spectacle. If he then showed the gender-bent Roselle to his daughter, Bernadette, now that would be something. He chuckled to himself, picked up the sea god's scepter, and gave it a casual wave. A thought occurred to him: if he wrapped the tyrant card with his own spirit body, summoned through his own ritual, and used the sea god's scepter that way, perhaps its power could be pushed even further. Let's find a chance to try it. Note, 790 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 430, The Imposter Governor. Biome, washroom of the Wind of Azure and guest room. Klein leaned back, his figure fading from the gray fog as he returned to the real world. As usual, Klein pressed the flush handle, washed his face, and stepped back into the room. He had arrived in this so-called City of Generosity earlier that morning. If one traveled by passenger ship, the journey from Bansi Island to Biome would take roughly 4 to 5 days, not counting supply stops or occasional rest breaks. But with the help of the sea god's scepter, commanding a giant sea creature, the trip had taken him less than 2 days. However, once Klein actually arrived in Biome, he was at a bit of a loss. This whole voyage had been meant to help him play the part of a crazed pirate hunter, but now, there were no pirates in sight, or at least none visible on the surface. Where was he supposed to find someone to hunt? Miscalculation. Klein was still pondering what to do next when the door suddenly rattled with knocks. His body tensed instantly, hand closing on the revolver in his underarm holster. In a low voice, he asked, "Who is it?" A voice came back, both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. "Is Mr. Sparrow inside?" His nerves tightened. Although Klein had used the identity of Gehrman Sparrow for this voyage, aside from the brief time on the White Agate and later on Aldrich's Nameless, no one else really knew that identity. After all, his current appearance didn't match the Gehrman on the wanted posters everyone knew. So how had someone recognized him, and even come directly to find him? "Mr. Sparrow, I'm Eland Cag, captain of the White Agate. Do you remember me?" the voice outside continued. Eland. That explained the mix of familiarity and strangeness. They'd met briefly before, not enough to call it an acquaintance, but the men did know his identity. Come to think of it, the White Agate should also have arrived in Biome around now. Original canon timing, departed on the 4th, arrived on the 13th, with some delays in between. But that only raised a new question: how did he know Klein was staying here? Klein took slow, deliberate steps toward the door. As his hand touched the knob, he let the image beyond the door surface in his mind, a slightly nervous Eland. The hinges creaked as the door opened. Klein retreated a few steps inside, regarding him coolly. "How did you know I was staying here?" "I'm not stupid enough to register under the name Gehrman Sparrow." Well, you might not believe it, but one of my crew from the White Agate happened to see you walking into the Wind of Azure Inn. Eland smiled faintly. At first, I didn't think much of it, until a friend came to me at noon with a job he was having trouble with. It made me think of you immediately. A job. Klein drew the gold-cased pocket watch from inside his coat, popped it open for a glance. You have 5 minutes. Turning back into the room, he gestured for Eland to follow. That's right. This job would help my friend, and I believe it could benefit you as well. Benefit me? Just pay me, that's benefit enough. Eland went on, Mr. Sparrow, you can change your appearance into anyone's, can't you? After all, you don't look like the men on the wanted posters now. Klein neither confirmed nor denied, simply watching him in silence. My friend is helping a certain important person look for a double. How important? Eland cleared his throat. You should know him, he's the kingdom's highest-ranking navy commander of the Central Sonia Sea, and also the governor of Byam, Admiral Amirius Revolt. Klein was silent for a few seconds, then let out a cold laugh. Captain Eland, are you joking? You do know that I have a history with that governor, don't you? Eland actually looked surprised. Mr. Sparrow, you don't know. The governor has already lifted your wanted status and even issued an official statement clarifying that the earlier matter was just a misunderstanding. Klein raised an eyebrow. Oh. Could this be a trap, meant to lull me, or Edward, into lowering our guard and walking right into their net? But if it was an official government announcement, wouldn't such trickery severely damage Lone's credibility? Who would trust them again after that? So maybe there really was another reason the warrant had been lifted. Could it be related to Edward? I thought you knew, and that's why you came to buy him. Eland gave a bitter smile. Turns out you had no idea. Truly worthy of the name Gehrman Sparrow. Why did he lift the warrant? That, I have no idea. Eland continued, I asked you here for this job in hopes it could help ease the tensions between you two. Who knows, it might even spark a friendship. Heh, I wouldn't dare get chummy with that kind of big shot. Klein chuckled lightly. How much? 1,500 pounds, plus 3 opportunities to have something crafted by an artisan. After naming his price, Eland quickly added, I know this isn't a particularly high fee for you, but the job really is simple. Just disguise yourself to stand in for him, handle his day-to-day affairs, meet various guests, deal with his mistress without raising suspicion, and he'll be back in 2 or 3 days at most. Klein fell into thought. The pay was, actually quite decent. More importantly, it was a rare chance to role-play a real big shot, and on top of that, it would be a performance built upon his current Gehrman Sparrow persona. That would be invaluable for digesting the potion. The only real question was whether that admiral truly bore no grudges over their last encounter, or if this was just a well-laid trap. Give me the admiral's file. I'll need some time to consider. I need to run a divination above the grey fog. Eland let out a breath of relief. No problem. I'll be waiting for your good news at the Swordfish Bar. 6:30 p.m. inside a private room at the Swordfish Bar. Eland, you're insane. I honestly can't believe you actually went and got the moody Gehrman Sparrow to impersonate the admiral. Amen strode in, staring in astonishment at the waiting Eland. And what's even harder to believe is that the admiral actually agreed to let that lunatic pretend to be him. Eland chuckled. Sometimes, the world is just that magical, isn't it? And where's Gehrman? At that moment, another Eland stepped out of the shadows. Except for slightly different clothes, he was identical in every way. With a faintly unsettling smile, he said, Bilt, he's standing right in front of you. The man, Bilt Brando, froze, then stared straight at the Eland before him. He stammered, you're Gehrman Sparrow. Klein's smile faded. Let's go. Time to meet the admiral. This is unbelievable. He's exactly the same. Bilt was awestruck, but the thought of how he had just been badmouthing this lunatic made his stomach twist. Hopefully, the madman wouldn't hold a grudge. Eland, thank you so much for this. I wouldn't have been able to find someone who looks like the admiral in such a short time without you. Eland smiled. Don't mention it. Hope it all goes smoothly. Klein followed Bilt out of the bar, tossing him a few casual questions along the way. That was how he learned that Bilt belonged to something called the Adventure Association. As the name implied, members would help each other out whenever they ran into trouble on the road. Bilt occasionally handled errands for the admiral, earning generous commissions. The flip side was having to endure the majesty of a demigod-tier powerhouse. If you botched the job, or worse, failed outright, punishment was very possible. Take this body double search, for example. The admiral had given the order 2 days ago, but after scouring all of Byam, Bilt hadn't found anyone who looked remotely like him. With the deadline looming, when Eland suggested the moody Gehrman Sparrow for the job, Bilt thought he was out of his mind, but in the end, he'd gritted his teeth and decided to try. To his surprise, the Admiral had agreed after only a brief moment's thought. Klein asked, "Do you know why he suddenly needs a double?" Bilt shrugged. The Admiral has something to take care of in private, but he can't let anyone find out he's left by him. Why? As the highest authority in the region, does he really need to care about that? It's because he's in such a high position that he has to pay attention to these details. Bilt coughed awkwardly. Of course, that's just my guess. I'm just a small-time adventurer who takes the pay and gets the job done. Around 7 p.m., Klein followed Bilt through the gates of the governor's mansion. His first reaction upon seeing the courtyard layout was that something was off. It looked like half the walls and buildings were newly built. Most people probably wouldn't notice, but to him, it was glaringly obvious. Bilt muttered under his breath, "The last time you were here, those pirates you brought along trashed half the place. It took a lot of effort to fix it, so please, Mr. Sparrow, don't." "Ah, that explains it. But hey, that was Edward's doing. What's it got to do with me, Klein?" While he was muttering inwardly, a chorus of children's voices suddenly rang out. "Over here, over here. Block that side, quick, hurry. Use the net, catch it, hit it. Got it. Number 13. Yay." Klein turned his head and saw 5 kids crouched in a corner, flailing about in a chaotic flurry of chicken feathers and dogs, while a blonde man with a furrowed brow stood nearby. Then, a little girl triumphantly held up a plump, oversized rat. Klein's eyes narrowed slightly. That child is Lilith. Her skin was a little darker, and her clothes were different from last time, but he was certain it was Lilith. Damn, if Lilith is here, does that mean Edward is here too? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 431, Ice Cream Lady. Who are those kids? Apparently, they're children Admiral Amirius's secretary, Lurin, brought in from outside to catch rats. Oh, and the men following them, that's Lurin himself. He's one of the main people you'll need to deal with in the next few days. Hiring kids to catch rats. Isn't that a little ridiculous? No choice. Until today, I'd never heard of anyone in Byam who specializes in catching rats, Bilt said with a helpless smile. Still, it seems they actually know what they're doing. TSK. I just hope Edward isn't secretly scheming again. When Klein looked over at Lilith, she also seemed to sense the gaze. She curiously turned her head but only caught a glimpse of 2 figures walking away. Huh, was that Klein? What's he doing here? Isabella, in the meantime, stuffed the rat into a net bag. Lilith, what are you looking at? Nothing. Then let's head somewhere else. All right. Lilith raised her hand and pointed. Let's go that way. Elsewhere, after just 2 minutes of waiting, Klein was led into the study by Bilt. Admiral Amirius was seated behind a desk, writing. He wore a deep blue naval admiral's uniform, exuding an aura of unquestionable authority. At the sound of footsteps, he looked up, locking eyes on Klein. His gaze carried an indescribable weight and pressure. In a voice devoid of emotion, he said, "Gehrman Sparrow." Klein didn't react much, but Bilt was already sweating bullets. Before he could say anything, Gehrman's voice, calm and identical in tone, answered, "I am." "No. You're not Gehrman Sparrow." Bilt's pupils shrank. He turned to Klein in disbelief, cursing Elend in his heart. "It was bad enough you told me to get Gehrman to impersonate the Admiral, but you brought me a fake Gehrman. I'm dead this time." Klein, on the other hand, could feel an intense, almost confession-inducing pressure from the demigod before him. Still, he replied evenly, "I am." The 2 men locked eyes for a silent moment before Amirius gave a nod. "Then you'll do." Bilt. Amirius then briefly explained what Klein would be doing over the next few days and had him sign a contract. After they exchanged clothes, Klein had officially become Admiral Amirius. Meanwhile, Lilith and the other 4 children had circled the vast governor's mansion, their nets now bulging with rats, dense enough to make one's skin crawl. If this had been before Lilith's promotion to Sequence 7, she would have been thrilled. But now, she felt nothing in particular. "Shouldn't we check that room too?" she asked, pointing to a lavishly decorated house. The blonde secretary, Lurin, replied, "No need today. The lady inside was frightened last night and is still recovering. But, I'm sure there are rats nearby." Lurin handed over a 10-pound banknote. "Your work is done. This is your payment." Isabella happily took it. "Thanks." She tugged on Lilith's arm. "Come on, let's go home." But Lilith kept glancing back at the house. She had an odd feeling, like something was inside. "Lilith, we've been catching rats for hours. Everyone's tired and hungry." She looked at the others. Though they were all excited by the 10-pound reward, their exhaustion was still evident. "Fine. The children were escorted out of the mansion by Lauren, who had been working all day and most of the night. Only then did the secretary finally make his way to the Admiral's study to report in. At that same moment, in the room belonging to Admiral Amirius's mistress, a woman in a black dress sat quietly on the sofa. In her hand was a necklace with a pendant the size of a knuckle, entirely black, shaped like a miniature rhino horn. She looked at the woman huddled in the corner of the bed and asked lightly, "Where did you get this necklace?" It was from my mother. She said, if I wore it, the Admiral would love me more, that I could bear his child. Heh. The black-dressed woman, Chrismona, smiled faintly. An item polluted by the mother tree of desire will certainly help you conceive. Unfortunately, the result may not be quite what you're imagining. I'm taking this. As for tonight, you'll forget everything about seeing me. The woman on the bed immediately fell into a deep sleep. Chrismona tightened her grip on the pendant. Why did Judith tell me to check on Lilith? Did she already know something? But why would the mother tree of desire target Lilith? Is it after Edward? Or is it just a coincidence? Coincidence, not a good word at all. Chrismona sighed and vanished. Backlund, at Dr. Aaron's residence. Ever since both Edward and Klein had left Backlund, Will felt like his life had suddenly become easy and blissful. No more worrying about those messy troubles. Just lying around to rest every day, reading books, reading newspapers, and eating ice cream. Pure happiness. I've been eating ice cream way too often lately. I'm getting tired of these flavors. I'll send a message to Audrey later and have her tell her chef to come up with some new ones. He casually set aside the half-eaten bowl of ice cream and picked up a copy of the Backlund Morning Post. This string of moves from George III lately, what's he trying to pull again? Does he really think that by bringing out the Conqueror's Beyonder characteristic, he can get the full support of the Demonist sect? Or is he just acting out of desperation? He rested his chin on one hand. That die, maybe it's time to take it back. As the thought crossed his mind, his little face suddenly scrunched into a frown. He turned his head toward the back. Not at all happy to see you, Mr. Edward. Edward, smiling with narrowed eyes, took off his hat and gave a small bow. I never got the chance to thank you for before, Will. Thank me? You still ended up letting that stupid snake drag you back to the forsaken land of the gods, didn't you? But I'm sure I wouldn't have gotten out of it safely without your help from behind the scenes. TCH. Will snorted in disdain. And I still remember asking you, through that mirror, whether you'd accept your own child being born clever, and you refused without a moment's hesitation. Just thinking about it made him angry. Me. A Sequence 1 angel. The snake of Mercury with a 50% chance of becoming a god. I wanted to be your son, and you turned me down without blinking. Well, okay, it was through the mirror, and the question was roundabout. All right, just say what you came here for. I don't believe you came purely to thank me. Edward's face grew serious. Adam said, I might run into certain events soon where I'll need the favor of fate. And of all the people I know, you're the only one connected to fate. Will pouted. What about that stupid snake Ouroboros? I'm not familiar with him. And besides, he's still stuck in the forsaken land of the gods. And you're familiar with me? Edward replied without hesitation, very familiar. Shameless. Will huffed. Did he say how to grant this favor of fate? No. Aside from needing the favor of fate, he didn't say anything else. Then I don't know how to help you either. What, do you expect me to follow you around 24/7, constantly giving you good luck? Will pouted again. I told you before, even I can't endlessly overdraw good luck. If I could, I'd already have advanced to become fate itself. He scratched his head in frustration, then suddenly froze as an idea came to him. I've got it. Will gave Edward a small smile. Go to Orvie and find Ricardo. He'll give you something. Edward had no impression of the name Ricardo, but from his knowledge of the original events, he realized that whatever Will was talking about was almost certainly the die, the fate pathway's uniqueness. Still, he feigned ignorance and asked, what is it? You'll know when you get there. All right, then thanks in advance. Will waved a hand. Have the ice cream lady make me more new flavors. Ice cream lady. Audrey. Definitely. As Edward's figure vanished from sight, Will crossed his arms and huffed. As I thought, this brat only ever comes to me when he needs something. Then he chuckled. But that's fine too. Mutual use, after all. After leaving Dr. Aaron's house, Edward went to see Priscilla, or, more precisely, Medici. When he arrived, Priscilla was standing atop a table, sleeves rolled up, directing members of the Aurora Order as they tidied up the house. Under her command, a whole crowd clearly had no idea what they were doing. One moment they ran east, another moment they walked west. The place was a complete mess. Priscilla, what are you doing? Big brother Edward, you're here. She hopped lightly down from the table. Are you here to attend the first gathering I'm hosting? Edward then remembered that she had mentioned this at the Tarot Club. He nodded. That's right, and I also need to speak to Lord Medici about something. TCH, lying to a kid, classy, came a scornful voice as Medici's figure surfaced, still that same unrestrained, cool, arrogant look. Priscilla huffed, Big brother Edward would never lie to me, unlike you, who can't speak a single word of truth. Ha! You're trying my patience. Lord Medici, Edward said in a low voice, I have good news for you. Good news. Medici sneered coldly. Adam is dead. Note, 915 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 432, what's really going on with the apocalypse? Edward was momentarily silenced by him, unable to tell if he was just speaking offhand or if he truly knew in advance. What's with that look on your face, kid? Medici raised an eyebrow. Don't tell me, Adam really is dead. He claims he's dead. Claims? If you're dead, you're dead. What's there to claim about it? It's like this. Edward recounted his encounter with Adam on the primitive island to Medici, of course, omitting anything about the fusion. After all, Medici still did not know that the Adam who had tricked him and stewed him with two others in one pot was, in fact, the very lord he had once worshipped and followed. Telling him about Adam's death was simply a way to see if Medici could reveal anything more about Adam's plans. What's your take on this? Ha 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 ha, my take. Medici burst into loud laughter. My take is, he died way too late. After a pause, the smile vanished from his face. But, I still don't buy it. He's been plotting for so many years, there's no way he'd die so easily. Either he's messing with you, or there's some deeper scheme behind it. What if we assume for now that Adam really is dead? No idea. Medici shook his head. How could I possibly understand what's going on in the mind of a madman? Have you ever heard of Adam once collaborating with the Lord? Possibly involving Mr. Door as well. How could they ever collaborate? Edward felt a twinge of disappointment. So Medici knew nothing about Adam's or the true creator's real plans either. Well, no wonder he had been so easily thrown into the hot pot. Thinking about it that way, this guy was actually pretty pitiful. The master he had been loyal to didn't seem to trust him much at all. A vein twitched on Medici's forehead as he glared at Edward. What's with that look? Nothing. My thanks, Lord Medici. Edward then turned to Priscilla. Priscilla, when's your gathering? Her face lit up. In 2 days. I've already had the invitation sent out the usual way. You'll come, right, big brother Edward? I will. Great. Then I'll be off for now. See you tomorrow, Priscilla, and you as well, Lord Medici. Edward was about to teleport away when. Hey, kid. Medici suddenly called out. You seem pretty certain Adam's dead. Why? I can't tell you yet. You. Fine. Then tell me where the last conqueror characteristic is, and the Red Priest's uniqueness. Edward thought for a moment. And what will you trade me for it? Medici stared at him expressionlessly. I'll promise to help you with one thing. Anything. Even if it means going against a god. I feel like you're bluffing. Medici didn't answer, only continued watching him silently. The last conqueror characteristic should be somewhere beneath Trier. You can try to get it yourself. After a moment, Edward added, as for the uniqueness, my guess is that it's the sealed artifact 0-01, currently in the hands of the Orthodox churches. If you've got the guts, you can try to get it yourself. Underground Trier, and sealed artifact 0-01. Medici muttered to himself. On his own, it would be nearly impossible to obtain either of those things. Then again, the others competing for them would find it just as hard. War is drawing closer and closer. Behind this battlefield, could there be another figure besides Adam? Could she also be trying to use this war to ascend to Red Priest? Should I fight her for it? Edward later stopped by Audrey's place again, telling her about his recent experiences, and in turn hearing about her trip to Pritz Harbor to help Furs a few days earlier. After listening, Edward covered his face, speechless. What a mess, and then. At this rate, Furs probably had zero chance of ever joining the Abraham family. She hadn't even formally apprenticed yet, and she'd already beaten up her prospective teacher, tied him up, and threatened him with a blade. Unbelievable. Then we had a meal together, Audrey said, still laughing. But you can imagine the atmosphere at the table. Fortunately, after the meal, Furs and Mr. Dorian still exchanged contact information. After this, well, maybe they'll stay in touch occasionally. Audrey suddenly asked with curiosity, in the future you saw, did Miss Furs act like this too? No. Their first meeting should have been fairly pleasant. After a period of contact, Dorian ended up taking Furs in as his student. Audrey covered her mouth in surprise. So, Furs beat up her future teacher. With a stunt like that, the two of them might not end up as teacher and student at all. Ah, that would be such a huge loss for Miss Furs. Exactly. With Dorian as a teacher and the Abraham family as her backing, Furs's path to becoming an angel would have been practically guaranteed. Now, not so much. Oh, right. Audrey remembered something. That saint of secrets you hunted, Bodhi's, wasn't he said to be a traitor to the Abraham family? You mentioned before that with his head, maybe you could trade for something from them. It's not just Bodhi's head. More valuable is that sealed artifact, the box of the great old ones. Edward replied. But after what the Abraham family has been through all these years, they're like startled birds. If I showed up with both of those things, it'd only make them more suspicious. In the original timeline, Dorian was almost scared off by Furs. At the time, he already trusted her a great deal, so after some inner struggle, he preemptively took poison, betting his own life on her. From a reader's point of view, maybe that seemed unnecessary. But many times, the reason you can't understand someone is simply because you've never lived through what they have, and can't truly empathize. Wait a second. Edward suddenly froze. Lawrence once said that if I found the reason for Christine's resurrection, she'd take me to a friend of hers to get the follow-up apprentice potion formula. Could that friend be Dorian? If that was the case, then Dorian should have already heard about him, and maybe wouldn't be as wary. He could have first subtly sound things out first. Audrey suddenly asked, by the way, how did you bring yourself to let Lilith go adventuring alone this time? In my mind, you've always been the type to overprotect your loved ones under the excuse of, it's for your own good. Ah. Edward looked a little embarrassed. Actually, I've had Phoenix with her the whole time. That still counts as progress. You make it sound like I'm some stubborn, old-fashioned patriarch. Audrey narrowed her eyes. Am I wrong? Ahem. At the last tarot meeting, you mentioned meeting the psychology alchemists again afterwards. Edward quickly changed the subject. That's right. Audrey nodded, her expression a bit hesitant. That Miss Althea, she's strange. She seems to have taken me as her assistant. In rebuilding the Backlund branch of the psychology alchemists, aside from giving a broad direction, she's handed over all the actual work to me. Edward was surprised. So, you're the de facto leader of the Backlund branch now. Leader. Including me and Althea, the Backlund branch only has 3.5 members, the half being Glaint, who's still in a probationary period. I really can't tell what exactly she's up to. Edward thought for a moment. Could it be that she's just slacking off? Impossible, right? She's a Sequence 4 spectator pathway demigod, sent here by her superiors with an important task. Edward said, from what I know, besides the president, the psychology alchemists has 7 council members. Each has a codename: pride, wrath, envy, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust. If nothing unexpected, the Althea you mentioned is the one with the codename sloth. Of course, codenames don't always match a person's actual personality, but sometimes, they do. Audrey suddenly realized, so you're saying this sloth might really just be habitually lazy. That does match my impression of her so far. Just treat it as a reference. But as I've said before, when dealing with members of the psychology alchemists, always be careful. Understood. In truth, most of the time, the psychology alchemists was more of a loose scholarly organization, with individual members' actions usually representing only themselves. But since Adam stood behind it, it was impossible for it to be free of his influence. Now that Adam was dead, what changes would the psychology alchemists undergo? Could Sloth's current behavior be related to Adam's death? At that moment, Edward noticed Audrey smiling at him in a dazed sort of way. He lightly tapped her forehead. What are you grinning about? Audrey counted on her fingers. I just realized that almost all the treasures Mr. Fool currently holds, the Black Emperor card, the Red Priest card, the Sea God Scepter, and most recently, the Tyrant card, were either offered by you or related to you. You're amazing. Edward coughed. I just used my knowledge of the future to get a head start on a few things, that's all. But in the end, it's true that you've been the biggest help in restoring Mr. Fool's strength. When he fully recovers one day and saves the world, you'll be the #1 hero. Her words inevitably brought back to Edward's mind what Adam had said before dying, that he had chosen death in order to fight against the apocalypse. But why? What had changed in the apocalypse? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 433, Chapter 433, Admiral Amiria shouldn't blame me, right? In an unremarkable guesthouse in Byam, Roy King of the Life School of Thought sat by the window with a mug of beer in hand, drinking while admiring the crimson moon hanging in the sky tonight. After weeks of living in fear, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Ever since his teacher entrusted him with that peculiar die, Roy had been on edge, on one hand, worried the die would roll a small number and bring disaster, on the other, afraid someone coveting it would catch him and steal it, dashing his teacher's hopes. Fortunately, after running into that pirate named Alger, his luck had taken a turn for the better. The die, always scheming to get him killed, hadn't rolled less than a 4 since, allowing him to spend a relatively peaceful time in Byam, as long as he didn't try to take a passenger ship to Orvie Island. Every time he went to the docks, the die would spin wildly in his pocket, threatening to roll a 1. That was when Roy King became certain this sealed artifact of a die actually had a will of its own. So, he could only wait for his disciple to arrive, then hand the die over for him to take to Orvie. It wasn't that he wanted to dump the trouble onto his own disciple, but fate's instructions made it clear, only his disciple could accomplish this task. And today, Roy King had finally passed the die to his disciple, Darkwill. The burden lifted from his shoulders at last, he exhaled in relief. Sonia bloodwine really does taste as good as they say. He downed the crimson drink in one gulp, let out a satisfied breath, and thought, even if I get caught now, there's nothing left to worry about. Knock, knock, knock. A knock at the door. Roy King smiled slightly. Come in. The door creaked open. In came a chubby figure, wearing the black long robe of a rural witch doctor. He looked to be in his 30s, with black hair, brown eyes, a round face, a pudgy build, and a plump-eyed owl perched on his shoulder. The moment Roy saw him, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Darkwill. What are you doing here? The chubby apothecary scratched his head in confusion. Was I not supposed to come? That's not it, how did you even find me? I was just passing by outside, saw you drinking at the window, and thought I'd drop in. Roy King. His face darkened. Didn't I tell you to head straight to Orvie after you got the thing? Why are you looking for me? Darkwill muttered, well, I went to the shop you told me to, but the guy there wanted 10 gold pounds for the die. I left home in such a hurry this time, I don't have that kind of money. And you didn't mention in your letter that I'd have to pay. As he spoke, he cast a guilty glance at the owl on his shoulder, all his money had gone into raising it. Roy King let out a long breath of relief. So, you didn't get the die, right? Of course. The chubby apothecary broke into a triumphant grin. Not at all. Haha, who am I? A seasoned apothecary. The moment I saw the shopkeeper, I could tell his kidneys were weak. I just gave him a few pills and he waved the 10 pounds. Don't worry, old man, I handled it just fine. He fished out a delicate jewelry box from his coat. Here's the die, safe and sound. Roy King almost passed out on the spot. I finally got rid of it, and you bring it straight back to me. Snatching the box, he flipped it open. Inside, the die was showing a 6. No wonder this brat found him so easily. Click. The die trembled, tipped over, and the number changed from 6 to 2. In that instant, every hair on Roy King's body stood on end. He bolted for the door. Darkwill was bewildered. What's wrong, old man? If you don't want to die or get caught, run. You've gotten me into serious trouble this time. The master and disciple had barely made it out the door when they ran into 2 soldiers on night patrol. Their panicked appearance instantly drew suspicion. Hey! You two, stop right there for inspection, one soldier barked. Roy King didn't even think about stopping, he ran faster. Stop. You two, stop. One soldier shouted while the other pulled out a whistle and blew a sharp blast. The peace of Byam was broken. In the governor's mansion. Klein's first night impersonating Admiral Amirius was far calmer than he had expected. The Admiral's mistress had been bitten by a rat and was resting in her own quarters, sparing Klein the trouble of having to deal with her. Secretary Lurin had only stopped by to report on the rat-catching progress and hadn't spoken to him much. Following Amirius's usual routine, Klein worked in the study until around 10, then got ready to head to bed. That was when trouble arrived, again in the form of his secretary, Lurin. Compared to earlier, his hair was noticeably messier, suggesting he'd already gone to bed and been startled awake by urgent news, not even having time to fix himself up. Admiral, sir. Lurin strode quickly into the study. We've spotted Roy King. Roy King? Who's that? This question flashed through Klein's mind, but he quickly recalled that in the information Amirius had left behind, there was only a brief mention that they were looking for this man. Beyond that, nothing else had been said. He nodded. Where is he? We lost him. The last place he was seen was Tulip Street. Klein said in a steady voice, keep looking. Yes, Admiral. The next time you come to me, I expect you to be telling me you've caught him. Understood. Klein waved his hand dismissively, and Lurin quickly left. Once the blonde secretary had gone far enough, Klein hurried back to the desk and pulled out the information on Roy King. Roy King, member of the Life School of Thought, wanted in connection with certain classified matters. Sure enough, the intel was minimal. The Life School of Thought, Klein only knew it was an old Beyonder organization with a master-apprentice system. He still remembered the kind-hearted, yet utterly incapable of speaking properly, chubby apothecary he'd met back in Backlund, who likely belonged to this very group. I wonder why Emirius wants to arrest someone from the Life School of Thought. Hopefully, I won't have to face that question, otherwise, it'll be far too easy to give myself away. Boom. A clap of thunder erupted, and a howling wind rushed in through the window, making the pages in the study rustle and flap violently. Klein frowned. The next moment, the study door slammed open, and a tall, broad-shouldered middle-aged man in the Church of Storm's priestly robes strode in, his face filled with anger and his body radiating an unrestrained, tempestuous aura. Admiral Emirius. The man's voice was cold. Why did you suddenly rescind the bounty on Gehrman Sparrow? Klein's mind worked quickly, recalling information about the men before him, Cardinal of the Church of the Lord of Storms, the true ruler of the Beyonder world in the Rorstad Archipelago, Saint C. King John Cotman. Of course, as a lone Navy admiral, Emirius wouldn't actually be afraid of him. After all, the two were not in a subordinate relationship. Thus Klein replied evenly, Your Eminence Cotman, for something as minor as rescinding a bounty, is it really worth you personally coming all the way here? Cotman's voice remained cold. Why did you cancel it? Sorry, but this is an internal matter of the lone military. I don't believe it requires your approval, does it? Cotman's beard and hair began to stir despite the absence of wind, and a prickling, needle-like pressure swept over Klein, making it difficult to breathe. But Klein simply looked steadily into those deep blue eyes and said nothing. Very well. I hope you won't regret this. Through gritted teeth, Cotman spat out the words before striding out in a single step, vanishing once more into the storm and lightning. Klein let out a long breath. Wasn't the plan to safely impersonate Emirius just by quietly staying in the governor's mansion? It was only the first day, and already a Church of Storm saint had pressed down on his head with a threat. Safe, my foot. Speaking of which, had his actions just now gotten Admiral Emirius into trouble with the Sea King? Hopefully, he won't blame me. The next morning, Edward awoke to find that the digestion progress of his potion had advanced another step. It seemed that after several days of online lessons, quite a few people had truly understood and absorbed the knowledge he'd taught. Alongside his happiness at the potion's digestion, Edward also felt a touch of pride. After all, the greatest joy of being a teacher was seeing your students internalize what you had taught them. After breakfast, he used a spirit world coordinate to directly teleport to the port of Oravi Island. Pulling out a walking stick, he performed a dowsing spell. Location of Ricardo. The walking stick tilted slightly, pointing toward a magnificent clock tower painted primarily in red, blue, and yellow. Right, in the original, Klein and the others also came to a clock tower first. Edward took a step forward and appeared more than 10 meters away from the tower. This time, the walking stick tilted again, pointing in a new direction. Rather than blinking straight there, he followed where the stick indicated, skirting around the tower toward a nearby stone bridge. When he was still 40 to 50 meters from the bridge, a slightly strange voice called out. Young man, if I were you, I'd never go near that bridge. Edward turned his head to see an ugly-looking man standing atop the clock tower. The man was cloaked in black, with legs clearly mismatched in length, one arm thick and the other thin, his entire body grotesquely asymmetrical. The bell-ringer Carnot. He was a homunculus created through the Church of the Earth Mother's human body creation methods, one of the original author's little dark jokes, it seemed. Edward tipped his hat in greeting. Why, sir. Hey, that bridge is cursed. Anyone who passes will suffer misfortune. In the past 2 days, 6 unlucky sods have either broken their legs there or fallen into the water and nearly drowned. In truth, this was because the counselor named Ricardo had been injured, causing his powers to spiral out of control. Anyone entering a certain range of him would be tainted with bad luck. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. Edward put his hat back on and continued toward the bridge. The ugly bell ringer muttered, humph. Humans are always like this. He didn't try to persuade him further, instead leaning on the clock tower's railing, watching quietly, eager to see what misfortune would befall the young man. But then he saw the youth bypass the bridge entirely and head straight toward the arch beneath it. His expression changed immediately, and he hurried down, limping rapidly. Was this brat trying to get himself killed? Edward, however, didn't foolishly charge into the bridge arch. He stopped a few meters away and called out, Excuse me, is Counselor Ricardo here? From deep within the shadowed arch came a hoarse voice. I am. Who are you looking for? Counselor Ricardo, your president sent me to collect something from you. There was a pause, as though the man inside was surprised. After a moment, the hoarse voice replied, You're too early. That thing hasn't come into my possession yet. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 434, Home is gone. Then, Will, your president sent me here to find you. From beneath the bridge came Ricardo's hoarse voice. That I'm not sure about. Perhaps His Excellency has his own plans. Edward thought for a moment before asking, then do you know where that thing is right now? Go to Byam. Find Roy King. He's my disciple. And how am I supposed to find him? That depends on your luck. All right, thanks. Edward turned and started walking back. Just as he reached the bridge's edge, he saw that homunculus running toward him in a hurry. When the men saw Edward walk out unharmed, he froze in surprise. You're all right. Maybe I just got lucky. Still, thank you for your warning, sir. The reason Edward had dared to march straight into the bridge tunnel wasn't because he thought himself particularly powerful, but because Will had blessed him with good fortune, enough to negate the ill luck brought by Counselor Ricardo completely. That was also why the men had so quickly believed Edward's words. Farewell, kind sir. With that, Edward's figure blurred and vanished. Byam. Edward walked along the street, trying to use his dowsing rod to locate Roy King. Unfortunately, the staff simply stood upright, refusing to tilt in any direction. That was highly unusual. Even though he didn't have any of Roy King's personal belongings, with Will's blessing of luck, enough to find the demigod Counselor Ricardo, finding Roy King should have been trivial. Which meant, the die was behind this. He tried divining the location of the chubby apothecary, but came up empty again. Edward was a little surprised. The fact that the results for both master and disciple were identical meant the die didn't want him finding either of them. Could it be that the chubby apothecary and Roy King were together right now? That didn't quite match the events in the original story. Which left him with only the simplest method, mobilizing the Sea God Church and the Resistance's contacts in Byam to help search. Edward then headed back toward the governor's mansion. As before, he picked someone who was stepping out on an errand, transformed into their appearance, and strolled openly inside, because in the original storyline, Roy King had been captured by the lone military and imprisoned here. Unfortunately, after some searching, Edward learned that while the military had indeed gotten wind of Roy King's whereabouts last night, they had failed to capture him. Now, all ports and exits out of Byam had been sealed by the military to prevent Roy King from escaping. He's not in the governor's mansion either. Then where could they be hiding? Edward frowned in frustration. Byam might not be as vast as Backlund, but it was still the size of a county. Without divination, finding two people here wouldn't be easy. Sigh, hopefully the Resistance can deliver. Lilith crouched by the bedroom door, peering left and right to make sure no one else was around. She quietly shut the door, tiptoed over to the bed, and reached underneath, groping about. At last, her fingers found a yellowed photograph wedged between the floorboards and the bed frame, the same picture Isabella had shown her earlier, a happy family of 3. Frowning, Lilith stared intently at the faces of the man and woman in the photo, making sure to memorize them before she prepared to slip the picture back into hiding. Just then, the door creaked open. Lilith, time to eat. What are you doing? Lilith jumped, hastily hiding her hands behind her back. Miss Lilith wasn't doing anything. Isabella giggled. What are you hiding back there? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. She held out her right hand, showing her pale, empty palm. See. And the left hand. Lilith quickly put her right hand behind her again and held out her left. Still nothing. Isabella planted her hands on her hips. Both hands out. Lilith puffed her cheeks, then brought out the photo. This. Oh, I thought it was something else. Isabella walked over, took the photo, and grinned. If you want to see it, just tell me. She sat down beside Lilith. Jealous, huh? When Dad comes to take me back to Backlund, I'm going to take even more pictures, and bring you all along for some too. Okay. Lilith hesitated for a moment before quietly saying. Isabella, yesterday, no, the day before, I think I saw the men in this photo. Isabella's pupils contracted, but she quickly burst into laughter. Impossible. My dad's in Backlund. How could you possibly see him here? Really? Lilith blurted out, I'm not mistaken. Maybe your father's already back. Impossible. It's true, why don't you go take a look? If I'm wrong, I'll apologize. But if I'm right, and he can't find you, he'll definitely be worried sick. I said it's impossible. Isabella's voice rose sharply, making Lilith flinch. She quickly apologized. Sorry, Lilith, I just don't want to waste time. And my father told me that as soon as he comes back from Backlund, he'll come to find me first thing. So you must have been mistaken. She grabbed Lilith's hand and pulled her toward the door. Come on, you must be hungry. Let's go eat. When the two arrived in the living room, plates had already been set at every seat, and the other 3 kids were portioning out the food. Thanks to the huge earnings from yesterday, today's meal was far more lavish than the night Lilith first arrived. There was bread toasted to a fragrant crisp, sausages fried to a glossy sheen, and a small bowl of meat and vegetable soup for each person. The room was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of food. Isabella lifted her soup and said, "Thanks to Lilith, we can enjoy such delicious food." The others followed suit, raising their bowls. "Thank you, Lilith." Lilith grinned. "You're welcome, I'm a real witch, you know." "Oh, and if you have any wishes, just tell me, I'll help you make them come true." Isabella shook her head. "No, we're happy enough as things are." "That's right. We can't have Lilith using witchcraft just to fulfill our wishes. If someone finds out, it'd be dangerous. We should achieve our dreams through our own efforts. Our days will definitely get better and better." "That's right." For a while, the house was filled with the laughter and chatter of children. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside, and in the next instant, 2 figures rushed inside. They frantically pressed their backs against the door to shut it. It was none other than the chubby apothecary, Darkwill, and his teacher, Roy King. The pair were just about to sigh in relief when they felt eyes on them. Looking up, they saw 5 half-grown children sitting at the table, staring right at them. Their expressions varied, some were confused, some frightened, some angry. "That kid is looking at me." At that moment, the owl on Darkwill's shoulder spoke in a voice only he could hear. The apothecary glanced over and indeed saw that one of the children, Lilith, was staring directly at his owl, her gaze strange, as if she could see through to its supernatural nature. Isabella stood up then, speaking with forced calm. "Gentlemen, why did you break into our home?" The moment she spoke, the other 3 children immediately tried to glare ferociously. "Your home?" The apothecary was stunned. Wasn't this just an abandoned, run-down house? He was about to speak when Roy King beat him to it. "Sorry, we'll be leaving right away." He reached for the door to open it, only to yank the entire door off its hinges. Hastily, he tried to set it back in place, but the moment he pressed, the whole doorframe collapsed. Darkwill was dumbfounded. "Teacher, dismantling their door right away is a bit much, don't you think?" Creak, creak. At that moment, fine cracking sounds came from the walls around the door. The owl abandoned all caution, flapping its wings and shouting, "Get out. This place is about to collapse." The master and disciple exchanged a glance and, without hesitation, dashed toward the stunned children. Each grabbed 2 with both hands, but there were 5 kids, and 4 hands simply weren't enough. Rumble. The collapse began at the doorway. Walls, beams, bricks, and tiles came crashing toward them. "You go first." Roy King shouted, tucking the tiny Elisa under his arm and lunging for Lilith, only for her to slip away with ease. Roy King froze in shock. "I'm a Sequence 5 winner. Don't think the Wheel of Fortune pathway is all about luck. The Sequence 9 monster and Sequence 8 robot both boost physical abilities. How could I fail to grab a child?" Bang. A massive section of the roof caved in, leaving Roy King no choice but to abandon the attempt. He turned on his heel and sprinted out, diving to the ground just as the roof slammed down behind him. Thick dust billowed out with the collapse, enveloping the area. But Roy King didn't care about that. He dropped the 2 children he'd carried and dashed back toward the ruins. All he saw was a heap of bricks, wood, and rubble. The child was buried beneath it. A wave of crushing guilt and self-blame surged over him. He frantically heaved bricks and timbers aside, clawing at the debris with his hands. "It's all my fault. If I hadn't brought Darkwill here, these kids could have been eating their lunch in peace. And now. Teacher. Teacher." Darkwill's voice rang out. "Teacher, that kid, she's fine." "What?" Roy King froze, turning to see the girl standing among the other children, helping them to their feet one by one. "When did she get out? Are you all okay?" Lilith asked, looking at the 4 others. But they only stared blankly at the ruins in the distance. Soon, the quietest among them, Elisa, began to sob. Her crying quickly set off 2 of the boys, who also burst into tears. Only Isabella remained still, her eyes fixed forward, her pupils motionless. At that moment, she had only one thought: our home is gone. That shabby, tattered place that had sheltered her from wind and rain for so many years, was gone. Note: enjoy the extra chapter, though we didn't hit our PS goal. 165 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 435, Chapter 435, The Die. Isabella had never thought of herself and Elisa's group as street urchins, because in her mind, they had a home, and how could children with a home be considered strays? But now, their home was gone. "Isabella, are you okay?" Lilith leaned in and whispered softly. Only then did Isabella's eyes flicker faintly, regaining a glimmer of vitality. She wiped her eyes with exaggerated force and grinned. Don't cry. I've long thought this place was too rundown and uncomfortable to live in. I've been wanting to move to a new place for ages. As she spoke, Isabella looked toward Roy King and Darkwill. Gentlemen, thank you for saving us just now. Of course, Isabella didn't believe that simply opening a door could cause a house to collapse. Roy King might have had something to do with it, but to her, it was more proof that the house had been on the verge of falling apart anyway. If it had happened at night while they were asleep, everyone would have been buried alive. Instead of blaming them, she thanked them. This only made the master and disciple feel even more guilty, yet, for the moment, they had no idea how to make it up to her. After all, their own situation was precarious. If they didn't leave soon, who knew what other trouble they might bring upon these children? But, could they really just walk away like this? Darkwill, do you have any money? The chubby apothecary fumbled through his pockets for a long time before producing a few solely notes. Just this much. What about you, master? I shouldn't have bought that bottle of Sonia blood wine. If not for that dye, he could have gone to the casino and, with ease, won £100 or £2, enough to compensate these kids. They'd have to wait until he delivered the dye to his teacher and then return to make it up to them. Roy King shot Darkwill a meaningful glance. Darkwill awkwardly stepped forward and shoved the notes into Isabella's hands. This money is to pay for the damage to the door. Thanks. Isabella didn't bother with false modesty. She took the money and called out to the 3 still sobbing children, all right, stop crying. Let's go see if there's anything left we can salvage. Move. The children obediently headed toward the ruins and began rummaging through the debris. Let's go too. Roy King cast another odd glance at Lilith, patted Darkwill on the shoulder, and turned to leave. Master, we're just leaving like this. We'll bring the item to my teacher first, then find a way to come back and repay them. Staying here will only put them in more danger. He paused. By the way, did you see how that girl got out just now? Darkwill blinked. Wasn't it you who saved her? Forget it. While speaking, they left the ruins behind. As they turned onto a main street, rapid footsteps suddenly echoed from several directions. Both men's expressions changed instantly. Darkwill spun around, ready to run back, but Roy King yanked him by the arm. He pulled out the small jewelry box containing the dye and shoved it into the talons of the owl perched nearby. Take it and go. Gah. The owl stared blankly at Darkwill. Listen to the master, go. Take care. I'll remember you. With that, the owl flapped its wings furiously and soared away. What do you mean, remember you? If you can't talk properly, then don't talk at all. Darkwill snapped. At that moment, several squads of lone soldiers appeared from 3 directions, surrounding them. Leading them was none other than Admiral Amirius's secretary, Lurin. He gave a cold smile. Finally found you. Meanwhile, Mr. Harry the Owl flapped desperately, retracing his path. In no time, he returned to the collapsed ruins, glancing back frequently in fear that someone might be pursuing him. Just then, he felt the jewelry box in his talons give a sudden tremor. He instinctively looked down at it, and when he raised his head again, a tree trunk appeared right in front of him. Thud. Lilith was rummaging through the rubble with Isabella and the others. Nothing else mattered, Isabella's photograph did. Ah. Found it. She had just carefully pulled the photo free when a loud thump sounded nearby. Turning her head, she saw a certain owl plummet to the ground, eyes spiraling, with a small, delicate jewelry box lying not far away. Ah. Wasn't this the same owl that had been perched on the chubby guy's shoulder just now? Clapping her hands free of dust, Lilith strolled over and grabbed the owl by one talon, holding it upside down. Hey. She gave it a firm shake. What's wrong with you? Shaken so hard, Mr. Harry snapped back to awareness, only to find himself dangling upside down in midair, staring at a human-shaped figure that radiated a very dangerous aura. He instinctively shrank back, pretending he couldn't speak. Who? Isabella came over, eyes wide in surprise. Lilith, did you just catch this owl? I've never eaten owl before. Do you roast them too? Mr. Harry immediately began struggling. Don't eat me. Mr. Harry's meat tastes awful. The talking owl startled Isabella so much she froze. The owl, it spoke. The box. Where's the box? It was only then that Mr. Harry realized the jewelry box was gone. He frantically looked around. Isabella glanced down and spotted the delicate jewelry box. She picked it up. Were you looking for this? Don't touch it. It's dangerous. Isabella was surprisingly obedient. Without hesitation, she let go. Don't drop, it's over. Mr. Harry shut his eyes in despair. Lilith casually caught the jewelry box with one hand. Can't touch it, can't drop it, how strange. She handed the owl to Isabella, freeing up her hands to open the box. Inside lay a single die, its face showing 5 small black pips. 5. Mr. Harry slumped as if all the tension had left his body. What's this? Lilith poked the die inside the box with her finger. Mr. Harry panicked. Don't touch it. But after being poked, the die rolled a few times and stopped again, still showing 5. It's a die, Isabella said. What's that? It's, Isabella found herself unable to explain. Something used in gambling. Anyway, it's not a good thing. Oh. Lilith nodded, then looked at the owl again. You're scared of this die, aren't you? It's cursed. It brings misfortune to everyone around it. So it's a sealed artifact that brings bad luck. Mr. Harry's eyes widened. How do you know? Before he could finish, Lilith raised the jewelry box as if to throw it away. Then let's just toss it. Wait. It's showing 5 right now, it won't bring bad luck. It'll bring good luck. Lilith paused mid-throw, then pulled the box back. What's a curse? And what's good luck? 3 or lower is bad luck. Higher than 3 is good luck. Lilith counted on her fingers. I get it. Isabella, let him go. Isabella didn't understand what Lilith and the owl were talking about, but she knew Lilith practiced witchcraft, perhaps she was one of those legendary witches. In this area, Isabella trusted her completely. She loosened her grip, letting the owl drop straight down. Fortunately, Mr. Harry flapped frantically just before hitting the ground, wobbling into the air. You're letting me go. What else? Do you really want to be roasted and eaten? Then give me back the die. What die? Lilith's expression was pure confusion. The one from the jewelry box. The one showing 5. I didn't see any die. Lilith spread her hands innocently. Nothing here. That's impossible, it was just in your hands, how could? Mr. Harry suddenly realized, shifting into spectator state. You just don't want to give it back to me, do you? Lilith shook her head. Miss Lilith doesn't know what you're talking about. She took Isabella's hand. Come on, let's go. Oh, okay. What about it? Forget it. Unless you really want roast owl. No. No need. Isabella would roast an ordinary owl without hesitation, but a talking one? Absolutely not. In so many fairy tales, talking animals were actually transformed humans. Seeing Lilith and Isabella walk away, Mr. Harry was unwilling to give up. He flapped after them, shouting, "Give me back the die." The die. Die. His squawking drew the attention of the other 3 children. They stared blankly until Elisa muttered, "That parrot's really ugly." Mr. Harry is an owl, the owl yelled, twisting his head back before resuming his chant at Lilith. Die. Die. Give me back the die. Lilith, what's this parrot saying? It's an owl. Lilith waved a hand dismissively. Ignore it. Oh, by the way, Isabella, your photo. Forget it. Isabella waved back. It's already old. When Daddy comes to pick me up, we'll take a new one. Ah, is that so? Before long, the group of children carried away what they'd salvaged from the rubble. Mr. Harry followed behind, muttering incessantly. Only when they reached a bustling street did he finally shut up, though he still trailed after them. Where are we going, Isabella? The 3 children grew listless again. Isabella thought for a moment. Today, let's stay in a hotel. The beds there are super soft, super comfy, and you can even take a bath. I bet you've never stayed in one before. After today, we'll find a new place to live. We'll definitely find somewhere better than before. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, you'll never be without a home. Okay. Hearing her describe it, the children's faces lit up with a bit of anticipation. Not long after they left, 2 figures appeared atop the ruins, Zatwin, a demigod of the Rose School of Thought, and Enzo, a defector from the Life School of Thought to the Rose School of Thought. Enzo, you're certain Roy King was here? Yes, Lord Zatwin. At least, they were here not long ago. Zatwin frowned. And the item? This. Forget it. It wasn't part of this mission's objectives anyway. Zatwin gave a small nod. Prepare the sacrifices. I need to report to Lord Sua. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 436, Chapter 436, What exactly does Isabella want? That afternoon, with nothing better to do, Edward gave another 2-hour online lecture to the believers on the Rorsted Archipelago. After several consecutive days of teaching, his potion was steadily digesting, and the date of his next return to the Harry Potter world was drawing closer. Almost forgot, before I go back, I still have to make a trip to Bernadette's Emerald City. he immediately wrote a letter, sending it via Phoenix, informing Bernadette that he would be arriving in 2 days. If nothing unexpected happened, by then his potion should be fully digested. Once he advanced to a sequence 4 demigod, his spirituality would increase dramatically. By that point, he might even be able to directly consume sequence 2, or possibly sequence 1, powers. That would be a truly legendary upgrade. And yet, Edward didn't feel much joy. The matter of Adam's death still weighed heavily on his mind, a looming pressure like an oncoming storm. The worst part was, he couldn't do anything about it. At times, he even considered offering a sacrifice through Klein again to travel to the forsaken land of the gods, just to ask face to face. But the thought of that fraud Amon, and the ambiguous attitude of the Adam creator, made him abandon the idea, no need to deliver himself to certain death. Just then, Edward's spirituality stirred. From the sea god's scepter came a certain kind of prayer, different from the mindless praises of the Rorsted natives. This one carried a clear intent to communicate. It was the resistance with news. They had located Roy King in Byam's governor's mansion. Edward froze. Didn't I just go to the governor's mansion this morning to check? Was my earlier divination wrong, or did Roy King only get taken there after I left? Either way, he'd have to make another trip. Byam, governor's mansion dungeon. Klein sat facing the 2 men before him, keeping up a cold and aloof facade. He had already learned their identities from Secretary Lurin the moment they arrived. The bespectacled, scholarly one was Roy King of the Life School of Thought, the very man mentioned the previous night, and the pudgy fellow was his disciple. This fatty, Klein thought, he really does seem like that apothecary I met at the Beyonder gathering. What's he doing here in Byam? From their brief encounters before, Klein felt that although this chubby apothecary had a sharp tongue, his heart was good. Maybe he could even be considered a decent person. If that was the case, then the teacher who trained him probably wasn't some great villain either. Which meant, from the looks of this incident, Admiral Amirius, aka himself, was playing the antagonist. But why had this antagonist arrested them? Amirius's records hadn't mentioned anything about it. Fortunately, from his time playing Mr. Fool, Klein had accumulated plenty of experience in such situations. Hands clasped behind his back, he looked down from above at the master and disciple, speaking in a calm voice. Talk. Talk about what? The chubby apothecary, Darkwill, blinked in confusion, quickly turning to his teacher for help. Roy King, however, met Klein's gaze evenly. I've already given the item to my teacher. Didn't you search us already? Item. What item? Klein very much wanted to ask, but couldn't without breaking character. Instead, he naturally turned to look at Lurin. The blonde secretary stepped forward respectfully. Admiral, we have indeed searched them, as well as the nearby areas where they might have hidden anything. All suspicious objects are here. He placed a box before Klein. Klein's mind stirred. From Lurin's tone, it seemed even he didn't know what exactly Amirius was looking for. Oh, and according to our later investigation, Roy King's disciple previously had a pet owl. When we captured them, we didn't see it. Klein nodded and cast a cold look at the chubby apothecary. Behind his back, his left hand quietly took on a golden sheen. The creeping hunger switched to the interrogator's soul. 2 sparks of lightning flickered faintly in the depths of his eyes, perfectly overlapping with the image of the chubby apothecary in his sight. With the soul-level pressure from psychic piercing, Klein truly appeared to be Admiral Amirius as he asked in a deep voice. Where is the item? The chubby apothecary shuddered, feeling as though a sharp dagger was pressed against his spirit, ready to stab at any moment. The words slipped out instinctively. It. But before he finished, he clamped his hands over his mouth, panicked, looking at Roy King, only to see his teacher give a nod. Go on. You can't hide it. The chubby apothecary exhaled in relief. My pet owl took it, but I don't know where it flew off to now. Klein looked toward Lurin. The secretary immediately understood. I'll have the entire city searched at once. Lock them up for now. Yes, Your Excellency. At a wave from Lurin, several soldiers escorted the pair back to their cells. Against ordinary soldiers, a Sequence 5 winner like Roy King could easily break free, but he offered no resistance at all. He had no desire to provoke a demigod's wrath. If Klein knew what Roy King was thinking right now, he'd definitely give him a thumbs up. Good thing you didn't resist. The moment you did, hey, you'd have been delighted to discover I'm a total paper tiger. Klein carried the box into a room, opened it, and found only a few bottles and jars, several dozen pennies so small even he wouldn't bother picking them up, and a handful of nuts, none of which contained any trace of mystical power. Although he didn't think the chubby apothecary had been lying earlier, he still performed divination on each item in turn, and again found nothing suspicious. Hiss. Klein rubbed his temples. Whether or not he found what Admiral Amirius was after, he could live with that, but at the very least, he had to know what the Admiral was looking for. Otherwise, who knew if a single wrong answer would blow his cover? The item's not here. Store it away for now. After giving that order to the waiting Lauren at the door, Klein left the holding cells ahead of him. As soon as he returned to the study's doorway, a beautiful young lady in a casual house dress came over to greet him. She was in her early 20s, exuding a woman's grace yet still holding onto traces of girlish charm, Amirius's mistress. Klein's nerves immediately tightened. More often than not, the person who knew you best was your pillowside companion. They knew you down to how many moles you had on your backside, and naturally had an even clearer grasp of your every habit. Admiral. She stepped forward, apologetic. I'm sorry I couldn't come keep you company last night. Suppressing his inner unease, Klein let a smile appear on Amirius's otherwise stern face. It's fine. Just focus on resting these next few days. I've had the rats nearby taken care of, so you don't need to be afraid anymore. Thank you, Admiral. She nestled into his arms, tiptoeing so her cheek brushed his, and whispered with a smile, I knew you'd treat me well. She then looped her arm through Klein's, walking into the study together. Admiral, the people who came to the governor's mansion yesterday to catch rats, who were they? I'm not sure either. Lauren found them. Oh. She helped Klein sit on the sofa, then stepped behind him. Her soft fingers rested lightly on his scalp, sending a pleasant, tingling numbness through him. TSK, testing the old bureaucrat with this, are we? Klein closed his eyes and began to enjoy the massage. Admiral, are you okay? You've seemed more stressed lately. It's manageable. Too bad I can't help you. This is more than enough. Admiral. Her fingers slid down along his cheek, gently stroking it. Leaning forward, something soft pressed against the top of Klein's head. I want to have a child with you. Klein's eyes snapped open after barely having closed them. He took her hand and said evenly, fine. Really? She brightened instantly. But you'll have to wait until after this period. You can tell I've got important matters to handle right now. Her smile faltered, lips pouting. But you said that 6 months ago. Klein was speechless. It seemed the real Amirius simply had no intention of having a child with her. Still, he smiled faintly. This time for sure. But. Before she could finish, Lauren came rushing in, visibly flustered. Admiral. Those 2 people, we've just had them snatched away. What? Klein shot to his feet. Take me there. Ignoring the mistress's wistful expression, he followed Lauren out of the study at a brisk pace. The girl watched Amirius leave, then sighed softly. Ah, great mother tree of desire, what should I do? When she'd woken that morning, she found her necklace missing. She'd searched the entire room without success, and she knew perfectly well that with her status, no one except the Admiral himself would dare enter a room without permission, no one from here, anyway. And yesterday, there had been several outsiders in the mansion catching rats. Could it be, while she was dozing off, those kids had snuck in and taken the necklace? Once the suspicion took root, she couldn't shake it. The so-called distrust your neighbor over a missing axe was nothing more than this. No. That necklace was a gift from the great mother tree of desire, to help me bear the Admiral's child. I must get it back. Muttering to herself, she left the study and headed toward the gates of the governor's mansion. What did Isabella truly want? For the other children, Lilith had figured it out long ago. They simply wanted to be fed, to be warm, to have a place to stay, and to never wander the streets again. But Isabella. What she wanted seemed to go beyond that. When the house collapsed, the other children had cried because they were afraid of becoming vagrants again, living day to day without security. Isabella hadn't cried. Instead, her emotions carried a trace of despair, as if a dream had finally ended, and she was being forced to face reality again. Lilith had seen and felt all of this with her own eyes. This wasn't an ability per se, but rather something she'd gained upon becoming an instigator, a heightened sensitivity to shifts in others' emotions, allowing her to better manipulate them. So, why did Isabella despair? She had taken Lilith and Elisa along, done everything she could to make sure they never went hungry, shared a rundown house with them, and insisted that every meal be eaten around a table with plates laid out, striving to create the feeling of a home. So, was it that what Isabella truly wanted was a home? Note, 320 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 437, the photo and the dress. But even if the house collapsed, they could just move somewhere else, right? They'd still be a family, so why would that make her despair? House equals home. Lilith sat by the window, her small head full of big questions. I really want to know. Die. Give me back my die. I need to go save them. Mr. Harry the Owl started squawking again. Lilith reached out and clamped his beak shut, glaring. If you keep making noise, I'll roast you. Harry struggled. You took my die. That's compensation. Lilith glanced toward the bathroom. Isabella was inside, helping Elisa bathe. Then she lowered her voice. The reason the house suddenly collapsed just now was because of this die that brings bad luck, right? Harry froze, then snapped his beak shut. Miss Lilith is not stupid. Lilith huffed, lifting her chin. I just didn't say anything earlier because I didn't want Isabella and the others to be sad. But. Harry flapped his wings anxiously. Just now, when he was observing her, he had analyzed this child as naive with a hint of craftiness, but not very bright. How had she suddenly become this sharp? Lilith suddenly had the jewelry box in her hands again, giving it a shake. So, it's compensation. Every little rattle from the box was like a blow to Harry's heart. He quickly took off, terrified that a roll of 1 or 2 would bring disaster down on both of them. Please, don't shake it. If it rolls a 1 or 2, it could kill us. Lilith stopped shaking and opened the jewelry box. It won't. See. The number inside was still on 5. Huh. At that moment, someone passing by outside the window made Lilith freeze. She pushed herself up on her hands and stuck her head out the window. That person. I've seen him before. The first time they caught the rats, she'd seen him then. And, in Isabella's photo. He was the man in the photo, Isabella's father. I knew it. I knew I couldn't have mistaken him. Lilith turned to rush to the bathroom to tell Isabella, but after a few steps, she stopped. What if it's just someone who looks like him? She'd be so disappointed. Better make sure first. With that thought, she headed quickly for the door. I'm going out for a bit. If she could help Isabella find her father, Isabella could finally go home. She'd be so happy. Mr. Harry hurried to chase after her. Lilith didn't know wand divination or any tracking spells, but she still retained some of her cat-like sense of smell. After quite a bit of effort, she finally found the direction the men had gone. What are you doing? Mr. Harry asked, wings fluttering. Helping Isabella find her dad. Huh. After running down 3 or 4 streets, they finally caught sight of the men again. Hey. Stop. Lilith sprinted up and blocked his path. He was a typical lone man in his 30s, tall, broad-shouldered, and handsome. Seeing the little girl blocking his way, he'd assumed she was just another local kid begging for money. But she didn't look the part, and he was a little puzzled. What is it, little one? You're from Lone, right? Yes. You live in Backlund. That's right. Do you have a daughter? The men nodded again. Why? Hearing this, Lilith's face lit up. I know where your daughter is. I'll take you to her. Ah. The men looked a bit dazed. Isabella. Lilith quickly pulled out the photo and handed it to him. Look, this is you too. The men took the photo, visibly startled. A few seconds later, he asked in a low voice, where is she? At the inn, Isabella and Elisa emerged from the bathroom, now clean but wearing their same old worn clothes. You're too skinny, Elisa. You have to eat more from now on. When my dad comes to take me to Backlund, I'll make sure to feed you until you're tall and round. Isabella glanced toward the 2 boys dozing in the room. Where's Lilith? She ran out in a hurry just now, looked like something urgent. And none of you went with her. Letting a little girl run around outside alone. Bilt scratched his head. I was going to, but she ran so fast that she vanished in a blink. He lowered his voice. Lilith's a little witch, she'll be fine, right? That's exactly what makes it more dangerous. Isabella shot him a glare, then turned toward the door. Come on, we're going to find her. But just as they reached the doorway, she saw Lilith running back, her face full of joy, with a tall man following close behind. Isabella. Look who I found. What? She blinked, then looked up at the men approaching. At first there was confusion on her face, but it quickly drained to a pale white, her pupils flickering with deep, instinctive fear. What's wrong with you? Lilith was startled by Isabella's reaction. That wasn't the face of someone happy. She's afraid, terrified. She wants to get away from here. Mr. Harry's voice sounded beside Lilith's ear. Why? If this was her father, why would she be afraid? The men came to a stop before Isabella, smiling faintly. I heard you disappeared after your mother died. I was a bit worried, you know. Isabella's face went even paler. Her fingers gripped the hem of her dress, staring blankly at him without saying a word. You've got the wrong person. Isabella suddenly shouted. I don't know you. She tried to push him away and run, but he effortlessly caught her by the back of the neck and lifted her off the ground. So you're the one going around telling people I'm your father. He waved the photograph. You snatched this from my wallet while I was helping your mother with her business, stole my photo and pretended it was a family picture of your own. Let me go. Let me go. Isabella struggled. And this dress, he continued, I bought this for my daughter. I just stepped into the toilet for a moment, and you stole it. Lying and stealing, you're just like your whore of a mother. Isabella's pupils trembled. No. No, this was a gift from my father, it's ripe. The dress she treasured so much was torn open with ease. This is for my daughter. You have no right to wear it. Give it back. He was about to strip the dress off her when a flash of white light shot toward his head. The man collapsed to the ground instantly. Isabella fell with him, but before anyone could react, she shoved the other 3 children away and bolted out the door. The ripped dress trailed behind her, exposing the scarred skin of her back. Isabella. The 3 children called after her, running to chase. Lilith stood pale-faced with her wand still raised. She knew she had made a terrible mistake. Fear gripped her chest. Mr. Harry spoke again. Well, if you don't go after her now, you won't find her later. Night was falling. A crimson moon shone through drifting clouds, casting a faint red veil over everything. At the ruins of the old house, Isabella sat slumped on the ground, staring silently ahead. The other 3 children stood behind her, glancing at one another with uneasy expressions. None of them spoke. A while later, Lilith and Mr. Harry arrived. Lilith's face was full of worry as she said carefully, I'm sorry, Isabella. Isabella's voice was faint. So now you all know. You know, everything I told you was just lies I made up. Her voice trembled slightly. I don't have a businessman for a father. No one is taking me back to Backlund. My mother was just a low-class prostitute, and I'm just the bastard child she had with God knows who. All of it, everything I said, was just made up so I could feel a little, pathetic sense of superiority. Now, you all know. Her face was expressionless. In her eyes was nothing but lifeless emptiness. Lilith lowered her head. I'm sorry. No need to be sorry. This is just the punishment I deserve for lying to you. If I hadn't said all those things, if I hadn't always shown off that photo, you wouldn't have remembered it, you wouldn't have caused all this today. She looked straight at Lilith. I should be thanking you instead. Lilith's chest ached with guilt, but she didn't know what to say. Her little head felt like a tangled mess. She suddenly wished Edward was here, he would know what to do. But she didn't call for Phoenix's help. Actually. Bilt spoke up, summoning his courage. Actually, we already knew. We knew everything you said was fake. Elisa added timidly, me, too. Tim scratched his head in silence. Isabella froze. So, you've been laughing at me this whole time. Every time I mentioned my father, every time I said I'd take you to Backlund, you were laughing at me inside. Elisa cried out, no. She ran forward and hugged Isabella tightly. We knew you weren't saying those things for superiority. You just wanted to give us hope. We know you've always been protecting us. We want to protect you too. We want to help you achieve your dream. If you want to leave Byam, we'll help you leave Byam. If you want to go to Backlund, we'll take you to Backlund. We'll do it together, through our own efforts, without relying on anyone else. The other 2 boys ran over as well. Yeah. We'll definitely make Isabella's dream come true. But Isabella only shook her head, murmuring, I'm not as good as you say. Everything I've done was for myself, so I won't turn out like my mother. So I can live, with a little more dignity. I've just been using you. Tim scratched his head again. But, what difference does that make in the end? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 438, Chapter 438, Goodbye, Isabella. No matter what your original intention was, you've always protected us. Taking care of us, that's real. Isabella lowered her head. It's not the same. It's not the same. She suddenly lifted her gaze toward Lilith, her pupils flickering with a complicated light. Lilith, are you really a witch from the legends? Lilith nodded. Yes. And what you said before, that you can grant wishes. Is that true? She nodded eagerly. It's true. Isabella murmured, then, can you turn back time? Take us back to before today. Let everything that happened today disappear. Let it be as if you never found my father, as if no one discovered I was lying, as if none of the truth ever came out. I just want us to be like before. But, you. Lilith was at a loss. Wouldn't that just be lying to yourself? This world is already built on lies. Everyone lives inside them, just like Mother. She told me my father was a noble in loan, that one day he would come and take us back. She said she worked for a noble household, but in truth, she was selling her body all along, just a lowly prostitute. She tried so hard to build me a fake little world. Until the day she died. Until her corpse was dumped at our doorstep like trash. That was when I learned the truth. I would rather never have known. I would rather live forever inside that lie. She fixed her eyes on Lilith. So, can you do that for me, Lilith? What about them? Lilith looked toward the other 3 children. I will. I'll stay with Isabella. Elisa declared earnestly. Bilt and Tim nodded one after another. We will too. We don't want to know anything. We just want things to be the same as before. Lilith stood stunned. She truly could not comprehend. Why would anyone choose a false world just to avoid facing reality? Why was Isabella the only one who cared so much about her own lies? And why would the others choose to stay with her inside that falsehood? She couldn't understand. She couldn't make sense of it. She stared at them and asked softly, is this really what you all want? Yes. We're used to living together, we don't want to be separated. The world is already harsh enough. If a few lies can give us some hope for the future, isn't that a good thing? I just don't want Isabella to be sad. Lilith clenched her wand so tightly her knuckles turned white. I don't have the power to turn back time. The light in Isabella's eyes dimmed. But Lilith turned toward the ruins of the collapsed house. I can try to make your wish come true. She gently swung her wand and whispered, Reparo. The rubble strewn across the ground rose up as if time itself was rewinding, swiftly reassembling. Even Mr. Harry, the owl, was dumbfounded. This isn't scientific. In no time, the ruins were gone, and the collapsed house stood whole again, as if it had never fallen. Lilith turned back to the children, their faces frozen in shock. I can't make time turn back, but I can make you forget everything that happened today. Would that be all right? Isabella blinked. Yes. The others echoed, yes. Lilith tightened her grip on her wand, whispering almost to herself, would that really make you happier? Obliviate. A white glow burst from her wand, striking Elisa, Bilt, and Tim one by one, erasing their memories of the past few days. At last, she pointed it toward Isabella. I'm sorry, Isabella. Her voice trembled with guilt. Goodbye, Isabella. The white radiance flared again, reflected in Isabella's eyes. Her gaze quickly grew hazy, her body softening as she collapsed gently to the ground. Lilith let out a long sigh. She glanced one last time at the 4 children, then turned to leave. Hey! A voice called out suddenly behind her. Who are you looking for? I'm not looking for anyone, just passing by. Lilith replied casually, quickening her steps. Isabella took a few running steps after her and shouted, Hey! If you ever get into trouble, you can come find us here. All right. You have to come. I can't. Miss Lilith would only hurt you, though that was never my intention. She suddenly recalled something Edward had once said to Audrey in conversation. The witch pathway always carries misfortune and calamity. Her heart wavered. And quietly, without her realizing, Lilith's potion had digested a great deal. After leaving Isabella and the others behind, Lilith wandered aimlessly through the crimson-stained streets. Mr. Harry the owl followed from a cautious distance, racking his brain on how to reclaim the die. Hey, what's a prostitute? Why was Isabella so sad when she said her mother was one? Lilith hesitated. Well. Mr. Harry thought hard before answering, it's a very bad job. No, not a job. Because most of them are forced into it. Pitiful people, pushed by cruel men into doing something very, very awful. Then let's kill those bad men. That way, we can save all those prostitutes, right? Well, it's not that simple. Killing a few won't solve it. As long as there's profit, there will always be someone doing it. Anyway, it's very hard to end. Despite knowing a lot, Harry had only recently become a Beyonder creature. When it came to such things, his explanation faltered. But someone has to do it. Lilith's eyes glinted with sharp resolve. As long as bad men dare to do such things, we'll kill them. Kill them until they never dare again. Harry felt the killing intent radiating from her tiny body and shrank his neck. Well, I suppose that could be one way. Lilith suddenly stopped, lips trembling. I miss Edward. Phoenix, I want to go back to Edward. Phoenix gave no response. Mr. Harry blinked, confused. Was she talking to me? But my name is Mr. Harry. Huh. Lilith frowned. Did Phoenix get called away by Edward to deliver a letter? Hello. A gentle voice drifted over. Did you take my necklace? Harry exploded in alarm. His feathers puffed up and he shot into the air, screeching, Danger! Danger! Run! Run! I knew it. I knew that dice didn't just suddenly turn friendly, it was biding its time for a big strike. I'll bet my wings it rolled a 1. Bathed in the scarlet moonlight, a girl in a simple house dress walked forward. It was none other than Cynthia, the mistress of Amirius. Her eyes brimmed with confusion, mingled with fury. Was it you? Did you take my necklace? Lilith tensed instantly, her small body taut like a drawn bow. It was you. Give it back. Give me my necklace. Her voice suddenly grew sharp, and with a violent motion, her pale hand morphed into a bark-brown branch. At its tip bloomed a glistening, mucus-dripping flower, its petals parting to reveal a maw filled with jagged teeth. Bang. Lilith fired a volley of black flame bullets. The instant the fire touched the branch, it roared to life, devouring wood and sap with hungry crackles. Ah! The girl shrieked, severing the burning branch and retracting her arm. Give back my necklace, I want to bear the Admiral's child. Her body twisted grotesquely, swelling as her clothes tore apart. Beneath, pale skin was mottled with knobby, tumor-like growths of bark green. Some split open to reveal ghastly, flower-like organs. She grew larger and larger, branches sprouting from her body, each crowned with toothy blossoms. Whoosh! The ground beneath Lilith erupted, another branch shot up, its flower snapping hungrily at her. Lilith barely managed to evade with a flash of moonlight, counterattacking with black flames and frost against the monstrous tree beast. Big bird. Phoenix. Help me. At Lilith's plea, Phoenix only perched on a branch not far off, watching in silence, making no move to intervene. If birds could sweat, it would be drenched by now. It wasn't that Phoenix didn't want to aid Lilith, or run to warn Edward. It simply couldn't. For a terrifying woman had appeared out of nowhere, and fixed her gaze squarely on it. Oravi Island. Not far from the stone bridge where the Life School of Thought's counselor Ricardo lay hidden, 3 silhouettes materialized. The chubby apothecary Darkwool blinked at the sudden change of scenery, still dazed. Just moments ago, he'd been in the governor's dungeon, then a man appeared before him, and in the blink of an eye, he was whisked into a strange new place. Roy King, by contrast, stayed composed. He bowed slightly. Thank you, sir, for your timely rescue. His mind churned rapidly, trying to deduce this young man's identity, his motives, and the best response. Being saved doesn't mean it's kindness. To escape one wolf only to fall into a tiger's den, could be even more dangerous. It was your teacher, Counselor Ricardo, who asked me to find you. Edward's words cut across his thoughts. Come. He's wounded, hiding near that stone bridge. Roy froze, then turned, catching sight of the magnificent bell tower behind him, painted in vivid red, blue, and yellow. He realized at once they were on Oravi Island. But he still dared not relax. At Darkwool's questioning glance, he asked cautiously, Sir, what is your relationship with my teacher? He was certain this man was not part of the Life School of Thought. Strictly speaking, we're not acquaintances. We only spoke a few words across a bridge. Edward smiled faintly. As for what you need to know, your teacher will tell you himself. I won't say more. He paused. Now, where's the die? Note, 460 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. P.S. What do you all think of the new cover? It's packed with Easter eggs. Here's a little hint, the girl featured on it is a major character to be introduced soon. Chapter 439, New Lord of the Mysteries. So it was the die they were after. It's not with us. Edward raised an eyebrow, not surprised in the least. Of course. If you'd been carrying it on you, it would have already fallen into that Admiral's hands by now. As he spoke, he cast a glance at the chubby apothecary. In the original timeline, the die should have been entrusted to Roy King, who later, with Klein's help, delivered it to Oravi Island. But this time, both master and disciple had been captured together by the governor's office. Yet Edward had checked carefully, when they were caught, they hadn't been carrying the dice. So where had it gone? Wait. Didn't the chubby apothecary raise an owl around this time, to help him play the role of a beast tamer? But when Edward had rescued them just now, there was no sign of any owl. Was that because Edward's intervention had disrupted events, so the apothecary never raised one? Or, had they sent the owl away with the die? Before long, the group arrived about 6 or 7 meters from the stone bridge's archway. The chubby apothecary, still dazed and sluggish, was about to follow his teacher onward when his foot slipped for no reason. With a loud thud, he landed squarely on his backside, the impact forcing a yelp from him before he hastily covered his mouth, his chubby cheeks trembling from the pain. Don't come any closer. A raspy voice drifted from within the archway. Teacher. Roy King's taut nerves finally eased. So this young man really had been sent by his teacher to rescue them. Who did you give the item to? Ricardo's voice was hoarse, heavy. I can sense that not long ago, you were entangled by misfortune. Yes, yes. Roy King's expression dimmed as he recalled the children who had suffered because of him, losing their shelter and protection. Before we were caught, we had Darkwill's pet owl carry it away. That was the only option left to us. We don't know where it flew off to with the item. So it was the owl that had taken it. But how long had it been? If, during that time, the dice had rolled a 2, or worse, a 1, then that poor creature was probably already dead. Counselor Ricardo, Edward spoke up, please bless me with some good fortune. I'll go look for that owl immediately, I just hope it's still alive. After 10 seconds or so of silence, Ricardo finally sighed. You're lucky enough. So his injuries really were severe, casting even a simple blessing of luck left him drained. Edward was about to teleport away when he hesitated and asked, Counselor Ricardo, may I know who hurt you this badly? Of course. A series of coughs came from the arch, it was Zatwin and Shanks from the Rose School of Thought, who ambushed me together. For the die? Yes. Why? Edward frowned. Why would the Rose School want it? Rejord let out a long sigh. Because of the enmity between the Mother Tree of Desire and the Primordial Moon, the Rose School of Thought has always been hostile toward us of the Life School of Thought. They don't necessarily need it themselves, but they certainly don't want us to have it. Edward suddenly remembered, the Life School of Thought had always worshipped the Primordial Moon. But wasn't the Primordial Moon currently occupied by the Mother Goddess of Depravity? So, in a sense, didn't that make the Life School of Thought a cult of an outer god as well? How was Will, the Snake of Mercury, managing all this? Or, perhaps he didn't even know that the Primordial Moon had long since become an outer god. By the way. Rejord's voice came again, hoarse but firm. This time, the Rose School's attack on me seemed only incidental. They likely have other plans. Why tell me this? Beyonders of the monster pathway often possess a certain foresight, a special sense for the future, glimpses of what others cannot see. In you, I saw a strong connection to the Rose School of Thought. His voice grew grave. That connection is dangerous. Byam, Governor's Mansion. Klein's trip to the dungeon naturally yielded nothing. By the time he arrived, the prisoners had already been rescued. Soon after, the Beyonder staff of the Governor's Mansion pieced together what had happened through divination. A man with deep-toned skin had suddenly appeared in Roy King's cell and whisked them away. The whole process had lasted only a few seconds. Admiral, the one who rescued the prisoners was a servant of the mansion, reported the diviner quickly, but to be precise, someone disguised themselves as that servant. A faceless? Klein asked lightly. But the intruder also seemed to be a traveler. Of course, it's also possible the rescuer was wielding sealed artifacts of either a faceless or traveler. A traveler who could change appearances, that description sounded suspiciously like Edward. I see. Klein cut him off with a dismissive wave. Any other leads? None for now. Klein turned and left the dungeon. Secretary Lurin hurried after him, lowering his voice. Admiral, I've already dispatched men to search. Heh. If you were that teleporter who freed them, would you still linger in Byam? Luan dropped his gaze. No. And the owl? Still searching. Klein's brow furrowed. If that owl has also fallen into the rescuer's hands, then this matter will be beyond saving. I understand. Go. Just then, 2 girls dressed as maids came rushing over in a panic. Admiral. Lurin quickly stepped in front of Klein, scolding them. What is it that makes you lose all composure? Miss Cynthia, she's gone. What? Both maids dropped to their knees. We only just discovered she wasn't in her room. We searched everywhere but couldn't find her. She must have left the Governor's Mansion. Lurin's face turned ashen. As Admiral Amiria's secretary, he oversaw nearly everything in the mansion. And now, in just a short while, disaster after disaster had struck. Even if none of it was directly his fault, it would not stop the Admiral from thinking him incompetent. Klein also felt his scalp go numb. Weren't things supposed to be simple? Just act as Amirius, deal with routine affairs, and create the illusion that the Admiral never left the mansion. And yet not even a single day had passed, and already mishaps piled up, one after another, and all of them tied directly to Amirius. He couldn't avoid them, even if he wanted to. Casting a cold, wordless glance at those present, Klein strode toward the chamber where Amirius' mistress lived. Lurin and the 2 maids hurried after him. Soon, they arrived at a small but lavishly ornate cottage. Through the windows, Klein could see a cozy, carefully decorated interior, clearly designed to mimic the warmth of a home. Klein pushed open the door and stepped inside. He immediately remembered, Amirius himself couldn't divine. To track someone by personal belongings, they would need one of the Governor's Mansion's diviners. He went straight to the washroom, picked up a white toothbrush from the vanity, and turned, ready to instruct Lurin. But then he realized, neither Lurin nor the maids had followed him inside. Avoiding suspicion. No. From Amirius notes, neither he nor Lurin were the kind of person to scruple over such things. Otherwise, Amirius would never have needed someone else to impersonate him. After all, Klein wouldn't really sleep with his mistress, but a few hugs or kisses were supposed to be unavoidable. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a woman suddenly stepped out from the bedroom. She was tall and well-proportioned, wearing the garb of a Rorsted native. Her long, dark brown hair framed a pair of striking blue eyes. Her face wasn't dazzlingly beautiful, but carried a certain sharp, heroic charm. She was clearly not Amirius' mistress. Klein felt she looked familiar. But he couldn't immediately place her. Muscles taut, he readied himself to act at the slightest sign. Heh. The woman only smiled faintly, and spoke a sentence Klein could not understand, yet the words made his heart seize with a chill. You are the new Lord of the Mysteries. Lilith's call for help had received no response. She realized something had gone wrong, but all she could do now was rely on the moonlight flash ability granted by Lilith's leg ring, blinking as far from that monster as possible. But then, the monster simply vanished. Where did it go? The next second, the ground beneath her trembled violently. With a crackling burst, the enormous beastly form of that woman erupted from underground. Branches exploded outward like fireworks, each one sprouting tooth-filled blossoms that lunged to devour her. Lilith tried to blink away, but suddenly her body seized up midair, unable to move. Snap. One of the monstrous flowers swallowed her whole. Pop. But what it swallowed shrank rapidly into a wand, while Lilith herself reappeared several meters away. The monster's assault didn't stop. Its branches stretched out like an all-encompassing net, sweeping toward her. Give me back the necklace. Then, a scream tore from its throat. The vast net of branches withered away in an instant. Lilith seized the chance, blinking once more, reappearing 10 meters away. Looking back, she saw black fire crawling over the monster's form, branches, blossoms, even its body, everything shriveling and charring under the flames. Huh. For a moment, she thought Edward had arrived to save her. But the flames were the wrong color. This wasn't his, it was unmistakably the black flame of the witch pathway. Yet scanning her surroundings, she saw no one. Affa. The tree monster shrieked in agony as the black fire engulfed it fully. Its massive body toppled with a crash, lifeless. Dead. Lilith stared wide-eyed, bewildered. Mr. Harry the Owl screeched, "Don't stand there, run." At that same moment, Phoenix felt the strange gaze that had frozen it in place vanish. Freed, it immediately took off in pursuit of Lilith and her group. The once chaotic street suddenly fell silent. Or at least, seemed to. Not far away, Chris Mona gazed quietly at another woman. She had flowing black hair, skin pale as snow, and a beauty both exquisite and chilling. Judith, Chris Mona said coldly, "What exactly are you planning?" Yes, the one who had locked Phoenix in place with a glance was none other than Chris Mona's twin sister, Judith. Why, saving you, of course. Judith stepped forward with a soft smile. Saving me? Chris Mona's brows furrowed. By attacking someone important to me. No, no, no. That had nothing to do with me, that was all the Rose School's handiwork. I was just here to watch, and to help you. And how do you intend to help me? By keeping you from getting involved in what's about to happen. Crismona's pupils contracted, her figure vanishing instantly. But in the next heartbeat, she reappeared, only to find two other enchanting women materialized around her. Blue, yellow. Her expression turned ice cold. Then why did you tell me to go to the governor's mansion? I never told you to go, Judith said sweetly. I only told you what the child would encounter there. The decision to go was yours. Why? I don't know either. Mother told me to say it. She said, she wanted to confirm a theory. Judith stepped closer, her voice soft and tender. Sister, just wait here, and watch tonight's play unfold. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 440, Christine. Lilith and Mr. Harry sprinted down the dimly lit street. More than 10 minutes later, only after confirming that no one was pursuing them did they dare to slow their steps and catch their breath. But just then, Mr. Harry suddenly dropped from the air and whispered, "Something's wrong." What's wrong? Everything around us feels wrong. Normally, at this time of night, the surrounding houses should all have their lights on. And, that bar over there shouldn't be this quiet either. Mr. Harry's large eyes widened as his head rotated a full 360 degrees, scanning their surroundings. Something's wrong. Seriously wrong. Phoenix suddenly swooped out of the darkness, landing on Lilith's shoulder, startling Mr. Harry. What is that? Lilith grew furious the moment she saw it. Phoenix, why didn't you come out to help just now? I was, ugh, those things don't matter. Phoenix cut itself off mid-excuse and quickly continued, I just tried to go find Edward, but there's a terrifying creature lurking in the spirit world. I could feel that if I dared to enter, I'd die miserably. Lilith looked somewhat puzzled, not fully understanding Phoenix's words. Look at the die. Mr. Harry urged. Lilith hurriedly took out the jewelry box and immediately heard a faint rustling from within. As soon as she opened it, she saw the die spinning wildly. There were no dots on it at all. What does this mean? Mr. Harry was dumbfounded. His knowledge of the die only came from Roy King, who had told him that it was a sealed artifact related to luck, rolling 1 to 3 represented misfortune, while 4 to 6 signified good fortune. However, the die always tended to land on lower numbers, deliberately killing its possessor. But, simply spinning without producing any number. Roy King had never mentioned that. Phoenix's pitch-black eyes suddenly turned deep. It means, it's afraid. It doesn't dare reveal any number. Why? Phoenix swept its gaze around them. Because nearby, there's someone, or something, it fears. Tap. 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 As if to confirm its words, an unhurried set of footsteps echoed. 2 men approached. One was an old man with dusky skin, deep wrinkles etching ravines into his face, and sparse white hair like the last autumn leaves. The other was a middle-aged man with a tall, sharp nose, thick slightly curled black hair, and the appearance of a mixed blood. A brat and 2 birds. Even for members of the Rose school of thought, whose minds were far from normal, the sight of this odd trio seemed bizarre. The old man, Shanks, turned to the middle-aged man and asked, which one is it? I don't know. Shanks nodded. Then kill them all. He opened his mouth wide, releasing a piercing, shrill wail. In an instant, Mr. Harry spun once in midair and dropped stiffly to the ground. Only Lilith, empowered by the physical enhancement of the Lilith's leg ring, and Phoenix managed to endure the searing pain. Phoenix then spat out the death ring. A ripple flickered in its pupils, and a massive bronze gate materialized out of nothingness. Immediately, a tide of undead surged forth. A small portion lunged at the 2 enemies, while the majority formed a towering wall of layered corpses, encasing Lilith and Phoenix within. This was the technique Phoenix had learned from the Admiral of Hell Ludwell and the Numinous Episcopate sacrificial ritual. With the aid of the high status of the death ring, it was more than capable of stalling even a demigod for some time. Hopefully, Edward can make it here in time. Yet in its heart, a troubling doubt arose. Even if Edward managed to arrive, would it really matter? That terrifying being hidden in the spirit world. At the very least, it had to be an angel. And an existence powerful enough to frighten the die into endless spinning, just what kind of terrifying entity was that? Carrying these doubts, Edward left Orovie Island and returned to Byam. He kept Counselor Ricardo's warning firmly in mind. This was hardly his first time dealing with the Rose School. Although a few of their encounters could be chalked up to coincidence, during the hunt for Bodhi's, the Rose School of Thought had clearly targeted him. With all the old grudges piled on top of new ones, it was perfectly natural for them to seek vengeance against him. What was unnatural was the description Ricardo had given. It was far too chilling. I saw the shadow of the apocalypse. The shadow of the apocalypse, could it be referring to the mother tree of desire behind the Rose School of Thought? But the Rose School had worshipped the mother tree of desire for centuries. Ever since she had captured and corrupted the chained god and the Son of God, Sua, was born, the Rose School of Thought had taken on the form of the mother tree for at least several hundred years. If such shadows of the apocalypse were truly visible, they should have appeared long ago. Could it be that the mother tree's erosion of Earth was intensifying? TSK, what are you 7 gods even doing as goalkeepers? Don't guard the net for half a day only to let someone score 7-0. Edward was still grumbling when he suddenly sensed something abnormal. The surroundings were far too quiet. It was nothing like the atmosphere of early evening. He drew his wand and approached the nearest window, peering inside. The room was pitch dark, broken only by the occasional sound of snoring. Asleep so early? He went to several other houses nearby and found them in a similar state. Judging from the untouched food still sitting on some dining tables, it was clear their sudden sleep had not been voluntary. Immediately, he donned the invisibility cloak and, exploiting air buoyancy, vaulted onto the roof of a taller building. From there, he surveyed the scene. The vast city of Byam lay in complete darkness, as though it were not just after sunset but already the dead of night. Something major has happened. Yet in the face of such an event, how could the demigod governor of Byam remain silent? And what about the Sea King of the Church of Storm stationed not far from Byam? Admiral Amirius, away on business, do not disturb. Sea King John Cotman, to hell with Amirius, I don't care. Lilith. Panic stirred in Edward's heart. He was about to teleport to her side, but the instant the thought formed, his spirituality flared in violent warning. Do not enter the spirit world. Danger. Fatal. Edward froze, suddenly recalling a similar moment, back when he had hunted the Admiral of Blood Seigneur and was pursued by demigods of the Rose School of Thought. Then, too, he had sensed this warning, because the Rose School's Son of God, Sua, could descend through the spirit world to assist their followers in launching attacks. Combining this with Counselor Ricardo's words, could it be that Sua was now lurking in the spirit world? But then, why had he not attacked him directly? For a Sequence 1 angel, did it really require ambushing a mere Sequence 5 from the spirit world? Edward could not understand. He did not waste further time. Raising his wand, he performed dowsing, Lilith's location. The wand quivered, then tilted decisively in one direction. Edward immediately leapt forward, continuously exploiting and distorting the air to propel himself faster in the direction indicated. Everything around him blurred into rapid retreat, while his anxiety mounted. He had only one thought left in his heart: Lilith must not be harmed. After several successive leaps, Edward had traversed nearly the whole of Byam in a short span. Yet just as he launched himself once more, the surrounding air suddenly thickened into a viscous medium. He was like a bullet shot into water, slowed by resistance from all directions, until he reached a critical point and dropped straight down from midair. Edward immediately activated the invisibility cloak's concealment, phantom pages turning in his eyes as he prepared at any moment to use the last recorded Emperor's new clothes upon himself. Tap. 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 Light footsteps echoed. Edward turned his head. A woman in the attire of a Rorsted native walked toward him. Though the darkness obscured her features, that very indistinctness allowed Edward to recognize her instantly. She was the very woman the Naturism sect had asked the Church of the Sea God to send into the governor's mansion. Soon, she stepped beneath the scarlet moonlight, revealing a smiling face. Edward's heart skipped violently. How could it be her? How could it possibly be her? Christine. The Abraham family's Christine, the one who had died and then returned to life. Hadn't she sailed out to search for her family's treasure, to seek the sunken laurel? Why was she suddenly here, and why had she become the one the Naturism sect wanted delivered into the governor's mansion? What in the world was going on? When Christine was 5 or 6 meters away, she stopped. With a faint smile, she said, "At last, I found you." Edward was stunned. At last found me. In the next second, he felt an unbearable sting surge through his spirituality. It was a sensation unlike any he had ever experienced. His spirituality could not even cry out for him to flee as it once had, but fell mute under sheer terror, leaving him only to tremble instinctively. Why was this happening? Even if Christine carried a polluted object infused with the aura of the Mother Tree of Desire, it should not have driven him into this state. Unless, the being before him was no vessel at all but the Mother Tree itself, the blasted shadow of the apocalypse. You are, the Mother Tree of Desire. Edward forced the words out, enduring the sting in his spirituality. Christine shook her head. No. But I am here because of her. The knowledge you spread has drawn her attention and allowed her to gradually pinpoint your location. Next, she will mobilize all her forces on this planet to erase you, or, as with the chained god, to corrupt you completely. Edward, I really know how to dig my own grave. And I, Christine continued, am here to save you. Edward gritted his teeth. Why? Because I want you to give me a child. I'm supposed to give you a child. But I'm a man. For a brief moment, Edward was utterly dumbfounded. Then his mind exploded. Bloody hell. F***CK. This wasn't the Mother Tree of Desire. No, this was something far more terrifying, Mother Goddess of Depravity herself. I want to play a game with you. Christine's smile deepened. From now on, if you ever call out to me for help, you'll have to give me a child. If you never ask, then this matter ends here. Well. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 441, The Rose School's Encirclement and Slaughter. No, thank you. Who the hell wanted to play games with outer gods? Edward roared inwardly, but his face remained calm and indifferent. Why? Has the power of you outer gods already begun to seep through? Our infiltration never truly stopped, the figure answered. It's just that before the barrier falls, we can only cause indirect influence and pollution. But you're standing right in front of me. Christine, or rather, the Mother Goddess of Depravity, still wore that serene smile. I'm different. Because I am both the one you suspect I am, and yet not entirely that existence. Another one of those ambiguous answers. Did all of you bastards graduate from the same school of fraudology? Do you have any other questions you wish to ask? At that moment, the Mother Goddess of Depravity showed none of the madness an outer god should have. Apart from that strange smile on her face, she appeared calm. Rational. Why did you descend into Christine's body? She smiled. Isn't it possible that she was me from the very beginning? Christine was the Mother Goddess of Depravity, How could that be possible? The thought had barely surfaced in Edward's mind before he immediately realized, why not? One could say that every descendant of the Abraham family carried the possibility of being eroded, of becoming the mother goddess of depravity. After all, the corruption Mr. Dor bore was the corruption of the mother goddess of depravity's power. That was why, for thousands of years, he had killed his own descendants through mad ravings, preventing that corruption from entering the earth. Generation after generation, with such bloodline inheritance, was it really impossible for an exception like Christine to emerge? So, was that the reason behind Christine's resurrection? And her obsession with seeking the so-called Abraham family treasure, was it, in truth, the influence of the mother goddess? When she finally found that treasure, would that be the exact moment she fully became the mother goddess of depravity? Heh. Christine let out a chuckle and slowly retreated. Then, the game has already begun. Why do you want to play this game? Because it's fun, isn't it? With that, her figure vanished. The overwhelming terror Edward had felt dissipated as well. Yet his heart grew heavier than ever, and for a moment, he was left in a daze. If Ammon was the final boss of the book, Lord of the Mysteries, then the mother goddess of depravity was the ultimate final boss of this entire verse. And yet she had appeared before him so vividly, though she claimed to be both her and not her. Such nonsense did not change the fact, the mother goddess of depravity had already descended upon earth. 7 gods, what exactly are you doing? What confounded Edward most was that this so-called final boss wanted to play a game with him. Fun. If such words had come from Ammon's mouth, Edward wouldn't have found it strange in the least. But, coming from a pillar-class outer god, wasn't it ridiculous? Weren't outer gods supposed to be insane, out of control, devoid of humanity, beings that instinctively devoured and assimilated any beyonder characteristics aligned or even unaligned with their own pathways, driven purely by the law of aggregation? So why was this mother goddess of depravity so rational? Why did she brim with humanity? How exactly had she entered? What was her true purpose? What did she seek to achieve by playing this game? Edward knew none of it. He didn't even know where to begin unraveling it. Suddenly, realization struck him, so this was the true reason for Adam's death. Meanwhile, by channeling the authority of the Death Ring, Phoenix had opened the gate of the underworld, successfully holding back a Sequence 4 puppeteer. Shanks was indeed powerful, but due to the limitations of his pathway, he truly lacked the ability to unleash large-scale destructive attacks. As for Enzo, the Sequence 5 winner, he was even less capable. Just as Shank's face darkened and he prepared to transform into a wraith to attempt slipping in among the undead creatures, the surrounding night deepened further. A massive arm suddenly tore through the air. That arm stretched a full 10 meters long, its surface pitch black and viscous, studded with grotesque protrusions, some shaped like skeletal heads, some as bulging three-dimensional eyes, others like fanged tongues. Its very emergence made the entire forest tremble. Every green leaf instantly withered, every insect froze and died. Even the undead creatures fell into frenzied madness, turning upon each other in chaotic slaughter. Boom. The next instant, the encirclement of undead that had been hemming Lilith and the others in was shattered, pierced apart by the overwhelming thrust of that arm. The first to bear its brunt was Phoenix. Splurt. The colossal arm passed cleanly through Phoenix, bursting him into a cloud of blood mist. Without pause, it reached straight toward Lilith. At that moment, Lilith's entire body went rigid. She could not move a muscle, forced to watch in sheer terror as that black, oozing giant hand lunged directly for her. But then, inside the jewelry box, the die that had been spinning without end suddenly stopped. It landed on a 6. Magnify. Distortion. In an instant, the arm that had been reaching for Lilith was forcibly wrenched off course. It swerved several meters away, crashing down with irresistible force and gouging out a bottomless crater in the ground. Edward. Lilith's voice cracked with sobs. Phoenix was killed by that hand. Phoenix was dead. Edward's heart jolted, but there was no time to dwell on it. He seized Lilith firmly. Go. With a single step, his body shot forward like a cannonball. The black arm that had been forced askew suddenly retracted and withdrew back into the spirit world. A few seconds later, the surrounding air twisted violently. Once again, that pitch-black arm tore through the atmosphere, lunging straight toward the fleeing Edward. Bolts of thick silver-white lightning suddenly descended from nowhere, illuminating the skies above by him. With a crackling roar, the bolts linked together and struck directly at the viscous black arm. Boom. Thunder exploded across the heavens. But in the face of countless bolts of silver-white lightning, the black arm made no attempt to evade. It allowed the storm to fall upon it, and not even the surface of that grotesque limb was breached. Hundreds of meters away, Klein, empowered by the tyrant card, clutched the sea god's scepter with both hands. He was throwing everything he had into channeling the power of storms against that terrifying arm. But after the barrage ended, the arm stood unscathed, while Klein himself was the one already overwhelmed. The gap was far too vast. He had thought that with the Tyrant card's authority and the Sea God Scepter's power combined, he would at least have a certain degree of strength. Yet the very first battle after stepping through the door had already pitted him against such a monstrous foe. The blow to his confidence was crushing. Edward, oh Edward, that arm is beyond me. All I can do is help hold off that old man for you. Muttering to himself, Klein directed his incarnated tyrant form spirit body toward Shanks and Enzo. Raising the Sea God Scepter high, he once again summoned thunder, weaving a cage of lightning that closed in around the two of them. For once, winner Enzo's luck was of no use. He spun around, trying to flee, but his body suddenly froze, unable to move. Shanks had transformed into a wraith and possessed him. Lord Shanks, what are you doing? Forgive me, Enzo. The thunder fell like a prison, reducing the entire street, and Enzo with it, into charred cinders. With Enzo's body serving as a lightning rod, Shanks seized the opportunity to use Mirror Blink, escaping far from the storm zone. Whoosh! The next second, a lightning arrow ripped across the sky, striking directly at the spot Shanks had appeared. It pierced through his steel-like flesh with ease, boring a fist-sized, scorched hole through his chest. Arg! Even with the puppet's formidable body and regenerative abilities, this strike left him grievously wounded. His eyes bulged wide in fury, his sparse hair whipping wildly in the air as he fixed his gaze on the figure suspended in midair, bow drawn, arrow of lightning nocked, aiming straight at him. Though spirits had no need for breath, Klein instinctively exhaled, recalling the words spoken to him not long ago by the woman he had encountered in Admiral Amirius' mistress' room. Ah, if it weren't for the fact that acting against you now would bring me no benefit and only harm, I would love to reshape you, the future Lord of the Mysteries, into my own image. She had smiled as she said it. What? Klein had grown even more cautious since. This woman, who called him the new Lord of the Mysteries, was anything but simple. But then again, just in case, I can't pretend I didn't see you. She had continued, let's do this instead. If Edward dies, then you'll have no choice but to give me a child. What in the world are you saying? Why did every individual word make sense, but together they were incomprehensible? Still, even if Klein couldn't make sense of her intentions, he had understood at least one thing hidden in her words. Edward was in danger. Once again distorting the black arm's trajectory aside, Edward bounded across the land. Within a few leaps, he had already carried Lilith beyond the outskirts of Byam. Slim though the chances were, he still hoped to use the complex terrain and environment of Blue Mountain Island to shake off Sua. Lilith climbed out of Edward's arms, clinging onto his shoulder as she looked back. This time, the black arm did not reappear for a long while. Did we lose it? Edward gave no answer, for he already knew the truth. Right, Edward, take this. As if suddenly remembering, Lilith handed him the jewelry box. This is the uniqueness of the fate pathway, the die. Once again, it spun wildly, unable to land on any fixed number. Snap. Edward shut the jewelry box, murmuring under his breath, the blessing of fate, the blessing of fate. Suddenly, 3 figures appeared, blocking the path ahead. The first was a familiar face, wearing black priestly robes, a black glove covering his left hand. It was Zatwin, the man Edward had once fought against in Backlund. The second was an elderly man with unruly black and white hair, his pupils scarlet, clearly a vampire, the shaman King Klarman. The third was much younger, appearing to be in his 20s, clad in a grey coat. His eyes carried a heavy deathly stillness, calm and emotionless. Edward's heart sank. On top of Sua and Shanks, there were actually 3 more demigod-level powerhouses. The Rose School of Thought this time had come with the absolute intent to kill him. Note, enjoy the extra chapter. Evilsmile.jpg, 655 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 442, Chapter 442, Edward, I'll wait for you in the future. Edward wasn't given any time to think, the 3 enemies in front of him struck first. Zatwin was the quickest, activating theft to snatch the wand from Edward's hand. At the same time, he manipulated every inanimate object nearby, turning them into weapons that hurled themselves at Edward. On the other side, a crack split open down the middle of Shaman King Klarman's forehead. Within the fissure glowed a blood-red full moon. With a cruel smile, he thrust both hands forward and stretched open a hazy, illusory door carved with countless arcane symbols. He was using the power of a sealed artifact to prematurely wield an ability belonging to Sequence 3, the Door of Summoning. With a spectral creak, the Door of Summoning cracked open. From the fissure emerged a pair of pallid human hands, their skin dull and textureless, like the cheapest of dolls. This was none other than another angel of the Rose School of Thought, the King of Curses, Baranka. Meanwhile, the last of the trio, the young man, suddenly dissolved into a cloud of black mist. 2 sharp horns sprouted from his forehead like a ram's. From within the fog stretched 2 twisted hands, dark and withered like dead branches. A Sequence 4 demon. I can smell it. The demon's eyes locked onto Edward. You reek of her scent, the woman who killed my pet. His words made Edward jolt. In an instant, he recognized him, the true serial killer behind the Patrick Jason's disguise back in Backlund, Jason Beria. He really had advanced to Sequence 4, and even joined the Rose School. The thought flashed through Edward's mind, but he didn't linger. He immediately turned and bolted the opposite way. Against a lineup of 1 angel and 3 demigods, he knew he had no chance of winning. His only option was, run. But could he? Impossible. The first strike came from the demon Jason Beria. He merely cast a distant glance, and instantly grasped Edward's deepest desires, igniting them from within. Edward's vision suddenly went blood-red. His spirituality surged out of control, dragging his body with it. He plummeted straight from the sky. Fortunately, before impact, he managed to claw back a shred of clarity. He hastily exploited the air's resistance to land safely. But Zatwin's assault followed immediately. He stole Edward's very thoughts, then performed a mirror blink, diving straight into Edward's pupils to possess him. At the same time, Klarman drew back his bow and loosed a scarlet arrow directly at Edward's head. Edward. Lilith leapt without hesitation, throwing herself in front of the shot. The moment the arrow hit, her body shrank rapidly, transforming into a wand, and reappeared several meters away. Her wand substitution had activated. Edward. Edward invoked, unfettered, breaking free from the double control. Magnify, no possession allowed in this area. Zatwin was instantly ejected from his body. Edward blinked forward to Lilith's side, scooping her up. His eyes flashed with silver-white arcs of lightning. Lightning storm. Countless bolts of blinding silver serpents roared outward, suffused with a destructive power so tangible it seemed to burn reality itself. They blanketed hundreds of meters, turning the entire forest into a realm of thunder. Klarman, Zatwin, and Beria instantly retreated from the inferno. Only the King of Curses, Baranka, continued to squeeze his way out of the summoning gate. Boom. Before the storm of lightning, all were equal. Everything within the range of the storm was annihilated to ash, erased from existence. Its destructive power was terrifying. Had the 3 demigods remained still, they would have been reduced to cinders, or at least skinned alive. But, of course, they'd already withdrawn the moment the storm was unleashed. Still, it bought Edward a priceless sliver of time. Dashing into the massive primeval forest, Edward poured his entire reserve of spirituality and magic into successive transformation spells. Dozens of Edwards scattered in every direction. The scene resembled Naruto's multi-shadow clone technique. Thankfully, in the world of the mysteries, unlike Xianxia or other cultivation stories, powerhouses didn't possess overbearing, divine senses that could instantly discern true from false. Not even the angel struggling out of the summoning gate could tell the real Edward apart at a glance. So they resorted to the simplest, crudest method, a carpet bombing of attacks, sparing none of the Edwards. Hidden among them, Edward could only curse furiously in his heart. Damn it. In the original novel, Klein and his team always hunted down enemies by ganging up, many against one. But now it's my turn, and I'm the one being ganged up on, by opponents all higher sequence than me. No wonder Christine, that fallen mother goddess, wanted to play that game with me. She must have known I'd eventually beg her for help. She's already set her sights on me siring her a child. Damn it. If she wanted to bear my child, I'd grit my teeth and accept, even if she is an outer god. But making me, a man, bear a child. Over my dead body. I'd rather die here than beg her for salvation. That left him with only one option. A path of certain death, with only the faintest chance of rebirth. A path he'd long steeled himself for, but never felt ready to tread. And to make matters worse, his potion wasn't even fully digested yet. But now, he had no other choice. The instant he formed the thought, rifts tore open across the sky above the forest. One after another, black arms plunged down, stabbing deep into the trees. The forest churned, drowning beneath layers of viscous black fluid. It spread endlessly, corroding upward into the void itself, twisting the boundary between reality and the spirit world. In an instant, every fake Edward was stripped away, leaving only the real Edward, exposed, glaringly obvious. Roar. A wave of bizarre and twisted howls echoed in Edward's ears, leaving his mind blank. He lost all thoughts for a brief instant. The viscous black liquid surged toward him from every direction. From within the tar-like liquid, countless arms stretched out, each one exuding the aura of a curse, reaching for Edward, who had lost his focus. Unfettered. At the very last second before being swallowed, Edward regained his consciousness. But by then, the black liquid had already sealed off every possible escape route. At that moment, 1,000 thoughts converged into one desperate plea in his mind. Mother Goddess, save me. The next second, Edward's position was engulfed by the black liquid. But before it consumed him, he had already reappeared a kilometer away. Christine stood there with her usual faint smile. You held out longer than I expected, she said softly. She paused, then continued, Now that you've called for my help, it means you've agreed to give me a child. Edward forced a strained smile. Hey, whether or not I'll give birth isn't exactly up to me. But if you want me to, I'd at least need to stay alive, don't you think? He gently set Lilith down, then with a sudden push of his feet, charged straight toward the Rose School members. As he got close, he unleashed a torrent of spells and supernatural abilities. The Rose School trio didn't understand why he was suddenly rushing to his death, but they weren't about to hold back. Just as they were about to strike back, Edward shouted again, even louder, Mother Goddess, save me. Almost instantly, a force so terrifying it made even demigods tremble descended. The King of Curses, Baranka, was the least affected, but he was also the fastest to react. Without hesitation, he retreated back into the summoning gate. As for the other three, Shaman King Klarman, Zatwin, and Beria, their bellies swelled grotesquely before their eyes. Not just their bellies, but their arms, legs, even their ears and noses began to bulge unnaturally. It was the authority of the Mother Goddess of Depravity. The three were struck with utter horror, struggling to suppress the swelling with their powers while simultaneously fleeing. Edward didn't care whether Sua was hiding in the spirit world or not. He teleported in front of the fleeing demigods, cutting off their path. Magnify. He magnified the effects of their corruption. Distortion. He distorted their thoughts of escape. Magnify, Cull, Avada Kedavra. Lightning storm. Boom. The deathly green killing curse and chains of lightning fell together with a cage of silver-white thunder. The three demigods wanted to flee, but weakened by corruption and further hindered by twisted thoughts, they froze just long enough to be struck head-on by both the killing curse and thunderstorm. Boom. The blinding silver-white light tore through the night sky, while the streaks of deathly green radiated suffocating waves of decay. Roar. Before Edward could even confirm their condition, the monstrous roar of Sua echoed again. From the rift, countless black arms tore through the air, descending once more. But to Edward's shock, this time they weren't targeting him. They were reaching for Lilith. Mother Goddess. Save Lilith. Edward cried out desperately as he blinked across space to her side. Christine chuckled. Hey. I only promised to save you. I never said I'd save anyone else. Edward appeared at Lilith's side, and as the black arms came surging down on them, he abandoned all counterattacks and instead fixed his cold gaze on Christine in the distance. Interesting, Christine murmured. As if in response, the black arms twisted midair, shattering like brittle glass into countless fragments before vanishing. But Sua's true target had never been Edward, it was Lilith. From other directions, the black arms still lunged for her without restraint. Edward tried to repeat his earlier trick, but suddenly found his body unresponsive. No, it wasn't his body, but his soul. His soul was now out of sync with his physical form, turning his body into a prison of spirit. Every movement became sluggish, heavy. Even throwing himself in front of Lilith to shield her was impossible. Lilith. Dodge, he shouted. Lilith tried to use Moonlight Flash to escape, but she too was slowed, her thoughts stiffened by Sua's power. Just as the arms were about to seize her, they suddenly turned ashen gray, solidifying into stone before collapsing into a rain of fragments. Arg. A deep, agonized scream echoed from the spirit world. Sua bellowed, Cheek. It's your turn. A girl stepped out from the void, dressed in clothes foreign to this era. She had silky black hair and eyes as deep and clear as a blue lake. Her gaze swept quickly over Edward and Lilith before lifting to the sky. She smiled, her voice crisp and melodious. Cheek, you've worked with the Rose School, played such a long game, just to force me out, haven't you? Well, here I am. Now it's your move. But no one answered her, only the blood-red moon continued to hang in the heavens. Edward froze. Force her out? What does she mean? Weren't they all trying to kill me? Why kill me just to bring her out? The girl continued speaking. Ever since you got the Conqueror's Beyonder characteristic, you've been probing, step by step, scheming, all to lure me out, right? Are you afraid of me? She smiled radiantly. Why is it, after so many years, even after becoming a god, you still fear me? Is it because I was once far ahead of you? Or because your divine throne was stolen from my hands? Or is it that you could only climb this high thanks to your deceit and betrayal of me? You've searched for me for so long, and I've hidden for just as long. But now I'm standing right here in front of you. What are you still afraid of? Her words left Edward reeling as his body and soul slowly recovered. Cheek, stole someone else's divine seat. She ascended through betrayal and deception. Then who is this girl, this person she betrayed? A sudden jolt ran through Edward's mind. The diary. The suspected transmigrator's diary. The one who transmigrated to the fourth epoch, the one who took Cheek under their wing. So this senior transmigrator, like the Evernight goddess, was also a woman. Or, maybe they only became female later, after taking a potion. And now, this senior, this other transmigrator, was standing right in front of him. The girl, still receiving no answer, lowered her head and turned her beautiful eyes on Edward. Edward. She knows me. The girl smiled sweetly. I'll be waiting for you in the future. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 443, Lilith and Lilith and Lilith. What? Without offering any explanation, the girl raised her head again toward the heavens. Her long black hair stirred despite the absence of wind, glimmering with an urging radiance. If you won't come to find me, then I'll come to the astral realm to find you. As her words fell, she leapt upward, her figure turning translucent before vanishing completely. Edward was already slack-jawed. This senior, is she insane? She's actually charging into the astral plane itself to confront Cheek. At this moment, Lilith exclaimed, "Ah. I remember now, it's her." "Who?" "You know her." "Of course. Miss Lilith's assassin potion, it was her who gave it to me." Edward froze. "What did you just say? Wasn't it me who fed you the assassin potion back then?" "Ah." Lilith quickly covered her mouth. In the astral plane, an endless darkness stretched on, serene yet alive, covered with patches of moonflowers and night vanilla. The Evernight goddess wandered amidst the blossoms, gazing toward the distant thunderous rumblings. A faint helplessness surfaced upon her hazy countenance. "I had thought that after countless centuries, the first battle in the astral plane would be mine against the god of combat. Yet it seems others have beaten me to it. And the most crucial part, one of the combatants has not even ascended to godhood." "Heh. Lilith, Lilith, Lilith." She repeated the name thrice, each time referring to a different figure present. Meanwhile, within a world that mirrored and overlapped like glass, the primordial demoness Cheek, embodiment of Supreme Een, regarded the approaching girl with calm eyes. "I finally understand." Cheek smiled faintly at her. "I finally see the cause and effect in its entirety. So, when we first met, and you kept repeating how you had a father who would one day return to take you home, it all came from this part of your life, didn't it? So, you traveled through time from the future into the past. No wonder you carried so many secrets. No wonder I was left with so many doubts I could never resolve." The girl looked at her quietly. "You talk too much. Don't you want to know why, even though you killed me with your own hands, I was able to revive in that way? Then go ahead, try again. See if this time, you can truly kill me." Cheek chuckled. "If I kill your future self, will your past self still exist? You're free to try. You aren't worried. You can't kill her. Because of that woman, the one tainted by the mother goddess." The girl's lips curved into a smile. "No. Because of Edward." Back on Blue Mountain Island, within the primordial forest. The brief exchange between the Transmigrator Senior and Cheek did not mark the end of the hunt. The three demigods had survived, even after enduring the lightning storm and the Avada lightning chains. As the saying went, once one advanced to demigodhood, death rarely came easily, unless crushed outright by a vastly superior sequence. Still, the three had been deeply shaken by Christine's bizarre methods. For the moment, none dared to make a move. They simply watched from afar. Edward had just opened his mouth to continue pressing Lilith, when Christine strolled forward gracefully. "I have saved you more than once already," she said serenely. "According to the rules of the game, it is now time for you to bear me a child." Lilith's eyes widened. "What? Edward's not a woman, he's a man. How could he give birth? Now?" Edward shot a glance at the three demigods still watching like hungry predators. "You must be joking. Why don't you finish them off instead, or send me somewhere safe? Perhaps you overestimate the strength I possess." Her tone was light, almost indifferent. "I've told you before, I am not truly her. Otherwise, do you think the seven gods would allow me to be here, speaking to you? Didn't you notice? When I acted earlier, that little sequence too escaped completely unscathed. The abomination controlled by the mother tree of desire misjudged my power at first, that was why it hesitated. But now, it has already slunk back into the spirit world. You won't get rid of it." Edward frowned slightly at her words. "How, exactly do you plan to make me give birth?" Christine smiled faintly. "For me, such things are simple, aren't they?" Their gazes locked for several seconds. "Give me some time." "Very well." Edward pulled Lilith into the leather pouch and crawled inside with her. His first attempt was to activate the vanishing cabinet. Unsurprisingly, it failed. So he brought out a cauldron and various ingredients. Lilith stared wide-eyed. "Edward, what are you doing?" "Brewing a potion." "Have you finished digesting your current potion?" "No." "Then why are you?" Edward flipped a gold coin into the air and caught it calmly. "We cannot entrust our lives to anyone else. Lilith, you must stay here obediently. Don't wander off. With madman to the right, you'll be safe. Edward, she cried, panicked. Be good. A few minutes later, Edward climbed out of the leather pouch alone. His expression was calm as he looked at Christine. I'm curious, if you want me to bear you a child, but cannot even guarantee my safety, how exactly do you expect me to do it? Childbirth is quick enough. She took a few steps closer, her voice soft. Do you know, I've waited for this day for a very, very long time. In that instant, Edward felt a distorted, unsettling force seep from Christine's body, flowing into his own. Yet rather than fear, the taut string of his mind relaxed. The power of childbirth was indeed the authority of the mother goddess of depravity. But whenever she employed that power, it manifested as corruption. This had been shown clearly in the original work, when Bernadette confronted Emperor Roselle. And as long as it was corruption, Edward had nothing to fear. No, he didn't merely feel no fear. He could even amplify it and return it doubled. Still, he did not strike immediately. Instead, he abruptly stepped back and opened a traveler's door. You said that abomination hid back in the spirit world again. What are you planning? Christine asked, narrowing her eyes. Edward smiled faintly. I want to play a game with you. Christine. The rules are simple, I'll court death, and you'll save me. Of course, you can always choose not to. The next second, Edward stepped into the spirit world. Unlike its usual brilliance of heavy colors and vivid hues, the spirit world now teemed with black liquid. Countless dark arms intertwined like a web, writhing ceaselessly. The moment Edward appeared, the arms reacted as though scenting blood. Endless black tar-like liquid surged toward him, flooding the surroundings with a stifling aura of corruption. Edward dared not linger. He immediately tore open the spirit world once more and surged out, reappearing beside the three demigods. Almost instantly, dozens of black arms pierced through the barrier of the spirit world and reached for him. The aura that burst forth in that moment was so dreadful that even the three Rose School demigods could hardly withstand it. Roar! Sia's bellow split the air again, sending Edward's soul and body into fresh disarray. Without hesitation, he shouted. Mother Goddess, save me! Boom! A torrent of countless black arms swept across his location with overwhelming force. Although they deliberately avoided striking the three demigods, the trio was still badly shaken by the shockwave. This is the third time. Christine's smile was gone, her face cold. Then all the more reason to keep it up. Edward laughed, his figure flashing in and out of existence as he darted straight into Sua's layered, writhing arms. Once again, he unleashed an amplified lightning storm, twisting the damage so that its effects struck deeper. He knew full well that such attacks could hardly harm a Sequence 1 abomination under an outer god's control. His purpose was only to provoke Sua further. As expected, his assault drew an even greater retaliation. Sua intensified its offensive, while the three demigods finally seized the chance to act, throwing their weight behind aiding their monstrous patron. Mother Goddess, save me! Edward roared as he led Sua's storm of arms directly toward the demigods. The three were just about to strike when they realized, in horror, that their bodies were swelling grotesquely again. While they struggled to suppress the new deformities, Edward's lightning storm, the chained Avada Kedavra, and a torrent of mystical powers and spells crashed down upon them. Rumble. And then came Sua's flood of arms, each grotesque limb bulging with unnatural growths, skulls, barbed tongues, bulging three-dimensional eyes. The three demigods were instantly drowned in the tide. What swelling they had just barely managed to suppress twisted into a new form of corruption, their skin grew coarse and bark-like, sprouting fine branches. They could no longer care about anything else. Desperately, they tore the branches and bark off their own flesh, ripping themselves raw until they were left covered in blood. Go on, Sua, Edward taunted with a smile. Your followers won't last much longer. Cough, cough. Suddenly, his chest tightened, his throat itched, burned, and turned unbearably dry, while a wave of dizziness overcame him. The witch's disease. He understood immediately. Quickly, he conjured a shield of flame around himself, the same method he had once used against Trissy to ward off invasive bacteria. The next instant, the sea beyond Blue Mountain Island heaved violently. Towering waves rose as the seabed shook. From the sky, crimson meteors rained down like judgment. These were natural disasters wrought by a demoness. Another witch. And this one was at the angel level. And where is the Church of Storm? This is happening on their territory, are they really not going to intervene? Rumble. Just then, the torrent of black arms abruptly withdrew back into the spirit world. The air trembled violently. From within the rift, a massive tree forced its way out. Its bark was slick with ichor, and countless branches sprouted from its body, each branch an arm of blackness. Above its crown sat an enormous head. The true body of Sua had descended. At once, every tree, beast, and plant in the vicinity warped grotesquely. Some withered and died on the spot, others twisted into abominations, and the rest transformed into beings disturbingly similar to Soa itself. The entire forest became a carnival of monsters. Roar. Sia's colossal maw opened, unleashing a roar that pierced into the soul. Mother Goddess, save me. Christine appeared directly in front of Edward, blocking him. Her gaze was ice-cold. Are you trying to kill yourself? But that's the game, isn't it? Edward grinned. I court death, you save me. Then he spoke a single word, calm and sharp. Rebuke. In the next instant, the corruption Christine had forced into him earlier was reflected back, doubled. Christine's expression twisted in shock. You. Edward burst into loud, manic laughter, then shouted another word in Jotun. Leotaro. Throwing back his head, he roared toward the sky. Leotaro, come to daddy. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 444, Chapter 444, Forced Advancement. Hundreds upon hundreds of thick silver-white bolts of lightning descended from the void, transforming the land into a forest of thunder. A suffocating aura of destruction filled the air. Boom. 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 Those serpentine bolts of argent thunder struck down indiscriminately, onto Sua's massive form, onto the three demigods, onto Edward, and even onto Christine. Clink. Edward flicked out a gold coin. Leotaro's lightning ignores Lilith. At once, endless grey fog swelled before his eyes. The majestic shadow of the Sapphira Castle flickered across his vision, a fleeting glimpse of that high domain. Once again, he had borrowed its authority to complete a divination, though he knew the answer could only be negative. Madman to the right, reverse. Borrowing the Resurrection Stone Ring's ability of Spectre, Edward's spirit tore free from his body. He seized the potion he had prepared long in advance, lifted his head, and drained it in one gulp. Immediately, he crushed the small box containing dice, snatching up the six-sided die within. Forcing it to land with 6 face up, he murmured grimly, now, let's see if fate is willing to favor me. Rumble. Endless lightning devoured everything. Edward's soulless body, along with his clothes, his leather pouch, everything, was reduced to nothing but a handful of ashes in an instant. Meanwhile, in his spiritual state, the moment the potion entered, he tasted the bitter price of drinking before full digestion, the agony of forcing advancement. It was a pain that came from soul and marrow alike, his spirit expanding uncontrollably, his mind spawning wild, deranged thoughts. He stood at the brink of collapse and loss of control. His spiritual flesh warped and twisted. Brilliant worm-like creatures formed from starlight crawled from his body, curling into half-circles that outlined strange glimmers, like countless illusory doors. I cannot lose control. Edward fought to focus, forcing a sliver of clarity into the storm of madness. It's just a little bit more, just a little more until digestion is complete. With the double blessing of the Snake of Mercury and the die's luck, damned if I believe I'll fail this advancement. As though in response to his defiance, a vast night sky unfolded abruptly before his eyes. A sky dense with countless stars, each brilliant point of light weaving together into a river of dreams. The worm creatures wriggling free of him shone in the starlight, dissolving into motes of pure brilliance. Each spark reached out with invisible bonds to the stars above, twitching, twisting, yearning to escape his body and throw themselves into the jeweled galaxy. Each carried a fragment of his flesh and a sliver of his consciousness, as though they were uncontrollable clones peeling away. Edward's thoughts grew frantic, muddled, unable to resist the pull of separation. But then, a sudden idea bloomed: if they separate, then let them separate. Separation means they can be joined again. Just like every time I use animagus, the body divides, in a sense, yet as soon as I undo the transformation, it becomes whole again. So even if they scatter, they're still part of me. When I need them, they'll return, and I'll be whole once again. The moment he realized this, the worms altered course. Instead of fleeing, they returned, together with the jeweled river of starlight, pouring back into his body. His form turned translucent. The writhing and warping of his skin slowed, then stilled. And then, Edward once again stood beneath that starry sky. Not far away stood that eternal, immutable door. I've succeeded. The thought had barely formed when the door burst apart into myriad stars, surging into him, pouring endless streams of information into his mind. No. I can't keep receiving this information. The longer it continues, the greater the danger. I must cut it off. With sheer willpower, Edward tore himself from the current of advancement, forcing himself back into reality. The world roared around him. Every boom heralded a thunderbolt of apocalyptic destruction, or perhaps the wrath of the true god, the tyrant Leotaro. Fate's favor would not grant him endless immunity under the fury of a deity. Not unless Will had already ascended to sequence 0, and if Will had truly become a god, then there would be no need to risk everything just to secure him tomorrow. As expected, the moment Edward fully emerged from the advancement state, a bolt of thunder infused with Leotaro's divine rage crashed down upon him. Outside Biome City, the unceasing tremors and thunder made Klein's heart lurch with unease. But he had no leisure to worry. After injuring a demigod in a surprise assault, he had wanted to press the attack. Unfortunately, his spirituality was nearly exhausted, and the sea god's scepter's backlash was imminent. He had no choice but to end the summons and retreat above the grey fog. Lifting 3 cards of blasphemy, Klein hurled forth paper angels one after another, overdrawing his spirituality to grant Edward blessings, just to buy him even the faintest sliver of possibility. At last, when his spirituality was utterly drained, Klein was cast out of the grey fog. He staggered to his feet, gazed at the distant storm of thunder and lightning, and whispered a prayer. "Edward, I've done all I can. The rest is up to you." Backlund. In Dr. Aaron's home, Will propped his chin on his hand and sighed. This isn't favor of fate at all. This is fate trying to kill me. Now I finally understand what Emperor Roselle meant by sunk cost. If I give up now, then all my previous investment, it'll all have been for nothing. Fine. You people really do have everything calculated, scheming heaven and earth, even the air itself. Pulling strings like it's all laid out. And here I am, the only honest man, just obediently waiting for my chance, huh? All right then. So be it. A white serpent biting its own tail appeared reflected in his eyes. Will flicked his wrist, casually tossing a small paper crane into the air. Above Blue Mountain Island, a tiny paper crane flitted out from the spirit world, flapping its wings as hard as it could as it flew toward the region engulfed in thunder. One after another, silvery, complex symbols leapt from its body, weaving together in an instant into a colossal, spectral, scale-less serpent. The silver-white serpent's surface was inscribed with dense runes and sigils, forming interconnected wheels, each marked with distinct symbols. Its scarlet, icy eyes swept downward. The serpent arched across the sky above, bent into a circle, and bit its own tail. Its shadow fell across Edward's position, looming like an immense, mysterious wheel. Reboot. A quiet voice resounded. In the next second, countless black ashes reversed their fall, streaming upward to gather rapidly, condensing into a charred, broken body. Fragments reassembled. Burnt flesh retracted, fading into nothing. In an instant, the ruined husk reformed into whole, living flesh. Edward's body, just moments ago reduced to cinders beneath Leotaro's thunder, was restored to its original state. At the same time, the bolt that had struck his spirit also rewound under the effect of reboot, returning along its original path. It lasted less than a second, but it was enough for Edward to cancel Spectre and drag his spirit back into his body. For a brief moment, Edward felt it clearly, just like when using an imagus, he could now switch freely between corporeal and spiritual states. So it's true. Is this what a spirit caster really is? The thought flashed and vanished. What mattered now was escape. From the moment he had shouted Leotaro's name, his survival had ceased to depend on the Rose School of Thought or the Demoness Sex demigods and angels. His only true enemy was the rain of thunder falling like a forest from the sky. And his method of escape was simple. He would use the Hearth ability he had obtained at Sequence 5, leaping instantly to any of the 4 special coordinates tied to his advancement ritual, the spirit world, the sea of collective subconscious, the astral plane, or the Harry Potter world. Even if his advancement hadn't granted him the ability to switch between body and spirit, he would have chosen this method anyway. At worst, he could abandon his flesh and become a wandering wraith forever. After all, based on Klein's own experience calling upon Leotaro, as long as one left the area, the tyrant would not pursue endlessly. Otherwise, the fool would have perished long ago. Of course, it was also possible that Leotaro had spared Klein precisely because he was the Lord of the Mysteries. But no matter what the truth was, Edward had no choice left. The astral plane. To the Evernight goddess's domain. I don't believe Leotaro would dare storm into the goddess's realm just to smite me. Doesn't the demonic wolf have any pride? Yet at that very moment, the purple gown witch appeared once more. Her body was blackened, half-jarred by lightning, yet she seemed completely unbothered. She materialized at the spot where Edward had stashed Lilith in his pouch. Turning back toward Edward, she gave a faint smile. With a casual wave, she stooped and picked up a leaf from the ground. Snap. Her fingers crushed it to powder. And in the next instant, Lilith dropped into her hand as though out of thin air. Lilith. Edward's face went ashen. He blinked forward instantly, pouring every ounce of spirituality into amplifying and distorting the witch's thoughts, reaching desperately for Lilith. But the witch was unaffected. Smiling softly, she said to the terrified girl, Lilith, I truly wish I had never known you at all. Boom. Another thunderbolt fell, thicker, brighter, more terrifying than all the rest. It engulfed Edward, Lilith, and the purple-robed witch alike. The witch raised Lilith high into the air. Farewell. Boom. The moment Edward's hand closed on Lilith's, a tide of silver-white brilliance consumed everything. Edward, Lilith, the purple-robed witch, everything was annihilated, leaving not even a trace behind. Backlund. So in the end, it still failed. Will leaned back helplessly. After all, it's a true god. How could someone like me, a mere sequence one, possibly contend against that? So next, it's up to that so-called fool, isn't it? Damn it. How unwilling this makes me. As he muttered resentfully to himself, his brows suddenly furrowed. What's that? Note, enjoy the extra chapter. Haha evil smile asterisk 2.jpg, 845 power stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. P.S. There you have it. The girl on the cover. But wait, why does she have golden eyes, you ask? Heh. That little detail. That's not getting explained for, like, another 200 chapters. Enjoy the wait. Chapter 445, Despair. Above the ruins of Blue Mountain Island, where the forest had been utterly annihilated by lightning. At the place where Edward had vanished, a golden clock floated in midair, ticking softly. Tick, tock, tick, tock. Suddenly, the timer's hands began to move backwards. At first slowly, then faster, and faster still. That final bolt of lightning reappeared. Its blinding brilliance drew back into itself, restoring the moment just before its fall. And the Edward and Lilith who had been reduced to ash and dust, reappeared as well, just like during the previous reboot. This is. Edward stared blankly as the abyssal thunder that had moments ago consumed everything now surged back into the heavens, while the devastation it caused rapidly reversed itself. Around him, the world seemed to rewind faster and faster. He watched with wide eyes as the events that had unfolded only moments earlier now played backwards at astonishing speed, not just for a few people, not just in a small area, but as though the entire world was being wound back in time. Is this Will's reboot again? Impossible. Even if the Snake of Mercury advanced to sequence 0, it would still be impossible to truly reverse time. Reboot was nothing more than a pseudo-reversal, a mechanic like saving a game and reloading from that save. The effect was an illusion of rewinding time, limited in scope and duration. It couldn't possibly turn back all of time, nor could it affect a true god like Leotaro. Then what was this? The moon fell in the east, the sun rose in the west. Day and night alternated at a maddened pace. Edward realized with certainty, this was the entire world's time flowing backwards. And this sensation. He had felt it before. It was the exact same feeling as when he used the time turner. Whether in Tingen, when he had gone back 2 hours, or at Hogwarts, when he had gone back 5 days, it had always been the whole world's time rewinding. Tick, tock. The ticking of a clock echoed by his ear. Edward turned his head and saw the golden clock not far away, its hands spinning backwards at an incredible speed. Is it really a time turner? But in the world of mysteries, it could rewind no more than 2 hours at most. Even in the Harry Potter world, its limit was only a few months. Yet the ceaseless cycle of night and day before him told another story. Time had already rolled back years, perhaps even decades, in mere moments. Tick, tock, tick. The hand spun faster still, far beyond the eye's ability to follow. The entire device began to shake violently, as if pulled and crushed at once. Until finally. Bang. The timer exploded. What remained was a pool of strange, shimmering liquid. It writhed and twisted, reshaping itself into the form of clock hands, still spinning backwards with insane speed. Beside it, a die had appeared at some unknown point, whirling just as frantically. The world dissolved into radiant threads of light, and Edward felt as though he had entered the time tunnel from Doraemon. But unlike a cartoon, he had no control here. He could not halt the flow. He could not choose the point in time he wished to reach. Time slipped away. Or rather, Edward was no longer certain if this endless rewind even counted as time's passage. Edward. Lilith's voice suddenly reached him. The backwards flowing light began to slow. The streaks of brilliance dimmed into hazy streams, then into distinct scenes flickering in reverse. Once again he could see the sun and moon racing backwards across the sky. He realized the reversal of time was about to end. Edward. Her voice came again. Only then did Edward notice that Lilith's figure was drifting away from him, growing hazy and indistinct. The rewind for her had not stopped. Panic-stricken, Edward stretched with all his might to grasp her wrist. Lilith struggled as well, reaching desperately toward him. But nothing could change it. They could only watch as the distance grew wider and wider, until her third cry tore through the stream of time. Edward. At that instant, Edward regained control of his body. He lunged with all his might. Lilith. But his hand grasped nothing. She was gone. Vanished before his eyes like a skipped frame, swallowed by the rushing current of time, gone to some far older, more distant past. And with her disappeared the die of fate. Edward's heart clenched as though crushed in a fist. Pain like nothing he had known swept through his body. Why? Why had it turned out this way? Why? They had been together. Both caught by the same time turner. Why had she alone been pulled further, cast away into an even more distant time? An endless terror engulfed him. He dared not imagine how far back Lilith had been thrown, what kind of dangers she might encounter there. With her simple heart, and strength still only at sequence 7, how long could she possibly survive? Will I ever have the chance to see her again? Edward's chest throbbed with another stab of pain. Up until now, the Lilith who had gone to the past had never once sought him out. On the optimistic side, perhaps she had remembered his warning back at Hogwarts, never to meet with her future self or Edward before the right moment. But on the pessimistic side, perhaps she had never survived long enough to reach the present. After all, if the span of time was too great, she would need to advance to at least sequence 3, Demoness of Unaging, to withstand the erosion of time itself. Yet from sequence 7 to sequence 3, every step along the witch pathway was steeped in disaster and despair. Each promotion meant endless dangers. How could she possibly overcome them all? A wave of regret crashed through Edward. He regretted having once taught Lilith to be a good person. For someone on the witch pathway, a good person could scarcely walk very far. At this moment, Edward realized he was nothing more than a hypocrite. When Lady Despair's promotion had blanketed Backlund in smog, he had despised it, wishing nothing more than to kill her. But now, when it was Lilith's turn, he wanted only for her to succeed in her advancement and live long enough to survive until the present. As for the calamities and deaths that her promotion might cause, he felt no sympathy at all. Damn it. If not for that sudden appearance of the purple-gowned witch, none of this might have happened. Yet even an existence like the abomination Sua had either perished or fled under Leotaro's thunder. Why had that witch shown no fear at all? Her state then had been clearly abnormal. She had smiled at Lilith, smiled with ease, with pride, with not a trace of panic. Not at all like a mortal facing the wrath of a god. Cheek. The name surfaced abruptly in Edward's mind. Perhaps, at that moment, the purple-robed witch had already been under Cheek's control. But if that was true, why? Why would a true god suddenly descend just to strike at Lilith? If not for Cheek, how else would Lilith have been cast alone into a far more ancient past, to face unknown terrors? Cheek. 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 By then, time had fully stabilized. Edward's feet touched solid ground once more. Around him, insects chirped and birds sang. Raising his head, he looked at the forest of Blue Mountain Island, an indeterminate number of years in the past. It felt both strange and familiar. Familiar, because the forest seemed unchanged across the years. Strange, because at this point in time, all the people he knew might not even exist yet. Maybe, it's only a few years earlier. He spoke the words like self-comfort, though even he did not believe them. Even if it was just a few years, in this era he was still a stranger to the world. A figure surfaced in his mind, Audrey. Fear and pain surged again. For the Audrey of the future, perhaps his absence would only be a brief moment, so brief she would never even notice that he had been cast into the past. But for Edward, every day ahead would be a long, drawn-out separation. A sudden thought struck him. If I use Hearth now to return to the Harry Potter world, could I then travel back from there to the present? Immediately, he shifted into spiritual form and invoked Hearth, first attempting the coordinate he had marked in the room of requirement. It failed. The feedback was clear, the coordinate did not exist. Impossible. A coordinate is merely a mark tied to a position, like latitude 51.50 degrees north, longitude 0.12 degrees west, where London lies. As long as Earth itself exists, no matter the era, that coordinate should still be valid. So even if Hogwarts had not yet been built, even if the room of requirement did not yet exist, the location itself should remain. At most, teleporting there should have landed him in an empty clearing. But now the coordinate did not exist at all. Did this mean the entire Harry Potter world was non-existent? Or perhaps, in this particular era, the Harry Potter world had not yet been born. Perhaps only at the moment he transmigrated into the world of mysteries had the Harry Potter world truly come into existence. It was real now, but separated by a dimensional wall, not yet intersecting with the world of mysteries. So it's true, I'm trapped in an unknown past. Dumbledore's words surfaced unbidden, those who meddle with time will eventually be played with by time itself. The first 2 times he had used the time turner, Edward had never felt its malice. But this time, this journey back into the past, was at time's vengeance upon him. Edward stood blankly in place, dazed, his eyes filled with confusion and pain. He did not know how long he remained that way. At last, the illusory pages turned before his eyes, and he cast several placate upon himself. His turmoil, anxiety, and bewilderment gradually eased. Drawing several deep breaths, he forced his mind into stillness. Finally, he calmed. Things were already as they were. Drowning in despair and confusion served no purpose. If he wanted to see Lilith and Audrey again, he had to survive this era first. Let's see what I've gained from this advancement, then decide on my next step. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 446, Chapter 446, The Gains of Sequence. After successfully advancing to Sequence 4, Edward had forcibly withdrawn from the stream of information the potion was pouring into him. As a result, beyond knowing that he had indeed advanced, he knew nothing else. He took a suitcase from his leather pouch, buried it beneath the fallen leaves, and slipped inside. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he emptied his mind, sank his thoughts, and relinked himself to the stream of information brought by his promotion. In the next instant, he once again arrived beneath the star-studded sky, before that door. Within the door, a river of stars glittered, but unlike last time, he did not see Mr. Door. Was it because he had time-traveled? Or was a single meeting all that had ever been necessary? At that moment, the door once more dissolved into a vault of stars, which converged upon him and poured an unending flood of knowledge into his mind. Corresponding information promptly surfaced in his consciousness. Sequence 4, Spirit Caster. Also called Spirit Mage or Psychic Mage, can freely shift between spiritual and physical states. Memory Immortal. Spirit Undying. Abilities. Secret Keeping, capable of keeping secrets and blocking detection. The secret of a secret sorcerer partly signifies the world within the mirror, it is sufficiently mysterious and sufficiently hidden. Space Concealment, can twist a targeted area, split it into two to create a concealed space. Leaving the hidden space is possible only via a door or by lifting the concealment. Exile, generates an illusory door through which a preliminarily restrained target can be cast into a chaotic space. Different illusory doors correspond to different scenes where danger and opportunity coexist. Rebuke, when you are contaminated/polluted, you may negate the harm from the contamination/pollution and return it doubled to the source. False Reality, creates illusions so convincing they pass for the real. The more the target believes what they see, the more real the illusion becomes. Silverfish, Solidify, when you consume text that contains an extraordinary ability, you temporarily acquire that ability. Furthermore, you may solidify one such previously eaten ability as your own. The abilities level scales to your current sequence. Current number of abilities that can be solidified, 1. Aside from these, previously held abilities are further strengthened. Compared to Secret Sorcerer, Edward had not only retained Rebuke, which he had earlier overdraft, but had also gained False Reality, and received a further enhancement to his core ability, Silverfish. False Reality appeared to act directly upon a target's consciousness, weaving illusions, in other words, the mind arts people commonly spoke of. However, it seemed to be more than mere false illusion. According to its description, if a person completely believed in what they saw, then dying within the illusion meant true death in reality. It reminded Edward of experiments he had read about: place someone in pitch darkness, cut their wrist with a dull blade, then simulate blood flow with dripping water. The subject, convinced they were bleeding out, ultimately died of blood loss. As for Silverfish, Solidify, it converted what had previously lasted only 2 days and required repeated eating into a personal ability, but the solidified ability's level would adjust to his current sequence. In other words, whether the ability Edward chose to solidify was from a lower sequence than 4 or higher, it would become sequence 4 upon solidification. Moreover, the note that followed, current number of abilities that can be solidified, implied that as the potion digested further or as he ascended to higher sequences, he would be able to solidify more abilities. With that thought, Edward suddenly froze. Right, those abilities I ate before, apart from a small portion taken from Grozel's travels, most of them came from the cards of blasphemy. Yet his cards of blasphemy had been deposited inside Klein's Sapphira Castle. Now that he had traversed time to an earlier era, before Klein had even descended, those deposited cards were out of the question. Which meant, was he about to fall back into the weakened state he had experienced in the forsaken land of the gods? A moment later. Not entirely. Edward took out the Book of Calamity. When he had obtained it earlier, he had known it recorded certain extraordinary abilities that the Queen of Calamity had once used. But at the time, he'd had the Sea God Scepter, and recording those abilities required first learning Elvish, so he had set the matter aside. Soon after, he had acquired the Tyrant card, which rendered the book's abilities moot for him. He had not expected it to become a lifesaver now. With this, at minimum, he would possess demigod-level strength across 2 pathways, the Storm pathway and the Door pathway. Under normal circumstances, self-preservation would not be an issue. He could not help but breathe a quiet sigh of relief. The next question was which ability he ought to solidify. Strictly speaking, the ability Edward used most often was Amplify. Because he frequently treated it as a buff, whether for casting magic or employing other abilities, he would first amplify them. Second was distortion. It could attack, defend, and support. It was extraordinarily handy in practice. Third was theft. As the core ability of the Marauder pathway, it was every bit as good as its reputation. Whoever used it once sang its songs. However, as his opponents had grown too powerful, a Sequence 5 level, theft, had found fewer and fewer chances to shine. Beyond those three, he used many other extraordinary abilities, but their frequency and utility paled in comparison. So, which should he choose? Amplify had broad applicability and meshed perfectly with his magic. Distortion was deeply practical and useful both in and out of combat. After a few minutes of deliberation. Theft. As the signature skill of the Marauder pathway, theft, at Sequence 4 underwent a true qualitative change. It would no longer be limited to stealing concrete items, extraordinary abilities, or thoughts. It could even steal conceptual things, such as distance, position, and even certain rules. And as his sequence rose, upon reaching Sequence 2, theft would transform yet again, its scope expanding to encompass fate, identity, self-awareness, and beyonder characteristics. At Sequence 1, it could even steal time, anchors, and authority. Therefore, if the number of abilities he could solidify remained limited, theft was unquestionably among the best choices. After all, he would eventually come into contact with the Black Emperor card and the Red Priest card, but hopes for the Error card were slim. Having decided, Edward did not dwell on it further. He sank his mind once more and accepted the next segment of information from the potion. Sequence 3, Deconstruction Scholar. Ingredients, Wanderer Potion plus Dream Weaver characteristic. Advancement Ritual, deconstruct a story and usher it into reality. As expected, it was the Apprentice Pathway Sequence 3 potion, plus a Sequence 3 extraordinary characteristic, Dreamweaver, Sequence 3 of the Spectator Pathway. But the ritual left Edward with that inexplicable sense of, I don't quite get it, but it sounds difficult. What did it mean to let a story step into reality? Taken literally, it was easy enough to grasp, in simple terms, turning a false story into real reality. Not necessarily. Who said stories had to be false? Many historical legends and tales were real, they existed in reality, yet if that were the case, would there be any need to enter reality? So, did it have to be a false story after all? He did not fully understand. Fortunately, the next promotion was likely some time away, he would have enough time to ponder it slowly. Last of all came overdrawing one Sequence 3 ability via delusion. Regression, deconstruct the target and induce full-spectrum regression, including, but not limited to, movements, behavior, sequence, and overall strength. When using regression, the more you understand the target, the higher the success rate, the stronger the effect, and the longer the duration. This ability will be subject to a certain degree of weakening. At the sight of this ability, Edward's eyes widened. Is this description truly as outrageous as it sounds, or am I imagining things? A dimensionality reduction strike, is it? Even if it was a low-spec version, it was still outrageous. Think about it, after untold setbacks and hardships, you finally advanced to Sequence 4 and became a demigod, then the moment you crossed hands, you discovered you had been knocked back down to Sequence 5. Who could stand that? He simply did not know how much power this overdraft, regression, would truly exert. After confirming that nothing had been missed, Edward cast one last look at the resplendent river of stars, then withdrew his consciousness and awoke in reality. Phew. He let out a long breath. Gazing at the emptiness all around him, that sense of loss and heartache returned once more. A few days earlier, upon advancing, he had opened his eyes to find two pairs of eyes watching him with concern. They were the two most important people in his life. Yet now, one had been cast into the past, while the other kept waiting in the future. If Audrey were here, she would be asking how far along the potion digestion was by now. He shook his head, casting off those idle thoughts. The secret sorcerer potion, undigested. The spiritcaster potion, likewise undigested. Heh. Edward let out a self-mocking laugh. This was the first time since taking potions and becoming a beyonder that he had done no preliminary acting and no preliminary digestion whatsoever. In other words, this time he truly had to rely on acting to completely digest two separate potions. Come to think of it, his Wandering Mentor potion had not actually been fully digested yet, either. Edward could clearly sense that the small portion missing from Wandering Mentor had not been auto-completed by his advance to Sequence 4. If he did not want to leave hidden dangers for the future, he would have to remember to finish digesting that potion as well. So, how ought he to act as a secret sorcerer and a spirit caster? For secret sorcerer, it naturally had to revolve around secrets, combined with its secret-keeping ability. His preliminary understanding was to know secrets and to keep them. But here lay the problem. He could be quite certain that, at this very moment, he already held many secrets and had not disclosed them to anyone in this era. Why, then, was there no sign of digestion? Therefore, it could not be as simple as keeping secrets. There must be other prerequisites. He would have to summarize them slowly. As for Spiritcaster, he had even less to go on. Within the stream of information poured in at sequence 4, the description for Spirit Mage had been, Memory Immortal, Spirit Undying. So what did Memory Immortal mean? How was one to make it immortal? For now, these questions had no answers. Still, he could be certain that maintaining, or switching between, the physical and spiritual states should aid the acting. He could take a page, to some extent, from wraiths. In addition, false reality should also help with digestion. After quite a while, Edward rose to his feet and murmured, "We will surely meet again." He stepped out of the suitcase. "First, I should determine exactly what era I've arrived in. Note, 1025 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 447, 1160, 200 years ago. Backlund, Eastborough. Edward walked along the cobblestone street, his gaze sweeping over the unfamiliar rows of buildings. With each step, his conviction deepened, he had truly arrived in another era. From the clothing of the passers-by to the architectural style around him, everything was markedly different from the Backlund he knew in the future. It felt as though he had stepped out of the Victorian era and back into the medieval age. A sense of time's vast upheaval settled in his chest. This city, destined to become one of the grandest metropolises of the future, looked far from prosperous now. It had yet to experience the upheaval of the Industrial Revolution. No smokestacks belching black fumes, no railways, no subways. Society's development clearly lagged far behind. So, have I come to the era before Emperor Rozel's arrival? Just then, a ragged newsboy, cap pulled low, dashed past with a bundle of papers under his arm. "Ah! Newspapers already exist here." Edward hurriedly stopped him. "One paper, please." 10 pence, the boy replied crisply. The price startled Edward, it was far steeper than what he remembered from the future. Still, he pulled out a solly and handed it over, reaching to take the newspaper. But the boy suddenly snatched the paper back and glared at him with disdain. Dressed so fine, yet trying to trick a kid with fake money. Fake money. Edward froze. How could it be fake? You think I'm easy to fool just because I'm young? This year is 1160, but your note says 1345, and even the king's portrait is wrong. If that isn't counterfeit, what is? Edward fell silent. Careless. Still, the boy had inadvertently answered the question of what year it was. "You want the paper or not?" the newsboy asked, reluctant to let the sale go. "No need. Thank you. Good day, sir." The boy scampered off, disappointed. Edward stood still, murmuring under his breath. 1160, so I really have come back nearly 200 years. But what exactly was the state of Lone 2 centuries ago? The original story had offered no details. He didn't even know who the reigning monarch was. He had never studied the chronological history of the mystical world in depth, so for the moment, he was adrift. Yet the presence of a newspaper confirmed that Rozel had already descended. And since Backlund showed no trace of technological upheaval, it meant Rozel hadn't yet had time to reshape the world. So this must be the early period of Rozel's arrival. A wave of complex emotion welled within Edward. He had often imagined meeting the men he admired, the taste of a demoness, ain't bad, but never had he dreamed that one day he would set foot in the very same era, with the chance to meet him in person. To witness Rozel in his youth, before life's cruelties and despair drove him to madness. At this time, Rozel should still be full of unshakable bravado, treating the world as his playground. Inventions, higher sequence ascensions, political coups, his rise as consul, the founding of the Intis Empire, his self-proclamation as Caesar. All were acts of a transmigrated protagonist, indulging his every whim while trying, in that reckless journey, to find a sense of belonging. To find a reason to exist. And yet, the more he achieved, the higher he stood, the hollower his heart became. Until Bernadette was born, bringing him a fleeting anchor. But after decades of wandering and striving, what he missed most was still the homeland he could never return to. Rozel's madness in his later years was not merely rebellion against the Church of Steam, nor only the despair of an impending apocalypse. It was also the crushing realization of the truth, that no matter what he did, he could never go back. Can my arrival change anything? According to the rules of the time traveler, the answer should be no. And yet, based on his previous 2 experiences, time seemed oddly pliable. As long as he made the right preparations and concealments, ensuring the results matched what history eventually recorded, the loop could be closed. So, should he really seek Rozel out? The answer was obvious. As the saying goes, since I'm here already. Intis Kingdom, capital Trier. 17 years had passed since Wang Tao, now known as Rozel Gustav, had arrived in this world. From a life of indulgence and decadence as a ruined noble, he had stumbled into the supernatural as a commoner. Then, armed with the knowledge of his past life, he transformed himself. An inventor. A novelist. A poet. A scholar. A philosopher. And more besides. He knew that, with time, his inventions would spread throughout Intis and beyond, shaping the world in ever deeper ways. Yet the hollowness inside him only grew. He didn't understand why. And so, to avoid dwelling on it, he forced himself into constant busyness, whether in banquets drowned in wine or in the arms of women. As long as he was busy enough, he had no time to think. But recently, the effect of this kind of self-anesthesia was wearing thinner and thinner. Roselle desperately needed to find a new goal to fill the void in his heart. One was advancing to a higher sequence, the other was seizing greater power. The former could only be achieved step by step, it wasn't something to rush. But the latter, how was he supposed to achieve it? In his past life, he'd been a science student, and his understanding of politics barely went beyond late-night keyboard debates with friends and colleagues. But there was a saying, wasn't there? Military power might serve political power, but sometimes, it could outweigh it. So, first step, get into the military. He had just raised his glass of red wine to drink when Daddy. A little girl, 6 or 7, wearing a frilly dress, skipped happily toward him. Her long chestnut hair fell like silk, her porcelain doll face glowing as she clutched a picture book. She dove into Roselle's arms. Daddy, tell me a story. Of course. Roselle picked up his beloved daughter and sat her on his lap. What do you want to hear today? This one. She held up the watercolor illustrated book high above her head, Pinocchio. Oh, the story of Pinocchio. But didn't we already read that a few days ago? I want to hear it again. Little Bernadette's serious eyes widened. Because, I need to remind Daddy. Roselle blinked. Huh? Remind me of what? She suddenly leaned to his ear and shouted, remind you never to lie again. Ow, my ears. Roselle rubbed them dramatically. But when have I ever lied to you? Last year you promised to spend my birthday with me, but you forgot. Then you said you'd take me on a picnic, but you forgot again. Last month you promised to bring Mommy and me to the theater, but you never came. Last week. The little girl counted on her fingers, listing his failures one by one. Roselle coughed guiltily. Ahem, Daddy really was busy at the time. I didn't mean it. Really? Bernadette squinted at him suspiciously. But 2 nights ago, I saw you at Lady Averil's house. Shoo. Roselle quickly covered her mouth, then raised his hand solemnly. I swear, this year, on your birthday, I'll be with you. No. You must swear never to lie again. Or else. She pointed at Pinocchio's drawing. Your nose will grow long. Fine. Roselle straightened his face. I swear, I'll never lie again. At least, not to Bernadette, he added silently. All right, then let's start the story. Holding his precious daughter, Roselle opened the Roselle's Fairy Tales collection, which he'd written just to entertain her, and began softly. Once upon a time, there was an old man who longed for a child. One day, he found a magical piece of wood, and carved it into a puppet. Bernadette rested her chin on her hands, eyes fixed on her father. Her long lashes fluttered. Though she had heard the story before, when Pinocchio's lies made his nose grow, or when the old man fell into the sea, she still grew tense and clutched Roselle's clothes. The more engrossed she looked, the more Roselle delighted in teasing her, raising his voice suddenly at key points, or shaking his body so that little Bernadette squealed in fright. And so, Pinocchio became a real boy, and lived happily ever after with his grandfather. Bernadette let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, that's wonderful. Suddenly, she pointed at Roselle's nose and shouted, Ah! Daddy, your nose is growing. Ah! What? Where? Roselle grabbed his nose in mock panic. Gotcha. She stuck her tongue out, hopped off his lap, and ran. Oh ho, so you won't let me lie, but you lie to me. She snorted. I was just teasing. Teasing me? Then I'll tease you back. Roselle lunged playfully. Bernadette shrieked with laughter and bolted from the room. That little rascal, I wonder which side of the family she inherited that from. Just then, a stern man in his 30s, clad in a knight's uniform, entered. Lord Roselle, we just received intelligence, the Black Throne, Solomon's legacy, has been found in the Oradek Islands. Oh. Roselle picked up his half-finished wine and took a sip. Edwards, interested in joining me for a little voyage? The men frowned. But weren't you about to enter the army as an officer? Ha ha ha. Which is exactly why I should take one last voyage. Once I join the military, I won't have the luxury for such adventures. Draining his glass, Roselle declared, it's settled. Go tell Grimm and the others. And make sure he advances to Ocean Songster quickly, more protection for us that way. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, little Bernadette had run quite a distance, only to realize Daddy wasn't chasing her. Her shoulders slumped with disappointment. She slowed down, wandering into the villa's garden, grumbling endlessly about her father's shortcomings, radiating grievance. Then, thump. She spotted a bothersome rock on the path and kicked it hard. Ow. Pain shot from her toe up her leg, and with a slip, she landed flat on her bottom. Her toe throbbed, her leg hurt, her backside stung. Tears welled instantly, but finding no one around, she clenched her teeth and held them back. If I cry now, no one will see. Daddy said, the child who cries gets the candy. Decision made, she crossed her arms, determined to sit right there until Daddy or Mommy came, then unleash her tears. At that very moment, someone hidden in the garden sighed softly. Who would have thought, the aloof, unapproachable Queen Mystic was once a sulky little girl like this? Edward had arrived in Trier 20 minutes ago. Compared to Backlund, the city where Roselle lived was far more developed, already showing hints of what future great cities of the Mysteries world would become. Finding Roselle wasn't hard, he was too famous. In recent years, he had become the darling of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, awarded the title Son of Steam. And so, on arriving at Roselle's villa, Edward stumbled upon the scene of little Bernadette pouting to the air. Judging by her age, perhaps 5 or 6, that meant over a decade had passed since Roselle descended into this world. Edward quickly recalled, Roselle still had a long way to go before becoming the future emperor. Bernadette sat on the ground, sometimes flipping her book, sometimes staring at the sky, sometimes watching butterflies flit by, but most often glancing back toward her father's study. Huh. Suddenly, she frowned, staring straight at Edward's hiding place. Who's there? Edward had learned Intuition. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 448, Chapter 448, Bernadette. Edward froze in disbelief. That's impossible, he thought. With the invisibility cloak's concealment ability active, even a typical demigod shouldn't be able to sense my presence when I'm standing perfectly still. How could this little girl, who isn't even a Beyonder, possibly have discovered me? Is she bluffing? I see you. Bernadette shouted. If you don't come out, I'm going to call someone. Is it you, Daddy? She bounced to her feet, still staring right at where Edward was. I don't know how you became invisible, but... Bernadette pointed at his feet. The grass under you is all trampled down. Damn it. Edward was speechless. He had actually wondered if little Bernadette possessed some extraordinary innate talent, but it turned out to be for such a simple reason. So this was the fatal flaw of the cloak of invisibility, it only rendered you unseen, erasing sound and presence, but your body was still physically there, leaving traces like footprints on the ground. A misstep. You're not Daddy. Bernadette's expression suddenly changed. She carefully backed away. Mama. Uncle Grimm. Uncle Edwards. Grandpa Zeridel. As soon as she called the last name, she turned and bolted. Edward didn't stop her. By the time she brought someone back, he'd be long gone, and no one would know who had been standing there just now. Eh? Just as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly sensed a faint loosening in the digestion of his secret sorcerer potion. Not digestion, precisely, just a subtle shift. Edward blinked. This also counts as keeping a secret. No, perhaps, this belonged to mystery. So, the acting of a secret sorcerer wasn't just about secrecy. It also encompassed mystery. The past Queen Mystic had, unintentionally, shown him that playing the secret sorcerer could also mean embodying mystery. This was rather fascinating. With that thought, Edward's heart stirred. He pulled out one of his last 2 spare wands from his leather pouch. He would definitely need to stock up on more next time he returned to the Harry Potter world. Then he froze. If the Harry Potter world didn't exist in this era, what would happen when the time came for him to return there a few days later? Bernadette had barely taken 7 or 8 steps when she suddenly lost control of her body, spinning back around and running straight toward him. Terrified, she tried to scream, but no sound came out, her mouth was gone. Her pupils quivered in sheer horror, yet she could do nothing but watch as the distance between herself and the invisible man rapidly shrank. Then, as if leaping out of thin air, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Hello, Bernadette. Edward had restored his original face from before his transmigration. Smiling, he lifted a hand and waved in greeting. MMPHH, wait. I can talk again. Bernadette muttered in surprise, then immediately shrieked at the top of her lungs, Daddy. Help. Somebody. Edward merely folded his arms, letting her scream as she pleased. He had already used space concealment to shroud the entire area. Even if she screamed herself hoarse, no one would hear a thing. Bernadette soon realized this. She decisively shut her mouth, her azure eyes darting about as she put on an obedient and adorable expression. I was just joking with you earlier. I was joking with you too. The little girl froze for a moment, then rattled off in a rush. Are you here to kidnap me? To demand ransom from my daddy? I can cooperate. I promise I'll behave. Edward shrugged. I'm no kidnapper. I only wanted to catch a glimpse of the so-called son of steam. But since you noticed me, I had no choice but to. I don't know anything. I didn't see anything. I won't say anything. Bernadette squeezed her eyes shut and clamped her hands over her mouth. You clever little thing. Edward walked forward and, almost unconsciously, patted her on the head. Not as soft as Lilith's. Ah. She jumped in fright, but still didn't open her eyes. All right, I was really just joking with you. I'll be leaving now. Huh. Her eyelashes fluttered as she cracked one eye open, spotting the strange man turning to walk away. But after just a few steps, he suddenly stopped again. Bernadette quickly snapped her eyes shut. You really like Pinocchio, don't you? Huh. The book in your hand, it's got him drawn on it, doesn't it? Bernadette's eyes flew wide open. A few seconds later, she planted her fists on her hips, huffing in indignation. You are daddy. What? This time, it was Edward who was baffled. How had she come to that conclusion? You're mistaken. You're still pretending. Edward conjured a little Pinocchio doll and tossed it to her, the exact kind Bernadette would one day give to him in the future. If you don't tell anyone that you saw me today, I'll give you this Pinocchio doll. How about it? Huh. So he really wasn't Papa. Bernadette tensed again. She knew she absolutely shouldn't hide something like this from her father. But if she refused this man outright, what if he got angry and did something to her? Shrinking her head into her shoulders, she muttered, "Oh, okay." Edward smiled and snapped his fingers. Anyone who lies to me will see their nose grow longer. The next second, Bernadette watched in horror as her nose began to stretch, 1 inch, 2 inches, 3 inches. After a moment of stunned disbelief, she screamed in terror. Ah! So you did lie to me. You were definitely planning to tell someone you saw me, weren't you? No. I wasn't. I swear I won't tell anyone. Really, I promise. Bernadette cried out in panic. I wasn't lying, truly. Then it's a deal. With that, Edward stepped into the spirit world and vanished. My nose. Bernadette wanted to chase after him, but when she touched her face, she realized her nose had returned to normal. It's back. I still have to tell. The moment the thought arose, her nose stretched again. Ah. I won't say it. I won't tell anyone. Her nose shrank back. Bernadette clutched her face in fright, only breathing in relief after a long moment. Then she lowered her head, staring at the puppet in her hands. But, if he isn't Daddy, then how could he know about Pinocchio? This storybook was something Daddy wrote just for me. Apart from Mama and Papa, no one else should know about it. Could he have seen the words in the book? She flipped the page. But this page only has pictures. Could it be, he can see through things? Bernadette's face went pale with shock. Spinning around, she bolted. Help. Tisk, false reality really is the ultimate weapon against children. They can hardly distinguish between truth and falsehood, so to them, everything becomes reality. Edward left the Roselle family villa without going to meet Roselle as originally planned. After all, the man wasn't going anywhere. Sooner or later, they'd meet. What difference did it make? In the dimly lit inn, Edward conjured 2 floating lanterns to brighten the air, then hunched over a desk. Eagerly, he took out pen and paper, scratching down words as inspiration flowed. Rules for acting as a secret sorcerer. Secrecy, keep secrets. Mystery, remain mysterious. As for how to keep secrets, Edward still didn't have much of a clue. Just as he'd mused before, in this era he had already been keeping plenty of secrets. Mystery, however, his brief encounter with Bernadette had given him an idea. It meant pretending to be profound, speaking ambiguously, keeping one's identity unclear. In short, doing whatever it took to maintain an aura of mystery. Edward drew a line between secrecy and mystery. Could he achieve both at the same time? Or perhaps, mystery inherently implied secrecy. The two were inseparable. Wasn't that the very essence of a Riddler? In that instant, Edward understood why he hadn't been able to trigger further digestion of his potion. Whether it was secrecy or mystery, both required an audience. Someone to keep secrets from. Someone to act mysteriously toward. If that's really the case, then actually, digesting the secret sorcerer potion quickly should be simple. Edward gave a helpless little laugh. I could just pick a random deity as my target and play riddles with them. But that was the absolute last resort. Unless it was truly unavoidable, he wouldn't risk exposing himself like that. Time travel was too sensitive a matter, who knew how those gods would react if they learned of it. That meant Didn't this suggest that none of the gods had noticed his transmigration? Because if they had, they would certainly have been watching him already, and in that case, his secret sorcerer potion would never have been so still. That was, at least, some good news. If not gods, then who else could serve as suitable targets? The first person Edward thought of was Medici, who was still imprisoned underground at this time. As a former king of angels, playing the Riddler with him would certainly yield much. And since he was sealed away underground with little outside contact, and given Edward's current sequence 4 strength, the risk was relatively low. Also, Mr. Door from this era. He wondered if the uniqueness was still with him. If it wasn't, it meant his plan with the Russian priest had already begun. If it was, he would definitely be curious as to why there were 2 uniquenesses of the apprentice pathway in the world. Holy crap. If that were true, it would be no small joke. It would shake the very underlying logic of the world of mysteries. Yes, so I must try to contact Mr. Door as well. Who else? There was also Mr. Azek. At this time, he should still be caught in the cycle of death and resurrection, desperate to regain his lost memories. That could be an opportunity to take advantage of him. But finding him was the problem. Same with old man Palez. Who knew what remote corner he might be hiding in right now? Beyond them, there didn't seem to be any other high-sequence individuals to whom he could play the Riddler with relative safety. He suddenly slapped his forehead. I'm thinking too rigidly. It doesn't have to be a high-sequence target. What matters is the fit. I need someone I understand well enough, and who will also be intrigued by the information I feed them. Only then can I keep stringing them along endlessly. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 449, Searching for Lilith. Edward tore out those pages, set them alight, and watched until they crumbled into ashes. When he looked up again, he realized that at some point the sky had already darkened. A crimson moon hung overhead, its light spilling down and cloaking the world in a thin, hazy mist. In this era, gas lamps had only just been invented. Once the sun sank, the world was swallowed by darkness. The streets outside were nearly deserted. Immersed in such darkness, loneliness pressed in heavier than ever. The calm he had just forced upon himself was pierced through, replaced by a sharp ache. Grief, for humans, always carried a delay. When he had first realized he had traveled through time, confusion and uncertainty had outweighed sadness. Then came a whirlwind of busyness that left him no time to dwell on it. But now, sitting alone in this hollow, empty room, with Lilith and Audrey separated from him by the chasm of centuries, untouchable, unreachable, Edward finally grasped the reality of it. An unprecedented sorrow flooded him like a tidal wave, suffocating, crushing, leaving him gasping for air. Snap. The fountain pen broke in his hand. Ink spattered across the desk, scattering into deep blotches, stains that stood out sharp and raw, like scars seared into the depths of his soul. For a long while, he sat frozen. Then, with a wave of his hand, Edward cleaned the mess, forced himself upright, and shoved the pain down, dragging his thoughts back to order. Where was he just now? Right. Candidates for acting out the secret sorcerer role. Yes. There was still one person in this era who absolutely couldn't be overlooked, someone Roselle had mentioned in his notes, another transmigrator from an even earlier time. Whether that senior was the same person who had later stormed into the astral plane in search of Cheek, Roselle had explicitly written that the other still lived. That meant, at the very least, the two had interacted. Otherwise, how could Roselle have known? So, if he kept his eyes on Roselle long enough, sooner or later he'd come across that person. Wait. Edward froze, his heartbeat suddenly quickening. Known facts, there existed a transmigrator who had arrived in an earlier timeline. They knew Chinese. They had left behind a diary written in Chinese. The diary was childishly simple, recording trivial daily life, random thoughts, using circles in place of words they couldn't write, clearly the work of a child. And right now, wasn't there someone who fit that description perfectly? Lilith. Edward leapt to his feet before he even realized it. She was a child. Her Chinese was only at an elementary school level. Naturally, her diary would be filled with childishness. She had complained about food being unappetizing, about hating her environment, about being homesick, wanting to return. She even had beaten up Cheek. Edward's chest clenched. The one who had kicked Cheek around like a ball was Lilith. The one who had handed Cheek potion formulas was Lilith. The one who had charged into the astral plane to hunt Cheek down was Lilith. I'll be waiting for you in the future. That final line, spoken by the black-haired girl before they parted, now resurfaced in his mind. So this was what she had truly meant. No wonder. No wonder. Everything suddenly fit together. No wonder Cheek had suddenly appeared back then, striking at Lilith. So the two of them had already carried grudges from before. And yet, from the contents of those diary pages, it seemed that later, she and Cheek had gotten along fairly well. So what had happened between them to bring things to such a deadly pass? What had Lilith gone through in that time? Betrayal, deception, despair, suffering, perhaps even worse horrors. At this moment, Edward felt happy, heartbroken, and worried all at once. He was happy that Lilith had successfully survived from the fourth epoch all the way to the present, his future, and had acquired immense power. He was heartbroken thinking about the countless difficulties and obstacles she must have overcome to get to where she was. And he was worried that she had charged into the astral world all alone to hunt down a true god. After all, the top of the witch pathway was already occupied by Cheek at sequence 0. At best, Lilith could only have reached sequence 2. A sequence 2 challenging a true god, that was nothing short of suicide. Unless, she had switched to another pathway. But the witch's neighboring pathway was hunter. If she had advanced as a hunter, she would have turned into a man. Yet at that time, she hadn't looked like a man at all. Could it have been transformation spells? But even if she had switched to hunter, the beyonder characteristic of the conqueror was known to be in Medici's possession. She wouldn't have had a chance to advance to Red Priest anyway. Broadly speaking, witches' adjacent pathways also included darkness, twilight, and death. But those three belonged exclusively to the Evernight goddess. How could anyone else possibly encroach upon them? That only left one path, ignoring neighboring sequences and leaping straight across. But such a reckless promotion would either drive one insane, or kill them outright. Questions flooded Edward's mind, but every answer lay buried 2 centuries into the future. Yes, he was sequence 4 now, his lifespan long enough to wait that out. But those 200 years still had to be endured, one day at a time. Wait. Edward's eyes flared, heat burning within. If Lilith exists in the future, then she must also exist now. Which means, is it possible I could find her in this era? Once this thought took root, Edward could no longer shake it off. The new question became, how should he find Lilith? If the predecessor senior Roselle mentioned in his diary was actually Lilith, then all Edward had to do was keep an eye on him. But then why would Lilith have gone to meet Roselle? Did she know Roselle was also a transmigrator and sought him out of curiosity? Or, did Lilith have some special purpose for coming to Intis, to try her? Right, in the future she mentioned the Conqueror's beyonder characteristic. She was looking for the Conqueror's characteristic. Oh, she really planned to jump to the hunter pathway. That would mean his truly soft, cute, and precious daughter would turn into a son. As long as she stayed alive, that was what mattered most. It was certain Lilith had an interest in the Conqueror's characteristic, and it just so happened that beneath Trier lay one such characteristic. Could that be what drew her here? Even so, how was he supposed to find her? Should he deliberately expose himself so that she might come to him? Far too dangerous. Edward hadn't forgotten that the primordial demoness, Cheek, seemed to have been actively hunting for Lilith. That meant he'd have to try another route. The names Medici, Amon, Palez, and others flickered across his mind. Judging from the diary, Lilith had at least crossed into the early 4th epoch. Later she had even met Cheek, and fought her over a divine position. With experiences like those, she could hardly have avoided encounters with the great powers of that era. Which meant Medici and the others might very well know of her, or at least of her whereabouts. And then, there was also that fellow who claimed to know everything. The Simp Mirror, a Rhodes. But that was a sealed artifact belonging to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. 200 years later, it would be in the hands of the machinery hive mind in Backlund. Where was it now? And more importantly, how could he safely make contact with it? Apart from a Rhodes. The only other options were those few deities who, in the future, had seemingly shown him some measure of goodwill. But even if they truly meant well in the future, could he really trust them to be the same 2 centuries earlier? Edward dared not gamble. After all, he had just barely managed to slip out from beneath the eyes of those sly, manipulative gods, escape their chessboard, so to speak. To now go knocking on their doors of his own accord, wasn't that just asking for trouble? He lowered his head, pondering again. A small silver-white cross appeared in his palm. This was what the Russian priest had handed him before his death. With it, Edward was technically considered a member of the Twilight Hermit Order. Every time the order convened, the cross allowed one to project their spirit into the corpse cathedral to attend the gathering. At the time, the priest had said, it can exist. Edward hadn't understood. What did that mean? Now it was clear. Perhaps the Twilight Hermit Order no longer existed in the future, but in the past, it certainly did. So what Adam had meant back then was, you can join the order in the past. Which meant, Edward, using the cross given to him by the priest of the future, could attend meetings of the Twilight Hermit Order in the past. There, he might even meet that very same priest, and through their acquaintance, set in motion the future decision to pass the cross back to him. A perfect little, closed loop. Just like the time at Hogwarts, when Dumbledore had given him the time turner, another closed loop. So in the end, everything circled back to the Russian priest after all. Should he be surprised? After all, that being had once held the authority of omniscience and omnipotence. But then, did the priest already sense the presence of this cross, which by all rights shouldn't exist in this era? According to the secrecy rules he'd summarized for acting as a secret sorcerer, the priest shouldn't know. So, should he attend the next Twilight Hermit Order meeting? Edward leaned back in his chair, torn. After a long while, he shook his head. No need to rush the decision. Better to think it through carefully. As his fiery emotions cooled, a new thought came to him. Could it be that the predecessor Roselle mentioned wasn't Lilith after all? The clues were far too thin. Maybe, Roselle had been talking about him. After all, to Emperor Roselle, Edward too was a Transmigrator Senior. At the Roselle household villa. Dinner finished, Roselle kissed his wife Matilda on the cheek before leaving the dining room. Tonight was one of those rare evenings when he wasn't attending a ball, nor drinking himself into some noblewoman's bed. It wasn't that he had pressing business. It was simply that, there's no barren field, only an overworked ox. After days of debauchery, his kidneys were starting to protest. I've really got to get promoted to artisan soon. That should improve my constitution quite a bit. He picked up a cup of warm water with fruit steeped in it and gulped it down. If only I could find some goji berries, these fruits don't do a damn thing. He rubbed his chin. Maybe I should try that pharmacist Grimm recommended. But, mummy powder. Is that really reliable? Clack. Roselle set down the cup and turned toward the door. What's with you? You were acting all sneaky during dinner too. At the doorway, little Bernadette, who had been peeking in, immediately puffed up and shouted, "Who's sneaky?" "You're the sneaky one, Daddy. I'm going to tell Mommy that you want to eat mummy powder." Damn it, what a little dagger straight to her father's heart. Roselle quickly raised his hands. Wait. Daddy's wrong, Daddy admits it. Bernadette clasped her hands behind her back, chin raised. And just what exactly are you wrong about? Why do women always love to ask that question? Note, enjoy the extra chapter. No extra chapter tomorrow, as usual. Chapter 450, The Past and the Future. Roselle scooped his precious daughter into his arms. My mistake was, making my darling upset. That's right. Bernadette nodded with great magnanimity. I forgive you. Then, tell Daddy, what was it you wanted to say to me at dinner just now? Bernadette hesitated for a few seconds. Daddy, that fairy tale collection, was it really something you wrote just for me? Of course. Has anyone else read it? No one. Roselle's tone was firm. Every word of those fairy tales was created by me, and the illustrations were drawn by your mother. Once it was completed, it was given straight to you. How could anyone else have read it? But. She pursed her lips. I just feel like someone else has read it. Why do you say that? Roselle chuckled. Women were always women, such a strong sense of possessiveness, and at such a young age too, already firing at shadows. Bernadette rubbed at the hem of her clothes with her fingers before finally pulling a doll out of her pocket. Look at this, is it Pinocchio? I found it outside this afternoon. Peanock. Before he could finish, the smile froze on Roselle's face. He snatched the puppet at once, staring fixedly at its long nose. How could this be? Is it just a coincidence? Bernadette, where did you find it? Bernadette averted her gaze guiltily. It was in the garden. She had wanted to tell Daddy that a strange man had broken into the villa to give it to her, but she worried that her nose would grow longer. Roselle regarded his daughter quietly for a moment, then smiled. What a pity. Why? This puppet was something I secretly made as a gift for you. But you happened to pick it up first, so now the surprise is ruined. He shook his head in mock regret. I knew it. Otherwise how could that man have? Before finishing, Bernadette hurriedly covered her mouth. Roselle laughed softly. That man? You mean Grimm? He was Uncle Grimm. Of course. You're talking about that fellow Grimm. I asked him to take a look at it, but he turned around and handed it straight to you, spoiling my surprise. Roselle pretended to be angry. By the way, apart from giving you this puppet, did he say anything else? Say anything else? Bernadette thought for a moment. No. He just told me not to tell anyone, otherwise, my nose would grow longer. As she said this, she quickly touched her nose. Just now I wasn't telling Daddy, so it doesn't count as lying. Ha 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 ha. Roselle burst into hearty laughter. All right, don't worry. That was just Grimm trying to scare you. Now hurry along and rest. Okay. She grabbed Pinocchio back into her arms, ran off quickly, and called out, Good night, Daddy. Thank you for the puppet, I really like it. Go on then. Watching his daughter leave happily, Roselle's smile gradually faded. That Pinocchio puppet, just what's going on here? Inside the inn, Edward leaned against the headboard with a book of Elvish, muttering as he recited vocabulary and grammar. Suddenly, his brows lifted in surprise. Ah! The potion of the secret sorcerer had loosened again. But I didn't do anything. He closed the book, thinking for a moment. Up to this point, aside from the newspaper boy and the innkeeper, the only real contact he'd had was with Bernadette. So, it was most likely because of her. But why? Future, year 1349. Fog Sea, Emerald City. Queen Mystic, Bernadette, stood quietly upon a seaside terrace, gazing at the moonlit waves that glowed red in the night. Her eyes suddenly deepened, a brilliance like the starry sky flickering within them. After a long silence, her gaze returned to normal. She whispered to herself. You've broken our promise again, Edward. Backlund. Priscilla swung her legs nervously atop the tall seat. Tonight was her first extraordinary gathering since taking responsibility for the Aurora Order's Backlund branch. Though she had long anticipated this, though she had prepared meticulously, she still worried about messing it up. Medici stood beside her, arms crossed, and snorted with disdain. Getting this nervous over such a small occasion, what will you do if you ever stand at the top? Priscilla thought for a moment. Then, I'd rather stand a little lower. At 8 o'clock sharp, the first to arrive were Furs and Zio. Miss Death had only charged £300 last time to lend her help, though it ended up in a farcical mess, the favor still stood. Naturally, Furs made sure to arrive early. She had wanted to bring friends, but in Backlund, the few friends she had were mostly tied to publishing houses. As for Zio, her acquaintances were mostly ordinary folk. As for Audrey and Viscount Glaint, they would be coming together. The rules of the gathering remained unchanged from the days when Mr. A presided, only the decor of the room was different, and the host had changed to Priscilla. Soon, Audrey arrived with Greeland. The first thing she did was scan the room, searching for Edward and Lilith, but neither were in sight. She thought of asking Priscilla, but as other Beyonders began filtering in, she let the thought pass. Half an hour later, over 20 participants filled the room. Most wore disguises that concealed their faces, but Audrey was certain, Edward was not among them. Could he be busy with something else? She didn't dwell on it. Though many attendees were skeptical of the child seated in the host's chair, none voiced it aloud. They all knew how terrifying Mr. A had been. Now, this little girl sat in his place, calling herself Miss D. Clearly, she belonged to the same organization. Clearly, she was not to be provoked. In the mystical world, never underestimate anyone. Let us begin. Priscilla was no longer nervous. Following the usual process, the attendants went around collecting slips of paper listing items for sale or purchase, then transcribed them onto the blackboard. Each entry was read aloud 3 times. Anyone interested could apply for a private room, where transactions would be facilitated by attendants. Priscilla had feared an awkward silence and had asked Audrey's group to help stir momentum if needed. But there was no need. After all, it had been weeks since the last gathering, and Backlund only had so many of these circles. Independent Beyonders relied heavily on them for trading. At one point, the attendant frowned at a slip, then carefully wrote the words on the blackboard. Generous reward, information on an organization symbolized by tarot cards. The 3 members of the tarot club froze in unison, exchanging quick glances, yet none spoke up. As for the others, though they had heard vague rumors, none knew any details. Thus, the request passed without a response, and the slip was erased. 15 minutes later, Priscilla announced, "Break. You may converse freely." She then beckoned an attendant, whispered instructions, and handed over a slip. The attendant nodded and walked straight toward a man in the corner. "Sir, this is from Miss D." "What?" The man accepted it in surprise. Through the gauzy veil, his red eyes glimmered faintly. The slip read, "I know something about that organization. If you're interested, stay after the gathering." When the attendant left, he nudged his companion with an elbow. "Hey, Danitz, should I stay? How should I know? This whole gathering is too low-level, too boring. None of the things I want are here." Danitz yawned. Emlyn shot him a speechless look. The last time they met, this guy had still been Sequence 7 like him. Now, he was suddenly gathering materials for Sequence 5. Sequence 5, for most Beyonders, that was practically the ceiling. No wonder he wasn't expecting much here. "Sigh, should I stay or not?" Emlyn muttered, torn between sensing danger and remembering the expectations of his ancestor. The gathering, originally set to end at 9, stretched until 9:30 thanks to the backlog of trades. As the crowd dispersed, Emlyn wrestled with his thoughts, before finally deciding to meet this mysterious Miss D. Danitz tried to follow but was stopped at the door by an attendant. "If anything happens, just scream." "I'll definitely," he grinned. run away first. Emlyn raised a middle finger at him. Soon, he was ushered into a dim room. Miss D sat upon a sofa far too large for her, holding a glass of milk, looking every bit like a little adult as she fixed her eyes on him. The scene was oddly dissonant. He had half expected Miss D to be a crippled yet unyielding dwarf of a beyonder. But up close, she was plainly just a child. Of course, there was always the chance she was an ancient monster playing young. Where did you hear of the organization symbolized by tarot cards? Miss D asked the moment he sat. Ah, in the papers. That whole commotion some time ago, about the bandit, the Black Emperor. And why do you seek this organization? I want to join. Why do you want to join? Huh. Emlyn froze. Why do I want to? The only answer was, the ancestors' command. Join the organization, and then. Save the world, he declared solemnly. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 451, Scaring a Child. Priscilla was silent for a moment. I understand. Please wait here. She set down her glass of milk, stood up, and walked into the adjoining room. Inside, Furs and Audrey were waiting. How is it? She asked the two of them. Furs shook her head, unwilling to give any comment. Audrey thought for a moment, then said, I think, I might know who the person outside is. His name is Emlyn. He's a vampire, Audrey explained. Other than a few peculiar hobbies, he's actually quite a decent person. Oh right, last time, when Father and the others were poisoned, it was Emlyn and his father who helped with the treatment. Furs's expression cleared. Then such a person should be a suitable candidate for the Tarot Club. Audrey smiled. Furs, you're sounding more and more like a true member with a sense of ownership. Ah. Furs scratched her head shyly. However, whether he can join the Tarot Club or not isn't up to us. We'll have to consult Mr. Fool. Priscilla's eyes lit up eagerly. Then should we pray to Mr. Fool right now? Furs hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? It feels like we're making decisions on our own. That's true. Audrey considered it. But, the way he earnestly said, to save the world earlier, I find that rather intriguing. Others might not know, but Audrey was well aware that the apocalypse was real. Based on what she knew of Emlyn, he wasn't the type who would say something like, save the world. I'll offer a prayer to Mr. Fool. She turned and left the room, stepping into a small parlor next door. Sitting down on the sofa, Audrey pressed her palms together and began reciting softly. The fool that doesn't belong to this era. The mysterious ruler above the gray fog. The king of yellow and black who wields good luck. I have something to report. Just now, at Miss Death's gathering, we met a vampire who is searching for, and wishes to join, the Tarot Club. His name is Emlyn. He previously served as a priest at the Harvest Church, and is actually a rather good person. When we asked him why he wanted to join, he answered very seriously, to save the world. I suspect this may involve some hidden matter, so I am reporting it to you, awaiting your instructions. A few minutes later, the endless gray fog appeared before her eyes. Mr. Fool sat high upon his bronze throne and said calmly. You may give him my 3-part prayer. I understand, Mr. Fool. Audrey returned to the room and relayed Mr. Fool's message to the others. So this vampire really might be hiding some kind of secret, Furs exclaimed. They had only come tonight to support Miss Death's first gathering, yet they had unexpectedly stumbled upon such an event, possibly even witnessing the appearance of the next Tarot Club member. Meanwhile, outside, Emlyn was growing increasingly restless as the little Miss D stayed inside for quite a while. At last, the door creaked open, and she walked out. Mr. Emlyn. His heart nearly stopped. His entire body tensed like a drawn bowstring. How did she know his name? On this paper, D said evenly, is the information about the organization you seek. Recite it in Hermes, and you'll have the chance to join. Emlyn accepted the slip of paper and glanced at it. The corner of his eye twitched violently. Wasn't this a 3-part honorific used for worshipping a god? So, that tarot card-based organization was actually a cult of an evil god. Which meant, the ancestor wanted him to join an evil god cult. I'm doomed. I'm completely doomed. This time, I'm really dead. In Byam, inside the governor's mansion. 2 days had passed since the battle involving multiple high-sequence powerhouses, a battle that had leveled a swath of forest and beach. Fortunately, it had taken place far enough from Byam that the city itself had been spared. But the calamity wrought by the witch had still caused significant disasters and casualties. As Admiral Emirius, Klein had no choice but to take charge of the rescue operations. Apart from that, he suddenly discovered that Emirius's mistress had disappeared without a trace after that night, as though she had evaporated into thin air. Sigh, I wonder what Amirius will think when he returns and learns of this. Will he take it out on me? But if I just vanish now, won't it look like I'm the one responsible? And so, Klein could only grit his teeth and continue playing his role as Amirius within the governor's mansion. Just then, a girl's prayer entered his ears. Without even ascending above the fog, he knew instantly it was from Miss Justice. He rose, stepped into the washroom, and retraced 4 steps back into the world above the grey fog. Mr. Fool, I have something to report. Just now, Audrey's prayer left Klein somewhat surprised. Emlyn. He had a strong impression of this vampire who insisted on correcting others to call him a sanguine and not by any other term. After all, several key materials for Klein's faceless potion had come from him. To be frank, Klein's impression of Emlyn was rather favorable. Add to that the fact he had been introduced by Edward, and after a brief moment of thought, Klein decided it was worth meeting this vampire, if only to see what exactly he meant by saving the world. Hey, if he truly has the courage to pray to me tonight, and if he provides me with sufficient reason to accept him, then tomorrow's tarot gathering may very well see the arrival of a new member. Year 1160 passed. Intis Kingdom's capital, Trier. When Edward awoke, he felt groggy and heavy-headed. Last night, it had taken him until dawn, and the help of the draft of living death, before he could finally fall asleep. He couldn't help it. Each time he closed his eyes, Audrey's and Lilith's faces would appear in his mind, stirring a deep, inescapable loneliness. Edward sat there blankly for a while, then shook his head with a sigh. The powers I gained from devouring those 3 cards of blasphemy, they wore off last night. Looks like until I learn Elvish, I'll have to run around naked for a while. Although he had mentally prepared himself for this back when he discovered he time-traveled back to the past, the reality still left him with an unavoidable sense of insecurity. Compared to the last time, when he was in the forsaken land of the gods and Bernadette was watching over him, in this space-time, the only one he could bully was Bernadette herself. Worse still, in this unfamiliar era, he had no one at hand to record his beyonder abilities. After enduring a local-style breakfast, Edward finally understood why Roselle had often complained in his diary that he couldn't stand the food here. It was a pity, Roselle the Great had invented and created so many things, yet had failed to bring Chinese cuisine into this world. Was it that he didn't know how to cook? That he couldn't find the right ingredients? Or was he simply too lazy? After spending 5 kopecks on the Intis Daily, Edward at last learned the exact date, March 15, 1160. A Monday. Most of the newspaper was filled with noble gossip, with a small portion reporting on yet more of Roselle's inventions. Political news was scarcely mentioned at all. Turning to the middle pages, he spotted a bounty notice. The great son of steam, Roselle Gustave, has created a new mascot and is now inviting the public to submit names for it. A reward of 100 felkin will be given for the chosen entry. 100 felkin. That reward was a bit too small, wasn't it? Of course, for most ordinary folk, it was a fortune. But for the so-called son of steam at this point in time, it seemed downright petty. Edward's gaze dropped lower to the accompanying picture of the so-called mascot. A round, blue, earless cat. Doraemon. What was Roselle trying to pull here? Launching a campaign just to hype this blue chubby figure, using it as promotion for his next invention. But, with so many outstanding works from his previous life, why pick Doraemon, a figure southwest out of place with the current era? Edward pinched his chin, deep in thought. There's definitely something off about this bounty. Surely it's not someone impersonating Roselle. That's too unlikely. With Roselle's status as the son of steam, anyone daring to impersonate him publicly in the Trier newspapers would be signing their own death warrant. And knowing Roselle's style, if he really wanted to launch a public campaign, he'd spend a huge sum and plaster it across the front page, not bury it inside. Could this be aimed at me? Yesterday, Bernadette had finally admitted to Roselle that she had met him. Then, Roselle might have deduced he was another transmigrator. But, why? What connection was there? It couldn't just be because of his black hair and black eyes, could it? The people of the Mysteries world didn't all look purely Western. There were plenty with black hair, brown hair, and dark eyes. Closing the paper, Edward mulled over it for a while before muttering, forget it. I'll just go ask Bernadette directly. Roselle's villa. Ah. Little Bernadette woke with a scream, scrambling to touch her nose. I didn't lie. Nose, don't grow. Don't grow. After a long moment, when she confirmed her nose had remained its normal size, she let out a long sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness it was only a dream. At that moment, her mother, Matilda, hurried in and sat by the bed with concern. What's wrong, sweetheart? It's nothing, Mama, I just had a nightmare. What kind of nightmare? Bernadette hesitated. I lied, and then my nose started growing. Longer and longer. She spread her arms wide to show, longer than our whole villa. Then why did you lie? I didn't lie. If you didn't lie, how would your father know? Matilda suddenly gave a cold, twisted smile. Her face distorted as she leaned closer and closer. Until she turned into Edward's visage. That I visited yesterday. Bernadette's pupils went out of focus. It took over 10 seconds before she jolted backwards, mouth opening in a terrified scream. Ah! Note, 170 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 452, Meeting Medici again. Unfortunately, her scream didn't bring anyone. Bernadette quickly realized this, clapped her hands over her mouth, and stammered in panic. I really didn't tell Daddy, it was Daddy who guessed it on his own. She hurriedly recounted what had happened last night. After listening, Edward's expression turned odd. So that's where the problem was. In the future, Roselle's creations, such as Snow White and Pinocchio, had already been compiled into the Roselle fairy tales, widely spread everywhere. But in this current era, none of those fairy tales had been published yet. Only their family of 3 knew them. So now, with someone suddenly showing up and pulling out a Pinocchio doll, a thing that shouldn't even exist in this world, it was perfectly normal for Roselle to be suspicious. That was why, the very next day, he put an ad in the paper about Doraemon. The purpose, without causing too much of a stir, to catch the eye of the suspected transmigrator and lure them in. No, wait. That wasn't quite the logic. After all, Roselle had been creating 4 years. If there really were another transmigrator around, how could they possibly not recognize what he was? No, this felt more like an invitation. I know you exist. Come find me. Edward shook his head. This whole thing was truly beyond his expectations. He hadn't thought that on just the second day, well, the first full day, of arriving in this era, he'd already been exposed. So, the transmigrator senior that Roselle's diary later mentioned as still alive. Was that actually himself? Another closed loop, completed out of nowhere. While Edward pondered, Bernadette shrank back into herself, pitiful, weak, and helpless, muttering in her heart that her father was far too unreliable. 2 times now people had sneaked into their house, and he still hadn't noticed. As she thought this, Edward suddenly looked over. She immediately straightened up and put on her most obedient expression. Then she saw him take out another figurine, this time with a fishtail instead of legs, perched on a reef with mouth open in song. He handed it over. Eh? The Little Mermaid. The iconic pose and design made Bernadette instantly recognize the character. Bernadette, you kept your promise with me very honestly. You didn't deliberately reveal my existence to anyone. This is my gift to you. She nodded rapidly. Okay. Even without gifts, I'll never, ever tell. That was what she said. What she actually thought was, how stingy. Daddy could have people make me dozens of dolls like this in minutes, and he thinks he can buy me off with just one. Edward caught her thoughts and chuckled. She's not just a simple Little Mermaid doll. As long as you wish it, the Little Mermaid will truly appear. No way, ah. Her eyes widened. Suddenly, she was standing on a sandy beach of a small island. A beautiful red-haired mermaid sat singing on a reef not far away. As if sensing Bernadette's gaze, the mermaid turned, smiled, and waved before diving into the sea. She's gone. But as soon as Bernadette said it, the water rippled, and seconds later the Little Mermaid burst back out, resting her chin in her hands, staring at her with wide, watery eyes. Bernadette cautiously reached out a finger. The Little Mermaid did the same. Their 2 small white hands touched. The next instant, the island, the sea, the mermaid, all vanished. Bernadette was back in her room. She looked around anxiously. Where's the Little Mermaid? Then she stared down in astonishment at the doll. Just now, I could really see the Little Mermaid, because of this doll. What do you think? Edward smiled. So, if you want to see the Little Mermaid again, or more fairy tale characters, you know what to do, don't you? He added with a lighter tone, also, make sure you keep this Little Mermaid safe. If anyone else sees her, she'll share the same fate as in her story, turning into foam and vanishing. With that, Edward's figure gradually faded away. Bernadette quickly asked, if I keep your secret, will you give me more gifts? Guess. His voice grew ethereal, fading into nothing. Knock, knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door. Bernadette, breakfast. It was her mother's voice. Bernadette was about to reply when the memory of that terrifying vision flashed in her mind, sending a shiver through her body. She lowered her head to the delicate Little Mermaid doll in her hands, muttering softly. This person, he must be Daddy's friend. Otherwise how could he just happen to know those fairy tales, and even make the dolls ahead of time to give to me? But, what if he's not? Bernadette. Matilda pushed the door open. Bernadette hurriedly hid the doll under the covers, then rubbed her eyes as if she'd just woken up. Good morning, Mama. Leaving Roselle's home, Edward teleported straight to Backlund. After analyzing everything from last night, Edward concluded there were two urgent matters he needed to handle. First, digest the potion and advance to a higher sequence as quickly as possible. Second, find Lilith of this era. And now, there was precisely one person who knew where Lilith was, and who could satisfy both conditions at once. Medici, the 3-in-1. Backlund, William Street No. 8, at the border of Westborough and the Empress Borough. 200 years ago, this house looked almost no different from how it would in the future, the street's name, the number on the door, all the same. At this time, the house still belonged to the Pound family, kept under surveillance by both the lone royal family and the churches. Edward teleported directly into the underground palace below. With a wave of his hand, several lanterns appeared, floating in midair and illuminating the darkness. Everything here was identical to how it would be 2 centuries later. The moment he reached the final gate, an overwhelming malice surged in from all directions, accompanied by a feeble force that tried to erode Edward's body. Edward simply reached out, grabbed, and stole the malice away. He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. As expected of a Sequence 4 ability of the Marauder pathway, one could even steal something like malice. But in the very next second, the entire underground palace shuddered. Thick smoke poured out from every crevice, showing just how furious the sealed Medici was. After a long while, the dust finally settled, forming a single line of words. Lil Raven, how did you find your way here? Lil Raven. Edward froze. Does Medici mistake me for Amon? Interesting. He feigned ignorance. Who's Lil Raven? The dust shifted again, forming another line. Don't pretend, Lil Raven. Just tell me, why have you come? If you release me, I can let bygones be bygones. Edward shrugged. Sorry, Your Excellency, but I'm really not this Lil Raven you're talking about. I'm just a passerby who happened to stumble upon your little seal. Medici seemed to hesitate, then after a pause the dust reformed into words. Whether or not you're Lil Raven, let me out. I'll grant you a wish, any wish. Any wish. Edward raised a brow. Anything at all. Edward stroked his chin, considering. I want to find someone. Who? Lilith. The progenitor of vampires. She's long dead. What do you want with her? No, Edward shook his head, another Lilith. The dust went still. Then it twisted, distorted, spelling out an enraged response. Lil Raven. Are you toying with me? Huh? Edward frowned. Why does Medici think Amon is messing with him? Apologies, Your Excellency, but I don't understand what you mean. I don't care what game you're playing. Break the seal, let me out, and I'll humor you. Or is it that you've grown so afraid of me you only dare tease me like this, Lil Raven? Edward's brow furrowed. First, I am not the Lil Raven you keep mentioning. Second, I don't know why you're suddenly so angry. And lastly, I only want news of Lilith. She's dead. The words warped violently in the dust. Have you forgotten? You, Adam, and Cheek joined forces to kill her. Edward's heart lurched. He involuntarily took half a step back. Lilith, dead. Killed by Amon, Adam, and Cheek together. Why? How could that even? What in the world happened in the past, for several kings of angels and even a true god to join hands in killing Lilith? So she really? No, that can't be right. If Lilith were truly dead, then who was that girl I met in the future? From her connection to Chick, and her final words to me, it was undeniably Lilith. So perhaps Medici only thought she was dead. But then, what exactly was his relationship with her, to grow so furious at her supposed death? When did Lilith die? Edward pressed. After a long silence, the dust swirled again, forming words. You really aren't Lil Raven. I'm not. There are plenty of Beyonders on the Marauder pathway. You can't just assume I'm Amon just because I used the theft ability, right? The dust churned, as though laughing wildly. Aside from those cowardly, skittish Jacob family rats always hiding in the shadows, who else in this world but Amon could exist as a demigod of the Marauder pathway? After a pause, the dust continued. I only said Lil Raven, and yet you knew I meant Amon. If you're not him, then I'm truly curious about your identity. Perhaps you're one of our old friends, in disguise. Edward smiled faintly. Why don't you take a guess? Guess your mother. Did he just start cursing me out? Edward pinched his forehead. When exactly did Lilith die? When Cheek ascended to godhood. The exact year, I've long forgotten. You saw it with your own eyes. Yes. Without her death, Cheek could never have become a god. Edward was stunned. Why? Guess. Ah. So this is karmic retribution. Lilith was the sequence 1 of the demoness pathway, wasn't she? Keep guessing, little thing. Edward massaged his temples. This bastard is insufferable. Fine, fine. Since you refuse to say more, we'll talk another time. Release me from this seal, and I'll tell you everything. No thanks. That would just mess up the timeline. What? Edward only smiled. He reached into his pocket, pulling out a crystalline monocle, holding it up as he looked toward the sealed gate. Today's conversation was quite entertaining, Medici. Farewell. He raised the monocle as if to put it on, his figure rippled and began to vanish. Rumble. The underground palace trembled violently. Medici's voice roared from behind the sealed door, deep and furious. Amon. 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 Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 453, Chapter 453, Sapphira Castle, it's mine now. Achievement unlocked, second time fleecing Medici. Nearly a quarter of the secret sorcerer potion was digested in one go, without even deliberately playing the Riddler, without putting on an air of mystery or secrecy. Special thanks to Angel of Time and old pal Medici, for the rocket boost. But, I wonder, can this kind of wool still be harvested again next time? Wait. Edward suddenly thought of something. The sequence 4 potion digested so much just by meeting Medici once. Then why, back when he was role-playing sequence 7 madman, did digesting barely progress at all despite being around Medici? That doesn't really add up. Could it be that the lunatic potion is even more special? Edward frowned and thought for a while but found no answer. He could only set that question aside for now as another surfaced. How exactly is a spiritmancer supposed to role-play? Dong. 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 A clock tower from a nearby house rang 11 times, it was mealtime again. Edward wandered into a bustling restaurant and ordered steak, desi pie, and mushroom soup. To be honest, the food tasted much better than what he'd had in Intis. Apparently, even within the same era, different nations' culinary skills varied a lot. The restaurant bustled with customers, most of them chatting about gossip and especially the latest news from Intis about the son of Steam. Topics revolved around his newest inventions, his groundbreaking creations, and the shocking feats he'd accomplished. From their tone, however, most were frustrated that Roselle's inventions hadn't yet spread to Loan, blaming the Loan officials as brainless fools. Even if you let a curly-haired baboon take office, it'd make better choices than those officials who only fight for power and purge rivals every day. Ha 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 ha. Cruise Hall, if you've got the guts, why don't you become an official yourself? Let's see if you can really do better than that curly-haired baboon. The speaker, Cruise Hall, was a blond young man with blue eyes, handsome and in his 20s, looking rather hot-blooded. Of course I'll try, but the time isn't right yet. Ha 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 ha. Hearing this, Edward glanced at him a few more times. In Backlund, someone surnamed Hall again. TSK. Could this young man be the ancestor of Audrey's family from 200 years later? It was hard to tell just by looks, since blonde hair and blue eyes were fairly common in Loan. After the young men finished their meal and left, the restaurant quieted down, finally giving Edward some room to think. From Medici's words, it was certain that Lilith had been active during the 4th epoch, and apparently, she had a decent relationship with Medici. Considering the diaries and later events. At first, Lilith and Cheek likely got along, until the struggle over the primordial demoness throne completely tore them apart, or perhaps, more likely, Cheek had only ever pretended to be close, planning all along to use Lilith. After all, Lilith had read the blasphemy slate and knew the entire formula sequence of the witch pathway. So, Cheek turning against her wasn't strange. The strange part was, why did the Russian priest and Amon join forces with Cheek to take her down? That's the real mystery. And Medici wouldn't reveal it easily. As an old conspirator, once he realized Edward truly wanted information on Lilith, he'd surely dangle it as bait, just like he dangled the Red Priest card in the future. So, who else could Edward ask? Mr. Dorr. The Russian priest himself. Wouldn't he know when he held the next Twilight Hermit Order gathering? Should Edward really attend with the cross from the future in hand? Wouldn't the Russian priest instantly realize he came from the future? And how would he treat him then? Right, what about the uniqueness of the door pathway? Surely, in this era, the Russian priest would know about it. Deep in thought, Edward finished his steak. He looked at the restaurant's wall clock, 12:30. If he hadn't been dragged 2 centuries back, in just a few more hours he'd have to attend the tarot gathering. He sighed. Would this tarot gathering be delayed 200 years before he could attend on schedule again? Unless, the Sapphira Castle could transcend time and directly summon his 200 years ago self up there. That would be incredible. He couldn't imagine what kind of shockwave it would cause. The hanged man, Alger, would surely interpret it as yet another unfathomable demonstration of the fool's great power. Bernadette, would she recall the terror of being confronted by an intruder in her villa nearly 200 years ago? Then Edward suddenly froze, pupils contracting sharply. Wait. Right now, in this era, the Sapphira Castle is masterless. Back then, Wang Roselle Tao, the previous candidate, had chosen the savant pathway and thus lost his qualification. The next successor, Klein, wouldn't show up for nearly 2 centuries, currently just hanging somewhere like a piece of bacon. So at this moment, the Sapphira Castle was unclaimed. And as someone on the door pathway, who knew the incantations to enter the castle, didn't that mean the Sapphira Castle was essentially unguarded for him? Edward instantly stood up, strode out of the restaurant, and cloaked the scene with false reality, ensuring passers-by saw nothing unusual. He teleported back to his inn in Intis. Sealing the room with spirituality, he stepped into the washroom. Closing his eyes, taking a deep breath, Edward began pacing counterclockwise in a square. The first step, Edward whispered. The immortal Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The second step. The Sky Lord of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The third step. The exalted Thearch of Heaven and Earth for blessings. The fourth and final step, Edward intoned solemnly. The celestial worthy of heaven and earth for blessings. Would it work? Would he really log into the Sapphira Castle? At that moment, the air around him froze. Time seemed to stop. The atmosphere thickened, sticky and strange. Then, whispers poured into his ears, sometimes sharp and shrill, sometimes faint and illusory, sometimes seductive, sometimes manic, sometimes utterly mad. But to a demigod like Edward, they weren't that harmful. Merely noisy. Until the cacophony of whispers faded, and all became quiet again. An eerie, floating silence. The next instant, boundless, infinite gray fog surged forward, thick, blurry, oppressive. The fog flowed like water, dotted with countless crimson stars. Some massive, some tiny. Some hidden deep within, some floating close to the surface. This was the very scene Klein first saw when he entered the Sapphira Castle. Klein had automatically become its master upon entry. So now, if Edward had logged in successfully, did that mean he too had become the master of the castle? If so, wouldn't everything Klein could do here be within his grasp as well? Images of the future palace flashed in his mind, the grand and towering temple, the ancient bronze long table and chairs. With a thought, stone pillars rose one by one, reaching into the fog-veiled dome. A majestic, colossal hall stood tall like the throne room of some giant out of myth. Beneath the dome, where gray fog swirled thickest, a bronze long table appeared, flanked by 10 high-backed chairs on either side, with more set before and behind. On the backs of the chairs, scarlet constellations glimmered, patterns that did not belong to reality. It was the Tarot Gatherings Hall, exactly as it would be in the future. But wait. There was a difference. Opposite the bronze chair symbolizing the Fool was another chair, equally massive, identical in design. The 2 bronze seats faced each other across the long table, a clear sign of equal standing. Edward hesitated for a few seconds. Then, step by step, he walked along the long bronze table toward that extra seat. Was this prepared especially for me? He couldn't quite tell whether the Sapphira Castle itself had manifested it, or whether, in subconsciously imagining the Tarot Hall, he had instinctively created a second throne, separate from the Fool's. Approaching, Edward sat down in the new bronze chair. Immediately, the endless gray fog churned and rolled violently. It was several minutes before the turbulence subsided. Edward leaned back, propped his chin on his hand, imitating Klein's usual pose. He looked at the empty seats around him, and smiled. Hello there, Mr. Fool. This time, your home really has been stolen by me. Minutes later, Edward exhaled deeply. Phew, time to get to business. He focused, silently reciting his divination statement. Lilith's current location. Then, leaning back, he let himself sink into the dream. Year 1349, future. Monday, 3 p.m. With the start of the new week, figures appeared one by one in the eternal, fog-shrouded palace of the Sapphira Castle. Klein sat at the Fool's seat. Suddenly, his nose itched, an overwhelming urge to sneeze. Thankfully, he held it back in time. After all, what would it look like if Mr. Fool sneezed in front of everyone? Maintaining his calm, inscrutable air, Klein looked over the members as they took their seats, heart warming at the sight of them after a week of haze and chaos. Then. He froze, staring at 2 empty seats. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Audrey's cheerful voice rang out as usual. Good afternoon, Mr. Tower. Good afternoon, Mr. Ha. Her voice stopped abruptly. She stared at the empty Tower's seat. Then turned to look at the Empress's seat, also empty. Edward and Lilith were absent. Why hadn't they shown up to the tarot meeting? A wave of panic rose in her chest. She turned to the Fool. Mr. Fool, the Tower, and Miss Empress, where are they? At her words, the others reacted too. The hangman instinctively recalled that mysterious primordial island. Could it be that Mr. Tower had been sent on some secret mission? Priscilla widened her eyes and looked around nervously. Furs didn't think too much of it. To her, missing a gathering or two because of emergencies wasn't such a big deal. Bernadette, however, thought quietly, so that's why Edward's absent. He must be caught up in something he couldn't escape from. One after another, their thoughts ran, until finally all gazes turned toward Mr. Fool, awaiting his answer. Klein frowned slightly. The last time he had news of Edward was 2 nights ago. After that, unlike before, Edward hadn't come to him to borrow a card of blasphemy every other day. He had been puzzled at the time, but assumed Edward was busy with something. Could it be something really happened? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 454, Chapter 454, Hello there, Zhou Mingrue. But, Edward's crimson star was still burning steadily, and so was Lilith's. Could it be, like before, that he was simply trapped somewhere, unable to attend the gathering? TSK. Why am I not even surprised or worried anymore when something like this happens to Edward? After a moment's thought, Klein spoke calmly. Mr. Tower and Miss Empress are both fine. They simply cannot attend this week's gathering due to certain matters. With that, he tapped his finger lightly against the bronze table. Let's begin. The members exchanged uncertain glances. After a short pause, first the magician spoke first. Honorable Mr. Fool, I have received 3 pages of Emperor Roselle's diary. Very good. Klein stretched out his hand, and the 3 diary pages first materialized flew into his grasp. Lady Strength, Bernadette, then added. Mr. Fool, I too have gathered 2 pages of the diary. Klein smiled faintly. Same as last time, do you wish to know the contents? Yes, Mr. Fool. Seeing no one else producing diary pages, Klein lowered his head and began with Bernadette's 2. March 14th. Impossible. It makes no sense. That fairy tale book, I wrote it for Bernadette alone. Aside from her, Matilda, and myself, no one else should know of it. Damn it. Something must be wrong. Or, could it be Grimm and Edwards are playing a sick joke on me? They'd better not be, or I'll make them regret it. Regardless, I need to test this somehow. March 15th. Last night, I had people contact every newspaper in Trier. In the middle pages, I placed a reward notice, 100 Falcon for the best name of my new mascot design. That mascot is none other than Doraemon, famous across the entire world of my previous life. Of course, this is actually an invitation. If my suspicion is correct, and that person sees it, he will know I've discovered him. But will he come? I am too lonely in this world. As long as he isn't utterly vile, I wouldn't mind letting him soar with me. Doraemon. An invitation. What in the world is Emperor Roselle writing about? Klein rubbed his brow. Suddenly, fragments of earlier diary entries resurfaced in his memory, giving rise to a startling guess. Could it be that Emperor Roselle had already discovered another transmigrator at this time? And this Doraemon signal was his way of inviting them to meet. March 16th. He didn't come. I waited an entire day, and he never showed up. Was he too afraid? Unwilling, or was it all just my imagination? March 17th. Still no sign of him. Today, Bernadette seemed a little odd. But when I went to check, I found nothing unusual. So, it seems this fellow transmigrator never responded to Roselle's invitation. Or perhaps, as Roselle himself wondered, it was all just his overthinking. Yet, when compared with the other diary from that later predecessor, it seems Roselle was not mistaken. March 18th. Suddenly, I feel unsafe at my current sequence. I must ascend to sequence 6, and then to sequence 5, as quickly as possible. My appraiser potion is only a step away from being digested. Tomorrow, I won't attend Count Panner's banquet. I'll devote myself entirely to digesting that last trace. March 18th, Addendum. Madame Panner, truly exhilarating. Klein's eyelid twitched. As expected of Emperor Roselle. March 18th, Kant. I swear. I was dragged to that banquet by Count Panner himself. And it was Madame Panner who dragged me into the room. Green can testify for me. I swear tomorrow I will focus on digesting my potion. March 19th. I did it. To celebrate, I will host a banquet myself, long passage omitted, Madame Panner, truly astonishing. Klein put the diary pages aside, rubbing his temple as he glanced at Bernadette. How exactly am I supposed to summarize this for her? Either it's about transmigrators, or it's about Roselle sleeping around. Emperor Roselle, you've really dug me into a hole here. Half an hour later. The endless gray mist dissipated in a surge of scarlet. Audrey returned to her room, troubled and restless. "What's wrong, Audrey?" Susie padded over from the door, tail swaying. "Edward and Lilith, they're missing." "Eh?" Susie's tail dropped instantly, ears pricking in alarm. "How could that be?" "I'll try contacting his messenger first." Audrey lit a candle, her expression solemn as she recited in Hermes. "In my name, I summon the spirit that wanders about the unfounded, the friendly creature that can be subordinated, the messenger belonging solely to Edward." Half a minute passed. Nothing happened. The candle flame flickered quietly, without the slightest change. Audrey's face paled. "Impossible, why can't I summon his messenger either?" Forcing herself to calm down, she tried again. "In my name, I summon the messenger belonging solely to Edward." Yet again, nothing. Susie hurried to comfort her. "Don't worry, Audrey. Edward and Lilith must be fine." Audrey nodded faintly. She pulled out her suitcase and slipped inside, heading straight for the vanishing cabinet. As expected, useless. If Mr. Fool said he's fine, then he must be fine. Just like last time, he's only trapped somewhere he can't contact the outside world. Don't worry. Don't worry. You have to believe in Edward. With repeated self-consolation, Audrey's heart gradually steadied. She opened the door and strode out. Susie quickly followed. "Audrey, where are you going?" "Out, for someone who might know where Edward is." "Who?" "An angel who likes to eat ice cream." The past timeline, year 1160. 10 minutes later. Edward opened his eyes, disappointment plain on his face. As he expected, even within the Sapphira Castle, he couldn't locate Lilith. Not surprising, really. Klein, even with the castle, could only divine a red chimney when searching for Insanguil hidden by the quill. To try and trace Lilith, who fought cheek for a godhood. Impossible. He attempted divinations for Azek, Palez, and others. Nothing. Fortunately, when he focused on the bootlicking mirror roads, he confirmed it was in Trier Cathedral. Next, Edward imitated Klein and carried out a series of experiments. He discovered that aside from the usual abilities Klein wielded in the castle, he also had some unique differences. First, he could shift into a spirit form within the castle, then directly travel anywhere from it. In other words, if he could summon a little son from the forsaken land of the gods, he could simply have the person open a bestowed illusory door and step straight through into the forsaken land himself. Second, his ability, Madman to the Right, was greatly amplified within the Sapphira Castle. Though its effect was nearly causal reversal, the more impossible the reversal, the heavier and more dangerous the backlash. Every time, without exception. Like when he reversed Leodoro's lightning strike, it had hurled him 200 years into the past. Unless absolutely necessary, Edward would never lightly use it again. But inside the castle, if he used Madman to the Right, the castle itself absorbed most of the backlash, how much depending on how much its authority could shoulder for that reversal. For example, to kill someone outright. With the castle's rank, the price Edward bore was negligible, since destruction lay within its natural capacity. Madman to the Right simply leveraged it. But resurrection from nothing, or instantly elevating a mortal into a demigod or even angel, that exceeded what the castle could truly sustain. In short, destruction is far easier than creation. The problem was, this strengthening worked only internally. Literal and strict. Edward had to bring the target into the castle before using it. Meaning, if he wanted to kill someone this way, the first step was dragging them inside. This improvement meant that within the Sapphira Castle, Edward feared no one below sequence 0. If Amon dared intrude here like he did with Klein, Edward could crush him with Madman to the Right, paying only a small price. But beyond the castle? Useless. Still, at least he no longer had to worry about Amon sneaking in and wrecking everything. Next, then. Edward rose, gazing past the endless grey fog toward the mysterious depths beyond. He stepped forward, onto the radiant staircase that led upwards. 1 step. 2 steps. 6 steps. He climbed atop condensed grey clouds, then leapt onto the mist-formed platform. Before him appeared a radiant gate tinged faintly with green-black. It was woven of countless luminous spheres, each sphere a cluster of writhing, twisted worms, some transparent, others half-transparent. From above the gate hung black threads, suspending cocoon-like shells, nearly invisible in their transparency. As expected, after sequence 4, all 3 pathways can reach this giant cured meat factory. Edward wove between them. The cocoons swayed gently, each containing a soul. Some black-skinned, some yellow, some white. Some in jeans, some clutching phones, some in gaudy clothes, some strikingly beautiful. All exuded the vitality of the living, yet all slept with eyes shut. Until he stopped before 2 broken cocoons, empty and swaying in the current. Through these had left the Evernight Goddess and Emperor Roselle, cast into reality. Which meant, connected to them. Edward's gaze fell on a cocoon nearby. Inside, dangling by threads, was a black-haired, unremarkable young man with obvious eye bags and an inkling of a double chin in a t-shirt and casual pants. His eyes were closed, as if asleep, though he had been hanging here for thousands of years. Klein. No, more precisely, Zhou Mingrui. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 380 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 455, Chapter 455, a 3-part honorific. Hello there, old Joe. The time of our first meeting turned out to be far earlier than I ever imagined. Edward waved at him, greeting half in jest, half in awe. I wonder, if I were to release Zhou Mingrui from that cocoon right now, what would happen? Hey, that would make a real mess. A mess so bad, I wouldn't even know how to patch it back together. Best not to court death. Edward circled around the hundreds of cocoons. Judging from the way the people inside were dressed, he could roughly estimate the era they came from. The smartphones they clutched showed no epoch-defining changes either. From that, he could infer when the last world destruction had occurred. And its cause? Merely a clash between two pillars. The apocalypse that arrived a decade later was, in essence, much the same. Just thinking about it was enough to breed despair. After his circuit, Edward returned to the entrance. He glanced at Zhou Mingrui. Klein, see you in 200 years. Back in the grand palace above the grey fog, Edward began summarizing what entering the Sapphira Castle meant for him. Being able to enter the castle is indeed a good thing. But if all I use it for is divination and spirit channeling with its high authority, isn't that a little wasteful? Klein's greatest use of the castle wasn't just divination, it was the Tarot Club. He gathered a group of people, acquired intelligence and knowledge, and that accelerated his growth tremendously. So, should I follow Klein's example, and gather a group of my own? But Klein was still an ordinary man when he founded the Tarot Club, even weaker than most Beyonders. That was why it was so helpful to him. At Sequence 4, what kind of people could I gather that would actually benefit me? Should I imitate the ancient sun god and form Redemption Rose, full of angels of roughly equal strength? Heh. That requires caution. Even if, madman to the right, is greatly empowered inside the castle, I can only use it once a day. Still, having people isn't without merit. Not only could they help me search for Lilith, but feigning mystery and profundity would be of great help in playing the seer role. Edward leaned back in the chair, propping his legs atop the bronze table. Of course, before that I need to resolve a problem. As the half-master of the castle, can I, like Klein, establish a 3-part prayer formula for others to use when invoking me? First issue, my divine name. I can't just carelessly use the tower, can I? But none of the other tarot card titles fit any better either. Ugh, why must I fixate on tarot cards anyway? After all, Klein's Fool, the Evernight Goddess, the Lord of Storms, their names essentially corresponded to their Pathways Sequence 0 titles. And I have 2 paths. One is the Door Pathway. The other is HM. I don't even know what it's properly called. Its Sequence 9 is Fool, so is it the Fool Pathway? Ah. Kill me now. If I actually named myself the Fool, then I'd truly be a fool. So, I can only base it on the Door Pathway. But Mr. Door, though not at Sequence 0, is undoubtedly the one closest to the Door's uniqueness. If I choose that direction, wouldn't it inevitably point back to him? Besides, I don't even know his prayer incantation. If I did, I'd have summoned him long ago to ask about Lilith. Edward scratched his head. So, what should I call myself? He suddenly recalled what Adam had told him, just before his death, keywords for the one who was meant to bear the uniqueness of the Door Pathway. An outsider. The source of the apocalypse. The one who set everything in motion. The savior. Edward frowned, deep in thought. I certainly count as an outsider to the world of mysticism. The source of the apocalypse, though its meaning is unclear, when the Elven Queen heard me mention apocalypse, she pointedly asked, "Are you talking about yourself?" At the time, I thought maybe it was because I was a reader-traveler, what Cuttlefish called a high-dimensional observer. But even so, that shouldn't make me the apocalypse itself, much less the origin of all disasters. A high-dimensional observer is, at best, just another outer god circling Earth, not even a pillar. Still, outsider does give me some inspiration. Compared to the fool, who is one who doesn't belong to this era, I truly am an outsider, both to this world of mysticism, and to this very age. Then, guessed beyond the world and time. Edward racked his brain. This should, probably be able to point to me, right? But the first line feels a little low-grade. Let me think, beyond the world and time, maybe I can phrase it differently. World plus time together, that's dimension. Yes. Beyond dimensions, no, above dimensions, a guest. He frowned. That sounds awkward. If it's above dimensions, then how could it still just be a guest? Edward scratched his head. Suddenly, a phrase flashed through his mind, ruler of dimensions. Above dimensions, the eternal, sovereign. That does sound much more impressive. But, does the word sovereign really point to me? Then what about the second line? Klein has, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, which makes the invocation very precise. What about me? What description would most accurately point toward me? Maybe, I can draw from my other fool pathway. Back at sequence 6 as a bookworm, I gained the ability of the bookworm to consume mystical texts and gain supernatural power. That was, at least in the early and mid-sequence, one of my core abilities. Put simply, I can draw strength from stories and words. So, the second line could be, the recorder of stories and words. No, that's too bland. Edward shook his head. Then, the creator of stories. No, that's not right. I don't create stories. He scratched his head harder. What, then, wait, my sequence 3 is deconstruction scholar, and the ritual for ascending to sequence 3 is to deconstruct a story, and bring it into reality. So, the second line could be, the deconstructor of stories. Add a powerful prefix, the deconstructor of endless stories. Yes, let's go with that for now. That left only the final line. But this time, clarity struck at once. I came from the future into nearly 200 years ago. I exist in both the past and the future, without being bound by time as mortals and even gods are. So the third line should be, the transcender of past and future. Edward smiled. When combined, the three phrases became the eternal sovereign above dimensions, the deconstructor of endless stories, the transcender of past and future. He snapped his fingers, and the sound echoed across the empty palace. Yes. That's it. Lowering his legs from the bronze table, he sat upright. Next step, find a lucky audience, and test whether this three-part invocation can really direct prayers to me. He stroked his chin. Now, who should I try it on? Achoo. 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 Bernadette sneezed several times in a row. Rubbing her nose, she continued eating. Her mother, Matilda, immediately touched her forehead. Are you sick, Bernadette? Nope. She shook her head. My nose just got itchy all of a sudden. It's nothing. But no sooner had she spoken than her right eye twitched inexplicably. A strange feeling welled up inside her. Why do I suddenly feel like something bad is about to happen? It must be an illusion. She grasped her little knife and fork, cutting with great effort into a thick slice of steak. Satisfied, she nodded at the neatly carved piece and was about to spear it with her fork when... Ha! The sudden shout from behind startled her. She whirled around, just in time to see her father, Roselle, lean forward and gulp down the piece of beef she had painstakingly cut. Delicious. As expected of something cut by my precious daughter just for her dad. Bernadette was furious. Daddy, you're so sneaky. I call it wisdom. Roselle smugly chewed the beef, sat down in his seat, and with a yawn grabbed a glass of iced sweet tea, draining it in one long gulp before letting out a contented sigh. Bernadette huffed. Did you go to another banquet at noon? Nope. Your nose just grew longer. Really, I didn't. Ask your mother if you don't believe me. Matilda smiled gently. She had always been a simple, pure-hearted woman. She knew very well what sort of person her husband usually was, but as long as the whole family could sit together for a meal, she felt satisfied and happy. This time, Roselle truly wasn't lying. He had no mood for any banquets. After discovering signs of a possible traveler last night, he hadn't slept at all. First thing in the morning, he posted that bounty in the newspaper, then sat in his study waiting for the traveler to make contact. Unfortunately, the whole day passed without the slightest shadow of that person. Only when night fell did he remember he hadn't eaten anything. Driven by hunger and the smell of food, he finally came to the dining room. With a steak and roast chicken in his stomach, warmth and satisfaction quickly restored his energy, and he once again began pondering the matter of the mysterious traveler. Their absence left him both disappointed and relieved. Disappointed, because in this strange world, he was still alone. Relieved, because if another traveler really had appeared, and turned out to have a rotten character, then... So-called countrymen meeting abroad, and stabbing each other in the back. Bernadette. Roselle turned toward his daughter. Did your Uncle Grimm come looking for you today? Bernadette raised her head, giving her father a strange look. By now, she was quite certain the one who gave her Pinocchio and the Little Mermaid hadn't been Uncle Grimm at all. But her father seemed determined to play dumb. No, that wasn't it. He was calling a deer a horse. She bit down on her fork, hesitating inwardly. Should she tell her father about the mysterious man? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 456, Chapter 456, The First Believer. If she told Daddy, he would definitely try to capture that person. Then her nose would grow longer, and she would never again receive those magical dolls. But if she didn't tell him, what if that person wanted to harm Papa and Mama? No need to worry. Papa was so powerful. It was always him who harmed others, never the other way around. Bernadette ran through a rapid-fire brainstorm in her head and finally decided to keep it secret. It seemed like a carefully considered decision, but in truth, it was simply the inevitable result of Edward's secret-keeping ability at work. Thinking of this, Bernadette shook her head. Uncle Grim didn't come to see me. Oh. Roselle only nodded casually. All right, you two eat slowly. Daddy has other things to do. Goodbye, Daddy. Bernadette turned to her mother. Mama, I'm full. She hopped down from her chair and scampered out of the dining room, returning straight to her room. After making sure no one had followed her, she shut the door, locked it tight, and pulled out the Little Mermaid doll from the small cabinet under her bed. She touched it gently, once more arriving at that increasingly beautiful island. As before, after finishing a high, clear song, the Little Mermaid swam back to the beach. Her shimmering fishtail quickly transformed into a pair of legs as she walked toward Bernadette. Ah. Bernadette froze, then quickly shouted, No. Don't go ashore. That prince doesn't even know it was you who saved him. But the Little Mermaid's figure suddenly rippled and twisted, becoming Edward. It's me. Bernadette's anxious face stiffened. She grabbed a handful of sand and angrily flung it at him, but his figure was as if transparent, letting the grains pass right through. You again. Bernadette muttered, Don't you know a gentleman can't just enter a girl's room whenever he wants? So annoying. This is the third time already, and you still haven't said who you are, or what you're doing in my house. I told you from the start, I just wanted to see the legendary Son of Steam. You just happened to notice me. I only came to check whether you'd keep your promise with me. Then why not meet my papa openly? Why sneak around? You must be a bad guy. Ha ha. I'm just an ordinary man. But your father, he's a darling of Intis and the churches. How could I possibly meet him whenever I want? Edward walked over and sat beside her. Since you think I'm not a good person, why aren't you afraid of me? Why should I be afraid? She snorted. If you came near me, it's only because you want to hurt Papa, using me against him. But before you actually try anything, I'm perfectly safe. Besides, my Papa is the strongest man in the world. He doesn't fear your schemes. The moment you expose yourself, he'll catch you in no time. So, I advise you to drop any funny ideas. Just hand over all the magical dolls obediently, and I can even say nice things about you in front of Papa. He might even reward you. Her reasoning was oddly logical and persuasive. She even finished with both a threat and an offer. The only problem was, she placed way too much faith in Roselle's strength. But that couldn't really be blamed on her. At just 5 or 6 years old, it was only natural to believe one's father was omnipotent. Especially when, for years, Roselle had indeed acted as if he were. Relax. Edward smiled. I've never thought of harming your father. Compared to Roselle, I'm far more interested in you. Bernadette's expression went through 3 changes in a flash. She scooted backwards with a swish, glaring at him with her blue eyes full of wariness. You really are a pervert. Smack. Ow. Edward teleported beside her and knocked her lightly on the head. What exactly has Roselle been teaching you? What kind of fathering is this? She immediately bristled, looking ready to pounce. Don't you dare insult Papa. Fine, Roselle's the best, all right. Edward couldn't be bothered to argue with a little girl. He waved it off and cut to the chase. Bernadette, I need your help with something. Umph. And you still say you don't want to harm Papa. Your foxtail is showing now. She narrowed her eyes. You want me to poison him? Or slip something onto him? Or maybe reveal his secret schedule? Was the future Queen Mystic always this scheming, even as a child? It has nothing to do with your father. Edward sighed helplessly. I just need you to recite 3 lines after me. What? Edward intoned in Hermes. The first line is, the eternal sovereign above dimensions. Bernadette blinked in confusion. I don't understand what you're saying. Oh, right, Hermes was a mystical language. At her age, it was normal that she hadn't learned it yet. But looking at her blank expression, Edward couldn't help but wonder, was she really clueless, or just pretending? It doesn't matter if you don't understand. Just repeat the sounds after me. Bernadette frowned slightly, thinking. Say it again. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The eternal, sovereign, above dimensions. Edward continued, the deconstructor of endless stories. The deconstructor of endless stories. And finally, the transcender of past and future. The transcender of past and future. As he listened to her recite line by line, Edward couldn't help recalling the time in the forsaken land of the gods, when Bernadette had followed his words just like this. Except, back then, what she repeated was the fool's prayer. Edward hadn't added all the flowery embellishments that normally came after the threefold invocation. Those were mostly symbolic anyway. The real power lay in just these first 3 sentences. After finishing the last line, Bernadette tilted her head in puzzlement. What do these 3 sentences mean? Hearing her crisp little voice, Edward smiled faintly. They're just an incantation to contact me. From now on, if you ever need me, simply repeat those 3 lines. Eh? But I didn't remember them. Then I'll say them again, don't forget this time. Edward repeated patiently, the eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Bernadette mumbled after him once more. I still don't. Suddenly, she realized she was back in her bedroom. Everything she had just seen was gone. He left. She waited a few more minutes, but nothing happened. Tossing the little mermaid doll aside, she ran to her desk, pulled out the Hermes dictionary she'd once pestered Papa for, and began flipping through it quickly. After a while, she closed it with a frown. She hadn't been able to figure out the meaning of those sentences. Bernadette was very smart, yes, but she was only 6. Her only reason for even dabbling in Hermes was childish curiosity, seeing Papa use that secretive language so often. But she soon found it boring and had tossed the dictionary aside. Papa said, this language is a mystical one, used for magical powers. Then, the 3 sentences that men made me recite, are they also for using some ability? He said it's an incantation to contact him. Is that really true? Bernadette rested her chin in her hands, thinking. Maybe I should ask Uncle Edwards. He's always happy to teach. Edward withdrew the spirituality he'd been using to sustain the false reality, then took 4 backward steps to ascend to the Sapphire Castle. As always, he was greeted by the boundless grey mist, where deep red stars hung, some near, some far. But this time, one tiny star was pulsing faintly, expanding and contracting over and over, small but unceasing. Edward released his spirituality toward it, letting the crimson mist spread out. The moment they touched, his mind buzzed. Blurred, twisted visions swam before him, accompanied by phantom, overlapping voices of supplication. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. As Bernadette's crisp little voice echoed again and again, layered upon itself, the vague images in the grey mist slowly sharpened. There, wearing a little dress, long soft chestnut hair cascading down, her face full of doubt and curiosity, was Bernadette. Word by halting word, she repeated those 3 lines of prayer. It really worked. Of course. Standing on the shoulders of a predecessor always made things easier. Now, not only could he enter the Sapphire Castle and wield its powers, but through this divine-style threefold prayer, he could direct the link toward himself. And he could see and hear the prayers of his believers here, he could even respond to them. Could the Tarot Club really be founded 200 years early? Edward chuckled to himself. No. Such a groundbreaking creation should still belong to Klein. If he was going to use the Sapphire Castle to stir up trouble, he might as well invent something different. With a tap of his fingers on the bronze table, the long rectangular slab dissolved into mist, reforming as a massive round table surrounded by 12 bronze chairs. Around the majestic giant's palace, the grey fog receded, replaced by trees and flowers sprouting up rapidly. In moments, the barren world had become a lush, vibrant secret garden. Even if Klein were here, he probably wouldn't recognize this as above the grey fog. Now that I have the Sapphire Castle, I should be able to accomplish much more in this timeline. My next short-term goal is to infiltrate the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery and find a Rhodes. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 457, Chapter 457, The Prisoner Bound by Circumstance. Edward cut off his link with the Sapphire Castle, and his consciousness returned to the inn. After resting for half an hour, he headed to the liveliest street nearby and began wandering and snacking, just like he had when he first arrived in Backlund. Eat, eat, eat. Eat, eat, eat. Flip 360 degree and eat, eat, eat. Although Intis cuisine had often been ridiculed by Emperor Roselle, it still had its unique delights: onion bread, baked escargot, and apple cider. Not bad at all. As for the rest, it was more or less the same as in Lone. Steaks, lamb chops, pork chops, no matter how you cooked them, the taste didn't change much. Compared to Backlund, Trier at night was brightly lit. Crowds came out just to stroll and enjoy food. It almost felt like glimpsing the future. Edward couldn't help but sigh. Roselle's arrival really had changed the world profoundly. Time to head home. He gave a satisfied burp and stood up from the food stall. Just then, his spirituality stirred. Someone was trying to divine him through the Pinocchio doll he'd given Bernadette. As an apprentice, Edward naturally knew better than to hand out personal items carelessly. Everything that had passed through his hands carried his traces. But as a secret sorcerer, his secret-keeping ability neatly resolved such issues. Secret-keeping wasn't limited to guarding spoken secrets. It encompassed everything related to mystery, including blocking divinations. Wiping his mouth, Edward stepped into the flow of pedestrians and let his figure quietly dissolve into nothing. Roselle Family Villa. A middle-aged man in a black robe held the Pinocchio doll, conducting a dream divination. But when he entered the dreamscape, all he saw was endless darkness. Just as he thought the divination had failed, light suddenly flared. Out of nowhere, a wooden puppet appeared, its eerie smile fixed on him. The next instant, it leapt and lunged straight at him. The man's eyes snapped open. He woke from the dream in shock. Beside him came Roselle's concerned voice, "Mr. Adolphe, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Before he could finish, a hot flow trickled beneath his nose. Wiping with his hand, he saw bright red blood. Shaking his head, the middle-aged Adolphe dabbed away the nosebleed. "No problem. Just backlash from the divination." "Backlash? But you're a sequence 5 seer." Adolphe's expression turned serious. "Which means, the owner of this thing is at least a demigod." He frowned slightly. "Mr. Roselle, have you offended anyone recently?" "Me? Of course not." Roselle denied at once. "Everyone in Trier knows I, Roselle, am a friendly soul. I love making friends. As long as no one provokes me first, I get along well with everybody." But as he spoke, his voice faltered. He wasn't entirely confident. After all, he had gotten a little too friendly, specifically, by climbing into the beds of other men's wives. No way, could this be revenge from some cuckolded husband, hiring a demigod to come after him? No, that didn't make sense. This puppet was clearly tied to that other transmigrator, not his own romantic escapades. Adolphe was barking up the wrong tree. Still, Adolphe clearly noticed Roselle's change in expression. "Looks like you thought of something, Mr. Roselle." "Ah." Roselle's scalp went numb. "Ahem, when is Zarathustra coming? Our leader's whereabouts are ever unpredictable." "We don't know." "Then, can I ask one of your secret order's demigods for help?" "I can try asking on your behalf," Adolphe shrugged. "But you know how it is. Most of our members follow the leaders will very closely. I'm one of the few permitted to move freely. So honestly, I'd suggest seeking help from the church. They will certainly protect you." "I see. Thank you, Mr. Adolphe." As he finished, a stiffly moving man walked up, grabbed Adolphe by the arm, and the two vanished together. TSK. Seer pathway at mid to high sequence really is bizarre. Roselle muttered his admiration, then looked down at the Pinocchio doll in his hands. "If nothing else works, I'll have to ask the church for help." At that moment, the doll suddenly twisted violently. Roselle yelped and flung it away, only to watch in horror as it turned into a wooden stick. "What the hell?" He rushed forward, staring at the stick in dismay. "Damn it, what am I supposed to give Bernadette now?" "Grim. Quick. Get me a reliable carpenter." Scratching his head, Roselle groaned. "Ah, if only I were an artisan already, I could just make a new one myself." Yes, he'd have to accelerate his advancement. Come on. To Trier Cathedral. The night passed without incident. Edward spent another quiet evening in Trier of 2 centuries past. No Lilith the cat darting around the room in a midnight parkour spree. No Lilith the girl clinging to his side. No Audrey with a tray of rich breakfast greeting him with a warm good morning. Only himself, waking from the bed in a daze, disoriented, unsure of when and where he truly was. He stood by the window, lost in thought, then suddenly snapped his fingers. In the blink of an eye, he was back in the small villa of the Empress Burrow. Lilith came bounding in, proudly holding up a huge rat in her hand. "Edward. Look at the rat I caught last night. I'll make rat stew for you later." She lifted her chin triumphantly. "Didn't I tell you? Rats are the tastiest thing in the world, you just don't appreciate good food." A fair, slender hand reached out from the leather pouch, followed by Audrey's voice, "Edward, open up." The pouch opened, and she stepped out with a large platter of pastries, fruit, and delicacies. She set them down, then waved to him with a smile. "Don't just stand there, come have breakfast with us." Behind her padded Susie, tail wagging happily. "Lilith, let's go play after breakfast." Of course, Lilith sang back cheerfully. Edward walked over, his gaze lingering on their faces for a long while. Then, at last, he closed his eyes. When he opened them again a few seconds later, he was once more in that dim room in Trier, 200 years in the past. No wonder they call it false reality. Even I, the user, could sink into it without realizing. But in the end, it was still false. Still, the loosening of his spiritcaster potion was an unexpected surprise. Could self-deception also aid in digestion of a potion? After washing up, Edward didn't head outside. Instead, he lay back on the terrace, basking in the sunlight. Counting by time, today was the day of his return to the Harry Potter world. Although Hearth couldn't locate or bring him back to Hogwarts, perhaps this forced return would hold an unexpected gift. Future, year 1349. Backlund, inside the grand villa of Earl Hall. Today was supposed to be the day of returning to Hogwarts. Yet, there was still no word from Edward. Yesterday, Audrey had visited Dr. Aaron's home together with Susie to consult with that senior angel. But even he knew little about Edward's current situation. A few days ago, Edward had been hunted on Blue Mountain Island nearby him by several demigods and angels of the Rose School of Thought. He had even incurred the wrath of the Lord of Storm himself. Fortunately, in the end, with the help of many forces, Edward had narrowly survived, slaying and injuring the Rose School's pursuers. But he himself had mysteriously vanished. I can no longer see any trace of his fate, Will said, frowning in confusion as he ate the ice cream Audrey had brought. But the Lilith you mentioned, her fate didn't vanish. Or rather, it vanished briefly, but then reappeared. She isn't in the same situation as Edward. I don't know if you can understand, but while I can't pinpoint her location, I can confirm she exists somewhere. Edward, however, has vanished completely. This disappearance, it resembles death, yet is different from death. I don't understand it. Not at all. Will shook his head and sighed. As the apocalypse draws near, destiny grows ever more chaotic. What I can perceive becomes more and more blurred. Even matters about myself are becoming uncertain. So, I might not be able to help you, ice cream lady. Audrey recalled that conversation, frowning in thought. Edward's disappearance, it almost feels like he left this world entirely. Under what circumstances would that happen? Besides death. Returning to Hogwarts. Her eyes lit up. Yes. When Edward advanced to Sequence 5, he gained an ability called Hearth. It allows his spirit, or soul, to instantly return to 4 special coordinates. So his disappearance might mean that to escape the god's wrath, he abandoned his body and used Hearth. If so, then he's very likely back at Hogwarts right now. That explained everything. Audrey's heart eased a little, but new worries quickly followed. If he could return to Hogwarts with Hearth, then surely he could use it to return here as well. Was he staying away only because the god's wrath still lingered? And when he went back to Hogwarts, time in this world should have stopped for him. No matter how long he delayed in returning, to her it should feel like only an instant had passed. And, although Edward could Hearth, Lilith could not. So how had she vanished too, evading the god's wrath? One question after another piled in Audrey's mind, making her temples ache. Susie nudged close, tail wagging. Don't worry, Audrey. Edward and Lilith will be fine. Yes. Audrey nodded and gently stroked her head. They'll be fine. They must be. Dong, 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 dong. The deep chime of the hall clock rang 5 times. Afternoon had arrived. Audrey lifted her head toward the window, her knuckles whitening as she clenched her hands. Edward, you must be all right. Timeline, year 1160. Even after the 5 chimes, Edward was still in his Trier Inn. He had not returned to the Harry Potter world. He remained trapped in this era. Though he had half expected it, the reality was still hard to accept. Suddenly, he recalled the title he had given himself yesterday, the Transcender of Past and Future. Edward couldn't help but let out a self-mocking laugh. What transcender? Clearly, just a prisoner bound by circumstance. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 650 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 458, Chapter 458, The River of Eternal Darkness 200 years ago. Who? After a long breath, Edward exhaled the stifling gloom lodged in his chest, shook himself awake, and gathered his spirit. From here on, he truly had no choice but to settle down honestly in this era, act, digest, search for Lilith, and track down 2 Sequence 3B under characteristics. The Wanderer's characteristic, potion, might still have to be sought from the Abraham family during this period. As for the Dream Weaver, should he turn to the psychology alchemists? The Mind Dragon? Or that Russian priest, none of which would be easy. For most people, advancing to Sequence 3 was already an immense trial. But him? He needed to do it twice. Sure enough, there are no bargains in this world. To enjoy the strength of dual pathways, one must shoulder the double burden of digestion and advancement. Fair enough. Half an hour later, Edward checked out of the inn. Since he'd clearly have to live long-term in this era, he couldn't possibly stay in a hotel forever. His first step had to be renting, or outright buying, a house. And the type of place he rented would directly shape his next moves. At this time, to rent a house you either went door to door asking each family, or you sought out a toothbroker, who would take you around to available properties. Essentially, they were private middlemen, not official institutions like in the future, where every city had regulated rental agencies. Edward altered his appearance, reshaping his features into a more mature, angular face. He grew coarse black stubble across his upper lip and chin, becoming the picture of a man in his 30s. Then, he hailed a carriage to the southern part of Trier, the market district. The moment he stepped into a toothbroker's office, several brokers swarmed him, maps of Trier in hand, enthusiastically recommending properties, most of them on the city's outskirts. Stop, stop, stop. Does anyone have listings in Avenue du Boulevard, Quartier de la Maison d'Opéra, Quartier de l'Observatoire, or Quartier de la Cathédrale Commémorative? Duplex or detached villas, doesn't matter. At once, their enthusiasm dimmed. Avenue du Boulevard lay in Trier's very heart, home only to nobles and the wealthy elite. Houses there only ever came on the market when their owners went bankrupt or fell into ruin, and even then, they were swiftly bought up by other rich families. Hardly any ever reached the broker's hands. No. Not even one. The brokers conferred in low tones. Finally, one answered respectfully, "Honored sir, there certainly are homes for rent or sale in Avenue du Boulevard, but such properties usually change hands only among the nobility. They rarely make their way to us toothbrokers. Yes, truly, sir, you'd be better off considering nearby districts. They're not far at all." Edward thought for a moment. "I'd still prefer to focus on those 3 districts. If you don't have anything, I'll just try elsewhere." He turned to leave. Wait. A mustachioed broker suddenly remembered something. "I just recalled, there is a villa in Avenue du Boulevard that's been vacant for 2 months now." "Which one?" "Ah, you mean that one, but..." The man hurried forward with a map, pointing eagerly. "Honored sir, this villa sits on Rose Street, in the western part of Avenue du Boulevard. The surroundings are very quiet. If you dislike being disturbed, it's the perfect choice." Edward arched a brow. "What's the catch?" Someone died there." "Heh. But really, which old house in Trier hasn't seen someone die in it?" "Hardly matters. The important part is that the price is cheap. Only 1 felkin per week, far below similar properties. So, a haunted house, then." Edward wasn't particularly bothered. With his current strength, even if he ran into a ghost of Medici's level, he'd have no trouble escaping. "All right. Take me there." The mustached broker briskly arranged a carriage, clearly desperate to close the deal. Along the way, he sang constant praises about the property's advantages and bargain price. "Honored sir, you're not from Trier, are you?" he asked cautiously. "Then you may not know, Roselle, the so-called son of steam, lives in Avenue du Boulevard. Of course, it's some distance from the villa you'll be seeing, but still, you'd technically be neighbors." Edward chuckled. Neighbors? Separated by a dozen streets. Well. In truth, Edward's reasons for wanting Avenue du Boulevard were simple. First, pure luck. If Lilith really were to contact Roselle, living nearby at least increased his chances of encountering her. Second, he intended to replicate Klein's future identity of Dwayne Dantes, become a noble, establish ties with the church, and then find a chance to legitimately borrow a Rhodes. After all, he only needed to ask the mystical mirror a few questions, not steal it. Half an hour later, their carriage stopped before number 7 Rose Street, a somewhat desolate villa. Much larger than the townhouse Edward had rented in Backlund's Empress Borough, this villa boasted not only a private garden, but also quarters for servants and slaves. From the tended walls and garden, it was clear that though uninhabited, the property was still regularly maintained. Naturally, if old houses like these weren't cared for, they would decay beyond value quickly. "These rooms are for servants and slaves, that one's the tool shed, and here." The mustached broker rattled off the introduction smoothly. After circling the grounds, they arrived at the front door. Steeling himself, the broker produced a key, unlocked the oak door, and pushed it open. The hinges groaned with a drawn-out creak as a wave of stale air, thick with mold and dust, poured out to meet them. Since the door was already open, the broker decided there was no point in being afraid anymore. He hurried inside, opening each of the windows while continuing his introduction. "Sir, I've already told you most of this house's advantages on the way here. Its only flaw is that the previous occupant was murdered inside. So of course, the wealthy don't want to live here, while those who aren't wealthy enough simply can't afford it. But I swear to you, the quality of this house is truly first-rate." Edward took a slow walk around the interior. For some reason, a trace of sadness welled up in his chest. If Lilith were here, she would be darting all around by now, running up and down the stairs, exploring every corner with curiosity. He opened his spirit vision and confirmed there were no lingering resentful spirits in the building. A brief divination confirmed no hidden dangers either. "All right, I'll take it. Let's sign the contract," Edward said. The mustached broker's face lit up with unrestrained excitement. "Excellent, excellent. I already have the contract prepared. Normally, the owner himself should be here to sign, but he's delegated the entire property to our brokerage. All you need to do is sign here." Edward accepted the pen, then casually pulled out a blank sheet of paper, actually a document forged with the Confundus charm, serving as proof of identity, and handed it over to the broker. He signed his name. Klein Sparrow. When living abroad, identity is whatever you make it. He paid half a year's rent up front without a second thought, sending the broker off amidst endless bows and thanks. Time for some remodeling. A series of cleansing spells washed away years of dust and mustiness. Then, with a few waves of his wand, the oppressive and outdated furnishings warped and reshaped into something far more to his taste, resembling the cozy little villa he once had in Backlund's Empress Borough. With Edward's current strength, large-scale transfiguration involving only mundane objects was easy to maintain for a very long time. Dinner out, then a proper rest. After that, I should pay a visit to the newspapers. He was just about to leave, already dressed, when something struck his mind. Wait. I've been meaning to test the effect of Hearth all this time, but I've been too busy. Since I'm free now, I might as well try it. There were 4 special destinations available to him. The astral plane, out of the question, it would be throwing himself into the lion's den. The sea of collective subconsciousness, too risky, the dragon of imagination had left contingencies there. The Harry Potter world, not currently accessible. Which left only one option, Calderon City in the spirit world. Though without Phoenix, danger was inevitable, Edward was confident he could retreat in time if necessary. Would I meet the Phoenix of this era? With a single thought, his body shifted into spirit form. Hearth. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished from the villa. A brief blur, less than a second, and he stood amidst the deep spirit world, Calderon City. Not far away, the same ruined, crumbling walls stood, seemingly unchanged from what they would look like 2 centuries later. He quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for a small black bird. But there was nothing. Not here. Or perhaps, it hasn't been born yet. 200 years might seem unbearably long to ordinary humans, but to an ancient city like this, it was no more than a fleeting breath. Hearth works with no casting delay at all. It's not traversing the spirit world, it's true instantaneous teleportation. Likely immune to any teleportation bans. Perfect for escape. No cooldown, no limits, well, aside from requiring spirit form, which is limitation enough. As he reflected on the experience, Edward suddenly sensed a faint, insidious force gnawing at his body. He tried stealing the erosion away, but fresh waves came flooding in immediately after. Fortunately, to truly threaten someone of his level, Sequence 4, this corruption would take a considerable amount of time. Enough for him to leave safely. Rising into the air, Edward quickly ascended above the ruined city. Massive, pallid stone pillars pierced the darkness, reminders of Calderon's once glorious majesty. As he climbed higher still, he once again saw that river in the darkness, nearly dried to nothing. Countless wandering souls drifted along the barren riverbed. So even 200 years ago, the tributary of the river of eternal darkness was already like this. But why? Who caused such a calamity, and for what reason? Edward suddenly realized he had overlooked a crucial point. Since this was a tributary, it must connect directly to the river's main flow. If the tributary was dried up, did that mean the main channel was also compromised? Or worse, was it precisely the drying of the main current that had led to this desolation in its branches? But that river was a spherote. After a long silence, Edward shook his head. Forget it. That's the Evernight goddess's problem. I'd best focus on surviving myself. He stepped forward, reappearing beside the crumbling wall once again. After a moment's hesitation, he drew out his one and only spare wand and placed it carefully against the stone. Phoenix had once fallen into peril protecting Lilith, its fate uncertain. This was all Edward could do for now. If fate allowed them to meet again, he would return the resurrection stone ring to it at once. He waited for over 10 minutes before his form blurred and vanished, leaving the spirit world. Not long after his departure, the silent tributary of the river of eternal darkness suddenly stirred. Black waves rose, and the wandering souls on either bank turned their heads in unison, then fell to their knees. A long while later, a lump of black liquid emerged from the pitch-black waters, leaping ashore. It rolled rapidly toward Calderon City, heading straight for the broken wall. Chirp. The instant it saw the wand, the black liquid let out an excited cry and shot forward, engulfing it. In seconds, the liquid solidified, hardening into a black egg. 10 seconds later, the egg dissolved back into liquid, seeping into the ground until nothing remained. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 459, Chapter 459, Finding a Butler. Back in Trier, Edward first carried out his original plan by visiting several of the city's largest newspapers, paying for an advertisement. Looking for a small black female cat. The owner is extremely anxious. Anyone with clues, please contact Edward as soon as possible. He then went to Backlund, doing the same thing with several papers there. If Lilith saw the notice, she would definitely understand that he was searching for her. To everyone else, it would just look like an ordinary missing pet ad. Of course, publishing it was just taking a chance, an idea he had gotten from Roselle. The odds were slim, but it was worth trying. Still, after quietly waiting 3 days, there was no response. Naturally, he wasn't just idly wasting time at home during those days. After some mental preparation, Edward threw himself into nearly non-stop study of Elvish for 2 days straight, while also familiarizing himself with the new abilities gained from advancing to Spiritcaster. On the third evening, though mentally numb from learning, a thought suddenly struck him. He retraced 4 steps, returned to Sapphira Castle, and used Madman to the right, forcing a crude, brutal influx of Elvish knowledge into his mind. Though most of the cost was borne by Sapphira Castle, Edward still felt like his skull was about to split apart. Fortunately, the pain came as fast as it left. When he staggered back into reality, dazed, and reopened the Book of Calamity, he could now read Elvish fluently. As he wished, he consumed the book's collection of Sequence 2 powers from the Tyrant Pathway. In that instant, Edward not only regained a sense of safety but even felt overwhelmingly strong. Compared to the Black Emperor and Red Priest pathways, which leaned toward concepts and rules, the Tyrant Pathway was straightforward and violent. On the surface, it looked far more powerful. That was why, once Salet Beyonders reached demigodhood, they tended to become eccentric and flamboyant, sparks and lightning wherever they went, fearless enough to smash into anyone head-on. Friday morning. Edward once again took a public carriage, this time to the southern market district of Trier. Upon arrival, he went straight to the zone dedicated to the trade of slaves and the hiring of servants or housekeepers. Yes, slavery had not yet been abolished in this era. Most wealthy families still kept slaves as beasts of burden. It wasn't until Roselle's Industrial Revolution swept across the world that people, eager to free up labor for their own profit, began pushing for abolition. Even then, true abolition didn't arrive until over a century later, and still, many nobles continued to secretly use and trade slaves. Here in Trier, one only had to glance at both sides of the street to see men, women, young, and old locked in cages or chained to posts like livestock, waiting to be chosen. The slavers boasted endlessly about their wares, strong, hard-working, cheap to feed. Buyers would manhandle them, squeeze their muscles, or pry open their mouths to inspect their teeth. It was indistinguishable from livestock trading in later generations. This was the reality of the era. Unless someone like Roselle stood at the very peak of power and imposed top-down decrees, there was no solving it. Edward passed through the slave market and entered the hiring area. Conditions here were better, but in truth, the difference between servants for hire, especially maids, and slaves was minimal. They, too, simply stood by the roadside waiting to be picked. The only difference was that they had at least some right of choice. I need a reliable butler. Edward got straight to the point when a man approached him. I've just moved to Trier and am living in a villa in Avenue du Boulevard. I need someone to manage all matters, large and small. That's simple. The man said confidently. That's the basic quality of any competent butler. Please, this way. Of course. Following him into an opulently decorated hall, Edward elaborated on his request. The most important thing is, I want a chance to enter Trier's upper noble circles. You know, I've been overseas for years. Now that I've finally earned some wealth, I naturally hope to become a true aristocrat. That. The man frowned slightly. That's tricky. Trier's upper nobles are families with centuries of lineage, extremely insular and difficult to penetrate. Relying on a butler to achieve that. Impossible. He paused, then added, I know of only one exception, someone who rose from a declining minor noble into one of the hottest figures in all Trier and even Intis. You mean the son of steam, Roselle Gustave? Oh heavens, that's entirely different. His rise can't possibly be replicated. The man suddenly thought of something. By the way, sir, you mentioned you've just moved into Avenue du Boulevard. But as far as I know, there haven't been any houses for rent or sale there recently. Oh, is that so? I wouldn't know. Sir, may I ask which address you're renting? 7 Rose Street. The man froze mid-step, then nodded knowingly. Ah, that villa. No wonder. Edward blinked. Was that house really so famous that even random people knew about it? Can you tell me exactly what happened in that villa? I only heard there was a murder. That's right. The master's family of 6, plus a butler, 2 servants, and 4 slaves, all dead in one night. The man clicked his tongue. If it were just a case of murder, people wouldn't be so spooked. The problem is, they seem to have died in a mutual slaughter. As in, more than 10 people who had lived peacefully together suddenly turned on each other in the middle of the night, killing one another until not a single soul remained. The most terrifying part. Each of them had a hideous, eerie smile on their face when they died. As he spoke, the man shuddered, fear surfacing as if the memory alone chilled him. This description clearly pointed to supernatural involvement, mutual butchery. A witch pathway's instigation. Or perhaps control by wraiths. Edward raised a brow. And what did the church or the authorities say? In the end, they merely announced it as a murder case. No explanation of cause, no culprit. Just quietly shelved. The man shook his head. That fellow who rented the place to you really is. Heh. Edward chuckled. It's fine. I've seen quite a few things over the years, worse than that villa. Nothing to be afraid of. He paused. Besides, I've already lived there alone for 4 or 5 days. Haven't I been just fine? Incredible. The men gave him a thumbs up. But the truth is, people with your kind of courage are rare. Which means, finding a butler willing to work there might be a little difficult. Difficult. Edward smiled faintly. Experience has taught me, there's no such thing as a difficult problem. It only means the price isn't right. The man nodded, then shook his head. You're right, but most seasoned, skilled butlers aren't exactly poor. They wouldn't risk their lives just for money. In fact, the higher you raise the pay, the more it confirms that house is dangerous. Of course, if you offer something outrageously high, someone will take the gamble. But then again, with that much money, why not move? Why insist on living in a haunted house? He leaned in, lowering his voice conspiratorially. I happen to know a few nobles in Avenue du Boulevard. Their finances are in dire straits, though they keep up appearances by not renting out their homes. But that sort of thing is negotiable. Face is important, sure, but they can't eat pride, can they? Edward understood now. The man was circling around to pitch him other villas. If Edward agreed, he'd get a cut both from securing a new residence and from arranging a butler. 2 commissions in one stroke. Truly, the tongue was his trade. Still, the logic was sound. If he offered an absurd sum for a butler in a haunted house, it would look suspicious. Just as the men said, with that much money, why not move somewhere better? Unless, you had some hidden motive for clinging to a cursed property. Thinking this, Edward smoothly said, You're right. In that case, I'll trouble you to introduce me to those nobles. Gladly at your service, sir. The men bowed with satisfaction. Ah, by the way, my name is Eland. Edward shook his hand. Then, this way. First, let me show you some excellent butlers. If one catches your eye, he can also help you handle the matter of leasing a new villa. No problem. Please, take a seat here. Eland led Edward to the hall's lounge area. Snapping his fingers at a maid, he ordered, Bring this gentleman, Mr. Sparrow, the finest Southern Fermo coffee. I'll fetch the butler profiles. He hurried off. Soon, a maid approached with a steaming cup of coffee. But before she could reach him, still 3 or 4 meters away, a man suddenly stepped forward, snatched the cup from her, and swiftly placed it before Edward. Please enjoy, Mr. Sparrow. He smiled smoothly. Speaking of Southern drinks, most people praise its beer, bright hops, rich malt, smooth on the tongue, beloved even by nobles. But the coffee beans are just as excellent. They carry a faint caramel aroma, not bitter, not harsh, with a subtle sweet aftertaste. Only true connoisseurs know. The flustered maid tried to protest, Sir. It's fine, go about your duties, Edward waved her off. He lifted the cup, sipped, and nodded. Thank you for the lesson, mister. The newcomer appeared around 30, with blonde hair and blue eyes, strikingly handsome, almost rivaling Emlyn, Edward's personal benchmark for beauty. He wore a well-fitted suit, clearly old but carefully maintained, not a crease in sight. He sat down uninvited across from Edward, introducing himself fluently. Allow me, Dubois de Lorraine, heir of the kumquat Baron family in the Intis kingdom. Never heard of it. Seeing Edward's expression, Dubois smiled. Ah, you may not have heard of us. But what matters is this, I can absolutely fulfill every requirement you have for a butler. Though noble-born, I was trained in management by my elders. I know how to serve as an excellent steward. What's more, I am well acquainted with Intis's noble circles. I can act as your stepping stone into their world. Edward took another sip of coffee, then set the cup down. Go on. Most importantly, I share your courage. I'm not afraid of that cursed house on Rose Street. So you need only pay me the standard wage. Edward arched a brow. But aren't you a noble? Why would you want to be a butler? Du Bois lifted a finger solemnly. That doesn't matter. My only request is, upon hiring me, you must provide me with a brand new suit, the latest style. You see, though this one is my favorite, it's far too old. If I accompany you in it, I might embarrass you. And he coughed lightly. If possible, a new suit every so often, to keep up appearances, would be even better. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 460, Du Bois. Another one obsessed with suits. Edward immediately thought of Countess Akasha's younger brother, but the man in front of him was clearly not a vampire. Akasha's brother was a pureblood who had lived for centuries. Why? Because a suit is my battle armor. I could go without food, I could go without wine, but I could never go without my armor. No, I meant, why should I agree to this demand of yours? Du Bois grinned cheekily. You're looking for a good butler. I'm looking for work. A perfect match, don't you think? But you should have heard just now, I've already asked Elin to find me another house. You must believe me, sir. Those nobles really are slaves to face. Even if they wanted to rent or sell their houses, just the process of contacting them, negotiating, and haggling over price, it'd take at least a month. Where would you stay during that time? In a hotel? Or in your current residence? Edward followed his reasoning. I can't get used to living in hotels. Exactly. So even if you really do change houses, you'll still need a butler to manage things. And as for the butlers Elin is introducing you to, they wouldn't dare step foot in No. 7 Rose Street. But me, I would. And besides. Before he could finish, someone yanked him aside. Elin's face was tight with forced laughter. Du Bois, what nonsense are you pulling again? Oh come on, isn't it obvious? Looking for work. Apologies, but Mr. Sparrow is my client. Du Bois pouted but then leaned closer. Mr. Sparrow, think it over again. I'll be waiting outside. Once he left, Elin handed Edward a folder. Sir, here are 5 butlers I've carefully selected for you. All of them have served high nobility before, their abilities are beyond doubt. Edward opened the file casually, flipping through as he asked, that Du Bois fellow, what's his story? Oh, just a fallen little noble. Though he did have a few years of glory. Elin's lips curled into a strange smile. But his glory, well, let's just say it wasn't exactly honorable. Go on. Rumor has it he slept with more than a few noble ladies and young misses here in Trier. Edward blinked in brief shock. Then, recalling Du Bois's looks, which were nearly on par with Emlyn, his own personal benchmark for most handsome, he found it believable. And then. Well, once those scandals came to light, of course he became every noble's eyesore. They were just waiting for the day he turned up dead in some gutter. But somehow, he managed to worm his way into the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery, actually became a priest in Trier's Grand Cathedral. With that status, no matter how much the nobles hated him, they had to hold back, out of respect for the church. Huh? Edward paused mid-page. You're saying Du Bois was a priest of the Trier Grand Cathedral? Then why's he applying to be a butler now? Because the church kicked him out later. Why? He was comforting a certain noblewoman during her confession, and ended up comforting her in bed. Fortunately, at least, he knew better than to do that inside the cathedral itself, or else, Edward asked with great interest, then since he was expelled, why is he still alive and well? That I can't say. But the last few years have been rough on him, he sold off everything he could, and now he's down to scraping by, even having to look for work himself. Still, if you truly intend to break into Trier's noble circle, sir, I'd advise you to stay as far away from him as possible. Of course. I understand. But the reason I do want to enter Trier's noble circle is to use it as a springboard to approach the Church of Steam and Machinery, and then find a roads. Edward closed the folder. May I take this with me? I won't be able to make a decision right away. Of course, no problem. Good. Then I'll leave the matter of the houses in your hands, keep me updated. I'll escort you out. As the two of them stepped out of the hall, Du Bois immediately bounced up, smiling broadly. Mr. Sparrow, have you given it some more thought? Still thinking. Edward smiled faintly and walked on. Elin snorted. This gentleman is determined to enter Trier's noble society. You should give up already. Du Bois only chuckled. That's not certain. He quickly trotted after Edward, keeping 3 or 4 meters behind him until they reached the slave market. There, he saw Mr. Sparrow slow his steps, and immediately closed the distance. How many people do you think are needed to properly staff number 7 Rose Street? That depends on your goals, sir. Du Bois smiled smoothly. If you really do want to join the nobility, as Elin suggested, then I'd recommend, 1 butler, 2 servants, 4 slaves, plus 2 cooks, 2 gardeners, 2 coachmen, a handyman, and a household nurse. Of course, none of this concerns me, since you clearly won't be hiring me. And if I do hire you? The same. Only, replace the butler with me. Edward chuckled. Actually, if I were to hire you, I think we could cut that whole number in half. Du Bois blinked in confusion. Why? Because with a celebrity like you as my butler, I'd no longer need to socialize with Trier's nobles. That would also mean no chance to invite them over for banquets and such. Du Bois looked perfectly innocent. Oh. But sir, even without me, just the fact that you're renting that house would be enough. No noble would dare visit you there anyway. That's true. Edward pulled out 100 furgens and handed it to him. First, help me find 2 capable workers to bring back. The rest can wait. My pleasure, sir. Du Bois performed a flawlessly standard gentleman's bow, then turned and left. Du Bois is a beyonder. Edward tossed the gold coin. The number landed face up, negative. TSK. To sleep with that many noble ladies, then turn around and join the church as a priest, and even after being expelled still manage to survive, he must either have some special ability or some special background. Either way, both could be useful. My purpose is actually much simpler than when Klein played the wealthy Dwayne Dantes. I only want to meet a Rhodes and ask it a few questions. So, there's still the possibility of a shortcut here. Back at the Rose Street villa, Edward retraced 4 steps and entered the Sapphira Castle. With a strand of Du Bois's hair in hand, he began a divination. Hiring Du Bois will be harmful to me. The green crystal spun counterclockwise, meaning no harm. He leaned back and entered a dream. The reason Du Bois approached me on his own. In the hazy dreamscape, Du Bois was being thrown out of an inn, his luggage and belongings scattered on the ground. Sorry, Mr. Du Bois, you've already owed us a month's rent. We can only evict you. Du Bois fumed. Fine, but did you have to shove me around? This is my favorite suit. He carefully smoothed out the wrinkles in his jacket before picking up the rest of his things. Ugh, I really need to find a way to make money. The scene shattered and shifted. Du Bois appeared at number 7 Rose Street. He was about to nimbly climb over the wall when he froze mid-movement. Someone actually dared to live here. TSK. If I sneak in now to take things, that'd count as burglary, wouldn't it? But, there are still plenty of valuables in the basement. The vision broke again. This time, Du Bois was wandering the manpower market when he overheard someone ahead. Sir, may I ask for the address you're renting? Number 7 Rose Street. Du Bois pinched his chin thoughtfully. The dream ended there. Edward opened his eyes, surprised. So he really did come purely for money. Not for a salary, but to sneak away with the valuables in the basement. His logic was odd indeed, unwilling to commit outright burglary, but perfectly fine with sneaking in under the guise of employment. Still, if he tried something like that, he'd be placing himself squarely in Edward's hands. Satisfied that Du Bois posed no great threat, Edward left the Sapphira Castle and returned to reality. Let's hope this fellow really does save me some trouble. He took another trip down to the basement. Indeed, the place was cluttered with jars, bottles, and assorted junk. Nothing that he could immediately identify as valuable. He left everything untouched. After all, bait had to be left where it could be taken. Before noon, Du Bois returned, leading a young man and woman in their early 20s to number 7 Rose Street. Good afternoon, Mr. Sparrow. The moment he stepped through the doorway, Du Bois bowed again. The task you entrusted me with is already complete. These 2 are excellent slaves I carefully selected for you, healthy, quick, smart, and extremely obedient. This is Endalai, from overseas. She came to Intis voluntarily with the colonial fleets. Compared to her homeland, living as a slave in Trier is actually far better, so she bears no resentment toward us at all. She even took the initiative to learn Intisian. She volunteered to be a slave. Originally, she wanted to be a maid. But lacking any documentation, the only option left was slavery. Endalai resembled the natives Edward had seen back in the Rorsted Islands. Her looks weren't particularly striking, but she still had traces of youthful vitality. Her eyes brimmed with curiosity, very unlike the beaten-down gaze of most slaves. Greetings, honored master. She hurried forward, about to kneel. Stay standing. I don't like people kneeling to me. Du Bois introduced the other. This is Asane, an Intisian. He's been a slave since childhood. After his previous master went bankrupt, he was resold at the slave market. Fortunately for him, despite his status, he was never treated harshly. So, like Endalai, he harbors no hatred toward outsiders. Greetings, honored master. Asane bowed deeply. Most slaves have tragic histories: poverty, war, abduction. Though trained by their owners, deep down they still carry resentment. And that resentment is like a powder keg, you never know when it might explode. Mr. Sparrow, since you're newly arrived in Trier, all your social connections must be built from scratch. Household slaves, low as their station is, will inevitably be the people closest to you for quite some time. That's why I chose these two. Having finished, Du Bois pulled 2 documents from his coat and handed them over. Here are their slave contracts. When he noticed the house's interior had been completely redecorated, he froze for just an instant before smoothly masking his surprise and pretending not to notice. All right. Then I'll leave them to you. Have them start by tidying up the garden. The tools are in that shed. Du Bois glanced back. The pair immediately understood, fetching tools and setting to work. At that moment, Edward handed over the folder of butler candidates. Help me decide, which one should I choose? Du Bois flipped through it quickly, looking bewildered. Mr. Sparrow, do you mean, you want me to pick a butler to replace myself? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 905 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 461, finally meeting Emperor Roselle. Who said a villa can only have one butler? Du Bois suddenly understood, then flipped straight to the last page of the folder and pointed, in that case, Madame Gorin must be the most suitable housekeeper. Her speciality is managing the maids and the household finances. I see. Edward tossed the folder aside and gestured for him to sit. The reason I insist on staying in the so-called haunted villa is that I want to get closer to Trier's nobility, to have more chances of integrating into their circles. You already know that, don't you? Yes, sir. Then tell me, why should I hire you? Du Bois looked as though he was seriously considering the question. You're curious, why I'm still alive, aren't you? Edward smiled faintly, giving neither agreement nor denial. Well, Du Bois began, even though I was expelled from the church, I'm still officially a cleric of Trier's Grand Cathedral. After all, I did nothing that truly betrayed the church. On the contrary, during my tenure, I worked diligently, brought in wealthy believers, and secured generous donations. The way you said brought in doesn't sound the least bit proper. But then again, a priest who sells his body for the sake of the church's development, somehow that almost sounds noble. Then why did Trier's Cathedral expel you? Du Bois sneered, because I slept with a woman that Son of Steam had his eyes on. What the? Edward instantly perked up, gossip mode activated. Du Bois shrugged, that lady had already agreed to spend the night with him, but by sheer accident, she ended up in my bed instead. He waited in the cold all night, while I spent the night comforting her in the next room. Edward was left speechless. So Roselle retaliated against you. You know how much the church values him. Of course they indulged him over such a trifle. And his revenge was just throwing you out of the church. Heh. He wanted to use that to force me to bow my head and beg for forgiveness. Oh. Du Bois raised his brows in surprise. You don't know. That Son of Steam and I both came from the same little town. We arrived in Trier together. Before he became the Son of Steam, we were friends. Ah, so that's how it is. When Roselle first came to Trier, it was like he suddenly awakened. He changed overnight, began inventing all sorts of things, and quickly gained the church's favor, becoming the Son of Steam. But me. The longer I stayed in Trier, the worse things got. I didn't want to accept his charity, so I could only rely on my own charm. Edward was silent for a moment. I'm not sure your kind of self-reliance is any more dignified than accepting his help. Du Bois laughed bitterly, ha ha ha, back then I was young and stupid. I just couldn't stand the idea of someone I once looked after suddenly standing so far above me, looking down. I couldn't accept that reversal of roles. My pride wouldn't allow it. And now? Du Bois's eyes twitched slightly. Now. I've already endured so much hardship because of that pride, even nearly lost my life multiple times. If I bow my head now, wouldn't that make all the suffering I endured completely meaningless? Fair enough. Flawless logic. You're innocent. Still, Edward couldn't help but admit, this Du Bois had just given him an unexpected surprise. With his connection to Emperor Roselle, getting an introduction to a Rhodes would be much easier. Step 1, get Du Bois to beg Roselle for help. Step 2, Roselle brings Edward to see a Rhodes at the cathedral. But the problem was, this stubborn fool would rather sell his body than swallow his pride and beg Roselle. How could Edward make him see reason? Force him with an imperious curse? No, that would be too risky. He still had to deal with the church eventually. If discovered, it'd be troublesome. Best to wait. Didn't Du Bois have his eyes on the things in the basement? Catch him red-handed, and then... Mr. Sparrow. Just as Edward thought this through, Du Bois suddenly said, I want to confess something. In truth, when I came to apply for this butler position today, I didn't have the purest intentions. Du Bois looked sincerely guilty. I heard recently that this villa's basement still holds some antiques left behind by the previous owner. So, I originally planned to take advantage of your unfamiliarity with the place to sneak one or two out and sell them. Why aren't you playing by the script? Why confess on your own? Edward kept a blank expression. Then why suddenly confess to me now? Mr. Sparrow, you're a beyonder, aren't you? He lowered his voice. I've seen the inside of this house before, it looked nothing like it does now. Such a transformation couldn't have been done overnight, nor without alarming anyone. And the way you show no fear of this haunted villa, it must be because of your extraordinary ability, right? Edward leaned back on the sofa. And then. I also want to become a beyonder. Oh. You should have had many opportunities before, no. I did, but I turned them all down, because I was afraid. Afraid of the dangers, afraid of losing my mind, afraid of becoming a monster. And now you're not afraid anymore? I'm still afraid. But, somehow not as much as before. Unfortunately, with my situation now, it's nearly impossible for me to get another chance to enter the extraordinary world. Edward said lightly, you could always go to Roselle. Then I'd rather die. For f***'s sake. I'm curious, Edward said after some thought. If in the future I reconcile with Roselle, as my butler, what will you do? Resign in outrage? Of course not. I just don't want to bow my head to that guy. It's not like I have some deep hatred with him. All right, you said it yourself. Ah. Du Bois let out a nervous sound, suddenly feeling uneasy. You want to be my butler? Fine. You want to become a beyonder? Also fine. But first, complete the first task I'm giving you, help me find a way to cross paths with Roselle and get to know him. Why? Why do you think? You've offended nearly every noble in Trier. Apart from Roselle, what other avenue do I have to integrate into Trier's aristocracy? Du Bois hesitated. Actually, maybe we could try some other way. Oh. Don't you still have connections with Trier's cathedral? You could introduce me to some higher-ups there. Through them, I could just as well meet nobles. This. Edward stood and patted Du Bois on the shoulder. The opportunity's here. Whether you seize it or not, that's up to you. Oh, and one more thing, the butler's room is on the first floor. Without my permission, no one is allowed upstairs. As for the antiques in the basement, you can deal with them however you like. Whatever you make from selling them counts as your first year's salary. With that, Edward put on his hat, picked up his cane, and walked out. I'll be out for a while. Trier Cathedral. Roselle sat quietly in a dim meditation chamber, carefully adding ingredients one by one into a glass beaker. As the mixture bubbled and fused into a clear liquid, he let out a deep breath, lifted the beaker, and drank the potion in one gulp. The cool liquid slid down his throat into his stomach, and almost instantly dissipated, absorbed fully by his body. No discomfort. No rejection. He knew with certainty he had successfully advanced to Sequence 6, Artisan, Machinery Specialist. As the information surge from the advancement settled, Roselle opened his eyes and murmured. At last, I have the ability to create that mysterious silver plate that caused my transmigration. Perhaps then, he could finally uncover the true reason behind it all. Excited, Roselle strode out of the chamber and bowed slightly to the archbishop who had been guarding him. Thank you, your eminence. No need for thanks. The Archbishop of Trier Cathedral was a middle-aged man with dark hair and beard, wearing a monocle on one ear, exuding the air of a solid, scholarly researcher. Oh, about that staff. Since it might have involved another transmigrator, Roselle had only said it was left behind by a beyonder intruder in his home, asking the Archbishop to determine its origin or hidden dangers. The Archbishop shook his head. It may have once been imbued with some extraordinary ability, but now it's just an ordinary stick. I'm sorry, I couldn't find anything useful. I see. Then perhaps it was just a joke that beyonder played on me. Do you need me to send members of the machinery hive mind to check your home? The Archbishop asked. Roselle pointed at the enchanted accessories he wore and smiled. With the items you've given me, even a demigod wouldn't be able to harm me immediately. And if a true demigod did come for me, these protections would hold long enough for you to arrive. Very well. The Archbishop didn't insist, simply nodded. Then I'll be going. Meanwhile, Edward also arrived at Trier Cathedral. He hesitated slightly, coming to a true god's cathedral wasn't something to be taken lightly. But he knew this was inevitable. If the god of steam truly watched the cathedral at all times, seeing through his identity at a glance, then... forget it. May as well give up. All those plans about mingling with nobles, meeting Roselle, and borrowing a roads through the church, they'd all be nonsense. The cathedral's design reminded him somewhat of St. Hierlands in Backlund. Blending in with the devout congregation, Edward found an empty seat, sat down, and listened solemnly to the Archbishop's sermon. Later, following the wealthy parishioners, he stepped up to the donation box and placed in 100 Felkin, making sure the Archbishop remembered his face. "Thank you, sir. May the Lord bless you." "Thank you." Edward traced a triangle over his chest, then glanced at the massive holy emblem hanging on the wall. Nothing happened. Exactly as the divination had shown beforehand. He couldn't help but breathe a little easier. After thanking the Archbishop once more, Edward turned to leave the cathedral, only to see a group of 5 or 6 men striding quickly inside. At their head was a man with wavy chestnut hair, sharp blue eyes, a tall nose, thin lips, and a well-kept mustache. He wore a dark red coat embroidered with gold thread. His face was lit with excitement, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Originally, they seemed about to leave directly. But spotting the Archbishop with the donation box, the men suddenly changed course, pulling out a thick wad of cash and stuffing it into the box. The Archbishop smiled warmly. "You're as generous as ever, Mr. Gustav." "Ha ha ha, of course. No one in Trier is more generous than me." "Well then, I'll be off, see you next time." He waved casually and led his men out at a brisk pace. Emperor Roselle. Edward watched their departing figures in a daze. "To think our first meeting would happen like this, as expected. In your youth, you radiated confidence, flamboyance, and boundless energy. There's no denying it, right now, you are truly the protagonist of this world." Edward's unrestrained gaze naturally drew Roselle's attention. He turned back, seeing a man in his 30s, not bad-looking, his eyes filled with admiration and awe. "Heh, looks like I'm getting more male fans by the day." Roselle grinned smugly, waved cheerfully at Edward, and then strode out of the cathedral. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 462, Chapter 462, Are You an Evil God? Edward immediately put on an expression of being flattered. Seeing this, the bishop chuckled. Roselle Gustav is exactly such a man, although pride runs deep in his bones, he seldom shows it. To most who show him kindness, he responds with kindness. Sigh, if only I could actually get to know him. You will have the chance. The bishop said faintly, then went back to fundraising. TSK, I thought your next line would be offering to introduce me, guess I donated too little. Edward muttered to himself. As soon as Roselle returned to the villa, he locked himself in the study. Grim, Edwards, from now on I need to focus entirely on something extremely important. Try not to let anyone disturb me. Understood. William, Polly, keep watching the mascot situation. If there's any progress, contact me immediately. Understood. After giving instructions to his 4 subordinates, Roselle was just about to step into the study when his precious daughter Bernadette's voice called. Daddy, what are you doing? He walked over with a gentle smile. Daddy needs to go into seclusion to work on something very important. For the next few days, I might not be able to spend time with you. Oh, okay. Bernadette nodded. Then Daddy, have you seen my Pinocchio doll? Roselle's smile froze. After a rapid brainstorm, he pointed decisively at Grim. It was Grim. Uncle Grim took it. Grim. Ah, yes, it was me. Bernadette tilted her head in confusion. Why would Uncle Grim take away my Pinocchio doll? Ah, yes, why did I take? Because Uncle Grim's daughter also wanted a doll, so he borrowed yours to give to a craftsman to replicate. It'll be returned to you in a few days. Really? Grim could only nod helplessly. Yes, that's right. All right, just make sure you return it soon. Bernadette waved her hand. Bye-bye, Daddy. Phew. Roselle exhaled in relief, patted Grim's shoulder, and entered the study. But as soon as Bernadette turned the corner, she puffed up her cheeks in annoyance. Humph, Daddy always thinks I'm just a kid. Obviously, he took Pinocchio to that mysterious man, but he still blames poor Uncle Grim. She went to the swing in the garden, sat down, and swayed back and forth. Ugh, life's already boring enough every day. And now Daddy's going into seclusion, it's going to be even more boring. She rested her fair chin on her hand, sighing. I already told Mommy to give me a little brother to play with, but she kept saying that's something she can't do alone, Daddy has to help. But it's Mommy who gets pregnant, Mommy who gives birth. What can Daddy even help with? Humph, Mommy just doesn't want to have another baby. And if help is really necessary, can't she ask someone else? Bernadette rubbed her cheeks, then remembered her conversation with Edwards a few days earlier. Uncle Edward said that normally, if you chant some sentences in Hermes, you might attract a terrifying evil god. But that person said those 3 lines are the incantation to contact him. Uncle Edwards would never lie to me. In that case, does that mean that person is an evil god? Of course she had heard about evil gods. From her father's descriptions, they were extremely dangerous and terrifying beings. But that man didn't seem dangerous at all. At this moment, Bernadette cautiously glanced around, then whispered. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. She paused, widened her eyes, and softly asked, Are you an evil god? Rose Street, number 7 Villa. Edward stood by the bay window on the second floor, watching two slaves busy in the garden below, while Du Bois walked back and forth with his head down, tangled in his own thoughts. Suddenly, a faint mosquito-like whisper reached his ears. Someone is praying to me. The only one who knows my 3-part incantation right now is Bernadette. He immediately pulled the curtains shut, took 4 backward steps, and entered the Sapphire Castle. Sure enough, the star that represented Bernadette was faintly swelling and shrinking. Extending his spirituality to touch that star, Bernadette's figure appeared deep within the grey fog. She sat on the swing, sneakily chanting the 3-part prayer. After a few seconds of hesitation, she whispered, Are you really an evil god? Facing the sincere question from his very first believer, Edward did not hold back his answer. Nope. After Bernadette asked her question, she stopped the swing and her little face turned serious, as if truly awaiting an answer. But after a few minutes, nothing happened. She immediately pouted and huffed, I knew it. Totally a lie. Lying Pinocchio. Just as she finished muttering, endless grey fog suddenly appeared before her eyes. At its distant end sat a hazy figure upon a towering chair, legs crossed, smiling down at her. Nope. Bernadette froze on the spot. When the grey fog vanished, she shot up from the swing, screaming in terror as she bolted away. Wah! Evil god! Help! Without hesitation, she ran straight toward her father's study. But upon seeing the tightly closed door and the 2 uncles guarding it, she sniffled pitifully, then turned and ran off to her own room. The moment she burst inside, she locked the door, leapt onto the bed, dove under the covers, and pulled them over her head, all in one motion. Underneath the quilt, her trembling little figure bulged out. Eyes squeezed shut, hands covering her ears, she muttered in fright, It's real. There really is an evil god. That guy is an evil god. Though she had mysterious confidence in her father, she wasn't confident enough to think he could actually fight an evil god. Fear overwhelmed her, and for a while she didn't know what to do. If she obeyed her agreement with the evil god and told no one, who knew what might happen? But if she broke the agreement and told Daddy, not only would her nose grow long, that evil god would definitely be angry. Bernadette poked her small head out from the quilt. But, if he really is an evil god, why wasn't he scary at all? I didn't feel in danger either. She scratched her head. Besides, he already told me, those 3 lines were the incantation to contact him. I recited the incantation, he answered. Isn't that perfectly normal? And anyway, just now he clearly said no. At that thought, Bernadette shot out of bed, clenched her little fists, and tried to convince herself, I must be overthinking it. But then again, evil gods lying is totally normal. Her brows furrowed as she propped her chin in worry. After a long while, her eyes grew firm. All right. For Mommy and Daddy's safety, I'll pretend to believe him for now, then slowly figure out his true intentions. This time, I'll protect Mommy and Daddy. Carefully, she reached under her bed and pulled out the little mermaid doll. The moment she touched it, she was transported again to the beautiful island of soft sands and coconut trees, where the little mermaid sang sweetly. Still, the gift from that man really was quite wonderful. Resting her chin in her hands, she watched for a while, then suddenly thought. Sigh, no matter how pretty it looks, it's still fake. If only I could see a real mermaid. But Daddy said mermaids lived deep in the sea, and she was far too young to go there. So boring. She lowered her head to look again at the doll in her hand. Ripples shimmered faintly in her sapphire eyes, her thoughts wandering. Above the grey fog. Watching Bernadette scream and flee in terror after hearing his reply, Edward was speechless. You asked me a question, I answered it, and suddenly I'm an evil god. Really? Sure enough, just a child, scared at the drop of a hat. Suddenly, his spirituality stirred. Among the countless deep red stars floating quietly in the endless grey fog, one suddenly lit up, radiating light like flowing water. It expanded and contracted, over and over, abnormally eye-catching. And it wasn't Bernadette's star. At present, the only one who knew his 3-segmented honorific name was Bernadette. With his secret-keeping trait, she couldn't possibly have told anyone else. That meant this new star had to be someone who, like Audrey or Alger at the beginning, had formed a connection to the Sapphire Castle through some special item. As Edward's spirituality touched it, the expanding and contracting crimson star revealed its scene and sound. A golden-haired woman in a gloomy, intricate black dress writhed in agony on the ground, curling up in torment. Patches of her smooth skin sprouted bark-like growths, while thin branches pushed out between her fingers. Clutched tightly in her hands was a small puppet carved in the likeness of a bound man, faint light radiating from it. It seemed that puppet both connected her to the Sapphira Castle and shielded her from further harm. Another puppet. Since coming to this era, Edward had encountered quite a lot of them. But then his expression shifted as realization struck. This woman looks really familiar. He smacked his forehead lightly. Miss Executor. TSK still had her head on her shoulders, almost didn't recognize her. She was being corroded or polluted by the mother tree of desire. As the blessed of the chained god, Raynette Tyneker had once helped her father establish the Highland Kingdom and became the leader of the Rose School of Thought's temperance faction. But later, the chained god was captured and corrupted by the mother tree of desire, forced to split off a sequence 1 to give birth to the son of god Asua. From then on, the Rose School changed, the indulgence faction grew ever stronger, while the temperance faction was harshly suppressed, surviving only through Raynette Tyneker's accumulated prestige. Until not long before the original story began, when Sua launched a purge of the temperance faction, leaving only Raynette, Sharon, Marek, and a handful of others to escape alive. Raynette perished in the process, becoming a spirit world creature. Edward hadn't expected that as far back as 200 years ago, the mother tree had already made its move against Raynette. Then again, it made sense, ever since capturing the chained god, the mother tree had aimed to fully control the Rose School, and the temperance faction was undeniably a stumbling block. Since the original story shows Raynette still surviving, just fine, 200 years later, that means even if I don't intervene now, she should still be able to resist the mother tree's corrosion. But still, since I've seen it with my own eyes. Edward's spirituality surged forth, pouring into that flowing crimson glow. He easily established a mysterious and solid connection with Raynette. Then, leveraging the authority of the Sapphira Castle upon himself, he extended a hand toward Raynette. Steal. Note, 1040 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 463, Headless. He directly seized the corruption of the mother tree of desire that had invaded Raynette's body. After all, neither he nor the Sapphira Castle had anything to fear from such pollution. Almost at the same time, Raynette's abnormal changes halted, the branches sprouting from her quickly withered and fell away. She sat up with a face full of doubt and alarm, her crimson eyes darting around in search of the one who had just helped her. TCH. Such a contradiction. Edward muttered to himself. Interacting rashly with figures from the plot, one careless move could alter the future, bringing unforeseeable consequences. But whether it's digesting the secret sorcerer potion or finding Lilith, I can't avoid dealing with those familiar names anyway. Sigh. Traveling back to the past, unless one hides in complete seclusion, how could it be possible not to alter history? Every step leaves a trace. No point fretting over it. Whether I stick out my neck or shrink back, the blade falls just the same. Overthinking only ruins everything. Edward once again extended his spirituality. Raynette's figure instantly manifested at the left side of the long round table, sitting 2 seats away from him. Raynette appeared somewhat dazed, clearly not comprehending why she had suddenly come to such a place, a small garden shrouded in endless grey fog. Her body tensed as she quickly scanned the environment, before her gaze finally landed on Edward. A man wearing an unfamiliar mage's robe, his appearance indistinct, his features blurred. But Raynette could clearly feel it, this man was one with the mysterious domain itself, as if he was the boundless fog, and the fog was him. Edward, meanwhile, reclined calmly in his chair, observing her every movement. Compared with the Miss Executor of 2 centuries later, this Raynette seemed far more human. Of course, that was natural. Though the temperance faction was already being suppressed, it could still barely contend with the indulgence faction. The faction's members, and the citizens of the kingdom who still believed in her, served as anchors that helped preserve her humanity. After a moment of silence, Raynette cautiously asked, "Was it you who helped me, mysterious being?" "That's right." Edward nodded. "Thank you." She bowed politely, then softly asked, "May I know why you helped me?" Let's just say, I couldn't stand the mother tree of desire." Raynette fell silent for a few seconds. Then she asked, "May I ask, what can I do in return, to repay your aid?" "That's not urgent." Edward imitated Klein's usual style and tapped lightly on the table. "Before that, shouldn't you make a proper introduction? That's the most basic courtesy, isn't it?" Raynette hesitated again. One mother tree of desire appearing in the Rose School of Thought was already overwhelming enough. And now, another mysterious being, quite possibly a evil god, had appeared with his gaze fixed on her. Do we really attract evil gods this much? But still, this being had helped her first. Thinking of this, she lowered her voice. "I am Raynette Tyneker, leader of the temperance faction of the Rose School of Thought. Once again, I thank you for your aid, great and mysterious existence." "No need to call me great. At most, I'm mysterious, but certainly not great." Edward chuckled. "In the future, just call me the chairman. I may select a few people to form a small gathering, and I will be the chairman of this meeting." For now though, the members aren't settled, the theme is undecided. Once I figure it out, I'll let you know. He leaned slightly forward, a hint of playfulness in his tone, but I can give you a little spoiler, this gathering will have a bit to do with the fates of all its members. If you don't attend, you'll definitely regret it. Fate. Rionette's heart trembled. Could this mysterious existence actually be a deity of the fate pathway? But, why would a god want to organize such a gathering? Her thoughts spun rapidly. 3 possibilities emerged. First, the mind of a god is unfathomable. Perhaps he simply wanted some amusement. Second, he intended to form a group to spread faith, recruit believers, and build his own church. Third, he had not yet fully ascended to godhood, and this gathering was somehow linked to his acting or ascension ritual. But even if it were the third, even if he weren't a god yet, the power to effortlessly neutralize the mother tree of desire's corruption, and to bring a sequence too like herself to this incomprehensible domain, was already far beyond what she could resist. Suddenly, a bold thought flashed through Rionette's mind. If I could set this mysterious being against the mother tree of desire, could I use that to pull the Rose School out of the mire? With that, she lowered her head and said softly, Reinette awaits your summons. Good, welcome aboard. Edward smiled. To make communication easier in the future, I'll give you a simple nickname. How about, No Head? Reinette froze, utterly baffled. Oh right, one more thing. If you ever need to contact me, you can recite these 3 phrases. Edward recalled, then added. The eternal ruler above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Rionette's pupils trembled slightly. A 3-part honorific prayer, he truly was an evil god. Well then, until next time, Miss No Head. Edward waved lightly, severing the connection. Rionette's figure quickly vanished from the Sapphira Castle. Heh. The secret sorcerer potion truly is digesting faster now. Not as much as with Medici, but still pretty good. He glanced into the depths of the fog at the countless crimson stars. TSK. I haven't even decided what kind of gathering to hold, and already the first member has joined. Life sure is unpredictable. My spirit caster potion seems to be starting to digest as well. Southern Continent, Star Highlands. At the Temperance faction's stronghold of the Rose School of Thought, Reinette opened her bright yet eerie eyes and slowly rose from the floor. With her slender fingers, she brushed across the bark-like lumps upon her skin, restoring them to their fair, flawless state. Cold air surged at her feet, freezing and shattering the fallen branches littering the ground. Chairman. What sort of existence was he, truly? She tightened her grip on the puppet of the bound god. And that fate he spoke of, what exactly did it mean? Future, 1349. Spirit world. In her black castle, Reinette Tynker opened her eyes. At her ears, she seemed once again to hear that voice which carried no malice, yet unsettled her all the same. Miss No Head. Strictly speaking, that nickname was not very fitting, though she had no head upon her neck, she held 4 in her hands. I don't just have a head, I have plenty of them. So, what you said back at that gathering about my fate wasn't quite accurate. At that moment, Sharon entered, dressed in a black Gothic-style court gown with a small black soft hat perched atop her head. Compared with before, her complexion was no longer as deathly pale, though now it carried an odd sense of unreality. I've successfully advanced to sequence 4, she said. Reinette turned, all 8 of her eyes focusing on her disciple in turn. Very good, a few days ago, the upper ranks of the Indulgence faction suffered heavy losses. It is time for us to unite the remaining members of the Temperance faction. I understand. Here is their current location, go with Marek. All right. Sharon nodded. Her figure gradually faded, vanishing from sight. Reinette was just about to leave as well when her blood-red eyes all focused in the same direction. Stretching out her hand, she tore open a rift in the spirit world and stepped out from a cluster of candle flames. Clutching 4 dazzling heads in her hands, she looked at the men whose appearance had changed before her. Is it you summoning me? Klein hastily glanced left and right to make sure no one had noticed. Then he waved with a smile. Good to see you again, madam. This time, did you summon me to make me your messenger? That's right. Klein asked seriously, are you truly willing to sign a contract and become my messenger? Rionette's skirt hem fluttered slightly as the 4 blonde-haired, red-eyed heads nodded in unison. Yes. Each time. 1 gold coin. A gold coin for every single message delivered. You didn't mention this before. Can I get a refund? Trier, 1160. Past. Late at night. When Edward was jolted awake by the prayer echoing in his ears, he finally experienced the same frustration Mr. Fool must have endured. Really? You couldn't say it during the day? You had to choose night. You had to choose midnight. Rubbing his eyes, he entered the Sapphira Castle. The moment he looked up, he saw Bernadette's crimson star flickering. Mysterious sir, good evening. I was already asleep. Sweet dreams, then. Good night. Edward stared at little Bernadette's message with a blank face, and immediately felt the urge to retaliate. He would roar back in the loudest, most ferocious voice possible and startle her awake from her sleep. But before he could, her star twinkled again. Spirituality spread outward, and her image once more surfaced before him. She was in adorable pajamas, curled beneath her blanket, squinting as she pressed her palms together in a posture of prayer. Mysterious sir, could you take me to see the real Little Mermaid? Ah. I'm sorry, I was just spouting nonsense, I didn't say anything. Good night. She twisted about, burying her head under the quilt. Edward smacked his lips. Where exactly am I supposed to take you to see a real Little Mermaid? They don't even exist, all right. Pure wishful thinking. Not worth my time. For a moment, he regretted using Bernadette as an experiment to test out the three-part prayer. Maybe. Tomorrow I'll just obliviate her. But just as that thought surfaced, another followed immediately. Wait, if Lilith were in the past timeline and encountered something like this, what then? Ah. After a long sigh, Edward flicked a coin into the air. Is it dangerous to visit Bernadette now? It landed with the number side up, negative. He promptly returned to reality, retrieved his invisibility cloak, layered it further with false reality, and stepped straight into Bernadette's room. Having just made her wish, Bernadette already regretted it. After all, even if that person wasn't an evil god, he was still an unfamiliar stranger. And she had actually wished upon a stranger. Too stupid. She curled into her blanket, playing ostrich, muttering over and over. Didn't hear it, he didn't hear me. I heard you. Suddenly, a calm voice drifted into the room. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 464, Bernie Huang. Ah. Bernadette was so startled she nearly screamed. She hurriedly poked her head out just a little, her bright eyes peeking around. Inside the dim room, a figure stood only a meter or two away, arms folded as he gazed at her. He really came. Bernadette was terrified. Her voice trembled as she asked, what are you doing here? Edward couldn't help but let out a laugh of exasperation. Weren't you the one who said you wanted to see a mermaid? And now you're asking me what I'm doing. She blinked, then suddenly sat up. There really are little mermaids. The kind in fairy tales, no. But mermaids are real. Do you want to see them? Bernadette hesitated, conflicted. I want to, but... Before she could finish, her body suddenly felt light. The surrounding darkness brightened in an instant, and everything within her sight was painted in vivid, vibrant colors, as though she had stepped into the pages of a fairy tale. Wow. Her eyes sparkled as she looked around, overwhelmed by the kaleidoscopic scenery. The fear and unease in her heart quickly melted away, replaced by excitement and delight. This place is just too beautiful. Before long, she mimicked something Lilith had once done, reaching out her hand to try and touch the strange creatures and objects that seemed close yet far away. Even though she couldn't touch anything, her curiosity and enthusiasm never waned. Whoosh! Just then, the dazzling colors faded, and her vision cleared. It's morning already. Here at the Sea of Ruins, dawn came several hours earlier than in Intis. Explaining that would take too long, so Edward simply didn't bother. Using the Sailor Pathway's powers, Edward carried Bernadette as they soared through the skies. TCH, this is awkward, I only remember that the mermaids are hidden somewhere east of the Sea of Ruins in the Sonia Sea. But the exact location? No idea. After all, he hadn't managed to find them the last time. Where are the mermaids? Bernadette craned her neck eagerly, glancing left and right below them. Suddenly, she felt the sensation of weightlessness, her body plummeting rapidly downward. On the surface of the sea, a pitch-black sailing ship appeared out of thin air. It was the Black Tulip, the vessel Edward had once seized from the Admiral of Hell, Ludwell. Originally, he had planned to sell it. Who would have thought that 200 years earlier, he would end up using it himself? Her shrill screams echoed as the two of them drifted gently down onto the deck. Edward tapped the top of Bernadette's head as she kept her eyes squeezed shut, still screaming. All right, enough. Keep yelling and I'll confiscate your mouth. MMPH. She hastily clapped both hands over her mouth, then cautiously opened her eyes. Only then did she realize she was standing on a ship. What's this? Looking up at the fluttering flag, she whispered, a pirate ship. Her eyes widened. You're a pirate? Edward gave a smug little cough. That's right. I'm a pirate, Captain Jack, Klein Sparrow. Oh. Bernadette let out a little sound of wonder, then skipped over to the railing of the deck, gazing at the vast expanse of blue ocean in the distance. Hee, Daddy always said he wanted to go on a great voyage someday. But guess what? I set sail before he did. She ran back and forth across the deck for a while, until she was slightly out of breath. Then, curiosity returned to her voice. But, weren't we supposed to be looking for mermaids? Edward walked over and spoke in a solemn, mysterious tone. Bernie, often the journey itself matters more than the destination. Meeting the mermaids is the end goal, but the search for them, that's the real adventure. Really? She eyed Edward suspiciously. But I just want to see mermaids. No rush. We'll find them. You don't actually know where they are, do you? Bernadette frowned. Smack. Edward rapped her on the head again. Bernie, if you're too clever, people won't like you. She rubbed her small head, pouting. My name is Bernadette, not Bernie. That's your nickname, Bernie Huang. No way. How come I didn't know about that? Well, now you do. Edward froze mid-sentence, a memory suddenly surfacing. Back when he had first encountered Bernadette at the hot spring run by the vampire Akasha, her self-introduction had been Bernie Huang. At the time, Edward had found it strange that she already knew this nickname. So, was it actually because he had told her? What's wrong? Bernadette reached out her pale little hand, waving it in front of Edward's face. Nothing. Edward let out a relieved smile. All right, let's go find the mermaids. She scratched her head in confusion. But with such a big ship, how are the two of us supposed to sail it? Simple. Edward snapped his fingers. With a sweep of transfiguration spells and the overlay of false reality, the entire ship was instantly filled with crew members, who quickly took up their posts and began working in perfect order. Bernadette's eyes widened in astonishment as she recognized them one by one. Snow White. Cinderella. The Seven Dwarfs, Pinocchio. She recited them fluently like treasures from a storybook, her voice full of wonder. Wow. If this is a dream, then, please don't let me wake up too soon. Edward once again waved his wand, transforming both their outfits into those of pirate captains. Striding to the bow of the ship, he raised his hand and commanded, Fairy tale, set sail. Bernadette, wearing a pirate eye patch, excitedly echoed at the top of her voice, Fairy tale, set sail. In that moment, she had only one thought in her heart. Compared to the mysterious gentleman who could bring fairy tale characters into reality, oh wait, Mr. Sparrow, her father, who only told stories, was far too weak. Achoo. 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 Roselle, who had been carefully carving mystical symbols into a silver plaque with a burin, suddenly sneezed 3 times in a row. The tool slipped, leaving an extra scar across the surface. Arg. Failed again. He tossed the silver plaque and carving knife aside in frustration and collapsed back into his chair. From daylight to nightfall, he had been working nearly 10 hours straight, failing over and over again. Damn it, I refuse to believe I can't succeed. One more try. After resting for a moment, he pulled out a new silver plaque and picked up the burin again. But just as he was about to begin, his gaze fell on a block of wood at the corner of the table. He hesitated, then muttered, forget it, I'll make some dolls for my darling angel first. Hee, she'll be moved to tears. The ship, now renamed Fairy Tale, glided across the Sonia Sea. The warm sunlight mixed with the moist sea breeze brushed against their faces, easily stirring drowsiness. Especially for a child who had been woken in the middle of the night, and who had spent over an hour running tirelessly all over the deck. By the time the fairy tale reached the waters near the ruins of the War of the Gods, she had already curled up on a conjured little bed, clutching a doll, fast asleep. Even in sleep, she was smiling, her lips curved in bliss, a glimmer of crystal-clear drool at the corner of her mouth. Hey, being a child really is wonderful. Edward pinched her soft cheek gently. Since you're already asleep, let's call it a day. We can continue another time. He waved his wand, dismissing all the crew, then shrank the ship down and pocketed it. Carrying Bernadette, he traversed the spirit world and returned to Trier. Good night, future Queen Mystic. He stepped back, his figure fading away. For a long moment, Bernadette remained still, then she opened her drowsy eyes and murmured, Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Back home, Edward was surprised to discover that the secret sorcerer potion had quietly digested a little further. Could it be, because he had used false reality? The next morning, Edward indulged in a rare luxury, sleeping in. Although as a demigod of sequence 4, not quite human, sleep was no longer a necessity, it remained one of life's greatest pleasures. When he finally came downstairs, he saw Du Bois spring up from the sofa, hurrying toward him. Mr. Sparrow, I want to give it a try. Oh. You've thought it through. How do you plan on bringing it up to Roselle? No, not Roselle. Du Bois gave a self-deprecating smile. I have another way. My last bit of stubbornness, I suppose. Fine. I'll be looking forward to it. Just then, Du Bois sniffed the air in surprise. What's that smell? It's delicious. It's Endelai, Du Bois explained. Since there's no chef hired for the villa yet, and Endelai said she knows how to cook, I let her try. She said it's a specialty meat patty from her homeland. The ingredients and spices were bought early this morning by Asane with the leftover money from yesterday. Edward sat down at the dining table. Less than 10 minutes later, Endelai came in carrying a tray, on it, a plate of patties, 2 fried eggs, some vegetables and chickpeas, and a glass of juice. Master, please enjoy your meal. TCH. After living in the world of mysteries for so long, he had hardly enjoyed such service from attendants. Yet now, only a few days after returning 200 years later, he had already started to indulge. Edward picked up his knife and fork, tasted the meat patty, and found it to be quite good. Smiling, he asked Endelai, "Can you cook anything else?" "Yes. I can prepare every dish from our island, but as for Intis cuisine, not many." "All right. Then you'll be one of the villa's chefs from now on. Du Bois, hire another chef to teach her more." Endelai bowed hurriedly. "Thank you, esteemed master." "Oh, by the way, have you two eaten yet?" Endelai and Asane shook their heads. In truth, they hadn't eaten anything since arriving yesterday, but as slaves, they dared not complain. "Fine. Endelai, make some more food later and share it with Asane." "Yes. Du Bois, you've got another task today. As you said before, get the villa fully staffed. Don't let it come to the point where you finally manage to connect me with Roselle, and I turn out to be missing everything on my end. That would be embarrassing." "I understand." To be honest, Edward wasn't used to having a house full of strangers. But in this environment, he had no choice but to play along with the rules of the game. Besides, he had already decided to play the hands-off master, leaving everything to Du Bois. As long as he met a Rhodes, or obtained the information he needed elsewhere, this entire game of playing house could come to an end. Oh, and another thing. The new house. I'll trouble you to settle it as soon as possible, so we can move out of this haunted place. All right. Du Bois had already discerned Edward's intent, not just his plan to be a hands-off master, but also his eagerness to step into Trier's noble circles, clearly with a very specific goal in mind. But what did it matter? He too had his own clear purpose, to seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. To become a Beyonder. Just wait, Roselle. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 465, Chapter 465, The Twilight Hermit Order. Du Bois suddenly remembered something. "Ah, right, Mr. Sparrow, you promised me the latest style suit, didn't you?" "First of all, I never promised you anything." Edward gave him a flat look. "Secondly, aren't all those antiques in the basement enough for you to buy a dozen suits?" "Ah, didn't you say those were my wages?" Du Bois coughed lightly, then muttered, "Besides, I was planning on giving a few of those pieces away as gifts, to help you find someone who knows Roselle." Edward's brows lifted slightly. He waved dismissively. "There are 2,000 felkin on the dining table. That'll be your activity funds for now. If you run out, come to me for more." Without waiting for a response, he turned and went back upstairs, striding into his bedroom. There, he activated his secret sorcerer abilities to shift the room into an isolated space. Only then did he pull from his leather pouch a small, silver-white cross. It glimmered faintly. The Russian priest had once told him, this cross was proof of membership in the Twilight Hermit Order. Whenever a gathering was called, it could project one's spirit into the corpse cathedral to attend. So now that it was glowing faintly, did that mean a gathering was about to begin? To confirm, all he had to do was inject spirituality into the cross. But Edward wasn't sure he was ready to face the priest of this era. Would the Russian priest see through him, that he came from the future? If not, then how would he interpret the appearance of this cross in Edward's hand? After all, he hadn't given it out yet, so how could someone suddenly arrive holding it? And on another level, when the priest in the future had handed him this cross, was it simply a final gift before death, or had he been fulfilling a closed loop all along? Had the two of them already met in the past? Edward frowned in deep thought for a long while before finally making a decision. First, he sacrificed the cross to the Sapphira Castle. Then, taking 4 steps in reverse, he ascended into that sacred realm and seated himself on his bronze throne. Heh. If I inject spirituality into the cross while inside the castle, what would happen? No matter how exalted Adam's status once was, right now he was still just a sequence 1. With the castle here, Edward refused to believe Adam could touch him. Spirituality poured into the cross like a rushing river. Its glow flared white-hot, dazzling silver light radiating outward. At the same time, Edward felt his spirit being tugged, drawn toward the cross. But that pull was instantly severed by the grey fog's might. The cross floated in midair, its brilliance dimming into a hazy vision. Within the light appeared a dim cathedral lined with corpses. Shadowy figures stood in 2 rows along its length, their features obscured. Holy crap, did I just open up a surveillance feed of the Twilight Hermit Order's meeting? But, he couldn't hear anything. Faces were blurred. As surveillance went, this was pretty useless. After hesitating a moment, Edward stretched out a hand, letting his spirituality seep toward the screen. The pull returned again, yet this time Sapphira Castle didn't immediately block it. And in that same instant, feedback from his spirituality told him, under these conditions, joining the Twilight Hermit gathering was very safe. In that case, let's go. He poured more power into the cross. His vision blurred and dimmed, and in the next breath, he was standing inside the eerie yet sacred corpse cathedral, at the far end of the left-hand row. Edward's eyes swept quickly around. Counting himself, there were only 9 people in the vast cathedral, including the Russian priest beneath the massive crucifix. So few members. No. Only the core members could stand here. Just like in the original timeline, the blonde secretary who helped Desire Apostle kill Duke Negan was indeed a member of the Hermit Order, but clearly not of high enough rank to meet the priest directly. Of course, Edward didn't care about the other old-timers in this Sunset Retirement Club. The only one who mattered was the Russian priest. How would he view this unexpected newcomer? Yet, the priest's golden eyes merely rested on Edward for a second or two before sliding away. As if neither surprised nor bothered by his presence. Was it an act? Or did he truly not care? A long, heavy silence followed. Then, the Russian priest's golden gaze softened as he addressed the gathering. This time, as before, I have no new instructions. The proceedings will be hosted by Hermes. With that, Adam's form faded away. That's it. One sentence and he's gone. In that instant, Edward could clearly feel the tension drain from everyone around him. His own gaze darted across the gathered members, trying to spot Hermes, the one who had once been Adam's most loyal servant, only to eventually betray him. A playful voice suddenly rang out. Well, well. Looks like we've got ourselves a new face here. So, where are you from? What's your name? What pathway? What sequence? Care to report and let us see what you're made of? The one who had spoken was a burly man sitting opposite Edward. His tone carried a trace of mockery. Straight away, he sounded every bit the classic old hunter. To all his rapid-fire questions, Edward simply remained silent. Puffed. Why are you all like this? Isn't there anyone else as frank and open as me? The supposed hunter snorted with disdain, then after a few seconds pressed again, all right then, how did you join the Twilight Hermit Order? Were you invited? Or did you solve the riddle of the trend, and get your hands on a cross? Eh? A riddle of the trend. Edward's thoughts stirred. So there were 2 paths into the order, one, by invitation from an existing member, like Emperor Roselle. The other, by solving the so-called riddle of the era's trend and thereby gaining the cross. If that's the case, it made sense why the Russian priest hadn't cared about his sudden appearance at all. With that in mind, Edward deliberately lowered his voice and said, take a guess. The hunter raised a middle finger. Guess whether I'll guess or not, you bastard. So the Twilight Hermit Order was even looser than he'd imagined. At least in the Tarot Club, no one would dare act so brashly, even when Mr. Fool wasn't present. All right, Hunter, don't tease our new member too much. This time, a curvaceous woman spoke, her voice naturally laced with allure. I think once he's more familiar with us, he'll share freely. Isn't that right? A witch? From the Demonist sect, perhaps? Edward met her gaze calmly, and again chose silence. Ha 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 ha. See, you're no better than me, witch. He's not falling for your tricks either. Tell you what, try them on me instead. Who knows? Maybe I'll bear all to you. Humph. Just then, the man in the first seat on the left spoke. His voice was old and steady. Since you joined us through solving the riddle of the tide, I won't repeat our creed. Normally, our gatherings are held once a month. The purpose is to push forward the tide of the era, and to await the revival of the ancient sun god. As a core member, each of you has one chance a year to view the blasphemy slate. What you see, and how much you can remember, depends on your own ability. Beyond that, you may think of this as a kind of Beyonder gathering. He added, now, you may choose a codename for convenience. It can be anything, no restrictions. Some go by pathway names, like Hunter or Witch. Others by nations or cities, like Intis or Backlund. Some even use ancient names. For example, mine is Hermes. So you are Hermes. Edward muttered inwardly. After a moment of thought, he said, I'm the 8th one here today, so I'll go with number 8. He had no intention of picking any alias that could tie back to himself. Something random and meaningless was the safest choice. The hunter burst out laughing. Ha ha ha. Knew it, no one normal ever joins this gathering. Number 8 foot. What kind of code name is that? He then leaned forward, smirking. But you made a mistake there, 8. Who told you that just because there are 8 people present, you're the 8th member? In fact, Hermit Order members don't need to attend every meeting. Everyone's busy. Unless the leader commands it, attendance is completely voluntary. No wonder, so that explained why the gathering looked so sparse. Edward shrugged. Fine then. But is anyone else already using number 8? Not that I know of. Then I'll keep it. After all, it's just a code name. Mr. Hermes. The man in the second seat on the right looked toward the elder. Recently, Roselle Gustav applied to join the army as an officer. Do we need to intervene? No. Hermes shook his head. Merely keep him under close watch. No interference is needed. Understood. The hunter crossed his arms, grumbling, Mr. Hermes, I've always wondered, he's just a minor noble with some knack for inventions. Why all this attention? Hermes smiled faintly. The leader said, he is the choice made by the tide of the era. Edward silently ate his metaphorical melon on the sidelines, very much like furs during tarot club meetings. As expected, Roselle had already come under the order's gaze. Or rather, under the Russian priest's eye. How much of Roselle's path forward had been orchestrated in advance? Again with this tide of the era. The hunter curled his lip. Well then, since I'm looking to advance to sequence 3, can the tide of the era do me a favor, say, drop me a war bishop characteristic? The witch giggled. Oh, but I do have a lead on a demoness of unaging characteristic. If you'd like to switch pathways, hunter, I could help you. Free of charge? If it's free, I don't mind knowing. Of course not. Equivalent exchange, something of equal value, either item or information. Forget it then. The hunter waved her off, then glanced around. I've got the Iron Cross idiots tailing me lately. Anyone interested? If we wipe them out, we can split the loot 50-50. The witch laughed. Don't tell me one of your pursuers is actually a war bishop. Ha! That's exactly the case. At that moment, Hermes interjected. The two of you can discuss your business after we're done here. For now, I have a commission. Both witch and hunter shut their mouths immediately, looking to him. Hermes continued, you all know I've long been searching for an ancient mind dragon. For ages, there was no trace at all. But recently, in the sea of collective subconscious, I suddenly sensed its presence. It was only for a fleeting instant, but I am certain it was real. Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 1280 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 466, Chapter 466, The Amusing Case of Investigating Myself. To stir that ancient being into reacting after hiding for so long, something must have caught its attention. Hermes paused. My commission is this, whoever can provide me with a clue about it, I will grant a one-time favor, free of charge. The hunter raised his brows in surprise. Oh, Mr. Hermes, that's quite the tempting reward you're offering. Too bad I'm not exactly familiar with this sea of collective subconscious. The sea of collective subconscious is merely a reflection of reality. Whatever exists will always leave traces behind. You're making it sound way too broad. Hermes chuckled. If it were really that easy to find, I wouldn't have spent centuries searching without success. I won't waste more of your precious time. I look forward to your good news. With that, he fell silent, still as a stone statue. Edward, however, was lost in thought. The psychic dragon Hermes spoke of must be that mind dragon I once saw, Arihog. In the original timeline, it was from Arihog that Hermes learned the Russian priest's truth. I didn't expect him to have started searching for it this early. Wait, don't tell me Arihog's recent stirrings were actually related to me. Just then, a voice neither male nor female suddenly sounded, Mr. 8, you seem to have thoughts about Mr. Hermes' words. Do you happen to know the whereabouts of that mind dragon? The speaker was a new member, seated 2 places away from Edward. Immediately, every gaze in the church turned toward him. Sharp insight, could this guy be in spectator too? Edward muttered inwardly. Outwardly, he forced a helpless tone, this, gentleman, or lady, whichever you are, I'm attending this gathering for the very first time. I don't even know who this mind dragon Mr. Hermes referred to is, so how could I possibly know where it is? His reasoning made sense, but the old foxes present weren't fooled. They caught the undercurrent in his voice, and their stares grew more intrigued. Edward simply shrugged and fell silent. Dealing with this bunch, 100 tricks wouldn't be enough. Best to just sit back and munch melon seeds. The ossuary-like church grew quiet for half a minute. Then the man in the second seat on the right spoke again. Does anyone have time to help me look into something? At number 7 Rose Street in Trier, a villa has recently gotten new tenants. I'd like to know whether this person has any special identity or hidden purpose. Number 7 Rose Street, a villa. Why does the melon I'm eating suddenly involve me? The androgynous voice questioned, but wait, isn't Mr. Intis called that precisely because he's from Intis? I remember you mentioned you live in Trier, didn't you? The man with the codename Intis replied blandly, I've been away from Trier for a while. Then why would there be a new tenant in your villa? Could it be that the place holds something unusual? Indeed, Intis said evenly. I buried some things beneath the villa. I'd rather they not be discovered. Beneath the villa? The underground of Trier? Edward immediately caught onto the hint, piecing connections rapidly in his mind. By previous guesswork, Lilith may have come to Trier because of the Conqueror's beyonder characteristic. And now this Mr. Intis just revealed he has something stashed underground beneath that villa. Could what he hid be related to the Conqueror's characteristic? The hunter chuckled. Oh, but now everyone here knows, don't they? For members of the Twilight Hermit Order, I don't mind. You're all welcome to take it for yourselves, Intis replied calmly. Though I fear none of you would find it worthwhile. Since Mr. Intis puts it that way, then forget it. Intis swept his gaze around. No one is willing to help with this, then. What about the payment? Surely you don't expect us to do this for free. The hunter smacked his lips. I can give you the whereabouts of a war bishop. Whether you can hunt him down depends on your own strength. The hunter instantly retorted, are you kidding me, Intis? Sequence 4 taking on Sequence 3. If I had that kind of ability, I'd have taken care of the Iron and Blood Cross Order's war bishop myself already. I don't need you to hand me one. Intis no longer looked at him. His eyes passed over the rest one by one. Well then, what about the rest of you? A heavy silence fell. No one here was foolish. Investigating a villa sounded simple enough, but who knew what was really hidden there? If it was that easy, why didn't Intis just check himself? But Edward couldn't help being tempted. After all, this would just be me investigating myself, it's not actually dangerous. On the contrary, I might even find out what's really up with that villa. But, wouldn't stepping forward at my very first gathering draw suspicion? Damn. Well, I've already been suspected once anyway. And with the Sapphira Castle shielding me, I'm not even afraid of that Russian priest, why should I be scared of you lot? Edward once again used that low, raspy voice, Mr. Intis, it just so happens I'll be passing through Trier soon. Perhaps I can help you take a look. Swish. As expected, the other 7 immediately turned their gazes on him again. This time, Intis straightforwardly asked, what do you want in return? Edward mused for a beat. Well, since you were willing to offer the hunter the whereabouts of a war bishop, could you perhaps provide me with the whereabouts of a wanderer? Wanderer. Before Intis could reply, Hermes interjected calmly, unfortunately, there are no living wanderer left in the world. If you wish to find a wanderer's beyonder characteristic, you may try to track down the remnants of the Abraham family. Then does Mr. Intis know of any clues about the Abrahams? I don't, Intis said flatly. Pick something else. I see. Edward pretended to mull it over, then asked hesitantly, do you happen to know any leads on a dream weaver? The hunter laughed. Oh ho, so that's why Mr. 8 had ideas about the mind dragon. You're after it as well. You guess. Intis replied, go look for the psychology alchemists. That organization has at least one Sequence 3 dream weaver. Can you provide me with his whereabouts? I don't know. TCH. Then what the hell use is that? No wonder none of the others took his commission seriously, they must have long realized this Intis fellow never had anything of real value or intel to offer. Ha 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 ha. The hunter threw back his head, laughing and gesturing wildly. Oh, I wish I could rip that mask off your face and see your expression right now. Ha 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 ha. Back then, I almost couldn't resist killing him myself. Intis stayed silent for a moment, then said, I know of a 4th epic ruin on the border between Intis and Phaenopotter. It may be connected to the Abrahams. I can't be certain what dangers or gains lie within, but if you're willing to take the risk, I can offer it as payment. An Abraham ruin. Just now he swore he knew nothing about the Abrahams, and now suddenly he whips out a ruin possibly tied to them. Suspicious as hell. But, what if it's real? Oh. Sounds good. Where exactly is it? When you've completed the investigation, bury the results under any tree in Trier's Quartier de l'Observatoire. I'll retrieve it and leave the map to the ruin there in exchange. The hunter chuckled darkly. Careful, 8, what if Intis is just waiting there to hunt you? Edward smiled faintly. I'll be careful. Thank you for your concern, hunter. Ha ha ha, I only hope you're still alive for the next gathering. Edward pressed again, Mr. Intis, I just want to confirm, whatever it is you've buried beneath that villa, I'm truly free to take it. Do as you please. It seemed impossible to pry further details from him. Still, at least Edward had confirmed that the previous murder case was more or less connected to Intis. But something didn't add up. If one really wanted to keep a place from attracting attention, the best method was to make it look ordinary, indistinguishable from its surroundings. Making it stand out only screamed, there's something here. At that point, Edward turned toward the witch. Miss Witch, may I ask, are you a member of the Demonist sect? The woman blinked, then smiled slyly. You guess. Great. Instant karma. If you are, I happen to have something I'd like to inquire about. She covered her mouth and laughed. Whether I am or not depends entirely on what you're about to ask. I'm looking for a certain witch. I'm not sure if she's with the sect. She called herself Lilith. Have you heard of her? In truth, his question was aimed more at Hermes than at the witch, for this was someone who had witnessed the entirety of human history. Surely he would have crossed paths with Lilith. Yet Hermes remained utterly unresponsive, as if the matter was beneath his notice, or as if he truly knew nothing. Lilith. The witch blinked in surprise. Isn't that the name of the progenitor of vampires? Why would a witch use that name? Are you sure it's her true one? Edward shrugged. I can't be sure if she was lying. All I know is, she nearly killed me at the time. Foo. She chuckled. You're certainly entertaining. But tell me, if I were a witch, and the person you're after also belonged to the sect, do you think I'd tell you? You would. It'd just be a matter of price. Pity. I've never heard of her, and I'm not with the sect anyway. Afraid I can't help you. Then she lowered her hand slightly, speaking in a voice everyone could hear while pretending to whisper, tell me, what price were you planning to pay for such information? How about the beyonder characteristic of a sequence 2 catastrophe? Of course Edward didn't have it, but by now he'd roughly figured out how the Twilight Hermit Order operated. Bluff first, sort it out later. The witch froze for a few seconds, then licked her lips. Now I see why she wanted to kill you. If it were me, I couldn't resist either. Edward swept his gaze around the others. If anyone else here can provide clues, I'll gladly pay accordingly. But there was no response. Especially the two who had yet to speak since the beginning, they seemed wholly uninterested in the discussions. Very well. Then I'll have to investigate slowly on my own. At that point, Hermes spoke again, in the days ahead, there are 2 matters we must address. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 467, Chapter 467, Du Bois and Matilda. 1. An assassination must be arranged against Grand Duke Richmond. He fiercely opposes most of the technologies introduced from Intis, for they threaten his interests. Since he holds real power in Loan, his obstruction will inevitably hinder the nation's development. 2. We must take advantage of this wave of reform in Loan to support a series of emerging noble houses. The hunter asked doubtfully, so what if Loan resists? Isn't Intis fully supporting these new technologies? The trend of the era is not confined to a single nation, it is a force that encompasses the entire world. Fine. Your perspective's broader than mine, you win. Hermes continued. 3. It seems the conservatives of Intis are seeking an opportunity to move against Roselle Gustave. The leader among them is Count Claire. He is not the most powerful within the Conservative Party, but he is certainly the most obstinate. For the sake of the Conservatives, if ordinary measures cannot suppress Roselle, he will not hesitate to use extraordinary means. I must stress again, Roselle's existence is crucial to the advancement of the era's trend. Anyone who obstructs him is obstructing the trend itself. His safety cannot be compromised. Hermes did not say how to deal with Count Claire. Instead, he raised his voice slightly, tone firm. So then, I must trouble you all with these matters. All, his eyes swept across the gathering, for the trend of the times. The next second, the corpse cathedral collapsed with a thunderous roar. The vision rapidly receded and faded into darkness. Edward found himself back within the Sapphira Castle. For a moment, he hadn't quite recovered. Was that it? The very first meeting of the Twilight Hermit Order was already over. Compared to each gathering of the Tarot Club, it all seemed rather rushed. But he quickly understood the logic. The Twilight Hermit Order was highly goal-driven, existing solely to help Adam advance the trend of the era. Everything else was incidental. Secondly, the members of the Twilight Hermit Order clearly had almost no trust in each other. On the contrary, they were constantly guarded, probing, even digging pits for one another, trying to extract information about each other's true identities. Then how exactly had Adam managed to gather such a pack of foxes to work for him? Those slogans about the trend of the times, and awaiting the resurrection of the ancient sun god, could never truly fool such shrewd old foxes into risking their lives. The only one who truly believed was Hermes, the first and most loyal lapdog of Adam. That was why, when Hermes later discovered that Adam was in fact the ancient sun god, and realized he had been deceived, he chose to betray him. In this light, Hermes was actually rather pitiful. As for the others, Edward figured only interests could keep them bound. Right, at this point, Emperor Roselle had yet to create the cards of blasphemy. Which meant that aside from the ancient organizations shielded by deities, anyone who wished to access higher sequence formulas had no choice but to go through the second blasphemy slate in Adam's possession. So the Twilight Hermit Order was able to control its members by leveraging that slate. Also, Edward tapped lightly on the table, thinking aloud. At this moment, is Adam himself acting personally, or is he already just a projected persona? He leaned toward believing it was his true body. After all, the Twilight Hermit Order was still diligently pushing forward the trend of the era. If Adam was already merely a split persona, already attempting fusion with the true creator, then all these actions would be meaningless. Of course, it was not impossible that he was simply performing for the trio of wind, white, and wisdom. Those three would never sit idly by and allow the ancient sun god to revive, lest they be subjected to his judgment. TCH. Every one of them is an old schemer, each more cunning than the last. Someone like me could never sit at the same table with them. Forget it. No point in overthinking this. Best to check whether the villa I'm currently living in has any issues. Better safe than sorry, let's divine it first. Edward flicked a coin into the air. The villa I'm staying in is currently under surveillance. The coin landed with the number side up, negative. Trier. The old Beck suit shop. It was an old, established tailor's in Trier that had been operating for many years. Ever since the royal family had popularized this attire, suits, as symbols of status and class, this shop had devoted itself to the craft. Yet through the generations, the store had never expanded. Their craft was only ever passed from father to son, and so the business could never scale beyond a single shop. Du Bois pushed open the shop door. The owner looked up with a smile. Welcome, may I? Oh, it's you. The instant he recognized the face, the shopkeeper's smile froze and his expression soured. No tabs. Who said anything about a tab? Du Bois pulled out a thick wad of banknotes from his coat. Quickly, bring out the suit I ordered before. I need it today. The owner hesitated, eyeing him suspiciously. This money, did it come by clean means? Heh. If it wasn't clean, I'd already be in prison by now. Du Bois sneered with disdain. Relax. I, Du Bois, would never commit a crime. Unless no one found out. That's true. The owner nodded slowly. But you'll still need to wait a few more days. Why? Didn't I put in the order more than a month ago? Placing an order without paying a single cent, does that count as a reservation? Du Bois frowned. His gaze swept across the shop, and suddenly he strode forward. Wait, that set right there, isn't that mine? He moved as if to grab it, but the owner rushed to block him. That was ordered by another customer. He paid in full, up front. I don't care. Haven't you heard of first come, first served? And the size clearly matches me perfectly. Did you sell my suit to someone else? The shopkeeper's nose nearly twisted with rage. I worked night and day for nearly a week on that suit, how does it suddenly become yours? Hand it back right now. Du Bois slipped nimbly aside, slapped a few banknotes onto the counter, grabbed the suit, and bolted for the door. Du Bois, you bastard. The shopkeeper gave chase for a few steps, but seeing the thief's figure vanish into the distance, he could only unleash a stream of curses. Damn it. Damn it. That scoundrel, how am I supposed to explain this to the real client now? As he muttered and fumed, a man and a woman strolled up. Both were strikingly good-looking, their presence almost unnervingly refined, especially their bright crimson eyes, beautiful in a chilling way. Clearly, they were vampires. The woman, dressed in tight leather that showed off her voluptuous figure, folded her arms with an annoyed pout. Unbelievable. Just for a suit, you dragged us all the way to Trier. You must be out of your mind. Then why'd you come with me? The men retorted. Because you said Trier is full of beauties. So. Where are they? Show me these so-called beauties. With that, she reached up and tugged mercilessly on her brother's ear. Let go, let go. Don't embarrass me in public. Ow, ow, there it is, the tailor's shop, we're here. The siblings stopped outside the suit shop, then walked in together. Half a minute later, the male vampire stormed back out, slamming the door behind him. Bastard. I want to know who dared steal my precious suit. Roselle family villa. Bernadette slept until nearly 11 in the morning. During that time, both the maid and her mother, Matilda, had checked on her, but seeing she was only exhausted, they let her sleep in peace. From opening her eyes to fully waking up took her 5 minutes, most of which she spent with her mind blank, some recalling the events of last night, and the rest doubting whether what had happened was real, or only a dream. It was real. After a while, she suddenly sat upright with a bounce, her blue eyes sparkling with excitement. Last night, she had truly ridden a pirate ship crewed by fairy tale characters into the depths of the sea, searching for mermaids. And then, did I find them? She scratched her head, then froze in horror. Don't tell me, I fell asleep just when they were found. Does that mean I went for nothing? Bernadette, how could you fall asleep at such a critical moment? She tugged at her hair and squirmed in frustration for quite a while, until her eyes lit up with a thought. Wait, since I didn't see the mermaid last night, doesn't that mean I can ask that mysterious gentleman, Mr. Sparrow, to take me again? Yes. That was it. In fact, if she could go more than once, it would be far better than seeing the mermaid only a single time. But, would the mysterious Mr. Sparrow still be willing to take me out to sea? Grumble. Her stomach growled. Let's eat first, think later. Bernadette hopped out of bed, quickly washed up, and dashed out. The maid standing by the door immediately came forward. Miss, you're awake. I'm starving. Is there anything to eat? Yes, I'll take you. The two walked toward the dining hall. But just as they reached its entrance, Bernadette spotted her mother crossing the garden alone, heading toward the villa's back gate. Where's Mama going? She hesitated, then hurried into the dining hall, snatched a piece of cake, and scampered after Matilda. A few minutes later, Matilda unlocked the garden's back gate, stepped outside, and stood there scanning left and right, as though waiting for someone. Bernadette wolfed down the cake in a few bites, mischief sparking in her eyes. She tiptoed closer, ready to jump out and give her mother a fright. But just then, Matilda. A man's voice rang out. Matilda turned instantly toward it, her face breaking into a radiant smile. Long time no see, Du Bois. Number 7 Rose Street Villa. After leaving the Sapphira Castle, Edward activated Spirit Vision and swept through every room one by one, finally making his way down to the basement. Compared with the chaotic mess it had been before, the basement was now neatly organized. The clutter of bottles and jars had been arranged properly. Still, Edward immediately noticed that 2 vases were missing, likely sold off by Du Bois. He found nothing overtly unusual. He instinctively reached for his coin to divine, but in the moment of tossing it, he restrained himself. Instead, he left the basement, returned to his room, and re-entered the Sapphira Castle. Here, he could both obtain clearer answers and avoid alerting anyone. The basement contains a hidden mechanism. He flicked the coin into the air, then caught it. Heads up, affirmative. The method of opening the basement mechanism. Edward leaned back, closed his eyes, and entered a dream. In the hazy, unreal scene, a figure whose face he could not discern walked to a corner of the basement, placed a palm against the floor, and infused it with spirituality. A series of creaks followed as the spot sank inward, slowly revealing a pitch-black passage leading further down. Note, as usual, no extra chapters tomorrow. But don't let that stop you from voting. Enjoy. Chapter 468, Chapter 468, Running Away from Home. Beneath the entrance was a cramped space, just enough for one person to stand. Sticking upright from the ground was a short metal rod, about the length of a forearm, seemingly made of brass. What the heck is this? A mystical item. A beyonder characteristic. Edward studied it silently for a while. He attempted a divination on the brass rod, trying to learn its purpose. But the result was nothing. This outcome meant one of 2 things: either there simply wasn't enough information for the divination to latch onto, or at least a Sequence 1 powerhouse had tampered with the rod to interfere. For example, the quill, a sealed Sequence 1 characteristic, could, to some degree, obstruct the Sapphira Castle's divinations. So while the castle's authority surpassed even Sequence 0, it wasn't truly omnipotent. If he examined the site personally, perhaps he could glean more. But who knew if this rod wasn't actually a trap the Intis had laid specifically for members of the Twilight Hermit Order? After all, during the gathering just now, the hunter had hinted at the practice of members setting traps, or even hunting each other, and no one else had refuted it. What Edward couldn't wrap his head around was, didn't the Russian priest care about this at all? Didn't he worry that the team he'd assembled might just kill each other off in endless infighting? Still, looking at the original story, the old priest had ultimately succeeded in guiding history's development as he wished, taking the potion and ascending to Sequence 0. But once he became a visionary, the Twilight Seniors seemed to have been discarded entirely. So, perhaps he'd never intended to maintain the organization properly in the first place, just gather some useful pawns to help him along. Thinking of it this way, it did make some sort of twisted sense. Wait a couple of days. I'll come back one night disguised as an outsider and investigate this again. Do the performance thoroughly. Then, I'll head to Avenue du Boulevard to trade intelligence. Heh. I wonder what kind of surprise the Intis will have waiting for me there. At that moment, one of the stars deep within the grey fog began pulsing with light, the one representing Bernadette. Edward winced, already feeling a headache coming on. Still, he extended his spirituality toward it. After all, in the future, Bernadette would help him greatly. For now, coaxing a child cost him nothing but a little time. Her image appeared in the grey mist. She was curled up on her little bed, hugging her mermaid doll, lips pursed, looking terribly wronged. Mysterious Mr. Sparrow, I want to run away from home. Can you take me with you? Edward froze. Run away from home. At 6 or 7 years old. Isn't puberty rebellion supposed to come much later? Fine. Everything, for the sake of the help Bernadette would give him in the future. 5 minutes later. Edward appeared in Bernadette's bedroom. She was still curled up on the bed, looking just as pitiful and dazed as in her prayer. Ahem. With the combined effects of secret keeping, plus space concealment, plus false reality, even a Sequence 3 powerhouse wouldn't notice the extra presence in her room, unless they physically walked in themselves. What's wrong, little Bernie? I am not little Bernie. She reflexively shot back, then quickly realized and added, Mr. Sparrow, hurry, take me away from here. I can't stand staying another minute. As she spoke, she actually grabbed a small bundle from beside her, already packed and ready to go. Correction. Edward raised a hand. If you go out by yourself, that's called running away from home. If I take you, that's called kidnapping. Then when you took me to see the mermaid last night, was that kidnapping too? Ah, in a sense, yes. Fine. Bernadette looked utterly unconcerned. Then just kidnap me. Edward walked to the bedside, pulled over a chair, and sat down. So. What's going on? Why the sudden urge to run away from home? Papa's always busy with work, he ignores me. Mama, she ignores me too. So I'm leaving. Hiss. Wait, the mighty Queen Mystic was this rebellious as a child? When I was little, at least I needed both parents to team up with a double combo of scolding before I even thought of running away. Tell me the truth. Bernadette tilted her chin, lips sealed, meeting his eyes stubbornly with an "humph, I'm not telling you" expression. All right, then I'll just head back. Wait. She blurted out, it's Mama. She shut her eyes and shouted, while Papa's hiding away in his study, in seclusion, for work, Mama went out on a date with another man. Edward froze for a moment, then his emotions grew complicated. Well. Roselle, oh Roselle, you've finally tasted your own medicine. You spend your days in the arms of this lady and that noblewoman, yet your own backyard is on fire. Karma really doesn't miss, does it? Though he thought so inwardly, he still asked seriously. Are you certain? Maybe it was just one of your mother's friends. After all, no one said a man and a woman being together always means a date. He paused, then raised an eyebrow. Wait a minute, what does a 6 or 7-year-old even know about dating? Bernadette immediately huffed, of course I know. Papa taught me. He said girls must be careful of men's sweet talk, and never let themselves be tricked into going on dates by some blonde rascal. She frowned in puzzlement. But, lots of people in Intis have blonde hair. Roselle's blonde rascals clearly don't mean what you think they do. Anyway, Papa and Mama are husband and wife. Only they can date each other. If Mama goes on a date with another man, that's very, very bad behavior, it's betrayal. Edward nearly asked her whether she knew about all the things Roselle did outside, but he swallowed it back. No need to scar a child's heart like that. Where's your mother now? Let's go see. Maybe it's just a misunderstanding. Indeed, if Roselle's wife truly had betrayed him, he would never have omitted it from his diary. And judging by the later entries, Roselle still carried guilt toward his wife. If Matilda had truly cheated on him, with his personality, guilt would have been the last thing he felt. I don't know. I saw them laughing together when they slipped out the back door. I didn't dare follow. Do you have anything of hers? Something she uses personally. I'll get it. She leapt from the bed and dashed off. Minutes later, she returned clutching a hair comb. Edward took out his cane. Matilda's current location. The cane floated upright in midair, then tilted toward a direction. Let's go. Bernadette stared curiously. Why can this cane tell us where Mama is? Just a mystical ability. Has your father ever told you about Beyonders and the extraordinary world? Edward took her by the wrist, and together they vanished from the room in a flash, reappearing along the path pointed to by the cane. He has, but he said it's too early for me to get involved. Her gaze remained fixed on the hovering cane. Can I learn this from you? No. You have your own path to walk. What? She blinked in confusion. It's hard to explain for now. I'll teach you slowly in the future. Humph, that's just another adult's way of brushing children off. They walked through the garden to the small rear gate. As soon as they stepped outside, the cane shifted slightly to the right, pointing toward a new direction. They continued along. By the way, you said your father was in his study, in seclusion. What exactly is he doing? Seclusion. That must be Roselle's term rubbing off on her. I don't know. Bernadette shook her head. Since returning from the church yesterday, he shut himself in the study. He seemed pretty happy at the time. Edward's mind turned. Right, I saw him at Trier Cathedral yesterday, he really did seem pleased. If Matilda really is out on a date with another man, Roselle, you're going to have a good cry. Wait, does that mean Bernadette's 2 younger brothers might never be born? Shit. Seal, the elder son, wasn't that important, a normal person, no great impact on history. But Bornova. He was supposed to become an angel in the future. If this changes things, that's no small mess. The thought made Edward tug at his hair in frustration. No way. Don't tell me this is some butterfly effect from my transmigration. But all I've done is spend some time with Bernadette, take her out to play. How the hell would that cause Roselle's wife to cheat? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Ah, Mama's here. Bernadette suddenly gasped in a whisper, tugging on Edward's hand to drag him into hiding, but he didn't budge. Relax. She can't see us. Edward reassured her and looked ahead. A beautiful, elegant woman came into view, looking every bit the picture of grace. She was smiling radiantly, chatting with the men beside her, occasionally covering her mouth to laugh, clearly in excellent spirits. TSK. No wonder Roselle fell for her in just a few days, going from resisting an arranged marriage to Miss Matilda is so beautiful. Honestly, she's even more stunning than Bernadette will be in the future. But more importantly, why does the man walking beside her look so damn familiar? The next second, Edward's mind exploded. Du Bois. After his initial shock, he froze. Wait a second, when Du Bois said he had another way to help me get acquainted with Emperor Roselle, did he mean by seducing Matilda? Holy shit. If Matilda really is cheating, does that mean it's actually my fault? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 469, Chapter 469, The Vampire's Night Raid. For a moment, Edward looked at Bernadette with an awkward expression. Even if he racked his brains until they exploded, he never would have imagined things would turn out like this. See. Look at them. That's totally what a date looks like. Bernadette jabbed her finger angrily toward the pair across the way. I want to run away from home. No, better yet, just kidnap me right now. At that moment, Du Bois and Matilda walked side by side past the two of them, heading toward the rear gate of the Roselle family villa. When they reached it, Du Bois halted. All right, I'll leave you here. Go on back. The smile on Matilda's face faded into helplessness. You really don't want to see Roselle, even just once? No. And what about Bernadette? The last time you saw her, she had just been born. Forget it. To her, I'm just a stranger. There's nothing worth seeing. Du Bois waved a hand and turned back down the street. Oh right, Matilda, don't forget, it's the villa at number 7 Rose Street. Be sure to send an invitation for the next banquet. Yes, I know. Matilda watched his figure vanish around the corner, sighed softly, and stepped back into the garden. Holy hell, so Du Bois really was trying to find me a chance to meet Roselle. Shady as his methods are, they sure are fast and effective. I'm not running away from home anymore. Bernadette suddenly hissed in fury. Edward blinked. What's wrong now? Her anger boiled over into a laugh. Didn't you hear? Mama's going to invite that man here for the banquet. That's the banquet Papa is hosting. This is way too much. I want to expose them in front of everyone. Otherwise, poor Papa will be pitiful beyond words. Edward nearly choked. Your intentions are filial, sure, but if you pull something like that, Emperor Roselle would definitely prefer not to know anything at all. His title wouldn't be Son of Steam anymore, it'd be Son of Green Hat. You head home first. I'll track that man, figure out who he is, what his background is, what he wants. If worst comes to worst, I'll deal with him myself, make sure he never appears again. How about that? Bernadette's eyes lit up. Okay. All right, hurry back then. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. She gave Edward a small bow, then hesitated. Although, I know you must have some purpose in approaching me, being so kind to me, but, as long as you never harm my family, then I'll forgive you in advance. Edward gave a helpless smile, and as he often did with Lilith, he reached out and ruffled her hair affectionately. You're just a child, yet your thoughts are already so complicated. Go on home. Goodbye, Mr. Sparrow. After parting with Bernadette, Edward returned to the villa at number 7 Rose Street. Du Bois wasn't back yet. He had Hussein go out and buy a newspaper, and was idly flipping through it when Endelai brought out the prepared lunch. It was roast meat again, but prepared completely differently from breakfast. Some kind of fruit had been added during the roasting, which gave it a subtle sweetness, distinct from the earlier flavor. Seeing Edward eat with satisfaction, Endelai finally relaxed a little. Honored master, we also know a few special ways to roast fish. Would you like to try it? Sure. Then I'll go buy some fish tomorrow and make it for you. At this time, Hussein came forward and said, Master, the weeds in the garden have already been cleared. But, as for trimming the flower beds and the trees, I don't know how. Du Bois will hire someone specifically for that later. Tap, tap, tap. Just as his name came up, Du Bois returned, leading 4 people quickly behind him. Mr. Sparrow, these are the 2 servants, 1 coachman, and 1 cook I just hired. The 4 stood with heads bowed at the door of the villa, nervous and uneasy. Clearly they had heard some of the rumors about this haunted house. But people of their station weren't like professional butlers, options were limited. If they didn't take the job, their families wouldn't eat. Good. Assign them to their duties. Come with me to the study. Of course. But we'll also need to purchase a carriage. We'll do that later. I've got questions for you. Du Bois gave the new hires some simple instructions, especially telling the cook to assist Endelai and teach her some Intis dishes. Then he followed Edward briskly into the study. Before Edward could say anything, Du Bois bowed like a gentleman, speaking in a proud, reporting tone, Mr. Sparrow, I've already made preliminary arrangements for your request to meet Roselle. Oh. Let's hear it. I reached out to an old friend. I asked her to help invite you to Roselle's next banquet as a guest, at which point you'll be able to attend and seize the chance to meet him. Edward leaned back in his chair, feigning surprise. Weren't you blacklisted by all the nobles of Trier? Where'd you dig up this friend of yours? Blacklisted. Du Bois froze for a moment, then quickly guessed the meaning of the word. Well, there are always some people willing to lend a hand in difficult times. Edward coughed lightly. Ahem, don't tell me it was one of those noble ladies you once knew. Du Bois hesitated for a few seconds, then admitted. It is a lady, but she truly is just a very good old friend of mine. Hearing this, Edward actually believed him somewhat. After all, in this matter, there was no reason for him to lie. But still, old friend didn't mean there hadn't been, or wouldn't be, messy emotional entanglements. What should I do? Should I warn him directly to stay away from Matilda in the future? No, that would make me sound like some paranoid lunatic. I was the one who asked him for help in the first place, and he's been working diligently, efficiently, and without complaint. He hasn't done anything wrong. A moment later, Edward sighed. You've worked hard on this. Then he added, by the way, how much do you know about Beyonders? Du Bois's eyes lit up, and he immediately answered, I know that one must ingest potions brewed from extraordinary materials to become a Beyonder. There are many different pathways, ones I've heard of include the savant, lawyer, arbiter, and a few others. Beyond that, I don't know much. Oh, and I also know becoming a Beyonder carries the risk of losing your mind, even completely losing control and turning into a monster. That's the main reason I never became one back then. Edward nodded. Have you thought about which pathway you'd want to take? Perhaps savant. I know a bit more about that one than the others. But honestly, I'd accept any pathway now. I want to seize any chance to become a Beyonder. Du Bois was well aware that although pathways mattered greatly, in his current situation, acting picky would be downright ungrateful. I see. Then think it over carefully. Once I've truly made contact with Roselle, I'll help you become a Beyonder. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Du Bois left, visibly encouraged. He had a full afternoon ahead of him, buying a carriage, finalizing the rest of the staff, and even scouting out a new residence. Earlier that morning, when he had gone to see Matilda, he'd casually asked if she knew of any villas for rent or sale near Roselle's home. Unfortunately, Matilda rarely left her house, so she knew nothing. With nothing else to do, Edward spent the afternoon truly playing the idle nobleman. Either wandering aimlessly through the garden, flipping through books in the study, or simply resting in the bedroom. Ugh, if I'd known, I wouldn't have set up this Richmond persona. Should have just opened a detective agency like Klein. At least then I'd have work to keep me busy. And being a famous detective also offers chances to brush shoulders with the church. In the original story, hadn't Klein met the machinery hive mind people while investigating the serial murders? That was how he ended up encountering bootlicking Mirror Roads. By around 5:30 in the afternoon, Du Bois returned with several more recruits. At this point, almost all of the staff he'd mentioned were assembled. Edward stepped out to show his face, letting everyone know who they were working for, then retreated again. He didn't bother learning their names. Reality was often like this, those who arrived first held an advantage. Just as with Endeli and Asane, though they were mere slaves of the lowest status, Edward remembered them because they were the first to arrive, and he gave them certain privileges. Not that such treatment was unusual among nobles. Slaves were private property, after all. In a sense, they were part of the family more than hired outsiders, and so naturally more trusted. Mr. Sparrow, everyone has been settled, Du Bois reported. Starting tomorrow, I'll also try to help you meet nobles beyond Roselle. As for that business about me being blacklisted by all the nobles of Trier, most of it is rumor and exaggeration. I'm not nearly important enough for that. Edward chuckled. Didn't you sleep with half the noble ladies and young misses of Trier? Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't have the ability. Du Bois was sweating. You dared compete with Roselle himself over women, and you say you lack ability. Well then, I look forward to it. Night fell. In this era, nearly everything differed from 200 years later, except for the moonlight. Still crimson as blood, it spilled across the earth, staining it with a faint scarlet glow. Du Bois sat at the desk in the butler's quarters, candles flickering as he pored over a thick book, searching for any scraps of knowledge about Beyonders. Since Mr. Sparrow had told him to carefully consider his choice of pathway, of course he had to research thoroughly. He still remembered what the bishop had once warned him: once you choose a pathway, you can never change it. If the pathway doesn't suit you, you'll be far more likely to go mad, lose control, and your chances of advancing to higher sequences will be slim to none. Suddenly, a wave of drowsiness crashed over him. Du Bois rubbed his eyes, yawned, and glanced at his pocket watch. Only 10 o'clock, why am I so tired? He closed the book, stood up, and shuffled toward the bed. Probably from reading too long. Sleep it off. His eyelids grew heavier and heavier, until, just half a meter from the bed, he collapsed onto the floor with a thud, soundly asleep. The room fell silent for several minutes. Then, two figures silently pushed open the window and slipped inside without a sound. Four crimson eyes glowed faintly in the darkness. Note, 200 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 470, Chapter 470, The Housekeeper and the Valet. Akasha, isn't this a bit wrong? The male vampire muttered nervously, this is called breaking and entering, robbery, really. Come on, Arlda, Akasha snorted. It was you earlier, whining about wanting to get back at the guy who stole your suit. Now I'm not only giving you the plan, I'm personally helping you, and this is the thanks I get. But, I just wanted to find him, confront him face to face, make him pay for stealing from me. That was justified. But this. Pfft, relax. I already asked around. The one living here is just a nouveau riche who recently moved to Trier. Nothing to worry about. With me here, you're safe. Akasha thumped her well-endowed chest with confidence. In a moment, you grab your suit, and while you're at it, slap the bastard a few times to vent your anger. It's not like I hate him that much, Arlda muttered, but his eyes quickly locked onto the suit hanging neatly on the wall inside a protective cover. His excitement surged. As expected of the suit I chose, handsome as hell. He reached out eagerly to grab it. But something strange happened. Though the distance was clearly only 20 or 30 centimeters, when his hand extended, the suit still remained 20 or 30 centimeters away. Blinking in confusion, he thought the dim light had fooled him. He stepped closer and reached again, still out of reach. A few more steps forward, and again, nothing. What are you dawdling for? Akasha snapped. Akasha, something's wrong here. Arlda turned toward his sister, only to see her more than 10 meters away. But this room was only 4 or 5 meters wide. Run. Get out, now. Arlda barked sharply, abandoning the suit as he sprinted toward her. Yet the faster he ran, the further away she seemed. 10 meters, 20 meters, 30, within seconds, his sister was little more than a distant shadow. Panic consumed him. He had never experienced anything like this before. He didn't know what was happening or what to do. All he could do was scream with all his might. Run, Akasha. Run. But in Akasha's eyes, her eccentric little brother merely looked deranged, stretching out his hand toward the suit, then suddenly freezing in place. Next, he spun around and began running on the spot, shouting "Run," while his face twisted in terror. She strode up and casually slapped him across the face. What are you doing? Ah. Arlda's vision swam. In a blink, Akasha was standing right in front of him, staring as if he were a fool. Wait, just now it was. Words failed him. He stammered incoherently, then blurted, never mind. This house isn't right. We need to get out. Akasha curled her lip. Idiot. If there's a problem, you should have thought of running sooner. Now. Too late. Even as her words fell, the environment around them shifted. Suddenly, they stood inside a study. The pair found themselves in a study, lit by the warm glow of newly invented gas lamps. In a chair sat a man in his 30s, smiling as he looked at the two intruders. "You bloodsuckers do love sneaking into other people's houses in the middle of the night, don't you?" The first time Edward had met Emlyn, it was because the foolish vampire had stumbled into his villa due to the master key. Later, the vampires had even sent two to capture Lilith. And tonight, one of the intruders happened to be one of those very two vampires. The other, Edward knew even better, it was none other than the vampiress who had sought cooperation with him, Countess Akasha. Akasha stepped forward, lifting her chest with a touch of defiance. "I misjudged. I thought you were just some ordinary nouveau riche. Didn't expect a high-sequence beyonder. We admit defeat." That brazen, matter-of-fact surrender fit her character perfectly. "Your Excellency," Alda hurried to add, "breaking into your home was our fault. But it started because that man stole my custom suit. I couldn't swallow it, so I dragged my sister here to confront him. But I truly only meant to take back my suit, maybe make him lose some money as a lesson. I had no malicious intent beyond that." Edward smiled faintly. "I can see that. Otherwise, do you really think you'd still be standing here in one piece? Still, you did break into my house. Last time, your clan already paid reparations. And this time? What will you offer as atonement?" Alda immediately fumbled out a thick stack of banknotes. "I have more than 800 falcons here. Take all of it as compensation." "No, no, no." Edward waved a finger. "Money is what ordinary people pay. Money is the penalty for ordinary people. For beyonders, you'll need to pay with extraordinary items instead." He tapped his cheek thoughtfully. "A sealed artifact, a beyonder characteristic, rare ingredients, any of those would do." Alda was dumbstruck. As juniors, neither of them had the right to own such treasures. Even if they did, they wouldn't be carrying them around. Akasha scratched her head. "We don't have anything like that." Alda hastily added, or we could return to Fainapotter, retrieve something, and bring it back to compensate you." "Who said you don't have anything extraordinary on you?" Edward's lips curled into a malicious smile. "You two are at least sequence 7 vampires, aren't you? If I kill you, I'll naturally obtain your beyonder characteristics." Alda's face instantly changed, and even Akasha could no longer pretend to be calm. The siblings both stepped back, staring warily at Edward, terrified that he might really strike them down. The three of them fell into a tense, silent standoff. Of course, Edward had no intention of killing them. Instead, his mind drifted to a different question. Why had the sanguine ancestor, a dignified true god, sent Lilith's leg ring as an apology before? At the time, Edward had assumed it was out of deference to the Evernight goddess, or perhaps the ancestor wanted to invest early in him like the Evernight did, offering goodwill in advance. But now, with his knowledge of Lilith's true identity, the matter seemed far less simple. Perhaps that so-called apology wasn't directed at him at all, but rather at his Lilith. If that were the case, then the two Liliths were likely acquainted. Which meant, could he, through the vampire Lilith, find a way to his own Lilith? But when true gods were involved, asking directly was out of the question. He'd need to find a more indirect approach. His gaze slid back to the siblings, and he spoke slowly. "To be honest, I don't particularly need your mid-sequence characteristics. But, I did just move to Trier, and this villa is still short on staff. The two of you will stay here and work for me for a while." The siblings froze. "What? One of you will be my butler, the other my personal valet." Akasha exploded. "What? You want me to be your servant? Do you take us sanguines for common lackeys? We will never bow as slaves." Alda hurriedly tugged on his sister's sleeve. "Akasha, calm down." Edward shook his head lightly. No, you'll be my housekeeper. Your brother will be my valet." Akasha blinked, then replied breezily, "In that case, fine. Alda." Edward smiled faintly. "To motivate you both, I'll offer each of you a reward you'll find irresistible." He pointed at Alda. Instantly, the suit on Alda's body began to transform, changing styles every 3 seconds, patterns, fabrics, cuts, everything shifting endlessly before his eyes. "You like suits, don't you? From now on, whatever style, material, or design you wish for, I can grant it. Even a new one every single day." Alda's eyes lit up, and with a flourish he executed a gentleman's bow. "Honored sir, your loyal valet Alda is at your service." Akasha rolled her eyes. "Alda, you're a disgrace to us sanguines." "Humph, look who's talking," Alda shot back. "Your face changed even faster than mine." Edward turned his gaze to Akasha. "And as for you?" He paused thoughtfully. "I'll teach you a method. Each day, it will draw all manner of beautiful women to you. They'll come of their own accord, strip before you, and let you admire them to your heart's content. Akasha's heart skipped a beat. Really? We can sign a notarized contract. Illusory pages turned in Edward's eyes as he invoked the notarization ability he had once used in the role of a scribe. He quickly wrote up a binding agreement. Sign your names. The siblings exchanged glances. They both knew that, whether tempted by the promise or simply forced, they had no choice but to sign. All fair and binding. Edward neatly folded away the contract and waved them off. All right, go downstairs and pick a room to rest in. Your duties begin tomorrow. Of course, you're free to run home and fetch your elders if you like. But if you do, don't expect me to be this lenient next time. Good night, both of you. The siblings exited the study, descending the stairs with heavy, helpless expressions. All this, just for the sake of a suit. They'd essentially sold themselves out. Akasha ground her teeth at her brother. When we get back, I'm burning every last one of your damn suits. I'll decide. This time was my fault. I dragged you down with me. Sleep. Year 1349 of the new calendar, Backlund. Akasha lounged in her private hot spring pool, face serene with pleasure. Her tight leather outfit was tossed aside on the edge, half-soaked, drifting lazily with the rippling water. Suddenly, a bat-shaped spirit messenger flitted into the room and dropped a letter. She caught it, eyes flashing as she read. Shaman King Klarman has been gravely injured. Splash. She rose from the pool in an instant, water streaming down her alluring figure. Finally, the time has come. Throwing on a bathrobe, she sat at the tea table, grabbed pen and paper, and quickly scribbled a letter. Deliver this to that man named Edward. It's time to fulfill the contract we signed. But the bat messenger didn't move. Instead, it squeaked a few times. What? You can't find him. Akasha's face twisted with contempt. Some messenger you are. Utterly useless. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The bat flailed its wings in agitated protest. You mean, he suddenly disappeared? You can't sense his aura at all. Akasha rubbed at her damp hair, frowning. Don't tell me he got himself killed. Ancestor said he was the key to my revenge. Was that all a lie? Then she froze, quickly coughing into her hand. Ahem, Ancestor Lilith, I was just talking nonsense. Please don't take offense. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 471, Chapter 471, do you even know the worth of a housekeeper? Ah, what am I going to do now? Even if Klarman is gravely injured, he's still a veteran demigod. There's no way I can handle him alone. Akasha paced in thought for a while, then sighed. No, I'd better ask Ancestor for guidance. She immediately lowered herself into prayer, reverent and respectful. Ancestor Lilith, Klarman has been severely wounded. This is the best opportunity for my revenge. But Edward has vanished without a trace. Please tell me, what should I do next? A faint female voice brushed past her ear. Akasha froze, then nodded lightly. I understand. Still in her bathrobe, she stepped over to the window, gazing up at the scarlet full moon hanging in the sky. If that guy hadn't suddenly disappeared, Klarman's debt might already be paid in blood. Year 1160, morning. Roselle leaned close to the silver plate, carefully carving the final mysterious rune into its surface. When the last stroke was complete, he suddenly flung the graver aside, collapsing back into his chair like a punctured balloon. A few minutes later, his whole body trembled, then he burst into wild laughter. I did it, I did it. I finally did it. Ha 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 ha. He snatched up the silver plate, almost identical to the one that had once brought him across worlds, and prepared to infuse it with spirituality. But in that final instant, his fingers went slack. The plate slipped from his hand, clattering back onto the table. A troubling thought wormed into his mind. What if, the moment I inject spirituality, it sends me back? If it had been 10 years ago, before Bernadette's birth, Roselle would never have hesitated. He had long since grown weary of this dull, frustrating, archaic world. He had yearned to return to the modern city, to the internet, to conveniences, to his parents. But with Bernadette's birth, everything had changed. The very first time he had seen her wrinkled newborn face, he had felt it, I have a home now. Because of Bernadette, even his relationship with Matilda had shifted, quietly acquiring a bond that, though not love, was akin to family. Now, with a replica of the silver plate before him and a chance to go home within reach, Roselle hesitated. For the first time, he found himself reluctant to leave this world he had once treated like nothing more than a game. Silently, he slid the plate into a drawer. Picking up the Pinocchio and other little dolls he had been carving in his spare time, he walked to the door. Creak. The study door swung open. Standing guard outside was Edwards. Sir, have you finished your work? Roselle clapped him on the shoulder. Thank you, Edwards. Go take a rest. It's fine, Grim and I switch shifts every half day. Still no word about the mascot. Edwards shook his head. Some people did come knocking, but none mentioned the special name you instructed. All right. I see. Roselle carried the dolls toward Bernadette's favorite swing. Sure enough, from a distance he saw his darling daughter rocking back and forth, little cheeks puffed in a pout, clearly upset by someone. He slowed his steps, padding silently around behind her. When he was just 2 or 3 meters away, he suddenly lunged forward. Ha! Ah! Bernadette squealed, startled. Daddy, you're out of seclusion. That's right. Look what Daddy made for you while I was away. With a flourish, Roselle piled the dolls into her arms. Well. Do you like them? Wah. Pinocchio, dwarves, Snow White, Daddy, don't tell me you went into seclusion just to make these for me. Ahem, exactly. Yuh. Overcome with emotion, Bernadette threw herself into his arms. Thank you, Daddy. Eh? What's this? I've given you gifts before, you've never cried like this. I just feel like, this time your gift is too precious, yuh. Roselle felt a strange pang, though he brushed it aside. Of course it's precious. Look at all the little cuts on Daddy's hands, each one from carving these dolls for you. Wah, Daddy, you're suffering so much for me. Just then, Matilda walked over. She approached gently, eyes soft as she looked at Roselle. You've worked hard these past few days. I've already had hot water prepared. Go and enjoy a bath. All right. Roselle stroked his daughter's hair. Daddy will come play with you again after his bath, okay? With that, he left with Matilda. By the way, she said softly, Du Bois came to see me yesterday. Matilda spoke softly. As a young lady from a very traditional noble family, she knew full well that once married, everything revolved around the husband. Naturally, she would not hide anything from Roselle. Roselle's mustache twitched upward as he gave a cold snort. What did he want with you? He seems to have found a new job, working as a butler for a wealthy man who just moved to Trier. That gentleman apparently wants to integrate into the Trier aristocracy. Du Bois is grateful for the job, so he wants to help him. Roselle narrowed his eyes. And how does he plan to help? When we hold our next banquet, Matilda explained, he wants us to send that gentleman an invitation so that he can meet you and the others. Roselle scoffed. He thinks quite highly of himself. And you agreed? I agreed. You don't know how poor my relationship with him is. Matilda covered her mouth and chuckled. But I know something else even better, that you'll also agree, in the end. And why should I? He's too proud to come to me directly, so he sneaks through you. Why should I give him the satisfaction? Because when the time comes, you can use it to mock him at the banquet. Roselle raised a brow, staring at his wife as though seeing her for the first time. Matilda, since when did you become so mischievous? She pressed her lips together in a smile. I learned it from you. Roselle froze, then coughed into his hand. Ahem. Well, that's good. Much better than your stiff and proper self before. Keep it up. Yes, sir. Matilda winked playfully. Wait a second. Roselle frowned slightly. This isn't something that bastard Du Bois taught you, is it? TSK. Of course. Only a scoundrel understands another scoundrel best. After all, before his transmigration, the original Roselle and Du Bois had been childhood friends, 2 peas in a pod when it came to mischief. When Huang Tao replaced the original Roselle, he hadn't cut off contact with Du Bois right away. Even if he once looked down on these NPCs in the game, Du Bois was one of the rare few who matched his frequency, so he enjoyed keeping the friendship. But once he became a savant and dove into invention and creation, then later moved to Trier, the gap between them widened. Prideful as both were, they drifted apart until they reached today's strained relationship. Arg. If I'd never hung around with that scoundrel Du Bois back then, I'd still be a shining beacon of morality like in my previous life, a righteous young man. How could I have ended up such a rogue? Yes, exactly. It's all his fault. Du Bois corrupted me. Rose Street No. 7, Villa. The next morning, as Edward walked up to the 2nd floor, he saw servants and slaves busily working in their respective roles. For a moment, he felt a strange sense of dislocation. Does this mean I've truly taken root in this past era? 200 years later, would the Sparrow family still exist? What kind of fate would they have? No. As long as he found Lilith, he would take her into seclusion, live quietly, and simply wait for time to carry them forward into the future. But, in the future he remembered, Lilith made a high-profile appearance, she even stormed into the astral plane to confront Cheek. If he truly found her, How could he possibly allow that? Edward forcefully cut off his wandering thoughts. No. Focus on the present. You there, yes, trim that side a bit more. That painting is ugly. Replace it with one of a maiden bathing, no, a maiden on an outing. In Dili, when you cook, please make us a special drink separately. I'll give you the recipe later. It's not about wanting special treatment, but if my brother and I go too long without it, our bodies will suffer. Arlda. Stop grinning at that shabby suit of yours. You're Mr. Sparrow's valet. It's already past 10, shouldn't you go wake him up? And you. Yes, you, Du Bois. Go hire me a beautiful maid to assist me. What? You say you're the butler and I have no authority over you. Do you even know the worth of a housekeeper? For nobles, the housekeeper is practically half the master of the estate. I can share Mr. Sparrow's bed, can you? What? You can too. Well, I can bear him children, can you? Humph. Don't try to challenge me. As soon as Edward stepped into the courtyard, he saw Akasha standing there with hands on her hips, barking orders left and right, spitting out words as fierce as wolves and tigers. Du Bois looked over with a face full of despair, silently begging for help with an expression that screamed, "Where on earth did you find such a demoness?" Edward quietly walked up behind Akasha and brought a swift karate chop down on the back of her neck. Outraged, she spun around. Who dares attack me from behind? Akasha, Edward said evenly, I brought you here to be my housekeeper, to help me solve problems, not to act as the mistress and create problems. Akasha blinked, stunned. But I am helping you solve problems. As a housekeeper, the very first step is to improve the living environment. Just look at the awful taste of the previous decorations and furnishings. Then, as if realizing something, she quickly added, of course, I don't mean you, sir. You only just moved in, obviously the style here has nothing to do with you. But the truth was, every inch of this villa's design had been modeled by Edward himself after his future villa in the Empress Borough. Note, we missed the extra chapter by 10. So close 390 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 472, Chapter 472, The Silver Plate. Keep the noise down. Leaving those words behind, Edward turned and walked back into the villa. Only then did Arlda remember his new identity as a personal valet. He hurried forward with a notebook in hand, asking, Mr. Sparrow, do you have any plans for today? None. I've been in Trier for less than a week. I only just started learning how to play the role of a noble, and honestly, I don't even know what nobles usually do on a daily basis. He paused, then added, oh, aside from hosting and attending banquets, of course. After all, from what he had observed of Audrey and Glaint, their most common pastime was attending endless social gatherings, banquets, salons, soirees. What do you suggest, Arlda? Since the Sanguinus always styled themselves as aristocrats, even a peculiar suit obsessive like this one would surely know more than he did. Hosting and attending banquets both require a proper social network, which you currently lack, Arlda mused. My suggestion would be to start by joining clubs, perhaps horse racing or shooting clubs. Their members are all wealthy or noble, and they could serve as the first step in expanding your circle. Ah. Compared to his sister, Arlda was unexpectedly reliable. All right then, arrange it for me. Ah. But, I don't really know Trier that well myself. This trip had originally just been for leisure and shopping. Then asked Du Bois. Yes, sir. Arlda sighed and went off helplessly. Half a minute later, Du Bois appeared, lowering his voice to ask. Mr. Sparrow, where on earth did you find that pair of brother and sister? Edward shot him a glance. They weren't looking for me. They were looking for you. Yesterday at the tailor's shop, and did you forcibly buy a suit? Ah, yes, I really needed it urgently. Besides, I placed the order more than a week in advance. Old Beck was the one who broke his word. Edward shrugged. I don't care whether that's true or not. The suit you bought was custom-made for that pair of siblings. They were so furious that they came here in the middle of the night intending to kill you. I stopped them. What? Du Bois's eyes went wide, his heart pounding. No wonder he had suddenly collapsed in exhaustion last night, falling asleep right on the floor until dawn. Even now, his body still ached all over. So he had almost been killed. All that over a suit. Seriously. But wait, shouldn't that make them attempted murderers? How had they suddenly turned into a housekeeper and a valet, no, a secretary? Faced with Du Bois's doubts, Edward replied calmly, oh, I'm a kind man. I don't like killing indiscriminately. But letting them walk free would have been far too lenient. So, I made them work here to atone. Then, why not turn them over to the police? They're be-unders. Handing them to the police would risk exposing my identity. That would be inconvenient. Be-unders. Dubois rubbed his forehead, swearing inwardly. I offended so many nobles before, and none of them dared touch me out of respect for the church. Yet because of a single suit, I nearly died at the hands of beyonders. Just my rotten luck. Mr. Sparrow, they won't come after me again, will they? Relax. After my guidance, they've already reformed. Besides, from now on they'll be under your command as well. Don't mind Akasha's nonsense, our relationship is nothing more than employer and employees. You say that, but I don't believe a word of it. With a beauty like that, a figure like that, flitting around you every day, only a fool would take your words at face value. Honored master, breakfast is ready. Endeli stood respectfully by the dining table. Compared to yesterday, with a professional chef now in service, breakfast had become a lavish spread, covering half the table. Why make so much? Before he finished speaking, Akasha bustled over, her face brimming with feigned concern. Mr. Sparrow, as the head of the household, you are the pillar for us all. Naturally, we must ensure every meal is nutritious and abundant, so that your body remains healthy and your life long and prosperous. Edward chuckled. Should I be rewarding you for this, then? No, no, as long as you're satisfied, we're happy. Next time you spout nonsense, at least control your expression. You look way too fake. Edward pointed at a bowl of vegetable soup and a meat pie. I'll have these. The rest, divide among yourselves. Ah, thank you for your generosity, Mr. Sparrow. Akasha bowed deeply, without a moment's hesitation, clearly expecting this all along. She quickly called Asain and Endeli to clear away the rest of the breakfast to share with the others. As for herself, she casually grabbed a meat pie, then joined the group in sharing the food, earning even more grateful and respectful looks from the crowd. Dubois finally realized what had happened. He clapped his hands in disbelief. Damn it. That woman just used a single breakfast to so easily buy those people over. They were the ones I recruited. I even had the chef prepare breakfast for them this morning. And now they've all defected. If this kept up, in this villa, would it be his or that woman's words that carried weight? Shit, my position as butler is in danger. The title itself didn't matter much. The real problem was that his one and only hope of becoming a beyonder rested entirely on Mr. Sparrow. Edward took a sip of vegetable soup, amused as he watched Dubois and Akasha's little drama. At that moment, he suddenly understood why the upper echelons always allowed their subordinates to indulge in petty infighting and court intrigues. In the end, all that scheming and maneuvering was just for scraps of power slipping through the fingers of those above. And since everything revolved around the one in power, no matter how fierce the fighting below, to the one at the top it was nothing more than a play for entertainment. Edward, oh Edward, at this rate, you'll be corrupted before you even realize it. Lunchtime. Seated at the table with her smiling parents, Bernadette clenched her knife and fork tightly, feeling like she didn't belong. I shouldn't be here. I should be hiding under the table. Clenching her teeth, she pressed down hard with her knife, cutting into her steak with such force that it scraped out a harsh, grating sound against the plate. What's wrong, sweetheart? Roselle noticed his daughter's mood and looked at her with gentle concern. Nothing. Bernadette lowered her head, pouting as she answered against her true feelings. In truth, her parents' state today seemed much better than before, their relationship even looked noticeably improved. That made her think of Mr. Sparrow's words, maybe I misunderstood Mama. Maybe Mama hadn't gone on a date with that man. Maybe they had only been discussing serious matters. But she still couldn't convince herself. Bernadette knew well that her mother had always quietly stayed at home, circling around father and herself, never once engaging with people or things beyond the Roselle household. The thought made her all the more restless. After the meal, Roselle took Bernadette to his study, told her a few fairy tales, and only when he saw her smiling did he stroke her head fondly. Sweetheart, is there something you'd like to tell father? Daddy. Bernadette buried her face in Roselle's chest, little fists clenched as she declared with seriousness. I'll definitely protect you. Ha ha ha, good. But that will have to wait until you're grown up. Only when father is old will he need your protection. Roselle, filled with joy, tapped her nose playfully. For now, let father protect you. Go on, time for bed. Watching his daughter leave the study, the smile on Roselle's face gradually faded. He pulled open a drawer and took out the silver plate. After a full day of calm reflection, he had come to a decision. No matter what, it was worth a try. Perhaps, with this, he could travel between here and his homeland, becoming a trader straddling two worlds. After all, he was the protagonist. His eyes hardened with resolve. Without hesitation, he poured his spirituality into the silver plate engraved with strange symbols and patterns, activating it. The originally icy-cold plate grew hot under the surge of spirituality. One by one, the intricate markings lit up, and wisps of pale gray mist seeped out from the engravings. In the next instant, boundless gray-white fog swallowed Roselle's vision whole. It's working. Am I going back? Unable to restrain his excitement, Roselle tried to make out even the faintest familiar image within the depths of the fog. But alas, he saw nothing. Minutes passed, and aside from endless fog, there was nothing at all. When he finally stopped channeling spirituality, the fog vanished. He was still seated at his desk in the study. Nothing had changed. Though he had half expected this outcome, disappointment still welled up in his heart. Maybe, my transmigration had nothing to do with the silver plate after all. Or even if it did, it must have been tied to the original plate, not this copy I forged myself. And yet, the unwillingness gnawed at him. Clutching the plate tight, Roselle once again channeled his spirituality to activate it. The endless gray-white fog engulfed his vision once more. That morning, Arlda visited several clubs across Trier and came back with a suggestion: Edward should start with the racing club. Many nobles of Trier frequented the racetrack, where they discussed matters while watching horse races. After all, racing often involved both competition and gambling, two things that easily stirred up excitement among spectators. And in such a charged atmosphere, friendships were much more likely to form. Thus, Edward's daily schedule gained its first fixed item, a weekly visit to the racing club. Note: don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 473, Chapter 473, Roselle enters the Sapphira Castle. The current plan is to go once a week, on weekends. What do you think, Mr. Sparrow? Anything's fine, you make the arrangements. Edward had never been to an equestrian club before, but he had gone to the racecourse once or twice with Audrey. In this era with limited entertainment options, it could be considered one of the relatively more interesting places. He quickly added, for now, let's just stick with that one. He paused, then said, oh, right. I want to become a believer of the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. What do you think I'd need to do? Arlda was stunned. That, you can just go directly to church, can't you? They'd probably welcome a wealthy man like you with open arms. Of course I don't mean just an ordinary believer, Edward explained, but the kind who has a chance to actually interact with the higher-ups. Arlda shook his head. That's beyond my knowledge. After all, except for our ancestor Lilith, our kind doesn't believe in any gods. Oh. But I've heard that quite a few vampires in Feynapotter chose to believe in the Earth Mother. Do you know what that's about? Confusion flashed in Arlda's eyes. I've heard that too. Supposedly the Earth Mother's church quite likes recruiting our kind, and they don't require those vampires to only believe in the Earth Mother. They're still allowed to continue believing in Ancestor Lilith. Someone once invited me to join as well, but I refused. They weren't angry either, it was just strange. Hey, that's because the Earth Mother and your ancestor Lilith are literally the same being. Edward thought for a moment, then asked, and your ancestor? She hasn't given any revelation regarding this. Arlda's face dimmed. Our ancestor hasn't given any revelations for many years. I've heard some people say that she might have already fallen. This guy really isn't much different from Emlyn in temperament, he dares to blurt out anything that comes to mind. How do you know your ancestor hasn't given revelations? After all, you don't even hold a noble title. Well, that's what my grandfather told me. He's a marquis. Edward nodded. Oh, I see. Then the information I got about your ancestor must have been wrong. Arlda was instantly intrigued. What information? Oh, before I came to Trier, I heard about a beyonder who claimed the name Lilith. At the time, I thought she might have been chosen by your kind to serve as a vessel for your ancestor's descent. You know as well as I do, beyonders can't casually take a name that belongs to a god. Where is that beyonder? Arlda asked in shock. No idea. I only heard it in passing. I just remembered it because of the name. Edward stopped there. Arlda might be relatively simple-minded, but his supposedly brash sister, Akasha, was far sharper. Say too much, and trouble would follow. Screech. Suddenly, a piercing noise rang in Edward's ears. His spirituality surged in response, and he instantly realized. The Sapphira Castle. All right, go get some rest. I'm heading to the washroom. As soon as Arlda closed the door, Edward concealed this space, then entered the washroom, retraced 4 steps, and ascended into the Sapphira Castle. Amidst the rising fog, he once again heard that grating noise, like something sharp scraping across a hard surface. The moment he sat down in the bronze chair, he saw a patch of fog in front of the round table convulsing violently, accompanied by bursts of that screeching sound. Gradually, a crack appeared within the fog, widening bit by bit. What's going on? Edward frowned in confusion. In the original story, Klein had never encountered anything like this. Without hesitation, he invoked the power of the Sapphira Castle and pressed down upon the turbulent fog. Almost instantly, the patch of mist dispersed under the overwhelming weight of the higher sequence authority. Moments later, the fog vanished completely. And in its place stood a figure. The man looked around in shock and bewilderment, until his gaze fell on Edward. His eyes widened in fright. Roselle regretted everything. I damn well shouldn't have tempted fate by repeatedly pouring spirituality into that silver plate. And now, in the blink of an eye, he had arrived at this fog-shrouded, bronze table and chair-laden, mysterious garden. Worst of all, seated at the master's place at the round table was a mysterious figure whose face he couldn't see clearly. What the hell is this? Did I stumble into an evil god's lair? Edward's shock, at that moment, was no less than Roselle's. Of course he recognized at once the bearded man before him, Roselle Gustave. But how had he entered the Sapphire Castle? Normally, entering required using special items to connect to the castle, or praying to its owner, followed by the owner's permission, reaching out to the starry dome to pull them in. Roselle, however, had done none of that. In Edward's plan, he had no intention of bringing Roselle up here so soon. After all, the man was still low sequence, deeply entangled in worldly affairs, too risky, too troublesome. That was why Edward had decided to take the long route via Du Bois, presenting himself as a wealthy man trying to integrate into noble circles, then slowly befriending Roselle, and only later asking him for help to meet Rhodes. But now, he hadn't summoned Roselle. The man had barged in himself. Could it be, because of that silver plate? He remembered clearly, the very thing that had caused Roselle to transmigrate was a silver plate engraved with strange symbols and patterns. In truth, that silver plate worked on the same principle as Klein's later luck enhancement ritual, with the 4 steps backwards. It was a key or password to enter the Sapphire Castle. However, when Roselle reproduced that plate, he had already chosen the savant pathway, which cut him off from the Sapphire Castle. But one had to admit, Roselle did have the qualifications to enter. In the original story, during this period, the Sapphire Castle was unowned. When Roselle reproduced the silver plate, all he saw was endless grey fog. But now, I am the master of the Sapphire Castle. By using its power just now to crush that patch of turbulent fog, I had indirectly responded to him, and that was why he ended up here. Having worked it out, Edward frowned slightly. Should he simply cast Roselle out without a word, or perhaps threaten him a little, warn him never to pull such a stunt again? Your Excellency. After a long silence, Roselle was the first to break. Mainly because he was on someone else's turf right now, he had to find a way back. May I ask, what is this place? Why did I appear here? He decisively chose to play dumb, feigning the role of an innocent passerby who had stumbled into this mysterious domain. This is my divine kingdom. Edward's tone was calm, detached. His gaze upon Roselle was that of someone overlooking an ant. Oh no. He really had barged into an evil god's lair. Roselle's mind went blank. But then, wait a minute. All he had done was inject spirituality into the silver plate he had reproduced. Hold on. His heart suddenly jolted. His fear vanished instantly, replaced by trembling determination. It was you, you're the one who brought me to this world, aren't you? Edward hadn't expected Roselle to ask that. But then he quickly understood the man's train of thought. Truth be told, early Roselle was a bit reckless. How could he casually throw out such a revealing question to a mysterious evil god he didn't even know? So, should he answer? No matter if he said yes or no, it would reveal that he knew something about Roselle's transmigration. Roselle, realizing what he'd just blurted out, instantly regretted it. He hurriedly patched it up. I mean, was it you who brought me to your divine kingdom? Edward nearly laughed. Weren't you bold just a moment ago? Why backtrack now? He replied faintly, no. Roselle clenched his fists. After thinking for a while, he asked again, then, may I know how I came to your divine kingdom? If it really was related to the silver plate, then this mysterious being must be connected to his transmigration, one way or another. Of course you may. But I prefer equivalent exchange. What are you prepared to give, in return for me answering your question? That silenced Roselle. Right, what could he possibly offer a being who might be a god, in exchange for such an answer? Even if the question seemed simple. How about this, why don't you do something for me? Here it comes. The temptation of an evil god. Roselle's heartstrings tensed to the breaking point. He'd heard bishops in the church say that evil gods lured mortals this way, granting wishes in exchange for tasks, dragging people step by step into corruption, until they became enslaved believers and met a tragic end. But, he truly, desperately wanted the answer. After several minutes of hesitation, Roselle finally compromised. All right. Then here's your answer, you arrived here through a silver plate. The special symbols engraved upon it establish a certain connection with my divine kingdom. It really was, the silver plate. Roselle froze. He had never once mentioned the plate, nor the symbols. Yet the other had stated it outright. He fell silent for a long time, then asked, his words carrying a double meaning, can I still go back? Of course. You can return at any time. Edward added calmly, but if what you really meant was something else, then I can only say this: once you ascend to the rank of angel, you'll naturally understand. Roselle's heart lurched. What did he mean by that? Does he really know I'm a transmigrator? Or is he just guessing, baiting me with vague words after what I blurted out earlier? Damn evil god. Even so, he asked again, why? Edward looked down at him coldly. Remember what I said, I like equivalent exchange. If you want to ask more questions, complete the first task you owe me. Roselle's heart tightened again. What do I need to do? Edward pondered for a moment, then said casually, go to Stiano, that is, to the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery. From the donation box there, steal 100 Falcon. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 474, Battling Wits with the Air. Roselle's mind was nothing but confusion, just confusion piled on confusion. In fact, hearing a god's name suddenly wasn't even all that shocking anymore. Wait, what's going on here? This so-called evil god actually asked me to go steal money from a church. No, seriously, why? This time, he didn't dare blurt out the question, since that would count as asking another question. You're not an evil god, you're just evil-minded, aren't you? Let's leave it at that. Edward waved his hand, severing the connection with Roselle. At almost the same moment, a deep crimson star, larger and more brilliant than the surrounding ones, appeared in the depths of the grey fog that was Roselle's star. Right after, Edward sensed that both the spirit caster and the secret sorcerer potion digestions had advanced a little. The secret sorcerer's digestion he could understand. But spirit caster, what was going on there? Edward thought carefully. Comparing this incident with past times when the spirit caster potion digested, taking Bernadette out to sea to find mermaids, first meeting Medici, first encountering Raynette, and now interacting with Roselle, what exactly had he done in common that led to the digestion? After over 10 minutes of reflection, he still had nothing. Rubbing his temples, he had to let it go for now, returning his thoughts to the present. As for why he told Roselle to steal money, the purpose was simple. Often, crime grows step by step. This time it's stealing money, next time it might be stealing clothes, and after that, perhaps stealing, or borrowing, erodes. Why not just start with erodes? Because if Roselle returned and immediately reported the encounter to the church, they'd grow suspicious and place strict watch over erodes. This way, it was just an unexpected, idle test. It didn't matter if it bore fruit or not. Sigh. Edward let out a soft breath. More and more, he felt it was impossible for his arrival not to affect history, and that such effects would only grow bigger and bigger with every action. Unless, he abandoned the search for Lilith and hid away in some deserted, uninhabited place. No. That wouldn't work either. In the world of mysteries, according to the law of beyonder characteristics convergence, no matter how remote or well hidden his refuge, sooner or later, someone from the three coward families would happen, by accident, or by coincidence, to stumble across him, triggering yet another chain of events. But then again, Lilith had lived from the fourth epoch all the way into the future. Why was it that she seemed not to have changed anything? Why had she left so few traces, aside from her diary? How had she managed it? And further, if the future world already includes the results of my current actions, then how did I manage not to leave behind any trace either? With a head full of doubts, Edward left the Sapphira Castle. Elsewhere, in Roselle's villa. As the endless grey fog faded away, Roselle opened his eyes in the chair of his study, and without hesitation hurled away the silver plate. Suspicion filled his face as his wary gaze swept the room. What he had just experienced. It was real. Roselle was filled with regret and fear. What have I done? I actually revealed my identity as a transmigrator to a being that might be an evil god. That was far too stupid. No, if that really was an evil god, then wasn't he in incredible danger now? He scrambled to his feet, striding quickly to the door. But just as his fingers touched the doorknob, he hesitated, turning back to look at the plate lying on the floor. After a long 10 seconds of struggle, he went back, picked it up, and then left. Grim, Edwards. Accompany me to Trier Cathedral. Of course, Roselle wasn't in such a rush to actually steal money for that evil god. No, he wanted to beg the archbishop, or even the true deity himself, to help cleanse him of any possible corruption. What if that being above the grey fog had planted some hidden mark on him? But in his heart, he still wavered. Should he tell the church the whole truth about what he'd encountered above the fog? He believed the church would do its utmost to protect his safety. Yet, if that evil god above the fog was really tied to his transmigration, wouldn't telling them completely cut off any chance of contacting him again? Damn it. After so many years, he had finally advanced to artisan, finally created the mysterious silver plate to seek the truth of his transmigration. At this point, one can't help but notice, it seems Roselle spent many years climbing from savant to sequence 6 artisan. He clearly understood the acting method early on. So why the delay? You couldn't really say he was lazy, since he had such burning desire to craft the silver plate and uncover the mystery of transmigration. But then again, in the mysteries world, there's no such thing as talent gaps. Maybe the truth is, betting women was simply more appealing to him than the secrets of transmigration. And yet, waiting for him at the end of all that effort, was this. Such a colossal shock. Damn it all. The next 2 days passed without incident, utterly calm, nothing happened. On the weekend, Edward visited the racing club, only to realize how naive his earlier assumptions had been. Most of Trier's true nobles stayed in their private boxes to watch the races. Running into them in the club proper was purely a matter of luck. And even if you did run into them, those people probably wouldn't bother to give you a second glance. So, after watching a few races, Edward prepared to leave, only to see Akasha, red-eyed from losing, digging every last coin off her brother Alda, and then promptly losing it all again. Then she came to Edward to borrow money, planning to cheat her way into winning everything back. After all, every vampire had beast-taming abilities. Edward flatly refused. Really now? Did she think those nobles dropping thousands of falcons on horse races didn't have Beyonders by their side? And even if they didn't, did she think the racing club itself wouldn't? In the end, Akasha swore up and down, promising not to use Beyonder abilities to cheat. Only then, thoroughly annoyed, did Edward lend her 500 falcons. Predictably, she lost it all without even a ripple. That's impossible. I clearly tried to secretly. Edward's brow arched. What did you say? Alda could only rub his forehead in helplessness. Their bad luck was nothing new, but Akasha, she was nothing more than a walking donation box. But as her brother, he couldn't stop her. At least now that suits were free, it didn't matter too much. Night fell. Scarlet moonlight washed the silent world. Edward left a shape-shifted decoy in his bedroom, used false reality, and then quietly slipped away, heading toward the Boulevard district in Western Trier. Tonight, he would deliver the results of the Rose Street No. 7 villa investigation to Intis. Though Roselle's gas lamps had already spread through central Trier, Quartier de l'Observatoire on the outskirts still treated them as a luxury. So when Edward arrived there at midnight, the whole area was pitch black. No street lamps, and even most houses still relied on candles. The agreed meeting point was a grove in the Quartier de l'Observatoire. Edward only had to bury the letter under a random tree. That meant Intis, or his subordinates, might be monitoring the area around the clock. So, from far away, Edward conjured a black dog carrying the folded triangular note. It ran into the grove, chose a tree, dug a hole, buried the letter, then lifted its leg to pee on the spot. Job done, the black dog went free, bolting away madly into the distance. Edward couldn't see through its eyes, but thanks to secret keeping, if anyone tried to divine him through the dog, he would know instantly. He himself hid in a concealed space near the grove, keeping watch. 2 hours later, a squad of soldiers marched in neatly. They lingered briefly at the burial spot, then jogged away. The whole process seemed ordinary, but Edward knew the item had been retrieved. To mobilize soldiers like that, could Intis be in the military? Or even a member of the Intis royal family? But then, why would someone of that identity need help from a Twilight Hermit Order member to investigate a villa? Strange. Still, Edward had no real enmity with this Intis. If the man hadn't mentioned the underground, linking Edward's thoughts to Trier's Conqueror Beyonder characteristic, he wouldn't even have cared. Since he's retrieved the letter, does that mean he's also left behind the treasure clue? Sure enough, another mangy mutt bounded into the grove. It dug at the burial spot, pulled out a piece of parchment, and bolted. It ran through alleys and streets, darting left and right, before suddenly vanishing into thin air, never to be seen again. Silence returned. Half an hour later, certain no one was tailing him, Edward teleported with the mutt to a deserted island in the Rorsted archipelago. TCH, tonight really makes me look like an idiot. It seemed Intis had never intended to trace him through the exchange at all, just a simple information swap. Edward had basically been battling wits with the air. After confirming the parchment was clean, Edward unfolded it. Inside was a map. At its center, a spot was marked with a bright red flag, and beside it, written in Inticion, danger. Edward compared it with a full map of the northern continent. As Intis had said at the gathering, the location lay between Intis and Fainapotter, seemingly in a valley. Flames blossomed in his palm. He burned the parchment to ash, then used the Sapphira Castle for a round of divination cleansing. Only then did he return to his bedroom. Interesting. According to the Sapphira Castle's divination, going to the marked treasure site isn't harmful to me at all, in fact, it may even benefit me. Lying on the bed, Edward clicked his tongue in wonder. Could it be that I misjudged this Intis because of my wariness of hunters and witches? That he's actually a trustworthy, good guy? He laughed at himself immediately. Even as a demigod, he was still naive enough to divide Beyonders into good guys and bad guys. Aside from Klein and the Tarot members influenced by him, how many Beyonders in this world could truly be called good? Note, enjoy the extra Chapter 625 Power Stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 475, Chapter 475, The Witch and the Transmigrator. Anyway, I didn't lose anything myself. The report I handed to Intis was nothing more than this: the new occupant of that villa was a wealthy upstart, most likely a mid to low sequence Beyonder, who wanted to use the villa as a stepping stone to enter Trier's aristocratic circle, so he could shed his nouveau riche identity and become a real noble. Every sentence was technically true, yet in practice, it was all meaningless fluff. Who knew what Intis would do after reading it? Perhaps, create another massacre. In any case, it was better to have Du Bois find a new place to live as soon as possible. If Edward were the only one in the villa, he wouldn't have cared. But now, with over a dozen servants and slaves under his roof, if a demigod-level Beyonder really showed up, there was no way he could protect everyone. The next morning, the villa bustled with life. Even though everything had already been cleaned inside and out the previous day, the servants still rose at dawn to tidy all over again. This was a habit born of experience. Always keep busy. Never let yourself look idle. Because the more idle you seemed, the closer you were to being dismissed. As someone who had once suffered through endless 996 grind, Edward sympathized deeply. Those so-called bosses back home didn't even qualify as capitalists. True capitalists only cared if you could make them money. Those bosses, however, cared even more that employees worked like beasts of burden and never had a free moment. Mr. Sparrow. Du Bois came to Edward beaming, an ornate card in his hand. Tomorrow evening, the Roselle household will be hosting a banquet. This is an invitation. Edward took it, gave it a glance, and flipped it around with some surprise. Oh. It even says here you're required to attend as well. What? Du Bois froze, leaned in closer, and frowned. Why would Matilda, oh? He realized instantly, face twisting in anger. It must be that bastard Roselle. He just wants to humiliate me at the banquet. So what will you do? Will you go? Of course I'll go. Worst case, I'll drink myself mad and make a scene. Cough, cough, cough. Edward coughed pointedly. Don't forget, you'll be attending as my butler. If you lose face, I lose face too. Hey, Du Bois, I forgot to ask you last time. Edward adopted a casual, gossiping tone. What's the deal between you and Matilda? If she knows you don't get along with Roselle, why would she still help you? Don't tell me you and she. Du Bois shook his head vehemently. Of course not. She helps me only for Roselle's sake. Oh. He sighed. Marrying Matilda was that dog Roselle's greatest stroke of luck. She knows I was once, barely, Roselle's only friend. She witnessed firsthand how he changed after coming to Trier. She feels that, though he now looks glamorous, not only a valued son of steam in the church but also a darling of the nobility thanks to his inventions, deep down, he's lonely, unhappy. But as his wife, she doesn't know how to help him. So she hopes that, as Roselle's former friend, I might do something. That's why she hasn't given up trying to reconcile us. Du Bois' words made Edward fall silent. In Roselle's diary, Matilda had appeared from time to time, but always as little more than a name, a symbol, an NPC labeled wife. In truth, she was a living, breathing woman. The wife who had walked beside Emperor Roselle for decades. One of the closest people to him, she might not have understood him, but she must have been the first to feel the shifts in his moods, his emotions, his struggles. And all the while, she had tried, in her own way, to help him. Du Bois continued bitterly, unfortunately, she overestimates me. As I just said, I may have once been Roselle's friend, but the moment he became a Beyonder, I realized he had become a stranger. Everything I thought I knew about him turned out to be wrong. And sometimes I wonder, why did he pretend to be another man, to be my friend, all those years? Other times, I suspect, maybe his transformation was simply because he became a Beyonder. He lowered his voice. To be honest, Mr. Sparrow, part of the reason I refused the chance to become a Beyonder myself was fear of ending up like him. Edward nodded silently. Roselle's change was simple, because his body held another soul altogether. I understand. Anyway, at tomorrow night's banquet, keep yourself in check. Don't ruin things. That depends entirely on Roselle. Oh right, what about the new house? How's that going? I've already contacted someone. I'll be negotiating this afternoon. Good. Make it quick. Edward tapped the table. This villa really isn't safe. Du Bois' expression shifted. By unsafe, you mean? Exactly what you think I mean, unsafe in the mystical sense. His face hardened. I'll go hurry it along immediately. Future, year 1349. Simeem Island. Klein followed the crowd onto the small island. The night before, Admiral Amirius had finally returned. When confronted with the string of news Klein reported, the usually unflappable admiral had been struck speechless for quite some time. His mistress had gone missing. A falling out with Sea King Cotman. A devastating tsunami outside Blue Mountain Island. An angel-level battle erupting within Blue Mountain Island. Each piece of news was more shocking than the last. But truthfully, none of this had much to do with Klein. In fact, the imposter had helped him. After the battle broke out, Klein had issued multiple commands in his name, calming the people, organizing rescue efforts, minimizing losses. So when Amirius finally broke his long silence, the first words out of his mouth were, "Interested in helping me at the governor's mansion. I can guarantee that within 10 years, you'll take my position." Klein flatly rejected the tempting offer. After parting with Amirius, he immediately made his way to Simeem Island. Ever since Edward's disappearance, Klein had been searching for him. Then, just yesterday morning, he heard something from the Church of the Sea God. In recent days, a rumor had spread on Simeem Island about a witch who could grant wishes. Tracing it back, the rumor seemed to have started a week or two ago. After investigating further, Klein was almost certain this witch legend had originally been staged by Edward to help Lilith play her role as a witch. But Edward and Lilith had already been missing for over a week. So why was the legend still intensifying in the past few days? Was someone else exploiting the rumor? Or, were Edward and Lilith hiding here on Simeem Island? Carrying those doubts, Klein came. First, I'll find the boy who first spread the story and ask him myself. From his earlier inquiries, the rumor had first come from a boy named Winter. He claimed that when his lover fell gravely ill and the doctors were helpless, he met an old witch. The witch had easily healed his lover, demanding a price in return. And in recent days, others in desperate straits, mostly poor folk, had also spread tales of the witch helping them through hardships. But unlike Winter's account, they all described her as a young woman. Leaving the docks, Klein headed toward the outskirts of the town. He soon spotted an old brewery. From afar, he saw a couple working happily, bright smiles on both their faces. "Excuse me." Still in his sparrow guise, Klein approached. "Are you Mr. Winter?" Winter stopped his work, looking curious. "I am." "What's the matter, sir? Can I help you? I heard the story of Simeem Islands which first came from you." Winter's expression instantly grew wary, while Renee quietly picked up a broom nearby. I don't know if I was the very first. But yes, I did tell others. That was part of her request. If you're looking for the witch, you could try asking her for help. If she thinks it necessary, she'll appear." "Oh." Klein seized on that detail. "What do you mean by necessary? Do you mean only when someone's in real trouble?" "Maybe. That's how she explained it to me." "Have you seen her recently?" "Yes." "When?" Winter didn't hold back. After all, the witch had told him nothing about her that needed to be kept secret. 2 days ago. She said since I'd spread her name, as agreed, she returned what she'd taken from me. And even gave me some money as a reward. 2 days ago. Klein frowned. "Are you sure the two witches you met were the same person?" "Their appearances were different. But they should be the same. She knew all about the details of our earlier deal, things I've never told anyone." "I see. Understood." Klein removed his hat and gave a polite bow. "Thank you for the explanation, Mr. Winter. I won't trouble you further. Goodbye." If both sightings of the witch were Lilith in disguise, then Edward and she were indeed hiding on this island. But, why couldn't he contact them? Just then, Winter hesitated, then added, "Sir, if you truly need her help and want to meet the witch, perhaps you could try Mr. Prohl's house on East Street. You might encounter her there." Klein raised his brows. "Why do you say that?" "Because yesterday, Mr. Prohl broke his leg at the docks. If he seeks the witch's aid, you may really see her." "I see. Sounds like she's a good person, then." Winter nodded. "Many say that. But she doesn't seem to see herself that way. Oh, and one more thing, the witch legend has already spread beyond Simeem Island. If people elsewhere start seeking her, she may leave soon. So you'd better hurry." "Thank you." Klein immediately quickened his pace toward East Street. After asking around, he soon found Prohl's house, a rundown shack. But as he arrived, he saw someone step out. A girl of about 20. She had long black hair cascading down her back, wore a light-colored hoodie, jeans, and sneakers. The sight of her outfit, casual, urban, was utterly out of place. Not just for Simeem Island. But for this entire world. Klein's heartbeat suddenly quickened. That girl's attire came straight out of a modern city. Yes, Roselle had introduced some modern-style clothing to this world. But Klein was certain it was nowhere near this modern. Which meant, the girl before him was a transmigrator. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 476, Chapter 476, Opening the Box. For a moment, Klein's heart was both tense and uneasy. He stared at the girl who glanced back at him inquisitively. Gritting his teeth, he raised his hand and flipped a coin. No matter what, safety first. Seeing the coin land with numbers face up, no problem, he braced himself and strode forward. At this point, he no longer bothered keeping up Sparrow's cold and aloof persona. Instead, he softened his expression, stopping 3 or 4 meters away from the girl, and said, "Odd means change, even means no change." The girl tilted her head, seemingly puzzled. Wusong fights the tiger. She blinked in confusion. 36 stratagems. The East is red. KHH, not Chinese then. Klein racked his brain, trying to recall what kind of countersign foreigners might use, when suddenly the girl spoke, her voice clear, elegant, in flawless Mandarin. "Hello." Just that single word pierced straight through Klein's defenses. His heart flared with heat, and he blurted out in Mandarin as well, "You're the same as me, you also." "Nope." The girl shook her head with a bright smile. "I." She was about to continue when suddenly black flames erupted, engulfing her whole body. Her beautiful face twisted with pain as she desperately reached toward Klein. I am." The abrupt scene stunned Klein. He rushed forward, activating ability after ability to smother the fire, but nothing worked. "I want to go home." That was her final whisper. Klein could only watch as she disintegrated into drifting ash. An endless wave of fury and dread swallowed him whole. He clawed at the ashes, frantic to hold onto something, but there was nothing to grasp. No. 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 Snap. He collapsed to his knees, powerless, eyes bloodshot as he stared at the ashes spiraling upward into the sky, fading into nothingness. No. Click. At that very instant, a crisp click rang out, followed by a familiar tune in his ears. Every sha-la-la-la, every wo-wo still shines. Klein looked around blankly toward the source. And there, he saw the very same girl who had supposedly burned to ash. She was holding a Walkman in one hand and a camcorder in the other, filming. Cut. She beamed, pressing the stop button. Perfect. Klein froze for a few stunned seconds, then leapt to his feet, staring at her in disbelief. You didn't die. That just now, you were tricking me." Yet in truth, he wasn't angry at all. More than anything, it was relief and joy. Nope. She tossed the camcorder lightly in her hand. "This will be your lifeline in the future. Don't understand? Doesn't make sense to you yet?" The girl winked. "Exactly. Work hard, when you advance to sequence 4, you'll naturally understand. Dear." With a mischievous smile, she raised 2 fingers and drew a line in the air. Her figure slowly faded away. Mr. Fool. Past, year 1160, Trier. Edward stood in front of a dressing mirror, trying on one of Trier's latest fashionable suits. One arm folded across his chest, the other hand pinching his chin, he struck a few poses, satisfied with the results. Then he picked up the ruby-inlaid notebook by his side and stepped out of the room. At once, the vampire siblings rushed over. "Mr. Sparrow. Take us to tonight's banquet." Edward frowned. "You two are interested in attending banquets. I want to meet the noble ladies of Trier. And I want to see what kind of suits are popular here." Edward gave them a look, then shook his head. "No. Your vampiric eyes are too obvious. What would it look like if I showed up at a banquet with 2 vampires on my arms?" Of course, he could use shape-shifting to alter their pupils. But remembering how Akasha had nearly thrown a tantrum at the racetrack yesterday after losing a bet made him wary. Who knew what chaos she might cause at a banquet? Stay home and watch the house. He gave them an encouraging look before leaving the villa. To make sure Akasha didn't disobey, he even left a special, false reality, behind just for her. Click. He opened his pocket watch. 3 minutes to 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Monday, 3 p.m. But in the long stretch of days ahead, this time would hold no special meaning anymore. Unless I, like Klein, host a gathering at the same fixed time every week. But then, what's the point of holding one? Look at my current 2 members. One will be the headless Miss Executor, the other is Roselle, to be corrupted by an outer god. No matter how dazzling they seem now, their futures are nothing but tragedies, each worse than the last. A contest of misery, is it? Hiss. Not impossible. Edward might not reap any practical benefits from such a gathering, but, at the very least, he would get a fair amount of entertainment out of it. At the courtyard gate, Du Bois had already readied the carriage, waiting for Edward. "Isn't the banquet at 6? Do we really need to leave this early? We're stopping first at number 28, Emerald Street. The owner of that villa finally agreed to negotiate yesterday, but insisted on speaking with you in person. Also, we'll need to buy a good bottle of wine as a gift, it's our first formal visit." "All right." With the coachman's low cry, the carriage clattered into motion. The two men said nothing further. One closed his eyes in rest, the other gazed out the window at the passing streets. 20 minutes later. The carriage stopped before a villa far grander than number 7 Rose Street. Edward stepped down, looking over the building with satisfaction, then followed Du Bois inside. To his surprise, Edward didn't feel slighted in the least. The villa's butler remained courteous throughout, none of the arrogance he had heard so often attributed to old-line nobility. Until he saw the villa's owner, its mistress. A woman in her 40s, attractive enough, though heavily painted with makeup, swept out with warmth. She embraced Du Bois directly. "Ah. I see. To become a beyonder, you're willing to go this far, Du Bois." Once they finally released each other, Edward cleared his throat and stepped forward. "Ahem, Madame Pavlov, please to me." "No, no, no." The lady corrected at once, very seriously, "Call me Madame Marcia, Mr. Sparrow." Du Bois quickly explained, Pavlov was Marcia's former husband. He passed away just 2 days ago. The villa was inherited by their child, but since the child is only 8 years old, naturally. "Got it. Mr. Sparrow." Marcia sipped her wine, speaking casually. "Du Bois tells me you rented that haunted house at number 7 Rose Street." Du Bois, standing beside her, looked very much like her butler. "Yes." Edward sighed in feigned distress. "At the time, I had no other choice. I wanted so badly to establish myself quickly in Trier, yet I knew too little about the city. That's why I ended up rushing into such a lease." "Ha ha ha ha." Marcia laughed heartily. "I really thought people like you weren't afraid of death." "Ahem, even if I am afraid, I have to pretend I'm not. In a strange place, at least that way others won't find it so easy to push me around." "Oh. Then tell me now, aren't you afraid that I might push you around?" Edward answered firmly, "I trust Du Bois. Since he introduced me to you, then you must be someone trustworthy as well." "Good. I like your honesty." Marcia set down her glass and snapped her fingers. The true butler appeared, presenting a contract. 1 week's rent is 3 felkin, payable every 5 years. If you agree, sign here. Edward took the contract and signed without even looking. "No problem. You can move in a week from now." Marcia waved casually, then turned back to Du Bois. "Du Bois, are you really not going to consider working for me? You used to worry that old men would cause you trouble. Now you have nothing to fear." "Thank you, Marcia. But Mr. Sparrow helped me in my darkest hour. I must at least serve him for a year, help him establish himself in Trier, that's the only way I can repay his kindness." Du Bois smiled warmly. "If, by then, you're still willing to hire me, I will certainly come to your service." "Very well. Then I'll wait another year." Marcia squeezed his hand with reluctance. "If I didn't have business later, I'd insist you stay for dinner. There will be a chance." Du Bois bowed slightly. "Then we'll take our leave. I look forward to seeing you again." With a subtle glance at Edward, he led the way out. Back in the carriage, Edward teased him, "Du Bois, you were being modest earlier. Even without Roselle, you clearly have your own ways of introducing me to Trier's nobility, don't you?" Du Bois wiped the sweat from his brow. Marcia was once Trier's most famous socialite. She inherited quite a fortune from several late husbands, true, but in fact the nobility despise her. Associate too much with her, and the true aristocrats will only scorn you. So that's how it is. Hard work on your part. Edward patted his shoulder, giving him a look of mock sympathy. Du Bois. Inside the villa at number 28, Emerald Street. Edward and Du Bois had barely departed when a man in black knight's attire appeared within. Marcia lifted her wineglass with a languid smile. "Well. Did you see anything?" "Nothing." The man shook his head. "Do you need me to go clean up that place?" "No. The last incident already drew unnecessary suspicion. Once they move in, I'll find a way to confirm things. If there's no problem, then let it be. Hey, Tarek, if you people keep holding back like this, how will you ever accomplish anything?" Marcia licked the red wine clinging to her lips and laughed. "I will never allow my lord's plan to fail. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated." Chapter 477, Chapter 477, A Peculiar Constitution Unsuitable for Banquets. 6 p.m. Edward and Du Bois arrived at the luxurious Roselle residence. Edward walked in front, while Du Bois followed 2 steps behind, carrying a bottle of red wine worth 58 falcon. According to Du Bois, that price was just right, not too cheap, not too ostentatious. Truth be told, even though Roselle hadn't yet entered politics, or the military, his reputation as the son of steam carried quite some weight in Trier. The guests they passed along the way were, for the most part, high-ranking nobles. The atmosphere was in no way inferior to what the Hall family's banquets would later become. Speaking of which, this was Edward's 3rd noble banquet. The first, Vice Admiral Hurricane's attempt to assassinate Duke Negan. The second, the near annihilation of the new party in Backlund. And today, the 3rd. Emperor Roselle, you'd better keep it together this time. Ha 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 ha. An arrogant, mocking laugh rang out. Roselle strode over in a lavish suit, chin raised high, eyes full of scorn. Du Bois, who told you could freeload at my banquet? Expression calm, Du Bois stepped forward and shoved the wine bottle into Roselle's hands. A gift. A cheap wine. My dog wouldn't drink this swill. Roselle's ridicule ignored Edward entirely, giving Edward a much clearer picture of this so-called emperor. Rather than the protagonist of some heroic tale, he was more like one of those brainless villains, written purely to be face-slapped down by the real main character. Du Bois' lips curled slightly. He said lightly, "It's an aphrodisiac." Roselle froze for several seconds, mouth half open, before exploding, "My body's perfectly fine. I don't need garbage like that. Don't you dare slander me, Du Bois." Yet even as he raged, he discreetly handed the bottle to Grimm, who was standing behind him. Du Bois sniffed. "Humph. I just hope what's down there is as hard as your mouth. You bastard." Edward quietly observed, somewhat surprised. So Du Bois' relationship with Roselle was this close. That kind of barefaced trash talk, right from the first moment of meeting, only ever happened between true brothers. But then, how had things broken down between them? And honestly, from the look of it now, had they even broken down at all? Haven't we met before? At last, Roselle turned his eyes on Edward. He arched a brow, thought for a moment, then said, "Ah. That's right, we met just a few days ago at Madame Gree banquet, wasn't it? You snatched up the most beautiful lady there before I could." Edward. Ha ha ha. After a few seconds, Roselle burst out laughing. "Just kidding. Trier Cathedral, of course. I liked the way you looked at me back then. A bit nauseating, men to men, but, somehow, it felt warm, almost familiar. Come, let's have a few drinks." He deliberately shoulder-checked Du Bois aside, then draped an arm around Edward's shoulder and led him toward the banquet hall. As soon as they stepped inside, Roselle dropped his voice. "Hey, buddy, I'll introduce you to Trier's nobles. Then you can fire Du Bois when you get back. How about it?" "Knew it." Edward feigned puzzlement, "But why, Mr. Gustave? Didn't Du Bois tell me you were as close as brothers? Why would you?" "Wait." Roselle cut him off, eyebrows rising. "Du Bois actually said that?" "Yes." Ha 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 ha. Roselle burst out laughing. "And what else did he say about me?" Mostly reminiscing. That you two grew up together, both from declining noble families, neither with much to live on. That you supported each other, helped each other through hardships, and eventually came to Trier together and... You've changed." He changed. Edward and Roselle spoke at the same time. Roselle blinked, stunned, then pointed to himself. He said, "I've changed. Please. He's the one who suddenly flipped like he was sick in the head, constantly picking fights with me. And now he dares turn it around on me. Damn it, I should never have arranged people to protect him in secret. Should have let him suffer at the hands of those nobles instead. Shit. Edward. Wait a second. Why does this sound less like a quarrel between brothers and more like a lover's spat?" Of course, Roselle never truly considered Du Bois a brother. After all, their bond had all taken place before his transmigration. Roselle had inherited those memories, yes, but when he reviewed them, it was more like watching a movie that had nothing to do with him. Still, after crossing over, he had hung out with Du Bois for a time. Combined with those memories, Roselle reluctantly acknowledged Du Bois as a sort of friend. So when he rose to prominence, he thought of pulling Du Bois up along the way. Unexpectedly, the man acted like he wanted nothing to do with him, as though terrified of owing him anything. Heh. What a self-righteous fool. At that moment, Roselle withdrew his arm, face calm again. "All right, I've got other matters to attend to. Just enjoy yourself tonight. People are curious about my connection to you. Use the chance wisely, you'll make some friends, and through them, work your way into the so-called noble circle." Roselle patted Edward's shoulder. "Being a noble is pretty dull, but do your best." "Much obliged." As soon as Roselle left, Edward felt curious gazes settling on him. A few nobles even approached of their own accord. Edward picked up a glass of wine from a servant's tray and began chatting. To their probing questions, he gave vague, roundabout answers. The gist of it: yes, I do have ties to Roselle. What kind? Well, a very good kind. How good? Exceptionally good. The rest? Guess for yourselves. In short, he played the part of a man of riddles perfectly. Still, the overall atmosphere wasn't bad. With Roselle's name as a shield, no one pressed too hard. The only downside was the heavy stench of cigars and smoke. It was suffocating after a while. When he'd finally dealt with the last questioner, Edward made an excuse to leave the banquet hall. The garden was lively too. Long tables were piled with fruit, food, and wine. Edward poured himself a glass of water to soothe his throat. Turning, he spotted Dubois at the doorway, speaking with Matilda. His expression was helpless as he tried to explain something, while she only smiled faintly. Then, turning her head, her eyes locked on Roselle, who was chatting animatedly inside. Her gaze sparkled. Roselle's marriage to Matilda may have started without love, and even in old age he only felt guilt toward her. But Matilda, she clearly loved Roselle. Her eyes said everything. Ow. A little head bumped into Edward's side with a soft yelp. It was Bernadette, dressed in a sky-blue gown. She held her forehead, frowned, mumbled an apology, and went right back to sneaking peeks at her mother, muttering under her breath. Ah. He'd forgotten to tell her that Matilda and Dubois' date was a misunderstanding. But for now, he was nothing but a stranger to her. That explanation could wait. Huh. Sensing his gaze, Bernadette turned, only to see the back of a stranger walking away. She clenched her tiny fists. This house, you must protect it, Bernadette. When Edward returned to the banquet hall, Roselle had just finished a witty toast, thanking all the guests for attending. Then he pulled a middle-aged man from the crowd. Surely, everyone here knows this gentleman. Trier Cathedral's very own bishop. Of course, tonight's banquet is about meeting everyone. But I'd also like to take this chance to host a little fundraiser for the church. So, everyone, give as much as you can spare. Roselle pulled out a check. I'll set the example, 500 Felkin. He slipped it into the donation box a servant brought over. Yes, yes. Even as the son of steam, I'm only giving 500. So please, don't give too much, otherwise I'll look bad. Laughter broke out. For most of the nobles, a few hundred Felkin was pocket change. In no time, donations poured in. The bishop stood by the box, smiling and offering thanks. Roselle didn't turn the fundraiser into a formal segment. The box was simply placed in a prominent spot, whoever wished could donate whatever they liked. The rest of the evening carried on as usual: food, wine, music, dancing, like any other noble gathering. The Lord will surely remember all you've done for the church, Roselle. Roselle only smiled. Bishop, allow me and my men to escort you back to the cathedral later. That box is holding quite a sum. Much obliged. The two clinked glasses and exchanged a smile. Edward also donated 200 Felkin, polishing his image in the eyes of the church. Then he stepped out into the garden and found Dubois standing alone. I thought you said Trier's nobles had blacklisted you. I haven't seen anyone give you trouble tonight. Dubois rubbed his forehead. Don't you get it? The one who really blacklisted me is none other than Roselle himself, and besides, those nobles aren't stupid. Who would stir trouble at his banquet? No one wants to offend him. So those rumors about you sleeping with every noblewoman and lady were false. He coughed lightly. Half true, half not. But believe me, I'm not dumb enough to risk my life over a few rolls in bed. With those ladies, it was mutual affection, things just happened naturally. You think I'll buy that? You're my boss. How could I dare lie to you? The two held each other's gaze for a few seconds, then laughed. Suddenly, Dubois leaned in with a mischievous grin. Come on, let me show you something fun. He beckoned, then strode quickly ahead. Soon, they reached the villa's darkened backyard. Edward was confused, but Dubois motioned for him to crouch in the bushes. They peeked forward. A man and a woman were locked in a heated embrace, kissing passionately as their hands roamed freely. Sparks flying, they were a moment away from going at it right there. Shit. Roselle had written in his diary that some nobles liked sneaking off during banquets for trysts. Seeing it firsthand was eye-opening. Before long, the pair shed their lower garments and began for real. Enough. Watch if you want, I'm done. Kinda disgusting. Ha ha ha. Dubois chuckled under his breath. Just thought I'd give you a glimpse of the noble circle you're so eager to join. Most of them are just lucky bastards, nothing more. Aren't you a baron yourself? Exactly. that makes me a bastard too. He laughed freely. But as they turned to leave, a low, muffled cry rang out behind them. It wasn't the sound of pleasure, but of suppressed agony. The once excited nobleman's eyes bulged with pain. He reached out desperately toward the woman, only to be slapped away. Then, with a flick of her fingers, a transparent thread sliced across his neck. Blood sprayed forth. His terrified head toppled, yet not a drop stained the woman's body. Edward cursed immediately, damn it. I knew I had some kind of chaos banquet physique that makes me unfit for noble banquets. Note, enjoy the extra chapter 850 power stones for another one tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 478, Chapter 478, Zarathustra. Du Bois froze in shock, then turned on his heel to flee. Edward also hurriedly put on a mask of fear. After all, this was happening in Rozelle's house, hardly something he needed to meddle in. Ah. But a piercing scream made his steps falter. He turned his head. It was Bernadette. What was this girl doing here? Edward immediately shoved Du Bois forward. Go call someone. He then flashed to Bernadette's side, grabbed her, and ran. The commotion naturally drew the attention of that woman. She gave a cold smile, and her figure vanished into the air. Ah. Bernadette panicked, struggling wildly. Help. Help me. Regret surged through her. She should never have secretly followed when she saw the men who had been dating her mother sneak off with another into the back garden. Not only had she just witnessed a brutal murder, but she herself had now fallen into the hands of one of the culprits, or no, perhaps they had been the ones behind that killing all along. How stupid of you, Bernadette. Her face was pale, her body trembling. Why you, let me go. Let you go so that woman can kill you. Edward snapped impatiently, quickening his pace. No sooner had he spoken than strands of transparent silk shot in from all directions. Flowers, shrubs, and trees along the path were instantly sliced into a storm of fragments. No choice. Edward's brow arched. A blaze erupted into being, burning away every strand of silk. Then lightning flashed in his eyes as he prepared to smite the hidden witch with a bolt of thunder. But just then, footsteps came from ahead. Du Bois had returned, leading Roselle and the others. At the same time, the witch unleashed a second volley of threads. Watch out. Edward shielded Bernadette with his body and rolled forward, barely avoiding being shredded. Pain lanced across his back, blood flowing at once. Of course, with a demigod's constitution, such a wound was nothing, but now was the time to act the part. Within seconds, Roselle's men reached them. Bernadette. Roselle, his face pale, rushed forward. Seeing his daughter shaken but safe in Mr. Sparrow's arms, his heart finally eased. Daddy. Bernadette broke free from Edward and threw herself into Roselle's embrace. It's all right now. It's all right. Realizing the situation could no longer continue, the witch immediately retreated. Grimm, Edwards, and the others surged forward, launching attacks. Crack. The woman's body shattered like a broken mirror, leaping back more than 10 meters. With a flick of her hand, black fireballs shot out like rain, scattering toward the crowd. Roselle stepped forward. The pendant at his neck flared, casting a silver-white shield that blocked the barrage. The woman was unsurprised, she had already bought herself enough time to escape. Her body suddenly vanished. Yet in the next instant, she reappeared. Terror flashed across her striking features. Her movements slowed, stiffened, then faltered entirely. Light drained from her eyes. She froze, utterly motionless. Tap, tap, tap. Footsteps echoed as an old man emerged from the darkness. His face was hidden beneath a thick beard, his black hooded robe trailing at his feet. His eyes were dark and lightless as still water, his mouth and cheeks lost beneath long, dense white whiskers. He wore a faint smile. Looking at Roselle, he said, I trust you won't mind that I helped deal with a troublesome little rat for you, Roselle. After a brief silence, Roselle smiled back. Of course I don't mind. I must ask you, however, to wait for me in the study. I'll handle the rest of this business first. The old man gave a slight nod, then turned and walked away. Roselle's expression hardened. Edwards, take care of that corpse. No need to cover anything up, it has nothing to do with us anyway. Grimm, end the banquet early. Have everyone leave in order. William, Polly, take men and search the villa from top to bottom. Don't miss a single corner. Make sure that woman had no accomplices. Once the four had gone about their tasks, Roselle stepped up to support Edward. Mr. Sparrow, please hold on. I'll fetch a doctor for you right away. Sorry to trouble you. No. Roselle's face was solemn. It is I who should thank you for throwing yourself in harm's way to protect Bernadette. At the mention of Mr. Sparrow, Bernadette gave a little start. She quickly stepped forward and said, Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Du Bois urged, enough talk, you can save that for later, can't you see my boss is bleeding? 10 minutes later. The doctor had managed to stop Edward's bleeding and wrap his wound in bandages, just in time too. Any longer, and Edward would have had trouble restraining his body from simply healing the injury on its own. Mr. Sparrow, stay here and rest for now. We won't disturb you further. His act of risking his life to save Roselle's daughter had instantly closed the distance between Edward and the infamous daughter-obsessed Roselle. Matilda stroked her daughter's hair. Looking at Edward lying on the bed, she said gently, allow me to thank you once again, Mr. Sparrow. You're too polite, madam. You've already thanked me more than 10 times tonight. Come along. Click. The door shut. The room was left quiet, Edward leaning back against the headboard, falling into thought. That old man just now, was that Zarathustra? The witch had clearly been caught in spiritual threads, turned into a marionette. Combined with his appearance, and Roselle's attitude toward him, it was almost certain that man was the leader of Secret Order, Zarathustra, also known as Zarathustra. Zarathustra had long known Roselle, providing him with guidance and knowledge in the occult. But his sudden appearance tonight made Edward wonder, could this too be the law of beyonder characteristics convergence at work? More troubling was another thought. Did he notice me using beyonder powers just now? Would he tell Roselle? Would he come after me? TSK. If that old schemer really had his eye on him, things could get very troublesome. How could he drive him away? Just then, the door creaked open again. Bernadette slipped inside, carefully balancing a tray of fruit. Mr. Sparrow, I brought you some fruit. Thank you. She shut the door gently, pulled over a chair to the bedside, and sat down. Mr. Sparrow, thank you for saving me tonight. Your family really is far too polite. She giggled sheepishly, then twirled a strand of hair around her finger, hesitating for quite a while before asking, may I ask, do you know me? Edward smiled. Of course I do. You're Roselle's daughter, the most beautiful girl tonight, the most dazzling gem of Trier. Where did you even hear that? It sounds so weird. Bernadette scratched her head, then quickly shook it again and asked, I mean, did you know me before today? Edward winked. Guess. Her eyes went wide. It really is you. Why you? Why are you here? Hey. I just saved your life 10 minutes ago, and you're asking why I'm here. No, that's not what I meant. Bernadette waved her hands frantically. I mean, why did you come to my family's banquet today? Because I got an invitation, of course. Edward pulled out the ornate invitation card, then put on a wounded expression. Don't tell me you're doubting me, doubting someone who got injured and almost died saving you. That really hurts, you know. Ah. Bernadette froze, then hurriedly apologized. Sorry, I didn't mean to doubt you, I just. She glanced at the bandages on his body, then whispered, does it still hurt? What do you think? A wound that long and deep, just bandaged up a bit, it obviously hurts. She quickly speared a piece of fruit and held it up to his mouth. Then eat something sweet. It won't hurt anymore. When Edward took the bite, she leaned forward eagerly. Well. How is it? Better. Then another one. How about now? Much better. And now? Edward flicked her forehead lightly. You really think fruit is some kind of miracle cure? How could it work that fast? Ow. She rubbed her forehead, set the fruit plate down, and looked all obedient, but her eyes betrayed the fact that she clearly had something on her mind. What's wrong? Something bothering you? Tell me, maybe it'll make me happy. Bernadette's small face twisted with conflict. If I tell you, you can't be mad, okay? No promises. After half a minute of struggle, Bernadette bit her lip and said, did you really, only come tonight for the banquet? Is that woman who killed people connected to you? Was saving me just some scheme to earn my parents' trust? And that man who was dating my mama, are you, ow. Before she could finish, Edward flicked her smooth forehead again, this time harder, bringing tears to her eyes. Bernie, whatever you can think of, your father Roselle can think of too. You don't have to trust me, but you can trust your father, can't you? Crossing his arms, Edward continued, wait, that doesn't add up. After all this time, taking you out to sea, going along with your running away from home, what have I done that makes you so suspicious of me? She shrank her neck. But you snuck into my house before, and threatened me not to tell anyone. And, well, it just doesn't seem like something a good person would do. You haven't done anything bad recently, but Daddy says the real bad guys disguise themselves as good people before they reveal themselves. If that's the case, then why haven't you told Roselle about me? I'm scared my nose would grow longer. That's it. Bernadette lowered her head. I didn't want to believe that Mr. Sparrow, who filled a whole ship with fairy tale characters and took me to see mermaids, could really be a bad man. Her sapphire eyes shimmered with faint light. People who love fairy tales, they shouldn't be bad people. That night on the sea, aboard a ship filled with living fairy tale figures, searching for mermaids, Bernadette knew she would never, ever forget it. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 479, Chapter 479, Tell a Story. But. She suddenly grew serious. You must tell me what your relationship with that man is. Did you send him? Did you send him to drive a wedge between my papa and mama? Of course not. Edward replied, his name is Du Bois. In fact, he's been your father's good friend for more than 10 years. They only fell out because of some misunderstandings. The reason your mother went to see him last time was actually to help reconcile him with your father. Bernadette's face lit up instantly. Really? If you don't believe me, you can ask your father and mother directly. I already told you not to let your imagination run wild all day. Children should be carefree and happy. You'll have more than enough worries once you grow up. Just like Lilith. Bernadette shrank her neck a little. The way you're looking at me, it's so strange. Ahem, I just thought of my daughter. Her eyes widened in surprise. You have a daughter. Where is she? How old is she? Can you introduce me to her? Edward shook his head. She got separated from me. Everything I'm doing now is for the sake of finding her. Ah, she patted him sympathetically. You'll definitely find her. She hesitated, then added, why don't you tell father, and let him help you? Thank you. I'll consider it. MHM. Bernadette nodded earnestly, but then something else came to mind. Oh right, Mr. Sparrow, when will you take me to look for the Little Mermaid again? I fell asleep halfway last time. In a couple of days. All right then. At that moment, she rubbed her eyes and gave a long yawn, clearly exhausted. Go back to sleep. Look at you, your eyes are already closing. She pouted, propping her chin on her hands. I'm a child who just went through a murder and an attempted murder. How could I possibly just fall asleep like nothing happened? Sigh. Normally, Daddy would tell me a story to put me to bed, but tonight he definitely won't have the time. And Mama's stories are no fun at all. Bernadette wrinkled her nose. Ugh, I'm definitely going to be up all night. Edward couldn't help laughing. That night, you fell asleep on a pirate bed, with the whole sea tossing you around in giant waves. You won't be losing any sleep now. I really will. Her eyes darted slyly toward Edward. Mr. Sparrow, why don't you tell me a story? Me. Come on, I'm the one who's injured here. And you want me to tell you a bedtime story? Do you even have a conscience? Oh. She pressed her lips together, disappointment written across her face. Fine. Edward sighed and shook his head. What kind of story do you want to hear? Bernadette's eyes sparkled. Anything. She scrambled over to the sofa and lay down, resting her cheek on one hand while staring at him. Quick. Since it's for bedtime, I'll tell you the story of Sleeping Beauty. Yay. Once upon a time, there was a kingdom. After the queen gave birth to a lovely daughter, she invited friends from all walks of life, both humans and fairies, to a grand feast. But she did not invite the evil witch. Edward slowed his tone deliberately, weaving the tale from memory, word by word. For a moment, it felt as if he were back in the future, telling a fairy tale not to a little girl, but to the queen mystic. Bernadette lay curled on the sofa, her big eyes growing heavier, her breathing steadying. Before the story was even halfway through, she had fallen sound asleep. Edward shook his head, leaving the story unfinished. He turned toward the window, gazing at the crimson moon in the night sky. The evening deepened. With the last guest finally taking his leave, the Gustav family's banquet at last came to a close. Roselle stepped out of his study and went straight to the Bishop of Trier Cathedral. Let's go, Your Excellency. What happened earlier? Already taken care of. Don't worry. The bishop smiled. If you ever encounter difficulties, remember you can always seek help from the church. Don't forget, you are our son of steam. Of course. Please, this way. An hour later, after escorting the bishop back to the cathedral, Roselle boarded his luxurious family carriage for the journey home. He leaned back against the seat, holding in his hand 100 Falcon bill, the very note he had stolen from the donation box he'd helped carry into the cathedral. That donation box was of his own making. Before the banquet began, he had carefully smeared glue along the inside of the slot. As the very first donor, he had pressed the 100 Falcon note against the glued spot so it wouldn't drop into the bottom of the box. That way, when he later helped move it, he could inconspicuously reclaim it inside the cathedral. This way, the task that so-called evil god gave me is completed. Hopefully, the next time they met, he would be able to hear from that evil god the piece of information he most desired. When the carriage rolled into his estate, a withered voice came from the opposite seat. There was nothing unusual along the way. It seems that witch had no other companions. More likely, she was frightened away by you, Lord Zeridal. Heh, then I suppose the blame lies with me. Zeridal's silhouette slowly took shape in the carriage. The secret order said you had vanished, busy with something unknown. What brings you to me so suddenly? Heh, I happened to return for a while. Then I heard you were looking for me, so I came. Zeridal gave a dry smile and extended his withered hand. The object you wanted divined, where is it? Ah, back at home. When Adolf failed in his divination, the puppet turned into nothing more than an ordinary stick. Later, I had others try, but they couldn't divine anything from it. Let me try again. Perhaps you don't realize, among all paths, the miracle invoker is the one most suited to creating miracles. Roselle frowned, then asked, Lord Zeridal, what exactly is a miracle? Last time you skipped over the question, as if you were afraid I might know the answer. Zeridal chuckled. And what do you think? What do I think? Roselle said evenly, the only miracles in my heart are wonders of civilization. For example, the Ormer Palace of the Fasak Empire, once the dwelling place of the giant King Ormer. As expected, everyone has a different understanding of miracles. To me. His tone paused. What is a miracle? A miracle is to be resurrected from the dead. Roselle froze, his mind racing, resurrected from the dead. On Earth, I died, and in this world I was reborn. Doesn't that count as a resurrection? Could that too be called a miracle? No. I prefer to call it hacking the game. Zeridal burst into laughter. You always spit out the strangest words. But perhaps that is precisely why you could become the son of steam. Just as they entered the villa, Matilda approached and whispered, Du Bois is leaving. Roselle snorted, let him go then. What, does he expect me to see him off? Mr. Sparrow is leaving as well. Oh, I nearly forgot. He suddenly remembered, frowning. His injury was no small matter. Why is he in such a hurry to leave? At that moment, Du Bois came forward, supporting the pale-faced Edward. Perhaps he had taken too large a step, for a sharp jolt of pain twitched across his features. Still, when he saw the couple, he forced a smile. Mr. Gustave, madam, everyone else has gone. We shall take our leave as well. Matilda said gently, Mr. Sparrow, you really should stay with us a few more days to recover. We have a family doctor who can take excellent care of you. That's exactly what I'm afraid of. Once the bandages come off tomorrow, the lack of any real wound will give everything away. Normally, with either false reality or transfiguration, I could handle it easily. But with Zeridal here in the villa, better not to risk it. No need, no need. Just some flesh wounds. I wouldn't want to trouble you. Roselle replied, trouble? Not at all. You saved Bernadette, we haven't even properly thanked you yet. Just receiving the invitation to tonight's banquet was the greatest thanks I could hope for. After a few more courteous exchanges, the couple did not insist further. Together they walked their guests to the door, where Du Bois was instructing the coachman to drive as smoothly as possible, so as not to aggravate Mr. Sparrow's wounds. Roselle glanced sidelong at Du Bois, stroking his mustache with a smirk. Well now, Du Bois, you're just going to flee without saying anything to me. Du Bois arched an eyebrow. Say what? The corner of his lips lifted. Oh, that wine I gave you tonight. It wasn't some aphrodisiac at all. Just an ordinary red. Roselle's smile froze. He almost lunged forward, but Matilda quickly grabbed his arm. You son of a... Isn't your body perfectly fine? Whether or not it boosts your virility, what difference does it make? Who said I cared? I just don't like being lied to. Roselle tugged at his collar, snorted coldly, then said with malicious glee, by the way, I heard you used to fool around with courtesans a few years back, picked up some nasty diseases. Does your new employer know that? Du Bois's face darkened. Better worry about yourself. What do I have to worry about? Everyone knows I, Roselle, am clean as a whistle. You see this? Du Bois raised a middle finger. At that moment, Edward spoke up, as if remembering something. Right, Mr. Gustave. Next time I host a banquet, you must come. Of course. Roselle agreed readily. Hey. A haunted house that no one dares live in, with Du Bois here serving me, just thinking about it sounds fun. Don't you agree, Du Bois? That villa on Rose Street was something I mistakenly rented when I first came to Trier. I'll be moving to Emerald Street soon, so if I host a banquet, it'll likely be there instead. What a pity. Roselle shrugged. Oh, Klein, don't keep calling me, Mr. Gustave. Sounds far too distant. Just call me Roselle. I'll count you as a friend from now on. TCH. That feels wrong somehow. Should have avoided using Klein's name. Edward gave a slight bow. Then good night, Roselle. With Dubois supporting him, he climbed laboriously into the carriage. The driver cracked the reins, and the horses pulled the vehicle slowly away into the darkness. Once the carriage had vanished from sight, Roselle's smile faded. He turned his head toward one side, where no one else could see, and asked Zeradel, "This Klein Sparrow, is there something wrong with him?" Note, 1,000 power stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 480, Chapter 480, Instant Kill Zeradel. What exactly do you mean by something wrong? Roselle crossed his arms, his expression sharp. He conveniently obtained an invitation to my family's banquet through Dubois, just happened to stumble upon the murder scene, and then, what a coincidence, saved Bernadette. Don't you think that's all a little too coincidental? Zeradel shook his head. At least according to my divinations, stumbling into the crime scene and saving your daughter were indeed coincidences. As for whether he has other motives, that I cannot say. Roselle felt a bit more at ease. Whatever his intentions, the fact remained that this man had saved his daughter. Results mattered more than speculations. Aren't you an angel of the seer pathway? You can't divine something like this. Zeradel's gaze was as deep as an ancient well as he looked at Roselle. It seems you have some misconceptions about seers. No matter how powerful, a seer cannot conjure knowledge out of nothing. Omniscience and omnipotence, that belongs to another pathway, no, another domain entirely, something beyond the level you should be concerned with right now. When will I be able to know? Roselle pressed. At sequence 2. Once you ascend to angel, many things will become clear. Damn it, sequence 2 angels again. Roselle cursed inwardly, then shrugged. Fine. Let's go. You're going to help me divine that blasted stick. Back at the villa on Rose Street No. 7, lights still glowed from the rooms and courtyard. The servants and slaves hadn't gone to bed, how could they, when their master had yet to return? Oh my, Mr. Sparrow, what happened to you? Akasha, who had been lounging on the sofa with a special cocktail, sprang up in shock when she saw Dubois supporting a pale-faced Edward into the house. She was genuinely startled. Mr. Sparrow was a demigod. He'd only gone to attend a banquet, who could possibly injure him? I'm fine. Edward waved dismissively and said to Dubois, "Tell everyone to get some rest." Understood. Arlda quickly stepped forward to support Edward, lowering his voice. Did you encounter an enemy? TCH, he's faking it, Akasha muttered, curling her lip. What kind of act are you putting on now? You'll hear the details from Dubois later. It was just an accident. Edward gave them both a glance. Didn't expect the two of you to actually stay obediently at home. Akasha turned her head away, clearly uncomfortable. Obedient, her? Not a chance. The moment Edward had left, she had tried to follow, but after half the night's effort, she hadn't even managed to step outside the villa. False reality, combined with space concealment, anyone who used them knew how impossible it was to slip past. Once back in his bedroom, Edward retraced 4 steps and entered the Sapphira Castle, seating himself upon the bronze throne that belonged to him. Zeradel has discovered my beyonder identity. He intoned the divination statement and tossed a coin. It landed with the number facing up, negative. So, he hadn't discovered it. That would mean Zeradel only arrived after he already burned those threads. Edward rested his chin on his hand, thinking for a moment, then cast another divination. Zeradel suspects me. This time, the coin showed a head. So my intuition was correct. The only question was, would Zeradel act upon even the slightest suspicion and come knocking on his door? The high-ranking beyonders of the cowardly trio pathway all had the same nature, cautious to the extreme, preparing every detail and contingency in advance, but once they decided to act, they struck with lightning speed and absolute force. Klein, Zeradel, Amon, each was like this. Well, with the sole exception of Master Rosago, the marionettist who had dared face 2 future high-level existences alone. He was pure recklessness, nothing else. There's no such thing as a thief who lurks forever without stealing. I can't afford to sit back and wait for Zeradel to make a move against me. Fighting him outright wasn't wise. But perhaps. After a short silence, Edward nodded slightly to himself. Then let's give it a try. At once, he exited the Sapphira Castle, returning to reality. Then, in Hermes, he chanted his threefold invocation. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. Retracing 4 steps once more, he re-entered the Sapphira Castle. Yes, this was precisely Klein's trick, praying to himself, responding to himself, transforming into a spirit state. It might seem redundant, but this method granted him one crucial benefit. By terminating the summoning, he could ignore all restrictions and return to the Sapphira Castle instantly. And unlike Klein, Edward could switch freely between spirit and corporeal form without range limitations. With this setup, he lost nothing in terms of ability or flexibility, but gained what was essentially a return-to-base scroll in his hand. A perfect little secret technique for living dangerously. The only drawback. The spiritual consumption was hefty. Even at sequence 4, he couldn't use it indefinitely. Edward slipped out of the villa like a phantom, silent and traceless. He drifted over rooftops, glided past residence after residence, then suddenly teleported to hover above Roselle's estate. Zeridol's current location. He produced his cane and tossed it into the air. Empowered by the Sapphira Castle, the cane spun in place before pointing toward a direction. Edward glided lightly through the night sky, soon arriving at a brightly lit room. From within came Roselle's voice. "Did your divination reveal anything?" Zeridol paused for a few seconds, then smiled faintly. "You have a guest." "What?" The door creaked open. Zeridol stood at the threshold, raising his head with a serene smile to meet Edward's gaze as he floated outside. He appeared motionless, but Edward instantly felt his body and mind turning sluggish, his movements stiff and delayed. Zeridol was manipulating his spirit body threads, attempting to convert him into a marionette. Unfettered. Edward immediately invoked, unfettered, breaking free from the control of the spirit body threads. Without haste, he smiled lightly and extended his hand towards Zeridol, stealing his current thoughts while simultaneously attempting to snatch his beyonder powers. The theft of thought succeeded. Zeridol froze for half a second, his mind blank. But the only powers Edward seized were underwater breathing and paper dagger. Edward wasn't surprised. His eyes turned, ancient and decayed gears grinding within their depths. Regression. This was the ability he had borrowed from Sequence 3 through Delusion at the moment of advancing to Sequence 4. He had tested it in secret on ordinary people and low-sequence beyonders with remarkable results. But tonight was his first true battle, against an angel 2 whole sequences above him. The effect of regression grew stronger, lasted longer, and became more reliable the more one understood their target. And right now, Edward was unquestionably one of the people in the world who understood Zeridol the most. Coupled with the old man's brief lapse from stolen thoughts, leaving him utterly unguarded, the result was instantaneous. The very moment regression was cast, Zeridol's aura weakened drastically. When his consciousness returned, shock flashed across his eyes. He had fallen from Sequence 2 to Sequence 3. Theft. This marauder pathway beyonder can steal my sequence. It lasted only seconds, but Zeridol immediately understood who his opponent must be, Amon. Who else but the marauder king of angels could steal an angel's sequence outright? Of the few surviving descendants of the Jacob family, none had advanced so far. Without hesitation, Zeridol dissolved into flames and shot into the distance. Hey, Amon's reputation is absurdly useful. Edward blinked across the space with theft of distance, blocking Zeridol's escape route. Smiling, he asked, "Lil Zeridol, where are you running off to?" But the fleeing Zeridol abruptly shifted, transforming into a woman, none other than the witch Edward had earlier seen turned into a marionette. Edward chuckled and slipped a monocle onto his right eye. Interesting. Of course, he hadn't truly worn one, it was merely a facade conjured with false reality. Zeridol, however, could no longer discern truth from illusion. The marionette witch's eyes widened in fear, then went glassy, her body locking rigidly as Zeridol discarded her completely. Inside, Roselle was utterly stunned. What had he just witnessed? That mysterious, immensely powerful Zeridol, a Sequence 2 angel, had been driven off in mere moments by this man. What level of power was that? Sequence 1. Or, something beyond. Once certain Zeridol had retreated, Edward turned his gaze on Roselle. After a brief moment of eye contact, he ended his self-summoning and vanished into thin air. He's gone. Roselle let out a long breath. That man had clearly come for Zeridol. Still, the oppressive force of his presence lingered, suffocating. Roselle had no doubt that with a mere flick of his finger, the man could crush him like an insect. His own hand clenched into a fist. The beyonder world, it wasn't one where you could coast through life just by inventing things, earning wealth, and enjoying status. Not this cursed world. For the first time in a long while, Roselle felt truly anxious about his own strength. No. I can't afford to slack any longer. I must push myself to ascend to demigod, only then will I feel even a shred of security. Within the Sapphira Castle. Edward reclined against the bronze throne, a smile tugging at his lips. With this, Zeridol likely won't dare show his face in Trier for quite some time. With Amon lurking here, and knowing how seers operate, he'll avoid this place like the plague. That meant Zeridol would also avoid making trouble for Klein Sparrow. And as a pleasant surprise, his secret sorcerer potion had also digested further. On top of that, he'd earned a favorable impression in Roselle's eyes with his little performance of saving Bernadette. The connection was established. All that remained was to follow through. Meeting a Rhodes at Trier Cathedral was only a matter of time now. This banquet had been more than fruitful. Just then, in the crimson fog, a star began to expand and contract, a new star. It wasn't Bernadette's, nor Raynette Tinker's. A newcomer. Edward stretched out his spirituality to touch the star. A hazy scene unfolded within the misty gray. It was Roselle. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 481, Another Encounter with Medici. Roselle was seated at what looked like a study desk, clutching the silver plaque and channeling spirituality into it, trying to activate it. His face was full of confusion. He seemed puzzled as to why he wasn't seeing that boundless gray fog again, nor was he brought to that mysterious domain above the gray fog as he had been before. It seems that the last time he was able to enter the Sapphire Castle through such a method, it must have been a special exception for him, as a former resident of the place. From now on, he can only enter the Sapphire Castle the same way as everyone else. So, what's he looking for me this late at night? Edward didn't think too much of it. Spirituality surged like a tide into the star, and in the next second Roselle's figure appeared at the round table. He was still frozen in the act of clutching the silver plate and channeling his spirituality in it. The sudden shift in scenery startled him. He quickly bowed, saying, "Good evening, Your Excellency." "Speak. What is it?" Roselle hastily patted at his pockets. "The matter you entrusted me with last time, I've already accomplished it." But after fumbling for quite a while, he realized he couldn't take out any money. Only then did he remember he had come here as a spirit. The 100 Falcon in his physical body's pocket naturally didn't exist here. Oh. Edward was a little surprised. Wasn't Roselle busy hosting his banquet tonight? When did he even have the chance to steal from Trier Cathedral? Seeing the evil god's gaze lingering on him with amusement, Roselle recounted in detail how he had managed to steal the 100 Falcon. He wasn't sure whether this roundabout approach counted as a legitimate completion of the task, but lying before such a being was clearly unwise. Ha 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 ha, you do have some wit about you. Only then did Edward realize why Roselle had sought donations at tonight's salon. It was very likely that the entire gathering had been organized for that very purpose. "Your Excellency, does this count as fulfilling what you required of me?" "It counts, of course it counts." Edward smiled faintly. "I only told you to steal 100 Falcon from the cathedral. I never specified how you must do it. Naturally, this is acceptable." Roselle pretended to breathe a sigh of relief. "Then I can rest easy. You came to me tonight just to tell me this?" "Of course not." Straightening his posture, he said, "You once mentioned that you value equivalent exchange. So I want to know." The words were on the tip of his tongue, but the image of Zeridel fleeing in utter disarray flashed through his mind. He abruptly changed the question. "If I wish to grow stronger, no, if I wish to become stronger as quickly as possible, to ascend to a higher sequence as fast as I can." Roselle looked directly at Edward. "Your Excellency, can you help me?" Edward replied, "You're someone Stiano values. The improvement of your strength is only a matter of time. But I still feel it's too slow. And I am, frankly, a lazy man. If I can't push forward in one breath, I'll soon become lax and idle again." Edward shook his head. Ascending the sequences requires acting out the role, little by little digesting the potion. There are no shortcuts. TCH, bloody hell, what a wasted question. Did I really need you to tell me that? Just as he was stewing, Edward suddenly chuckled. "Ah, no. There is indeed one shortcut. Please, tell me. You could make yourself into the vessel for a god's descent. Through rituals and prayers, you allow that deity's power to descend into your body. That way, you'd wield terrifying strength for a time." Roselle froze. "And the price?" "Some gods erase the vessel's consciousness the instant they descend. Others only take control while present, and once they depart, the body's original owner resumes control. It depends on your luck." He fell silent, a sudden thought surfacing in his mind. The Church of the God of Steam and Machinery has always taken such good care of me. Apart from my inventions and creativity, could it be, for this very reason as well? Indeed, not placing blind trust in them had been the right choice. Roselle forced a sheepish smile. "That, I'll pass." "Then I can't help you." Edward's tone remained unchanged. "Well then, do you have any other business? May I ask, what must I do for the next opportunity to pose a question to you?" "Go to Stiano's church and bring back the bishop's ceremonial vestments. Do that, and I'll answer you." With that, Edward lightly tapped the table, severing the connection. He watched Roselle's figure vanish before him. "I wonder, will I encounter odds through this method first, or another?" Inside a villa in Trier's Quartier de la Cathedral commemorative. Marcia, the woman who had been planning to lease the villa to Edward, was seated in her shadowy bedroom. Not far away, the fireplace crackled with burning logs. Lena is dead. Her face flickered between light and dark in the wavering flames. Unfortunately, though she knew Lena had died, she couldn't discover how. Marcia's original plan had been simple. Since she hadn't managed to eliminate that sparrow in Rose Street number 7, she would simply change the venue. And the best method for a witch to kill was always in the bedchamber, making the men perish amid pleasure. But such a plan required time. So Marcia had ordered Lena to create chaos at the salon, and in the confusion, kill him. Yet now Lena was dead. And she knew nothing. At that moment, a figure abruptly appeared behind Marcia, a woman in a gray-black robe and veil. Marcia. My lady. Marcia immediately rose and bowed. Investigate a place for me. Please, tell me. The villa at Rose Street number 7. Find out exactly what is there. Yes, my lady. Marcia nodded humbly, showing not a trace of hesitation. In the next second, the veiled woman vanished again, as though she had never appeared at all. After a long while, Marcia straightened her back. Why would the Demonis family also be interested in Rose Street number 7? The next morning, after finishing breakfast, Edward summoned Dubois to the study. Mr. Sparrow, you asked for me. Dubois's face carried a trace of anticipation. Clearly, he had already guessed why Edward wanted to see him. Have you decided which pathway to choose? His expression brightened at once, and he quickly nodded. Yes, I've decided. Which one? The spectator. Edward was a little surprised. Really? I never expected you to choose that. May I know why? With a free and easy smile, Dubois replied, this pathway will let me see clearly the people and things I couldn't understand before. That way I won't end up like in my youth, thinking I was clever, but always being played by those who were truly intelligent. Very well. Edward took out a tin box and handed it to him, then tore a sheet of paper and wrote down the spectator pathway formula. This is the spectator formula. Inside the box is the spectator's beyonder characteristic. If you don't know what a beyonder characteristic is, just think of it as the main ingredient. I know. Dubois accepted the box and the note as if they were treasures. As for the other 4 supplementary ingredients, I don't have them here. Fortunately, none are particularly rare. Spend some time at the market, you should be able to find them. I understand. Thank you, Mr. Sparrow. Remember, don't neglect the moving arrangements. Yes, sir. Edward waved him off, allowing Dubois to leave the study. Watching his departing back, Edward felt the same oddity from the night of the banquet. He and Roselle weren't on such bad terms, so why would Dubois rather turn to a stranger like him than ask Roselle directly? A Sequence 9 formula and its materials, Roselle would have happily gifted them to him, if only to mock him in the process. But it hardly mattered. At this point, Edward had already achieved contact with Roselle on 2 different levels. Dubois had played the role he needed to, and now the rest could proceed slowly. Truth be told, the progress had exceeded expectations, thanks to the opportunity that which had created for him. She had died, but at least her death had meaning. The only question was, who had sent her? To dare strike in Roselle's own home, was she simply aiming to kill the men she was betting at the time, or was her true target someone else at the banquet, perhaps Roselle himself? Edward wondered idly whether Zeridel, when turning her into a marionette, had bothered to conduct spirit channeling to uncover her real purpose that night. After a spell of aimless thoughts, Edward felt a wave of emptiness and boredom. Rising from his chair, he wandered out into the garden, pacing around the villa without much purpose. Compared to when he had first moved in, the garden was now in much better condition. Many neglected patches had been replanted, and with spring arriving, blossoms of red and purple had begun to show. A pity that in just a few days, he would have to move out. Then he could find time to return and examine that brass rod in the basement, to learn what exactly it was and what secrets it concealed. This thought brought to mind the treasure map he had traded from Intis. The so-called treasure was almost certainly dubious, but divination in the Sapphira Castle had indicated it would be beneficial to him. So, why not? With nothing else pressing, perhaps he could go and take a look. You, out of the way. Akasha's voice rang out just then. She yanked her younger brother Alda off the swing, plopped herself onto it, then kicked off hard. Akasha soared 5 or 6 meters into the air, the swing creaking, before swooping back down with wild laughter. Standing nearby, Alda could only watch his sister's antics with a helpless expression. Mr. Sparrow. He spotted Edward and gave a polite nod. Akasha is conducting a violent stress test of the swing's safety. Excellent. Keep up the good work. Edward responded dryly, then added, by the way, you both know we'll be moving in a few days, yes? Why? Before he had finished speaking, Akasha had already appeared before him in a blur. You've lived here for barely 2 weeks. This place is a haunted house. A haunted house? Her eyes widened in astonishment. And you're afraid of that? Edward stated plainly, this villa has drawn the attention of a powerhouse, at least sequence 4. I'd rather not invite trouble. Why? Akasha's eyes grew even wider. Why what? Arlda tugged at his sister's sleeve. Akasha. I mean, why would someone at least sequence 4 take interest in an ordinary villa? What's here? What's hidden? Edward shook his head. I checked. There's nothing. Then you must have missed it. How about, we help you look? She rolled up her sleeves, eager to begin. Once we've moved, you can do whatever you like. I already paid 6 months' rent in advance. Edward continued, but until then, keep yourselves in check. There are still over a dozen ordinary people living here. Fine. Mr. Sparrow. Just as Edward was about to leave, Arlda called after him. About what we discussed the other day. Oh. Edward recalled, the matter concerning Lilith, the ancestor of vampires. What about it? I want to return to Fainapotter. Regarding what we spoke of, I'd like to go back and ask for answers. No problem. Just make sure you don't stay long. Akasha immediately grew curious. What are you talking about? Arlda, nothing. Akasha leapt up and hooked an arm around her brother's neck. Tell me. It really is nothing. Oh. So you're keeping secrets from your sister now? Planning to rebel, are you? Arg, let go, Akasha. Not until you tell me. Ignoring the siblings' squabble, Edward circled back into the villa. Endeli, I'm going to nap. See that no one disturbs me. Yes, master, Endeli replied at once. Once inside his bedroom, Edward opened the traveler's door. With a single step, he crossed through and found himself in the underground palace in Backlund, where Medici was sealed. Almost the moment his feet touched the ground, the subterranean chamber began to tremble faintly. But this time, the tremors were brief. Soon, words formed out of drifting dust. You are not Lil Raven. Note, can we stop fumbling just before the finish line? We missed the extra chapter by just 16 votes. 1190 power stones needed for an extra chapter tomorrow. Cast your vote if you want it. Chapter 482, Medici and Insanguil. Edward conjured a chair with a transfiguration spell and sat down in front of the massive sealed door. I told you the last time I came here, Lord Medici. The words etched in dust shifted rapidly. Who exactly are you? Someone who knows Lilith and Amon, and also knows that I've been sealed here. There's no way I shouldn't recognize you. Edward didn't answer. Instead, he asked, Lord Medici, could you tell me why and how Amon, Cheek, and Adam joined forces back then to kill Lilith? Medici fell silent for a moment before the dust letters were formed. Adam believed that Lilith's ascension to godhood did not align with the tide of his era. Amon and Cheek reached a certain deal of mutual interest. As for Cheek, naturally, she wanted to seize the opportunity to become a god herself. As for how she was killed, 3 sequence 1s, 2 of them kings of angels, do you really think it would be difficult for them to slay another sequence 1? Edward's brow furrowed tightly. He truly didn't want to regard Adam as an enemy, yet if Medici's words were true, then Adam could only be his foe, not his ally. If Lilith hadn't died, where do you think she would be hiding? How could I possibly know? The dust text distorted as Medici answered. Not long after that, I was sealed here. The letters wavered as if lost in thought. Do you really believe Lilith is still alive? I don't know. The words quickly reformed themselves. Why are you so concerned about Lilith? You can consider me a friend of hers. Friend? Then you must be someone I know. Why won't you face me with your true identity? Secret. You wretched fellow. Strange. Why hadn't the secret sorcerer potion digested this time? So it really wasn't possible to win the world with a single trick. Or perhaps, his act had been too shallow, too superficial. After pondering a bit, Edward leaned back in his chair. Seems I really can't get any more useful information from you this time. Well then, till we meet again, Lord Medici. Wait. What will it take for you to lift the seal and release me? Releasing you is absolutely impossible. Edward raised an eyebrow. But perhaps there's a way to let you leave here occasionally, just to stretch your legs a little. The question is, do you dare? Ahahaha. The underground world shook once again. You think there's anything I wouldn't dare? Edward stared at the colossal gate that sealed 3 angels, and spoke in Hermes. The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future. He smiled faintly. Then recite these 3 lines, to prove there's nothing you wouldn't dare. His figure gradually blurred and disappeared. I look forward to seeing you again. As he left, the lantern he had transfigured reverted into fragments of stone that clattered to the ground, leaving only Medici, sealed behind the door, in prolonged silence. "You, who exactly are you?" "Eh?" The moment Edward returned to the villa, he was surprised to discover that the spirit-caster potion had digested a bit. It had happened once before, after he'd interacted with Raynette, but he hadn't been able to analyze the cause. Now it had happened again. Why? I went to squeeze information from Medici for the sake of digesting the secret sorcerer potion, yet it didn't move at all. Instead, spirit-caster digested again. What exactly had he done just now that triggered the spirit-caster's digestion? Edward carefully retraced his actions, yet found nothing unusual. And if the spirit-caster's digestion really was connected to Medici, then why had it only digested so little? Could it be due to an incompatibility with his status as a king of angels? He pondered and pondered, but no clear pattern emerged. If Medici never recites my threefold honorific, I'll still have to visit him often in the future. At the very least, I need to figure out why the spirit-caster potion digested. As expected of Medici, truly useful. For my future self, my past self, and for Klein. Future, year 1349. In the Aurora Order's Backlund branch, Medici lay sprawled on a sofa, arms crossed. He seemed to be asleep, yet as a sequence 1 evil spirit, he had long since transcended the bodily needs of ordinary humans. All of a sudden, he opened his crimson eyes. A flicker of light flashed across their depths. Stretching lazily, he turned his gaze toward the girl curled up on the opposite sofa, Priscilla. His brows furrowed. Why isn't it over yet? Medici had long grown used to Priscilla's weekly participation in the gatherings of that mysterious existence's organization. What truly irked him, however, was the feeling of being deliberately excluded every time she went, that nagging sense of being kept in the dark, manipulated. He lifted a glass of strong liquor and downed it in one gulp. Damn it. That woman Lilith is probably out there collecting another conqueror's beyond her characteristic and the uniqueness of the Red Priest, while I'm stuck here babysitting a child playing house. If this keeps up, I'll be forced to watch as others snatch the last remaining characteristic from me and ascend to sequence 0 instead. What then? Spend eternity as a bitter cripple. His mind drifted back to what Edward had said not long ago. Adam, is that guy really dead? But why would he die? He clearly orchestrated so much, yet suddenly fell. This is far too abnormal. It must be just another one of his schemes. Bastard. He was still cursing when his expression shifted. Sensing something, he flung the wineglass aside and strode into a dim alley. A few meters away stood a middle-aged man in a pure black priest's robe and a soft cap pulled low over his head, his posture hunched, an aura of death lingering around him. Why call me out here? Medici asked coldly. Lord Medici. The man bowed slightly. I wish to make a deal with you. A deal? Medici sneered. And what mangy mutt are you supposed to be? You think you're worthy of striking a bargain with me? The deal is simple, we grant you freedom, and in return, you help us with something. The man slowly raised his head. His face was like a piece of classical sculpture, features sharp and prominent. Yet only a single eye stared back at Medici. Int Zangwill. Medici narrowed his crimson gaze at the one-eyed man, leaning back against the wall. I'll repeat myself, who the hell are you to think you can make a deal with me? Int Zangwill remained calm. I may indeed be a pitiful stray dog, but my master possesses supreme power. Freeing you from this cage would hardly be difficult for him. Your master? Who? Salinger is back from the dead. Of course not. Fine. Let's assume your master truly has that ability. How exactly does he plan to free me? All you need do, instead evenly, is bring that girl with you and make a trip to St. Millum in the Faesac Empire. Once you arrive, you will understand. Faesac. Medici's eyes gleamed as he gave a low chuckle. So that's the kennel you crawled out of. Interesting. Hey, just the thought of escaping the prison Adam and that one prepared for me makes me excited. But still. Medici suddenly flicked his fingers. Several flaming bullets imbued with lethal force shot toward Int Zangwill. With a flash, Ints retreated more than 10 meters, narrowly escaping their range. Yet as soon as he steadied himself, he staggered, clutching at his left chest with a pained expression. I will return. Still gripping his chest, the ring on his finger shimmered, and in an instant, he vanished. Medici made no move to stop him. Instead, he stood in silence, eyes thoughtful, before returning to the house. Above the gray fog. As the clock struck 3 in the afternoon, crimson light flared and one figure after another appeared within the timeless, changeless palace of mist. Though she still worried about Edward's whereabouts, Audrey nonetheless greeted everyone as usual. Good afternoon, Mr. Fool. Good afternoon, Mr. Hangman. Good afternoon, Mr. World. Her gaze fell upon a new face at this week's Tarot Club gathering. His features were indistinct, but his attire and subtle mannerisms made her instantly recognize him, the vampire Emlyn, the very same who had attended Priscilla's gathering last time. So he had indeed passed Mr. Fool's test and joined the tarot club. Not only Audrey, but Furs and Priscilla also realized this, each of them struck with a peculiar feeling. After all, it had been the three of them together who indirectly paved the way for Emlyn's entrance. Furs even let her thoughts spiral further. Since the tarot club allows entry through such recommendations, does that mean I can also introduce Zio? But then again, everyone here seemed to have some rather distinctive traits. What did Zio have? Wait. What do I have? Furs was suddenly struck by an existential doubt. At that moment, Klein chuckled softly and made the introduction. This is our new member, Mr. Moon. Mr. Moon, this is the gathering I mentioned to you earlier, the Tarot Club. The members present are. As Klein introduced them one by one, Emlyn studied each figure, wondering, was the hanged man human or some extraordinary creature? Which pathways did Justice and the others belong to? What sequence? Which organizations? Were they friendly to the Sanguines? Audrey tilted her head and asked, Mr. Fool, have Mr. Tower and Miss Empress still not contacted you? Klein shook his head. No. But they remain safe. All right. Though disappointed, Audrey quickly perked herself up again. I'm sorry. Last week I focused on searching for Mr. Tower, so I didn't manage to acquire any of Emperor Roselle's diary pages. Please allow me another week. That's fine, Klein replied flatly, betraying no emotion. Furs, startled by the exchange, hurriedly spoke up, addressing the head of the bronze table, Honorable Mr. Fool, I've received 3 pages of Roselle's diary. Excellent. Roselle's diary. Emlyn thought he had just stumbled onto something earth-shattering. While he was still confused, Furs manifested the 3 pages and passed them to Mr. Fool. Normally, this was when Miss Justice would enthusiastically explain for the benefit of new members, but she clearly wasn't in the mood today. Klein also offered no clarification. In any case, Emlyn would learn soon enough after a meeting or two. Klein didn't immediately read the pages. Instead, he waited for the others, primarily Bernadette. She was, after all, a veritable fountain of diary pages. With her present, there was always a steady supply. But to his surprise, Bernadette lowered her head slightly and said, My apologies, Mr. Fool. I haven't obtained any new diary pages this week. Understood. Though disappointed, Klein's demeanor remained calm as he finally lowered his gaze to the 3 pages submitted by the magician. February 11th. Today I discovered a secret of the Sauron family. Ha ha ha, it nearly killed me with laughter. The first page described how Roselle had learned that in the Hunter pathway, sequence 4 females would transform into men. Useless information, nothing valuable. May 5th. That unspeakable organization convened another gathering. An old gentleman smiled and introduced himself. He said his name was Hermes. Hermes. The very Hermes who created ancient Hermes. The founding father of human mysticism. But I don't know if that was his true identity, or merely a code name. After all, everyone in that organization uses code names. For instance, when I first attended, I chose the codename, number 9, because I seemed to be the 9th to join. Yet the member with the codename Hunter burst into laughter, saying that a previous member had once chosen the codename number 8. He had disappeared, and then I appeared, becoming number 9. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 483, Chapter 483, Queen Mystic's Question. I think it's rather amusing too. That, senior number 8, must have thought the same as I did, casually choosing a codename entirely unrelated to himself, so there's no need to worry about anyone discovering his true identity. Klein frowned slightly. Hermes. He actually lived all the way into Emperor Roselle's era, and might even still be alive today. That makes him a living fossil of human mysticism. For the first time, Klein deeply felt the terror of the Twilight Hermit Order. Even Hermes was a member. The following entries described how Roselle learned that the Twilight Hermit Order's ideal was to await the awakening of the Lord that created everything. Yet its members each harbored their own schemes. Roselle had also gained knowledge from the blasphemy slate regarding the spectator pathway. So, the sequence 0 of the spectator pathway is called the Visionary. TSK, to think they hold the blasphemy slate that records all potion formulas. This Twilight Hermit Order really is on a much higher level than my tarot club. Klein silently ridiculed, then turned to the final page. He found it was merely a record of Roselle's early life after transmigrating, worthless daily notes about manor life, filled with hunting trips, longing for delicacies, wishing for extraordinary powers, and attractive maids. Dismissing the diary, Klein swept his gaze around and said calmly, Let's begin. Little son Derek immediately blurted out impatiently, I've been assigned another mission. The chief will personally lead a team to explore that dilapidated temple, and he specifically named me and Elder Lovia to accompany him. Alger responded, this is likely your chief's final test to clear away any lingering suspicion on you. What should I do, Mr. Hangman? Derek asked nervously. Do not do anything unnecessary. Follow your chief's orders and carry out the exploration properly. After a brief pause, Alger added, you have a clear conscience. You've never betrayed the City of Silver. Any amount of verification will only prove your loyalty. Derek felt a weight lift from his heart. I understand. Then, when exploring that bizarre temple, is there anything else I should pay attention to? As soon as his words fell, everyone present instinctively looked toward the empty seat of the tower. With his connection to the true creator, surely he could have given some reliable advice. At the head of the bronze table, the quietly observing fool finally spoke. Flesh, and murmurs. Derek was somewhat confused. Alger thought for a moment, then said, when the time comes, communicate more with Elder Lovia. She clearly worships the true creator, so she might be able to give you some correct guidance. All right. The meeting then shifted into its usual phase of buying and selling mystical ingredients. Observing from the side, Moon Emlyn witnessed his first transaction successfully completed. After some hesitation, he mustered the courage to ask, everyone, does anyone know how vampires can increase their strength, without relying on gifts from their elders? Vampires? Alger froze at first, then his expression relaxed slightly. Derek, recalling the monsters he had once seen, those pus-covered vampires lurking in the dark, moving like the wind, couldn't help but glance sideways at Emlyn. As for Audrey and Furs, they merely gave him a quiet look. Under the weight of so many stares, the Moon Emlyn grew uneasy, faintly realizing he might have asked something inappropriate. Why are you all looking at me like that? Isn't it allowed for me to have a vampire friend? Should I explain? No. Why should I? So what if I'm a vampire? There's nothing wrong with admitting it. Our kind has a long history, long lifespans, and abundant accumulation. We are a noble race. It's not as though you're all that impressive. Just now, the highest trade was barely something at the Sequence 6 level. With that thought, Emlyn lifted his chin proudly and added, yes, I am a true-born noble sanguine. Klein nearly choked. Wonderful. Little son won't be the only one blurting things out at meetings anymore. This Emlyn's brain isn't much sharper. After some thought, Alger said, I know how vampires can increase their strength. Emlyn instantly looked at him. Ah, Mr. Hangman, what payment do you require? No need. We're all members of the Tarot Club. This kind of information exchange is free. Emlyn was moved deeply at once. Mr. Hangman is such a generous nobleman. Alger pondered for 2 seconds, then explained, vampires can also advance by consuming potions, but they must be the corresponding, correct kind. Within the major churches, certain experiments have been conducted. The results prove this method is feasible. However, I cannot access the detailed information. Emlyn immediately blurted out, but the main ingredients of those potions are my kin. Alger chuckled and said, never speak in absolutes. For example, I've obtained leads on the residual characteristics of a vampire baron. He perished in a sudden conflict and had no time to designate an heir. You could inherit this legacy through a potion, preventing the vampire's power from being lost. Inheriting a legacy through a potion, preventing the vampire's power from being lost. Emlyn suddenly felt that Mr. Hangman's words made a great deal of sense. He changed his question, what would the price be? Somewhere between 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. The exact figure depends on the eventual owner I find. Alger didn't press him. He smiled lightly and added, I know this is a difficult decision. You can take your time. There's no need to rush. All right. Emlyn exhaled in relief. At that moment, the usually silent Mr. World spoke in a steady voice, I'd like to issue a commission. Everyone immediately turned to look at him. The last time the world had issued a commission, it had been to find that man named in Sangwil. Unfortunately, apart from Priscilla, a member of the Aurora Order, claiming to have spotted his trail in Faceac, there had been no further clues. That commission had effectively been left in limbo. Klein manipulated the world to materialize a photograph of the girl he had seen on Simime Island, the one who seemed to be a transmigrator. I want to find this woman. The instant Audrey saw the photo, her heart skipped violently. The clothes she's wearing, how is that possible? She instinctively wanted to ask, but quickly held herself back, deciding to wait. Klein continued, I encountered her on Simime Island in the Rorsted Archipelago a few days ago. The locals called her a witch. Unfortunately, I didn't have time to speak to her before she left. There's something very important I need to confirm with her. Even after several days, whenever Klein thought back to that encounter, he still felt a chill creep up his spine. Since his transmigration, his two greatest secrets, being a transmigrator and being Mr. Fool, had been so casually exposed by that girl. Even the Grey Fog, his his last sanctuary, the only place that gave him a sense of safety, suddenly felt less secure. Who exactly is she? Why does she know these things? What does she want? These three questions circled endlessly in his mind. Though the girl had said before leaving that he would understand once he advanced to sequence 4, Klein couldn't wait. He was desperate to know everything. More importantly, he wanted to know whether he could still go home. Alger studied the photo for a moment, then asked, I want to know, what is your relationship with her, Mr. World? That will determine the approach I should use in finding her. Klein considered briefly. Perhaps, compatriots. I don't know her. I don't know her identity, her name, or anything else. But I suspect she comes from the same homeland as I do. I wish to ask her about our homeland. His answer left Audrey somewhat puzzled. Mr. World, Klein, claimed that girl was his compatriot. But the clothes she wore clearly belonged to Edward's world. Why would Klein say she was from his homeland? Instinctively, she glanced at Edward's seat. If only Edward were still here, I could ask him about this later. Understood, Alger said simply. Klein turned back to the others. Does anyone else have questions? Audrey hesitated several times, then finally asked, Mr. World, may I know, why do you think that girl is your compatriot? After pondering for a while, Klein answered, her clothes. I see. Her clothes. Really? Just what is going on here? Seeing that no one else spoke, Klein added, then, I'll leave this matter in your hands. He paused, then asked, by the way, does anyone know where I can encounter mermaids, the wild kind? Alger replied, I've heard that mermaids appear east of the Sonia Sea, but I don't know the exact location. Would non-wild ones do? Bernadette suddenly spoke. Do you mean the ones kept by the churches? Klein shook his head. For certain reasons, I'd prefer not to contact the churches. No. She shook her head. I mean the ones I raise myself. What? Klein was stunned. Why in the world would the Queen Mystic raise mermaids? Bernadette continued calmly, if you need them, you may visit my palace in the Fog Sea, Emerald City. The mermaids I keep are all there. All right. Thank you. As no one else spoke, Klein knew the gathering was nearing its end. He was just about to announce it when Queen Mystic, Bernadette, suddenly raised her head and asked in a solemn tone. Mr. Fool, I wish to know, besides the Divine Kingdom where you currently hold the Tarot Club, is there another mysterious space in this world filled with grayish-white fog? Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 484, My Imperial Father. Her question instantly stunned everyone present. Klein's heart gave a sudden jolt as he quickly pondered over the implications hidden within Bernadette's words. Another mysterious space filled entirely with grayish-white fog. But not this fog above the gray fog. Klein's mind flashed back to what he had just read in that diary entry, the one describing a so-called miracle. At the time, he had thought perhaps the Twilight Hermit Order also had access to a fog-filled space, similar to the gray fog above. He had dismissed it as overthinking, but Bernadette's question now filled him with doubt and unease. He tapped lightly on the table, masking his inner shock, then asked evenly, you've seen another gray fog-filled space. Or, perhaps your father once encountered it. Bernadette nodded calmly. My father and I both saw it. Both saw it. Was Bernadette a member of the Twilight Hermit Order as well? No, when the order was mentioned earlier, her reaction had shown only passing familiarity, not deep knowledge. Lady Power's exchange with the Fool left everyone brimming with questions, especially Alger. Her father. Why is the Fool speaking of her father in such a way? Who is he? Sensing their confusion, Bernadette made no effort to conceal the truth. She spoke plainly. My father is Roselle Gustave. Aside from Audrey and the still naive Priscilla, everyone else mentally produced a string of exclamation marks. Roselle Gustave. As in, Emperor Roselle himself. Lady Strength's father was Roselle the Great. Then that meant Lady Strength was none other than one of the 4 kings of the sea, the Queen Mystic Bernadette. Alger was the most shaken of all. To him, the Queen Mystic was an untouchable figure of legend, a being far removed from ordinary mortals. And yet, here she was, sitting right across from him at the same bronze table, a member of the very same organization. Furs felt her scalp prickle. Just now, I handed over pages of Roselle's diary right in front of his daughter. She won't be angry, will she? Emlyn was equally thunderstruck. A shut-in he might be, but he knew all about Emperor Roselle. In fact, many of the dolls and figurines he adored had been inventions or creations originating from that very emperor. Within the doll world, Roselle Gustave was revered as the father of dolls. Wait, if she's Roselle's daughter, could she have inherited some of his private collection? Watching the room's shocked expressions, Klein felt a measure of his long-standing tension dissolve. This is the Tarot Club, there will always be new surprises waiting for its members. After a long pause, the Fool finally spoke with quiet calm. I cannot be certain what fog-filled space you refer to, nor can I give a precise answer. Of course, if you can provide more clues, perhaps I may be able to help. Bernadette bowed her head slightly. I understand. That will be all for today. Cutting the connection, Klein leaned back into his bronze chair, pressing a hand to his temple. His mind was still turning over Bernadette's question. Another space filled with grey fog, did she mean the Twilight Hermit Order's gathering place? Or does such a thing truly exist in this world? A wild thought suddenly seized him. Could it be that every transmigrator possesses their own version of the grey fog? That girl I met on Simeem Island, does she possess her own grey fog as well? No. Surely not. If that were true, then the incantation I devised shouldn't have been able to point so precisely to me. After a long moment, Klein shook off the mess of thoughts. Better to focus on finishing the digestion of the faceless potion, and then seek out the Queen Mystic's assistance in advancing to Sequence 5. Medici, where did you just run off to? The moment Medici returned, he found Priscilla wandering the premises, searching high and low. You didn't sneak away behind my back to do something bad, did you? Medici snorted, his voice dripping with disdain. Humph. Do I need to sneak around to do bad things behind you, you little brat? I could do it right in front of you and you still wouldn't realize. I'm not that stupid. What did you all talk about at today's gathering? Priscilla flopped onto the sofa, lifted a cup of juice, and took a sip before answering nonchalantly, nothing much. Just some commissions, some trades. Medici narrowed his eyes. That kid, did he show up? No. Priscilla's face carried a trace of worry. Big brother Edward and Lilith still haven't attended this week's gathering. I don't even know where they've gone. Medici sneered. Humph. I said it long ago, nothing good comes from getting tangled up with Adam. That brat is probably already dead in some corner by now. No way. Mr. Fool said brother Edward is still alive, just trapped somewhere. Medici chuckled darkly. Ha. Naive. Laughably naive. Medici, you're getting more and more unbearable these days. I was never born to be liked. But you weren't like this before. You used to be so nice, you even told me bedtime stories every day. That was just me fooling around, humoring an idiot. Are you sick or something? Medici burst out laughing. Me? Sick? Don't make me laugh. Mental illness, then. Priscilla hesitated, then offered softly, why don't I ask Audrey to give you a session of psychological treatment? His smile twisted. Sure, though I'm not sure who would be treating whom, in that case. Ugh, forget it. I won't waste my time on you. Mr. World just issued us all a commission. I'm going to find someone to help with the investigation. What commission? He wants us to track down a woman. Priscilla narrowed her eyes, trying to recall, then transmitted the image directly to Medici. This one. The moment the familiar face surfaced in his mind, Medici's smile vanished. Lilith. Year 1160, Trier. Edward felt a pang of disappointment. After giving Medici the threefold honorific, he had waited until nightfall, but still hadn't heard him recite the invocation to establish a connection with the Sapphira Castle. I thought Medici feared nothing, that he was truly reckless. Don't tell me, the sealed Medici was incapable of speech. That he couldn't even chant the incantation. That would explain it. But if that's the case, how awkward. At dinner, Arlda came to bid Edward farewell. He needed to hurry back and consult his grandfather about matters regarding ancestor Lilith. One had to admit, for all the vampire's eccentric habits, questionable personalities, and occasional unreliability, the moment anything involving ancestor Lilith arose, they became intensely serious. Arlda was like this, and in the future, Emlyn would be the same. You're not going back with him? Edward asked Akasha. Me. I can. She blinked in surprise, pointing at herself. I thought I had to stay here as a hostage. Edward chuckled. I'm not a kidnapper, why would I need a hostage? He paused, then explained patiently, Akasha, you need to be clear. You and Arlda are working for me as atonement, punishment for breaking into my home that night. I also promised to give you what you wanted, and we signed a contract. From any angle, I hold the moral high ground. Akasha slapped her thigh in frustration. Ugh. You should have said that earlier. I didn't know. I thought you tricked Arlda into going back with ancestor Lilith's name, and left me behind as collateral, to wait here and report to you once he returned. Edward's knife paused over his steak. As expected. This seemingly scatterbrained, careless vampire woman actually sees through everything. She's sharper than she lets on. If you understood that much, why didn't you stop Arlda from leaving? Why should I? Akasha spread her hands. I'm curious too. I want to know the truth about our ancestor. Outside, the rumors say she fell in the third epoch. But for thousands of years, whenever something major happened, our elders still insisted on reporting it to the progenitor. Isn't that contradictory? Especially in the past few centuries, I've heard Ancestor Lilith has responded many times. The past few centuries, to a long-lived race, centuries really were only recent. She went on, but the responses have always been strange, so strange that the elders couldn't make sense of them. Strange. Edward's heart skipped. What do you mean, strange? How would I know? I'm just a little baron. Overhearing a thing or two from grandfather is already a big deal. So Arlda probably won't learn much from going back. Not necessarily. Akasha wagged her finger. If what you said is true, that there really is a beyonder using the name of Ancestor Lilith, then the whole situation changes. The elders definitely won't ignore it. No way. She grinned mischievously. Heh. I can't wait to watch the show. Edward sighed inwardly. Yes, Akasha was exactly the same 2 centuries later. Back then, when she went to the outskirts of Backlund, it was also just to watch a show. He lifted his glass of iced tea, sipping as he turned over what she'd just said. Strange responses from Ancestor Lilith. Could it be that the one answering wasn't the vampire's Lilith at all, but my Lilith? Everyone knew, in this world, if someone bore the same name as a deity, they risked becoming that deity's vessel. But what if there were 2 deities with the same name? When someone prayed directly, calling Ancestor Lilith rather than using an honorific, who would respond? The vampire's Lilith was dead, her divinity dormant. Meanwhile, his Lilith, though she had failed against Cheek in the race to ascend to Sequence 0, was at least Sequence 1, perhaps stronger, given she later dared to challenge Cheek in the astral world. So when the vampires prayed to their dead Lilith, the prayers might have been intercepted by his Lilith instead. That would explain the strange responses. And then, considering that in the future the sanguine ancestor would even apologize, this strongly suggested there was a deep connection between his Lilith and theirs. Hopefully, Arlda really can bring back some valuable news. Note, enjoy the extra chapter and keep voting if you like the chapters. Chapter 485, Exploring the Ruins. 2 days later, early in the morning, Edward had just finished washing up when... Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The one who entered was Akasha, dressed neatly in a suit. She carried Arlda's notebook in her hand and said, "Mr. Sparrow, Du Bois asked me to check with you. Since you'll be moving into the new villa in just a few days, do you want to take the chance to host a banquet? If so, now would be the time to prepare the invitations." Edward thought for a moment before answering, "Just invite Roselle and his family. After all, I don't know anyone else right now." Tisk, TSK, TSK. Mr. Sparrow, that's exactly the kind of mistaken thinking a commoner would have. Oh. And why's that? Noble banquets aren't about inviting only those you already have close ties with. Quite the opposite, actually, most of the time, it's precisely because you don't know them that you invite them. That way, after a few rounds of banquets, you'll become familiar. Isn't that how it works? Edward gave it some thought and nodded. You have a point. But let's put that off for later. For the first gathering after moving into a new home, I'd rather celebrate with people I actually know. Heh, I just worry that Roselle might not give you the time of day. That's fine too. We can just celebrate on our own at home. Very well then, your house, your decision. Akasha shrugged and turned to leave. Wait. What's with that outfit? She looked back, puffing out her chest with pride. I'm currently doubling as your personal valet. So, for now, I expect double pay. Edward arched a brow. I think a short skirt would suit your new role better. Akasha chuckled. Should I pair it with black stockings too? Edward blinked. You actually know about that? Akasha sneered. Of course. Isn't that so-called fetish set one of Son of Steam Roselle's inventions? You think I wouldn't know? Humph, don't tell me you've got ideas about me now. What the hell? It was clearly just a normal office lady outfit. How had it suddenly turned into a fetish costume? Emperor Roselle, what on earth had you done to this world? Out. Now. Got it. Once Akasha had left the room, Edward entered the Sapphira Castle again. He materialized a piece of green crystal and performed a divination. Will there be danger if I go to that treasure site today? After 7 silent recitations, the crystal began rotating slowly counterclockwise. So, today's the day. Time to see what exactly lies hidden in the ruins that Intis mentioned, and what kind of pitfall awaits me. TCH, it seemed I'm not a full-blooded, masterclass coward, after all. If it reclined facing some unknown ruin, no matter how strong his curiosity, he would definitely keep a respectful distance. Yes, it must be a lingering after-effect of playing the role of the lunatic. Just as Edward was about to leave the Sapphire Castle, a soft voice brushed his ears. From the depths of the grey fog, the star representing Bernadette shimmered faintly. What's this girl looking for so early in the morning? He stretched out his spirituality, allowing Bernadette's image to form amid the fog. She sat at her desk, chin in her hand, looking up with expectant eyes as she whispered, "Mr. Sparrow, it's been 2 days already. Isn't it about time you took me to find the mermaid?" Edward suddenly recalled that 2 days ago, he had casually promised her, in 2 days, he would take her to see a mermaid. To him, it had just been an adult's polite social phrasing, yet she had taken it literally. Had the great emperor never taught his daughter the finer points of classic sophistry? After a moment's thought, he extended his spirituality to reply, "I have something important to do first. If it goes well, I'll take you tonight." Her doubtful voice soon followed, "And if it doesn't go well? Then another day." He didn't bother waiting for her reply. Edward withdrew from the Sapphire Castle, ate a breakfast that was unique in flavor but not particularly tasty, then prepared to head out. "Where's Du Bois?" The butler-cum-valet Akasha answered. "He seems to have gone back to his room. Last night he apparently took a potion and became a beyonder. But he can't control the leakage of his spirituality. It's like he's trying to advertise to the world that he's extraordinary." Edward raised his brows. A new beyonder leaking spirituality? That's perfectly normal. Plenty of wild beyonders without a teacher run into that problem at first. Of course, if you insist on a reason, well, the main cause is probably just being too stupid. But wait. When Susie accidentally drank the spectator potion, she'd never leaked spirituality. Oh, right, she was destined to become a dream hound in the future, hardly someone ordinary could compare with. How long will he stay like this? Once he learns cogitation, it'll be fine. Edward nodded. Find some time later to give him a few pointers. All right. I'll be busy in the study for a while, handling some private matters. Don't disturb me. She shrugged indifferently. Oh, going out again, huh? You're too clever. Some things don't actually need to be said out loud. Akasha grinned. Wouldn't that make me seem calculating and deep? No, that won't do. I'm the type who likes to speak my mind. Putting on an act all day long, how exhausting is that? If one day I turn into those old geezers, it'll either be because I was forced to, or because I'm no longer myself. With that, she hugged her notebook and walked away. Before long, the sound of her kicking a door resounded. Du Bois. Open up, your auntie's here to give you pointers. Edward, however, was suddenly thoughtful. If Akasha's words were true, then in the brief time he would spend with her in the future, although she would usually appear carefree, outspoken, and brash, there were rare moments when she seemed shrouded in secrecy. So, back then, was she being forced? Or, was the her at that time no longer really her? This question, perhaps only when he saw her again, 200 years later, would he find the answer. And Delay. Edward suddenly remembered something and looked at the maid dressed like a cook. Today's breakfast was good, but don't make it again. Her face went blank. Why do these Intis gentlemen always talk in ways I can't understand? This was called the art of language. Back in the study, Edward once again used false reality to disguise himself. Then, with a teleportation spell, he arrived in a mountainous region between Intis and Phaenopotter. Following a rugged mountain path, he descended to the edge of a cliff, leapt off, shifted into spirit form, and plummeted nearly 1,000 meters into a gorge filled with thorns. A river rushed from afar, bending around a cliff wall ahead. Looking up, the sheer rock faces were bare, revealing pristine white stone that radiated a strangely holy beauty. Rock, holiness. That was definitely abnormal. Edward tossed out his wooden staff, which hovered in midair, wavered, and then pointed toward a thorn-covered spot. He flicked his wand, using transfiguration. Instantly, the mass of thorns split open, revealing a stone-choked cave entrance. Through the gaps between the boulders, one could faintly glimpse a staircase of polished black marble leading underground. This is it. Edward flipped a coin. Going deeper would be dangerous. The coin landed with the number side up, denial. Then let's go see for ourselves. In spirit form, he ignored the collapsed stones and drifted through, setting foot upon the black staircase. He floated downward, deeper and deeper into the earth. It was clearly an ancient ruin. Time had long since eroded the wall carvings at the entrance, leaving them unrecognizable. Only at the very bottom did a massive, heavy, double-panel stone door block the path. Flanking the door stood 2 uneven stone pillars. The surface of the door was carved with rough, chisel-like patterns. Asymmetry. That resembled the architectural style favored by the Solomon Empire during the Fourth Epoch. This was indeed a genuine ancient ruin, very likely tied to the Abraham family. But would that Intis fellow really be so generous? Why deny knowledge of Abraham clues at first, only to provide this place later? Edward hesitated for several minutes. In the end, all his doubts condensed into that old saying. Since I'm already here. Still, he didn't rush in. Placing a hand on the stone door, his eyes flickered with lightning. In the next instant, spiritual power surged forth. Silver-white thunderbolts burst from Edward's palm, piercing through the stone and flooding into the ruin's darkness. Rumble. The ground trembled. Blazing light leaked out through cracks as dust rained down. More than 10 seconds later. The silver-white lightning dissipated, the tremor subsided. Edward waited another full quarter-hour outside the stone door, ensuring no danger lurked within. Only then did he slip through the gate. Dozens of stones floated up, reshaping into lanterns that hung in the air, illuminating the pitch-black interior. Empty. All along the way forward, collapsed stones had been vitrified by the thunder. The walls were smooth and bare, without murals, monsters, or traps. There was nothing, no discoveries, no gains. It seemed this ruin was hollow. Edward suddenly recalled how, in the original timeline, when the Church of the God of Steam and Machinery once explored an Amon family tomb, they had encountered the same situation. So, was this also an Amon tomb? Lost in thought, Edward eventually reached the deepest part of the ruin, or rather, the tomb. A corridor stretched further inward. If he guessed correctly, its end wall should hold a portrait of Amon. Ah! There wasn't one. Instead, before his eyes stood a black stone door etched with chisel-like patterns. Unlike the corridor's walls, charred or vitrified by lightning, this door bore not a single mark, clearly extraordinary. In its center was inlaid a pattern resembling a door, formed from elegant, flowing lines. Within that door shone clusters of stars. That was the Abraham family crest. So this ruin really did belong to the Abrahams. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated. Chapter 486, Old Man Palez. That Intis fellow had actually been telling the truth. Edward stepped closer to the stone door. Lightning once again danced across his palm as he tried to channel it into the space beyond. Yet, despite its immense power, the thunder dissipated quietly before the door, leaving no mark at all. So, what lay behind this door must be the true core of the ruin. Cautious as ever, Edward vanished abruptly. 2 or 3 minutes later, he reappeared, having completed the ritual of summoning and responding to himself. That way, even if danger lurked behind the door, he could immediately withdraw to the Sapphira Castle. He took another step forward, attempting to slip through the stone door in spirit form. But failed. His incorporeal body touched the stone yet could not pass through. It was as though this door existed not only in the material world but also within the spirit world. Open. Edward considered for a moment and used the apprentice's door-opening ability, trying once more. Still, nothing. As expected of the Abraham family's handiwork, this defense was designed to guard against their own kind. So how was he supposed to get inside? Placing his palm on the door, he closed his eyes and murmured, the method to open this stone door. The next second, he sank into a hazy dreamscape. After a long stretch of darkness, a slender hand appeared, holding a small key. It slid the key into the central star of the crest and gave a gentle twist. With the grinding of gears, the black stone door rumbled open, revealing the main burial chamber within. A key. Edward's eyes snapped open, dazed for a moment. In his hand now rested a bronze key, the very one he had acquired from Emlyn at the start of his transmigration. Later, it had been through this key that he came to know Christine. Back then, Christine had sought him out precisely because of this legendary key that was said to unlock the Abraham family's treasure. But as she sailed off to pursue the laurel, the matter was left unresolved. When he met her again, she had already inexplicably transformed into the fallen mother goddess. Edward had dismissed her earlier talk of treasure as nonsense. Yet now, 2 centuries back in time, he had stumbled upon a genuine Abraham treasure. Could it really be this key? Edward frowned, fitting the bronze key into the central star as he had seen in the dream. With a scraping sound, the key slid in completely. He twisted gently. Click. The key jammed. In other words, it was the wrong one. Strangely, Edward let out a sigh of relief. If it had actually worked, a coincidence spanning 200 years would have been far too chilling. Not even the Russian priest could orchestrate something like that. Retrieving the key, he tossed it into the new dimensional pocket he had crafted just days ago. His gaze lingered on the door as he sank deep into thought. Suddenly, his eyes shifted to the corridor he had walked down. Something clicked in his mind. He reached toward the black stone door. Steel. In an instant, the door vanished. Where it had stood was now an open entrance, leading into an expansive burial chamber. At the very center, atop a raised platform, rested a coffin of deep, pitch black. The surrounding walls held iron sconces, each cradling a white candle that still burned quietly. The flames did not waver, they were frozen, as if in a still image, showing no trace of centuries gone by. Along the direct path from the doorway to the coffin lay shriveled corpses. Their clothing styles varied, clearly from different eras. Some wore coats of the current fashion, obviously people who had entered within the last few years. Most unsettling of all, each corpse bore sparse white hair, wrinkled skin, and mottled spots like men and women of 80 or 90. There were no obvious wounds. They seemed to have simply grown old and died here, very recently, in fact, before decomposition had even begun. The sight made Edward's heart sink. After all that circling around, this was indeed one of Amon's traps, disguised as an Abraham ruin. Just imagine, an Abraham descendant, after braving countless dangers to reach this place, stepping inside in hopes of treasure, only to plunge straight into Amon's snare. Despicable. Damn it. I knew that Intis bastard had bad intentions. Handing me a map to an Amon ruin was nothing but an attempt to kill me. You just wait. I'll remember this grudge. Even as fury burned in him, Edward hesitated. Should he withdraw immediately? Yet according to his divination at the Sapphira Castle, this trip held benefits and no harm for him. A thought stirred in his mind, since this was a trap Amon had left for the Abrahams, or for people of the door pathway, then surely there must be something valuable here, bait to lure them in. Otherwise, who would jump into an empty tomb? With that thought, Edward waved his hand, transfiguring a few rabbits that darted inside. They hopped along cautiously, sniffing here and there, until they reached the black coffin. Yet, nothing unusual happened. Snap. Edward flicked his fingers. The rabbits instantly swelled and twisted into vines, wrapping tightly around the coffin and slowly prying open the lid. With a grinding sound, the heavy lid cracked open, the gap widening until it finally crashed onto the ground with a boom. The black coffin toppled over as well. Its interior was empty, save for a thin golden cushion embroidered with a worm marked by 12 rings. Apart from that, there rested a crystalline object the size of a baby's fist, clear and translucent like a hive, as well as a crystal orb in which countless writhing insects clung together. Edward instantly recognized them. The first was a high-sequence beyonder characteristic of the Marauder pathway, while the latter belonged to the door pathway. As expected, good things. That thought had barely formed when a surge of dread descended upon him. His spirituality raged violently. There was no need to think, Amon had already sensed the disturbance and was about to arrive. After a brief hesitation, Edward seized the two beyonder characteristics with an invisible hand, then promptly ended the summoning of himself, vanishing from the underground ruin. As he left, the floating lanterns instantly reverted to stones and clattered to the ground. A few seconds later, a man in a mage's robe appeared before the overturned coffin. He wore a black, pointed soft hat, with a broad forehead and a lean face. So he escaped. Amon adjusted the monocle on his eye. A flash of light gleamed across the crystal lens, and the corners of his lips curled into a smile. Oh, what's this called again? Double happiness. Interesting. Inside the Sapphira Castle, Edward sat upon the bronze seat, holding the two beyonder characteristics in his hands. His heart still raced with excitement. Thankfully, he had used his method of praying to himself in advance, otherwise, he truly would have fallen just now. Wait. Why was I even that scared? After all, I have Madman to the right. If Amon had actually followed me into the castle, it would be him who should be afraid. Damn. I missed a perfect chance to kill off one of Amon's avatars. Edward slapped his thigh, torn between going back to try again or not. But the thought of Amon's countless tricks quickly cooled his reckless urge. Next time. Next time for sure. It took him quite a while to calm down. Only then did he turn to the two beyonder characteristics he had brought back at the last second. After some divination, he muttered. What a pity. One is a secret sorcerer, the other a parasite, both sequence 4. Though they're extremely valuable, they aren't of much use to me right now. Just more things to stash away. Suddenly, Edward's gaze sharpened, fixing on the parasite characteristic. Within the crystalline hive, a faintly glowing, semi-transparent worm curled into a half-moon shape, radiating strange light. Around its body shimmered 12 translucent rings. A worm of time. Shit. Did Amon really follow me here? Edward immediately tossed a coin, ready to invoke Madman to the right to erase this avatar. But just then, the worm of time wriggled and spoke in an aged voice. Mysterious existence, please show mercy. It slithered out of the beyonder characteristic and twisted into the form of an old man with a full head of white hair and surprisingly handsome features. I was merely concealing myself this way to escape Amon's sight. I did not mean to intrude here. Edward fell silent for a few seconds before speaking. Palez Zoroast. The old man froze, surprise flashing across his face. You know me. So it really was him. But how had he ended up in Amon's ruin? Edward leaned back casually and asked, "Why were you inside Amon's ruins?" Palez gave a bitter smile. "I had parasites, a descendant of the Abraham family. He stumbled upon a treasure map and followed it to that place. I tried to dissuade him, but he refused to abandon any chance of lifting his family's curse. I was too gravely injured to seize control of his body, and could only watch helplessly as he walked into the tomb and withered to death. To protect myself, I was forced to discard my last Sequence 4 characteristic, besides my Sequence 1, and used it to mislead Amon's gaze, making him think a mere Sequence 4 fool had fallen into his trap. I gambled that he wouldn't bother with such prey, and waited for the next unlucky soul to come along so I could escape. Faced with this mysterious being he couldn't see through, one who gave him an even greater sense of danger than Amon, Palez chose honesty. I don't even know how long I slept inside the characteristic. I only awoke just now when I sensed mortal danger." Looking around at the aura, both familiar and utterly alien, Palez forced down his shock. "This place is. Don't you already know?" Edward said calmly, watching him. Palez rubbed his temples. He truly couldn't tell whether he was lucky or utterly unlucky. After all, he had barely escaped Amon's trap, only to stumble headlong into the Sapphira Castle. Note, 200 Power Stones for an extra chapter tomorrow. Go, vote. Chapter 487, A Conjecture on the Acting of Spiritcaster. If the Sapphira Castle truly had no master, then that was an earth-shaking piece of good news. But the men before him, Palez strongly suspected that he might not be a person at all, but rather the Sapphira Castle's own consciousness that had gained sentience. Of course, there was also a slim chance that some old friend had beaten everyone to the prize and quietly seized the Sapphira Castle. Whichever the case, both spelled trouble. If he were his old self from before being wounded by Amon, he might have risked it, fought for a chance at claiming the Spherote. But now, he was far too injured. At the same time, Edward was also conflicted. He did want to ask Palez about Lilith, but meeting him here, in the Sapphira Castle of all places, was the last thing he wanted. After all, when the Sapphira Castle was involved, especially with its ties to the three coward families, no matter how much conscience a marauder might claim to have left, he could never be trusted completely. Yet if he killed Palez outright, wouldn't that wreak havoc on Leonard's timeline? He knew, after all, that in the future he had interacted with Palez, even seen him take action. That confirmed the existence of a marauder angel parasiticing Leonard's body. If he wanted to patch up the timeline the same way as before, he would have to find another marauder angel to replace Palez and have them parasitic Leonard instead, which was, to say the least, a daunting task. But could he really just let him go? Edward flicked a coin idly across his fingers, then asked after a brief pause, "Do you know Lilith?" Not the sanguine ancestor, but the other Lilith, the one on the witch pathway. The sudden change of subject left Palez momentarily puzzled, before he frowned and replied, "I've heard of her, but I never had any direct dealings with her." "Tell me what you know." "When I first heard her name, she had already fallen. They said she died in a battle against Cheek for godhood. Originally, this Lilith was believed to be one step closer to the primordial Demoness. Cheek, you could say she was her subordinate god. But then, one day, Cheek suddenly ascended to Sequence 0, and she perished as a result." Edward frowned in thought. Palez's account matched Medici's, though Medici had known more details. "Ah, yes," Palez added, "I also heard that later, when Cheek cooperated with the Underworld Emperor, he once tried to trace someone's whereabouts. At the time, no one knew who he was searching for, but some said it was that very Lilith. As expected. Lilith had survived the war for Sequence 0 by some unknown means, and Cheek had been searching for her ever since, until the day she was forced to appear in the future." "Palez Zoroast," Edward said evenly, his gaze steady, "what do you think I should do with an uninvited guest like you?" "Keeping me alive is far more useful than a mere Sequence 1 characteristic," Palez answered coolly. "After all, Amon must always keep part of his attention fixed on finding me, unless, of course, you have already completely mastered this place and no longer fear him." Though there was a note of probing in his words, Palez was also stating what he believed to be his greatest value. Edward tapped the tabletop lightly. A sheet of parchment materialized out of thin air and floated into Palez's hands. "Read these 3 sentences in Hermes." Palez glanced down. Without much hesitation, he recited calmly. "The eternal sovereign above dimensions. The deconstructor of endless stories. The transcender of past and future." As he finished the triad, a crimson star representing Palez flared to life in the depths of the grey fog. Edward extended his spirituality into it, instantly forging a link between Palez and the Sapphira Castle. Edward then tossed a coin, invoking Madman to the right to reinforce it. From now on, with just a thought, he could drag Palez directly into the castle. And once inside, Edward would have complete control over him through Madman to the right. As someone who had once been the Trojan horse of destiny, Palez immediately sensed the shift in his destiny. But instead of fear, relief washed over him. This meant that, at least for now, his life was no longer in imminent danger. "All right, you can leave now," Edward said. "Wait." Palez quickly called out, I hope you'll erase my memories of this place." The request was obviously meant to make Edward feel more at ease. Edward merely replied coolly, "No need. We may well meet again soon." "I understand." Edward waved his hand. A spectral portal appeared, a gust of wind sweeping Palez away along with that discarded sequence 4 characteristic. "Palez, old man," Edward muttered to himself, "you've really left me with quite the headache." On the other side, Palez felt the grayish-white fog rolling before his eyes, and in a daze he had already left that little garden, returning to the streets of a city. Almost instantly, an overwhelming weakness surged through him. Back when he was fleeing Amon's relentless hunt, he had continuously split off and discarded beyonder characteristics like a lizard shedding its tail. By the time he was trapped in the mausoleum, he had even split away the very last one besides his sequence 1 characteristic, this sequence 4 characteristic he had just reclaimed. That was why he was so feeble now. He gently tossed out the sequence 4 characteristic. Behind him, the ancient stone bell turned, drawing the characteristic in. His condition immediately stabilized somewhat. Sigh, I still need to find someone to parasitus. But if I end up with another stubborn mule like last time, I'd rather not parasitus at all. The descendants of the Abraham family were far too stupid. Knowing it was Amon's trap, they still insisted on throwing themselves in. Next time, he would have to keep well away from such people. He was still brooding when, suddenly, he sensed someone walking toward him and frowned. Both the secret sorcerer and spirit caster potions advanced in digestion again. For the secret sorcerer, this was no surprise. Even though Edward hadn't gone out of his way to act mysterious in front of Palez, just sitting upon the Sapphira Castle's throne was already enough to count as mystery to him. And since Palez would never dare spread today's events around, that also triggered the keeping secrets aspect. The secret sorcerer potion's digestion progress had now surpassed halfway. But what truly startled Edward was that the spirit caster potion had also digested, just a little. Edward rubbed his forehead in frustration. What the hell did I do this time that caused digestion? He replayed everything that had happened before the digestion over and over in his mind, then conjured a quill and parchment to write it down. Known, using false reality, can promote digestion. Also, after his encounters with Medici, Raynette, and Palez, digestion had occurred, even when he hadn't used false reality. What else? Edward pressed harder on his temples, combing through every detail he knew about the spirit caster, its characteristics, its ritual, its abilities, and even the information regarding its sequence 3 advancement. Then, like a spark, something he had overlooked surfaced, the description during his advancement to spirit caster. Memory immortal, spirit undying. Memory. His pen froze, then realization struck. All these times the potion digested, they had one thing in common, it was my first meeting with them, and I left an impression, something that ensured they would remember me. He quickly scribbled on the parchment. So the spirit caster's acting principle is to make others remember you. To carve yourself deeply into someone's memory, so that your existence becomes immortal, and your spirit undying. If that was the case, why did false reality also count toward digestion? He understood at once, false reality was essentially a form of manipulating or implanting memory, or consciousness. But then another question emerged. If that were so, why had his 2 encounters with Medici, a former king of Angel, not yielded as much digestion as the single encounter with Palez? Clearly, there was still a missing piece. And that piece, most likely, had something to do with false reality. The problem was, he hadn't used false reality on Palez this time. He racked his brain for a long while but found no answer. Looks like I just don't have enough experimental data yet. But if his guess was correct, the spirit caster's role presented a troubling paradox. His journeys into the past required him to keep as low a profile as possible, so as not to alter the flow of history. Yet the spirit caster demanded he leave behind vivid, lasting impressions. The two were in conflict. This would not be easy to resolve. Future, year 1349. Backlund. Leonard strolled casually along the street, following a hooded figure while speaking inwardly to Palez. "Old man, I keep feeling like there's something off about Miss Daly lately." "Hey, and you just figured that out? Haven't you noticed? She's not wearing that strange makeup anymore. She's become so much more cheerful. Isn't that a good thing?" "What, boy, are you falling for her?" Leonard instantly denied it. "Impossible. Miss Daly and the captain, you're the one who told me about their relationship. How could I?" At the mention of Captain Dunn, his mood instantly sank. "She's happier now. Isn't that good?" "It is good, but it feels hard to accept. You said yourself, she and the captain never confessed, but their bond was deep." And now, it's like she's forgotten her hatred, forgotten her grief. Pallas said evenly, do you think people should remain forever trapped in the past, chained to hatred, never stepping forward to embrace a new life? Leonard fell silent. The logic was sound. But his heart still resisted, because it felt as though no one else cared about the captain or Klein anymore. No one thought of vengeance. Gradually, no one even remembered them. The old man had said it more than once. Forgetting is the truest form of death. Note, don't forget to vote. It keeps me motivated.